Chapter 1, Warming Up. My new story after a long hiatus. Several years, actually. And, I guess it's a little hard to stay away. But after a couple of years, I guess it's time to hit the keyboard again. I had originally developed this story a while back, before the fake Karakura arc, so Aizen's motives may seem a bit different. Prologue. How many remain? Asked the voice. It was a cold voice that inspired fear, a voice that the Arrancar obeyed. Yet Arrancar number 38 had qualms about answering the simple question. Particularly since he knew the answer was a bad one. When he did not receive his answer, Aizen turned around. You must have not heard me. I asked, how many remain? Crumpling to the floor in prostration to Aizen's weighty spiritual pressure, the numero struggled to move his mouth to give an answer. Only 26 numeros remain. And a single espada. The mastermind of Karakura's near demise showed no dismay at this. Instead, he looked down at the shattered remains of the Hugioku and smiled. A setback indeed. The Arrancar swallowed. From Aizen's tone, the setback obviously wasn't a large one. And so Aizen disappeared from the spiritual world. Yeah, right. A silver-haired boy, looking to be in his mid to late teens, threw down the magazine that his lieutenant had left on his desk. It glorified the Shinigami in Arrancar battle, making it seem like Soul Society's epic victory, vanquishing Aizen forever. Hitsugaya Tushiro thought of it as more like Aizen's, going underground. From the reports, he was sure Aizen Susuke was still alive. And he wasn't the only one to think so. Any Shinigami seated third or higher had been informed of the probability that Aizen was plotting away somewhere, biding his time. For years had passed relatively quietly, however, and some of the Shinigami were beginning to relax. Tushiro knew better. 4 years was a short duration of time compared to a century back, when the signs of Aizen's defection and holification experiments had first appeared. A rumble from his stomach interrupted the captain's thoughts. He'd sent Ranjaku out to get his lunch over an hour ago, and she hadn't returned yet. The young captain groaned. She'd probably forgotten about his lunch and gone to some bar to skive off paperwork. Well, someone had to get the paperwork done, he thought regretfully as his stomach gave another resentful grumble. Chapter 1. Warming Up. A large piece of white canvas sat before her. As if it were staring. The girl stared blankly back. Meanwhile, the art teacher looked on, unimpressed. Kurosaki, we don't have all day, you know. The theme is fear. Get crackin'. Seeing her most obstinate student open her mouth to retort, the teacher glowered, and before you tell me you're not scared of anything, I'm going to inform you right now that I don't care. Got it? Loud and clear, sensei. Sighed Karin. And don't just pull anything out of your butt for this. I swear, I'll fail you if you do. Students who overheard the teacher's choice language twittered as the teacher sauntered away, satisfied that she had pulled one over on one of the tougher students. Which left Karin to glare at her canvas as if her lack of inspiration were its fault. She wasn't exactly a fountain of creativity, either. Resisting the urge to put her foot through the problematically pristine canvas, Karin balanced the paintbrush on the tip of her index finger, thinking. What did she, Kurosaki Karin, really fear? Death was too obvious an answer. Besides, she'd faced death before, and she hadn't been overtly scared, just resigned. Oi, Yuzu. Maybe she could just borrow one of her twin's fears. A fair proportion of gut instinct and pure logic told her that this would not help her, but it was still worth a try. What are you afraid of? Twisting a lock of her butterscotch hair around her finger, Yuzu pondered a moment. Well, let's see. And then began to list, bugs, snakes, slimy things, dentists, zombies, the dark, the toilet bowl at night. Okay. That obviously wasn't going to work. No way would she draw a bug, label it as her greatest fear, and turn it in. She'd never hear the end of it from the guys. Karin knew one thing she was afraid of, but she wasn't about to draw it. Losing her family was a terrible fear, but drawing pictures of her family members lying dead was just asking for a bad omen. She didn't even want to think about it. Sullenly, she mixed a bunch of secondary colors. The product of this mad science looked like mud. Karin smeared a dab of this obscurely dark paint onto the canvas and swiped her paintbrush across it. Maybe she could turn in some splatters and call it abstract art, at least there'd be something. If all else failed, she could just fob it off as the fear of the dark, though the teacher was sure to call her bluff. Then it happened again. Karin felt a tingle go down her spine as she felt a familiar spike of spiritual energy some ways off. It had been 4 years, she was a high school student now, since she'd found out about her brother's Shinigami duties. She was fairly sure her brother could take care of himself, but it still worried her whenever her brother went against the creatures called hollows. Well, there was her answer, then. Pulling back her thick, jet-black hair and snapping a hair band around it to hold it up, Karin rolled up her sleeves and started mixing paint in earnest. Old Beardy, her father, would skin her alive or perhaps just hug her to death, claiming it to be comforting her if she failed any assignment, even if it was just art. Dang. Kurosaki, I never knew you were into this kind of stuff. Shrugging, Karin continued to juggle the soccer ball with her foot. It's just art, senpai. Best art I've ever seen from a high school kid. A junior-year soccer teammate, Sita, held Karin's A+ painting in his hands. He jabbed a finger at the figure portrayed on the painting. The guy in the black hakima's got orange hair. Did you base him off your brother or something? Sita was too observant. Something like that. She began to jump an SWCH juggling feat. Maybe he would forget about the painting if she did enough showy soccer tricks. He didn't put down the painting like she hoped. In fact, Sita didn't even look at her as she juggled away at the ball in vain. He continued to examine the stupid painting. She should have burned the painting as soon as she'd gotten the marks back. The composition is really well done. The whole painting is just swirls of dark colors, so the bright orange really pulls the viewer's eyes. Like the single spark of hope in a really creepy place. What was he, some sort of art connoisseur? Because no offense, this painting is good, but it's pretty creepy. Snorting, Karin started bouncing the ball off of her head. Indicating the large sword in the picture, he asked, why didn't you just draw a regular katana? It looks like an oversized kitchen knife. A particularly strong splutter of laughter made Karin miss the last bounce off her head, and she caught the ball with her heel instead. So long as he didn't ask about the hollow, she thought. What's this big skull thing he's facing off against? DMN. Luckily, right then, the coach clapped his hands and called for a huddle. Gather up, you brats. Putting his hands on his knees, the coach said, all right folks, I know this is just a scrimmage, but give it all you've got. Show them that will pull this team right to the nationals. After the chorus of agreement, Coach Sasaki looked over at Karin. Kurosaki, a word? Wordlessly. Karin followed him, expecting a separate pep talk. Sure enough, here it came. Kurosaki, even if you're a freshman, everyone knows you're a talented kid. You're our number 10, even. The soccer star of Karakura High. Deadpanning, Karin corrected, my player number is actually 6, coach. I'm a midfield winger. Captain Hiko's number 10. The coach impatiently waved Karin's comment aside. That's not the point. The point is that you're our top player. So focus. We bent the rules for a girl to join this team, so you have to live up to it. The coach always got worked up so easily. Don't think I haven't noticed your head in the clouds attitude on some days. Now get out there and hustle. Sita patted her shoulder sympathetically as she walked out into the field. Coach had a point. Karin did get distracted once in a while, jogging upfield when she should have been sprinting to take a pass, absently nutmegging the ball when she could have safely passed to another teammate. The list went on. But it made little to no difference to the game, it was just that she was on autopilot instead of playmaking like she usually was. Only Hollows got her that distracted. To my knowledge, the most skilled player is often given the jersey number 10, while number 9 is for the primary goal scorer. Nutmeg, dribbling and slipping the ball past and between your opponent's legs. They had crushed the opponent, the scores 6-2, Karin noted with satisfaction as she took a swig from a bottle of water. 2 goals in each half-time. Getting better every time, Kurosaki. Keep up that kick, Kuro-chan. Her teammates, mostly upperclassmen, acknowledged her this way, thumping her on her back, or knuckling her head. Saluting them half-heartedly, Karin finished off her bottle of water and chucked it into a recycling bin. Still thirsty, she looked around. Having grown under the philosophy that any unclaimed sustenance was fair game countless times, she'd returned from late practice to find that her portion of food devoured by her father or brother. She had no qualms about taking the nearest water bottle she spied for herself. Twisting the cap open, Karin drank about half of the water. The rest she emptied over her head. Oi! That was mine. The poached bottle had apparently belonged to the team captain. Karin grinned cheekily. Finders keepers, Captain. Whatever. Hiko snorted, before he did a double take and stared at Karin for a moment. Abruptly averting his eyes with a hint of a roll, he reached into his duffel bag and threw Karin a towel, which she caught, bemused. She gave him an odd look. The heck's this for, Captain? I have my own towel in my locker. The soccer captain raised an eyebrow. I just thought you might want to cover up a bit. Karin stared blankly at him, not comprehending. After a split second, Hiko muttered, white jersey. Finally understanding, Karin immediately fought back the blood from her cheeks and scoffed, draping the towel around her neck to hide the worst of the patches that showed through her wet jersey. Forcing a grin, Karin covered her embarrassment by teasing the captain. What, it can't be the first time you've seen this, can it? Hiko shook his head as if caught between amusement and dismay. Absolutely shameless. You cannot be a girl. Though this struck a nerve, Karin said nothing in return, only adjusting the towel to cover more area of the wet patches. Karin-chan. Wheeling around to the direction of the voice, Karin saw Yuzu waving vigorously from the sidelines. Yuzu's short hair did nothing to make her look less feminine, and all the guys had noticed. Sato, the goalie, elbowed Karin and winked. Catching on quickly and disapproving, Karin, in turn, elbowed Sato in the face. No way are you getting your paws anywhere near my sister, buddy. Karin couldn't believe she was already slipping into the big brother role, swatting guys like Sato away from her attractive twin like flies. She had no doubt that soon they would be turning into wolves. That would be the day she'd bring her kendo sword to school. Without a care for her wet hair, Hiko looped an arm around Karin's neck in a headlock. Karin squirmed, a bit too aware of his exercise-warmed skin against hers. Grinning roguishly, Hiko joked, "Come on, you're practically one of us now, so it'd be weird, but we'll settle for second best, huh?" Usually, Karin would have taken the joke as a compliment in stride, but that day, she felt unduly annoyed by the captain's words. Especially when she saw a tall and slender figure waving from beside Yuzu. So her words carried a slight bite. "Captain, you've got your girlfriend waiting for you in the stands next to Yuzu, so why don't you settle for her?" Maneuvering out of the headlock by driving her elbow into Hiko's stomach a bit harder than necessary, Karin headed towards the locker room. Rubbing his stomach, Hiko peered at Karin's retreating back. He asked Sato, "Was it something I said?" "Stupid Hiko." Karin muttered as she entered the locker room huffily. Even she herself couldn't completely understand why she felt irritated. She'd never cared about being treated like a girl before. In fact, she'd avoided it. "So it's your own fault, then," Karin told her wet reflection flatly. That did nothing to improve Karin's mood as she changed back into her makeshift school uniform. As she pulled on her clothes, Karin wondered, as she examined the gray-colored breathes that were supposed to be part of the boy's uniform, if she should actually wear the unused skirt hanging in her closet. It was she who had filched several pairs of the breathes from her older brother in the first place. He hadn't needed them since he graduated. She had to fold them a bit, but with a belt, they fit better than expected. She was on the tall side. And if Ichigo noticed the breathes that she wore had previously been his, he gave no sign of it. She shrugged off any thoughts of wearing a skirt. Why should she try to fit in now? People had always accepted her for who she was, even if it took some time. Even at the beginning of the year, she hadn't been the younger sister, nay, brother, she'd realized today, on the team. Most of her team members had resented the fact that a freshman girl had made it into the soccer team. Flashback. A girl's trying out. Are you serious? What does she take the soccer team for? Karin ignored the dirty comments and even dirtier looks. She was used to that sort of treatment. When she was younger, it had only taken minor beatings to teach the boys that cooties didn't exist. As the daughter of a doctor, she didn't condone such biased treatment based on an urban myth circulating exclusively among children. It shouldn't take that long for them to get used to her, right? You can do it, Karin-chan. Go get Kurosaki. It helped that Yuzu and other friends from elementary school, among them those who had formerly believed in cooties, cheered her on. She'd passed the team tryouts in flying colors. But after she'd made the team, all the other members gave her the cold shoulder. Well, except for Sita, but Sita was friendly to everyone. They avoided passing her the ball, even when she was open and unguarded. If you want it, then you'll have to take it, brat. Hiko told her coldly. Along with ostracizing her, the team had benched her as well, for at least the first half of most games. Sorry kid, since I recruited you and all, but teamwork's important. As long as the team doesn't get along with you, it's gonna be hard to keep you on the team, much less get you into the games. The coach had told her apologetically. So Karin could only practice on her own, forced to run along the sidelines during intra-team scrimmages. There seemed little she could do. She could hardly beat them over the head like she had the boys back in elementary school, for discriminating against her. All she could do was prove herself. Finally, one match when they'd been losing 3-0, Karin got her chance. The captain had gotten injured in a slide tackle. During the pause in the game, overseen by a referee, Hiko, wincing, peeled off his shin guard to reveal an already purpling bruise. Immediately, he slapped the guard back on, and said, "I've had worse. I can still play." The coach overruled him, "That's not just a surface bruise. It could even be a fracture. Don't push it. Live to fight another day." The opposing teams already scored 3 goals. Hiko caved, allowing himself to be applauded off the field. Then, the coach ordered, "Kurosaki, get in. Center midfield." "Yes sir." Skipping over a slide tackle similar to one that had felled the team captain, Karin took the moment of distraction to sprint ahead through the defense with the ball in her possession. With the goal in sight, she aimed at the goalpost, as if to pass to the teammate near it, but intending to let it rebound right back to her. When it did, she immediately scored it in. And player 6 scores again. 4-3, with Karakura High now in the lead. After suching in as a midfielder, Karin had turned the game around, allowing Karakura to win, 4-3. That game had finally forced her teammates to acknowledge her. "DMN, and I'd really thought that you made the team by dumb luck. Nice playmaking there, kiddo. Welcome to the team, for real this time." Sita smiled. The captain alone, with an ice pack on his leg, gave no word of compliment. Hiko asked, "Are we done fawning over the newbie?" Even the other members were taken aback by the seemingly blatant hostility that still remained. "But now she's really one of us." Rolling his eyes, Hiko cut in, "Shut up. She's been on the team this whole time, you idiots. She's always been one of us. Let's get some pizza." He winked at Karin, who couldn't help but grin back. Thanks, Captain. Glancing at his leg, however, she pointed out, but shouldn't we get you to a hospital first? End of flashback. The newfound camaraderie with her teammates had made for a welcome change. Well, she'd figured that they'd all warm up at one point or another anyways. Late-night soccer game reviews and sports get-togethers were all pretty fun. Hypocrite, Karin chided herself, you wanted them to treat you like a guy, and now you're complaining because they won't ever see you as a girl. Besides, Hiko had a girlfriend, anyways. A pretty one. Sita was waiting for her outside the locker room. Karin raised an eyebrow. Do you know how weird it looks for a guy to loiter around the girls' locker room, senpai? Grinning, Sita replied cheerfully, what, no thanks for waiting. Despite herself, Karin grinned back. As always. They walked together until their routes home diverged. But Sita hesitated. You don't look so good, Kurosaki. What's up? Though slightly startled he would voice his concern, Karin knew that she should have expected the upperclassman to notice. As always, he was most perceptive when she didn't want it. Wavering over what to say, Karin decided on blunt denial, nothing's wrong. Just tired. I scored 4 of the goals today, you know. After half a year of acquaintance, she knew that even soccer wouldn't distract Sita from a topic in conversation, but she plowed forward anyways. That's better than the captain today. Are you still mad at Hiko from earlier today? Spot on, as expected of Sita. Aggressively, Karin kicked at a nearby pebble. What's there to be mad about? He was just goofing off, wasn't he? The usual foot-in-the-mouth syndrome. She avoided Sita's eyes, which she knew were filled with pity. Pity for her. Pity she didn't want or need. Unable to stand the sudden turn the discussion had taken, Karin noted it was almost at the point where Sita would have to take a different turn. Abruptly, she said, I'll head home now, senpai. Thanks for walking with me. She walked straight forward without looking back at the figure of Sita, whom she knew was still probably looking at her. To keep herself from thinking about Hiko, Karin talked to herself, something she usually avoided. She liked the down-to-earth image of sanity she embodied. Yuzu should be at home cooking by now. Ichi is probably still studying at the university. Just to make sure, she cast a feel around, scanning silently for the familiar spiritual energies in Karakura. Sure enough, Yuzu was at home, or somewhere near it, Tatsuki already back from the university, and Ichi and the rest of his friends, excluding Rukia-chan the Shinigami, some distance off. There was one unfamiliar spiritual presence nearby, however, and Karin frowned, concentrating on it. Who? Chapter 2. Awakening. An unfamiliar spiritual presence was lurking nearby. Concentrating on it, Karin felt its proximity and realized why it had been difficult to sense. It had been concealed. Who? Straining to pinpoint the location, Karin finally discerned the general direction of the presence. But when she had made her way to the corner of the street, she saw nothing. Puzzled, Karin swept another look using her spiritual sense. This time, she felt nothing. Unsettled, Karin returned to the Kurosaki clinic at a quicker pace than usual. Though she disliked the idea of fearing anything, per usual, the world of hollows had taught her some caution. As testament to her unease, Karin felt uncharacteristically relieved to see her father's scruffy face greet her in its usual too close for comfort you stupid old man manner. Even without Ichi and around, home felt like a safe place. Karin-chan. Come, run into your father's arms. Even so, she wasn't quite unsettled enough to acquiesce to that request. Pushing one palm out to keep her incoming father at bay, Karin called out flatly, I'm home. Her usual annoyance towards her father made her completely forget about the unidentifiable spiritual presence she had felt before. Why had she felt uneasy again? As she pushed past the old beardy, who was continuing his attempts to hug his daughter in vain, Karin sniffed the air. What's this smell? As an answer, Yuzu came padding out, holding some undoubtedly delicious confection between her two oven-mitt hands. Smiling, she called, "Welcome back, Karin-chan. It's apple pie today." Taking off her shoes, Karin craned her neck over to look at the steaming pie in all its crumbled granola crust and Yuzu's super-secret homemade saucy glory. "Looks great." Smile brightly, Yuzu began to babble, "I wanted to improve on the recipe they gave in home EC class today. I used some more cinnamon and tried a brown sugar replacement. And I kept the apple skin for nutrition." As tasty as the pie smelled, Karin didn't feel hungry, which was odd, considering how she played a soccer scrimmage that day. Heading for the bathroom, Karin said, "I'll have some later, Yuzu. I'm gonna take a shower first, then maybe a nap." Grimacing, Karin painstakingly pulled her hair tie out, wincing as she heard, and felt, strands of hair being pulled from her scalp in the process. One hair band and about 30 strands of hair later, Karin had freed her hair. For the second time that day, which, for her, seemed like 2 times too many. Karin looked at her reflection. Her black hair was a tangled mess from soccer practice, grown past her shoulders. She'd been due a haircut a while now, but hadn't gotten around to it for some reason. Long hair got in the way during soccer practice, but Hiko had once complimented her hair. "You know, long hair suits you too, Kurosaki," he'd said. Though taken aback, after that, Karin had conveniently been too lazy to cut her hair. Catching herself in that train of thought, Karin slapped her forehead. "Ugh, that's it. I need a haircut. Maybe next week." She entertained herself with the unlikely fantasy of how her father would react if shaved her head bald. Later that day, Karin lay in her bed trying and failing miserably to take a nap. The only things circulating in Karin's head seemed to be useless things. Femininity, the skirt uniform, cooking ability, and her suspicious lack of all three, and whether she cared or not. Whenever Hiko's face popped up in her head, it seemed like she did care. And she wondered why. But it was obvious. Flipping over onto her back, Karin thought, "Oh, how we all fall. Kurosaki Karin, in love." It was laughable. The girl feared as the successor of the infamous Kurosaki Ichigo at Karakura High, distracted over some guy. Well, he wasn't just some guy. He was the captain of the soccer team, someone she respected. Perhaps it helped that he had a good sense of humor. But what was the point? 2 things that Karin told herself she didn't believe in, even if they did exist: ghosts and love. The first one was just out of pure stubbornness, especially since she could see, talk to, and even touch ghosts. But the second one she truly didn't believe in. "If I have time to think about this, I might as well train more for the nationals," Karin mused to herself, before she drifted into sleep. The next morning, per usual, Karin woke up to the sounds of movement. She knew it was her busy bee twin getting ready to cook breakfast. Turning her face slightly out of the pillow to look at the clock, Karin groaned. 6 o'clock. "Morning, Karin-chan." Yuzu chirped at Karin, upon seeing the black mop of hair move and realizing the head attached to it was awake. Knowing it was too late to play dead for an extra few minutes of sleep, Karin rolled over in bed. In a groggy voice, she replied, "Morn." Fighting off sleep, Karin suited up for a morning run. Might as well be productive, and get in better shape for the upcoming district soccer tournament. As she ran, Karin suddenly felt a sinister flare of energy, which disappeared almost as soon as it had appeared. Slowing to a stop, Karin figured it as Ichigo eradicating a hollow. Shrugging off another twinge of unease, Karin returned to looping around the neighborhood for her run. "Yuzu." Karin's uncharacteristically panicked voice brought Yuzu running. With wide eyes, Karin's counterpart asked, "What's wrong, Karin-chan?" Pointing to the closet, Karin asked shakily, "Where's my extra uniform?" She always kept at least 3 school uniforms, well, her version of it to alternate between laundry days. But not a single uniform hung in her closet that day. She could have sworn she'd had at least one uniform left until laundry day. Apologetically, Yuzu explained, I had to do laundry a day early because of Ichi and II. He came back yesterday with his clothes so dirty that I couldn't not wash it. Maybe your extra uniform got mixed in. Karin slapped her forehead, and not noticing her sister's exasperation, Yuzu wrinkled her nose disapprovingly. He was covered with dust, she added in afterthought. Meanwhile, Karin was a snitch away from breaking school rules and showing up without a uniform. If they were all wet and in the laundry, there was nothing she could do about it. Unfortunately, with a goody two-shoes as a twin sister, nothing ever goes as planned. That day at school, Karin received many stares. To an ordinary bystander, she would have done nothing to warrant such stares. Wearing a uniform like anybody else with one bag slung over her shoulder, she looked like any other student, though perhaps a little more irritable looking. But to everybody in Karakura High, Kurosaki Karin was breaking all the unsaid rules and norms that people had come to expect of her. She was wearing a skirt. And every comment regarding her attire put Karin in a worse mood. Teachers, however, rejoiced at this sudden change. I never thought I'd live to see this day, Kurosaki. So tell me, it was my wonderful guidance which led you to this change of attire, no? Karin did her best to swallow the teacher's comments, and even bit back most of the retorts towards the other students. Unfortunately, this patience had long since worn down by the time soccer practice rolled round. On the way to the locker rooms, which Karin admitted she'd rather hastily made her way to, she was spotted. Kurosaki. Is that you? Rolling her eyes up to the heavens and sending a silent plea, Karin turned around. Just as she'd expected. There was Sita. And of course, right beside him was the last person she'd wanted to see or be seen by, Hiko. Sita nudged Hiko, hey Captain, it's Kurosaki. As soon as Karin's eyes met his, immediately, Hiko closed the gap between them with his long legs. Peering at Karin, he asked, who are you and what have you done with Kurosaki Karin? Rolling her eyes, Karin replied flatly, I ate her. She backed away a bit, he was too close. Continuing his facade of confusion, Hiko put one hand to her forehead. Are you sick, Kurosaki? You look cute and all, but suddenly doing things that you've never done before. Karin was feeling less and less amused by the minute. Without a care that she was wearing a skirt, she landed a well-aimed kick to Hiko's head and stalked off into the locker rooms. Rubbing his injured jaw, Hiko managed, she was wearing black. Sita shook his head. Maybe it was just as well that the two were dense. Still steaming with anger, Karin all but stomped into the changing room, fully intending to rip open her locker to yank out her soccer jersey and cleats and jam them on. But before she actually got around to tearing off the locker door, there was a splintering crash from above. Instinctively, Karin threw herself backwards to avoid getting hit. Crouched on the ground, Karin looked up to see a large figure past the dust and debris. She narrowed her eyes. This would happen on the day she was wearing a skirt. Che. I had a bad feeling about today. It was seldom that a hollow would come to find her directly. Usually, she would first sense its presence and, soccer ball in hand or foot as the case would be, go hollow hunting. This one, with its white skeletal mask and claws, stood still momentarily before raising its head and emitting a dull roar. Cursing, Karin dashed out of the locker room. She had to get it away from the school. Running with all her might, Karin growled, shouldn't have listened to Yuzu. Nothing ever good happens when I wear skirts. She heard another howl and several more crashes from behind her. Of course the monster would give chase. Hopefully the small space would slow it down some. As she turned round the corner, she saw Sita and Hiko again, this time with the other soccer players. Wide-eyed, they immediately rushed towards her, exclaiming. Kurosaki. What was that sound? Sato asked worriedly. Someone else exclaimed, the girls' locker room is completely destroyed. Scanning the team, Karin saw that none of them had a soccer ball. Some soccer team they were. So. She'd be going. Weaponless. Swearing under her breath, she shoved her teammates aside and said roughly, "No time to talk. Can't practice today. Tell coach sorry." The rest of the team, confused and unable to see the hollow, yelled after her, "Oi, Kurosaki. Kuro-chan." Paying them no attention, Karin went back to focusing on luring the hollow away from Karakura High. Her legs felt uncomfortably bare as she ran in the stupidly flapping skirt. As she glanced over her shoulder, she saw the hollow bounding towards her some distance behind. Karin narrowed her eyes. There was something strange about this hollow. It didn't seem so accustomed to its body as it lumbered along, a newly fallen soul. That wasn't the only odd thing. The thing that bothered her most was how Karin had failed to notice the hollow's presence beforehand. Kurosaki. Momentarily, she froze. That voice. Captain Hiko. Why had he come here? Karin swiveled around to see Hiko breathing, with a fearful expression that she had never seen him wear before. It was as if he could actually see the hollow. Kurosaki. What is that thing? Eyes wide, Hiko's eyes were glued on the hollow. She was beginning to swear like a sailor. It would take about 20 seconds for the hollow to reach them, she reasoned. Then the hollow, apparently getting the hang of its body, started approaching with alarming speed. Maybe 15 seconds, then. Karin told Hiko, "Don't worry about it. Leave this to me. Go back to the school." 10 seconds. Looking indignant, Hiko protested, "But you're a girl. I can't leave you alone with that monster. Besides, 5 seconds. Snorting, Karin said, "Save your chauvinistic chivalry for another time, Captain, there's no time to argue." 3 seconds. Move, screamed Karin, pushing Hiko away from its path. Leaping onto a fence for higher ground, Karin jumped off to greet the approaching hollow, aiming a powerful drop kick to its white mask. With a loud crack, the mask splintered into two. She momentarily saw a girl's face before the hollow, mask and all, disintegrated. What? She could have sworn that she'd seen that face somewhere before. Hiko gave a strangled shout, "Sachi." Karin whirled around. It was a senpai of hers, one that she'd seen hanging out with Hiko and his girlfriend often. That was Sachi-senpai. But I saw her earlier today. Abruptly, she stopped speaking. With her spiritual senses heightened, she had detected another spiritual presence nearby. Obviously, things weren't over yet. "Kurosaki, what's going on? What happened to Sachi?" The presence was neither Shinigami nor hollow. In a split second, Karin placed herself between Hiko and the presence in a defensive stance. "Get down!" Karin commanded. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. Ugh! She clamped a hand down on the stinging wound, clenching her teeth. Carefully keeping pressure on her neck, Karin slowly shuffled towards the place where she had briefly felt the alien presence. The spiritual energy was gone. Karin barely had time to feel confusion before a blinding pain seared through her body. Whiteness clouded the edges of her vision. For a few moments, Karin was rendered immobile from the pain. Legs unable to support her body, she fell to her knees. Gasping, she coughed out, "Captain, get away. Kurosaki. Kurosaki, what's wrong? Hang on, I'll get help." Hiko called in a panicked voice. As soon as it had come, the pain subsided. But the whiteness at the edges of her vision remained. Bewildered, Karin began to run, with the singular thought of returning home before anything else happened. She had to leave the place before she involved Hiko any further. As she ran past one of the shop windows, Karin stopped abruptly, hoping to whatever agnostic powers existed that what she had just glimpsed in her reflection was a figment of her imagination. But she'd never had much of an imagination in the first place. Fighting back panic tinged with dread, Karin stepped closer to the window's surface and examined her reflection. She barely recognized the sharp intake of breath she heard to be her own. What the? A white, plaster-like mask was forming on her face. It was materializing out of nothing, from air, from her own eyes and mouth, clumping and forming around her eyes and forehead. The mask was growing every second, and Karin felt a jolt of fear and disbelief. No. What is this? I can't be. I'm not. Dead was the word she wanted. But now she wasn't sure. Was this what had happened to Sachi-senpai? Instinctively, Karin glanced down at her torso and brought up her hands to probe the area around her sternum. There was no hole. Any previous worry, any irritation with Hiko, with Sita, her own boyish image, all seemed insignificant. In that moment, Karin couldn't have cared less. For the first time after her initial encounters with hollows, Karin felt true fear, which amplified as a terrible hunger ripped through her. The hunger seemed to gnaw at her very essence, tearing the fabric of her mind into shreds. With what consciousness remained in her, Karin ran. The part of Karin, where her sanity was yet intact, barely led her body's actions. She couldn't go home, not while she was becoming like one of those masked monsters. And so she ran to a place where she knew no one would be. Tatsuki's karate camp training forest. Hungry and irritable, Toshiro left his office, heading to a lunch stand to buy some food. When he felt a familiar presence nearby, Toshiro briefly considered rerouting. But he was too hungry to care. So it came as no surprise to the young captain when Yukitake Jushiro, the 13th Division captain, popped up seemingly from nowhere. Why hello there. Whenever they met, the older captain always gave Toshiro candy or snacks. As if he were still a kid. But for once, Toshiro didn't mind being treated like a kid. He was too hungry to refuse free food. Immediately and predictably, Yukitake started to fish out bags of melon bread, lollipops and other miscellaneous sweets from his pockets and piling them onto Toshiro's hands. When it seemed he had exhausted his supply of snacks and both were sitting down, Yukitake commented, "You've grown a lot lately, Hitsugaya Taishu. Did you notice?" Though he shrugged nonchalantly in answer while chowing down a loaf of melon bread in 2 bites, Toshiro had, in fact, been acutely aware of his sudden growth spurt these past years. Far be it from the short kid to not notice that he'd sprouted up almost half a meter when his height was his biggest complex. Pausing mid-bite on his 3rd melon bread, Toshiro asked, "Yukitake, did you hear about the new nominee for the 5th Division captain seat?" And this time, the commander's actually considering it. Something as important as that would be common news to anyone else, but when it came to Yukitake, who was down with an illness more often than not, one was never sure. Sure enough, it was new information to the 13th Division captain. Oh. It's about time. Captains Abarai and Shuhei took charge soon enough, but no one had the will to claim the 5th Division. Superstition and fear of bad karma, one might suppose. If only Lieutenant Hinamori hadn't. Toshiro stiffened, chewing slowing to a stop. Realizing too late that the female lieutenant remained a rather sore subject for the young captain, Yukitake rose. "Well, thank you for the update, I'll be off now." Nodding pensively, Toshiro watched the fragile captain go, his thoughts now filled with memories that he'd have rather not remembered. Keep calm. Keep calm. Keep calm. Keep dash. Karin chanted. Having run into the heart of the forest, Karin had already torn apart numerous trees while seeking refuge, though she had no idea what kind. In a wild haze, Karin had tried in vain to pry the mask off of her face. Her fingers scrabbled over the hard, smooth surface, searching for some weakness in its material. While thus preoccupied, Karin noticed almost too late the hollow that had snuck up behind her. With a strangled yell that sounded eerily similar to the cry that the attacking hollow 2 emitted, Karin let out an explosion of spiritual pressure from her body, completely annihilating the attacker as well as a few more trees. Hunched over, hands still on her face and mask, Karin again returned to her mantra. Keep calm. Keep calm. Stay calm. Kurosaki Ishin unfolded a newspaper, mumbling to himself, as he ambled from his clinic. 3 people disappeared yesterday. Yuzu looked up from her pan of stir-fry. Daddy. What did you say? Hastily folding the newspaper, Ishin smiled widely as he replied, nothing at all. What's for dinner today, Yuzu-chan? Ichigo, from behind, picked up the newspaper. 3 people missing, eh? He climbed upstairs to his room and dumped his university books on the bed, taking out his Shinigami representative badge and a Soul Society cell phone. Dialing a number, he waited for the call to connect. Oi Rukia. Ichigo. Good timing. I was just about to call you. But first, shouldn't you greet me in a more formal manner? How? And why? Like, Rukia-sama. Or at least, how do you do, you ingrate. A man should know how to say pretty words to a pretty lady. Ichigo laughed despite himself. You can't seriously be expecting that from me. And I'll thank you. Stop suggesting I'm not a man. His voice changed. But I didn't call for idle talk. Rukia's voice became serious as well. I'm well aware. People have been disappearing in Karakura. Soul Society has been keeping an eye on this, but it seems like the souls are just disappearing, only leaving behind a corpse with no particular cause of death. Wait, so they're all dead? The news said they're just missing. No bodies. Yes. When Soul Society could not sense any souls for the corresponding bodies, we dispatched a squad to bring back the bodies for examination. So far, from what I've heard, traces of some sort of spiritual infection are in all of the bodies. Furrowing his brow even more, if possible, Ichigo reported, I've been feeling weird spiritual energies all day. And I haven't seen any ghosts the past few days either. After a brief of static, and Rukia informed Ichigo, there was an attack near Karakura High too. The squads didn't find any of the spirits yet, but be on alert. There are some irregular hollow activities as well. Yukitake Taishu says that the cases look a lot like the hollowification cases from a century back. Keep a close eye on your family, because people with high spiritual pressures might be the targets. Ichigo felt his blood run cold. Karin. Rukia inquired. She's not back yet. Karin should have come home an hour ago. The hunger ate away at Karin's sanity, and remembering herself barely kept the hunger at bay. At times Karin found herself almost magnetically attracted to spiritual energies, such as hollows, by an unceasing hunger. It was all she could do to keep herself from devouring other hollows, which was a nauseating thought in itself. All this while, the mask continued to materialize. A little less than half of Karin's face was now encased in a white mask. Thinking kept Karin's mind off of her insatiable hunger. So Karin analyzed her situation the best she could, though she could barely keep from panicking as she did. With her usual caustic frankness, she listed, I am transforming into a monster. Fellow monsters can find me. I can destroy the fellow monsters attempting to eat me. At one point, a Shinigami will find me. She trailed off in horror. What if Ichi and I found her? Would he have to kill her? The particles of her mask gathered more quickly at the edges as she panicked. Hit by the realization that agitation sped up the growth of the mask, Karin swallowed, forcing herself back into calm by reciting, keep calm. Keep calm. Suppressing her hunger, Karin huddled up into a knot at the base of a tree, willing herself to not move in a desperate attempt to keep the mask from forming completely. There had to be something she could do. Chapter 3. The Second Fall. After examination, the bodies have all shown signs of spiritual infection. It is slightly different from the one Soul Society encountered a century back, not only because the people seem to have been infected by way of a needle, but also because of the way spiritual energy particles seem to react to the infection. Ranjaku stifled a yawn, only half understanding what the lab coat-clad Shinigami were saying. She would have yawned openly, if only her captain wasn't giving her the look. Matsumoto, pay attention, is what he seemed to be saying. If only he weren't so uptight, he would be more popular among the younger female Shinigami. Ghosts are also being transformed. This was so boring. And so, before we finish this briefing, we have decided it best if some Shinigami volunteer to go to the human world. At this, Ranjaku's ears perked up. The human world? That was practically a vacation. All the shopping, the interesting foods, maybe she could even visit Orihime-chan. Immediately, she raised a hand and volunteered herself, "I'll go." Glancing at her captain, who was now staring daggers at her, Ranjaku said cheerfully, "And Taicho would love to go as well." "Right, Taicho." Raking his hands through his silver hair irately, Toshiro stalked down main hall of the 10th Division quarters. Great. So now he was stuck with the job of investigating what was happening in the human world. He should have foreseen that something like this would happen with Matsumoto around. How many years had he known her? He knew that she was one of the luckier ones from the battle 4 years ago. She had been able to move past the man she had loved. She had been able to move beyond the man named Ikemara Jin. She had lived to tell the day. Not like some. As he passed by Ranjaku's office, he saw his lieutenant in question whistling and tucking things into a rather large bag, which he assumed she would be taking with her to the human world. Sighing, he walked towards his own rooms to prepare. If it were any Karakura mission, of course Kuchiki Rukia, now lieutenant of the 13th Division, was a required presence. Believe it or not, she was actually looking forward to seeing Ichigo again. He couldn't have gotten even taller in the few months she hadn't seen him, could he? Last she'd seen he'd already caught up to Renji's height. A smile rose to her lips at the thought. But the smile vanished when she remembered one of Ichigo's younger sisters might have become involved. In fact, it was surprising that such a thing hadn't happened before. She'd noticed at first glance that Karin had possessed spiritual pressure as strong as Ichigo's prior to his Shinigami transformation. Such high spiritual pressure would have made her an ideal victim for holification. But that was the worst-case scenario. Hopefully, Ichigo was just overreacting, per usual. The Carrot Top was overly protective, after all. At least she'd finally get to use her chappy soul candy once more. The 3 Shinigami stood before the gates to the human world, one heavily laden with baggage. 3 small hell moths fluttered before them, awaiting the opening of the gate. But before they passed through the gate, there seemed to be a few things to clear. Though he'd expected it, having walked past her rooms himself and seen her pack an unquestionably large amount of items, Toshiro could not help but voice disapprovingly, "You're really bringing all that, Matsumoto?" The lieutenant, who knew her captain well enough to figure out how best deal with the situation, smiled brightly and said, "At least I'm not making you carry my stuff, Taicho. Besides, it's good to be well prepared, isn't it?" She didn't mention how half the things were her toiletries. Snorting softly, Toshiro gave no answer. The point wasn't worth arguing. Kuchiki Rukia stood to his other side, seemingly lost in thought. "Something worrying you, Kuchiki?" Sharply, Rukia looked up. "Sorry, Hitsugaya Taicho. I just received word from Ichigo that his sister was missing." Toshiro heard a sharp intake of breath from Ranjaku. The news was grim indeed. So there's a possibility that Kurosaki's sister is also one of the infected souls. Toshiro finished. It looked as if they had little time to waste. "So we're all aware of the situation. Ready?" the captain asked. His 2 companions nodded, and the 3 followed their hell moths to the human world. To the aforementioned Carrot Top, the current situation felt nothing like a vacation, a chore, or a chance to see an old friend. This was Karin, his sister, and her life possibly on the line. Gripping his orange hair so tightly that he almost tore it out by the roots, Ichigo closed his eyes and focused his spiritual pressure for the 1000th time. "Where is she?" She couldn't have gone far, he reasoned. She should still be in Karakura. Sighing, Ichigo almost gave up. Spiritual energy control, much less detection, had never been his forte. He shook his head and lying back on his bed, tried harder to pinpoint Karin. After getting off of the phone with Rukia, he had been filled with dread. His sister was out there somewhere, and chances were that something had happened to her. The door creaked open. Onie-chan. Ichigo looked up in reply to Yuzu's voice. Yuzu. Is Karin back yet? He already knew the answer would be a negative. If Karin had returned, he would have felt it, no matter how bad his spiritual detection was. Yuzu shook her head worriedly and informed him, but Hiko-senpai is here. He wants to talk to you. He looks a bit odd. Slowly, Ichigo stood up and followed Yuzu out of his room. Ichigo-senpai. Having once been Hiko's upperclassman, Ichigo knew Hiko by face, and had become somewhat acquainted during one of Karin's soccer games. Immediately, Ichigo saw that Hiko was deeply disturbed. The tall and built soccer captain, usually grinning or joking around, was uncharacteristically pale and unsteady on his feet. Karin. Karin is. Taking Hiko outside of the house and out of hearing from his father and Yuzu, Ichigo grabbed Hiko by the shoulders. He asked, "What happened?" "You know what happened to Karin?" Breathing irregularly, Hiko murmured something incoherently before stammering, "She needs help." She faced off against this thing. It was Sachi. Afterwards something happened. She fell down, clutching her neck. So I went to get help, but by the time I got back she wasn't there anymore. Ichigo could barely make heads or tails out of Hiko's jumbled stutters. Furrowing his brow further, Ichigo shook Hiko a bit. "Get a hold of yourself. You're not making any sense." But before he could get anything more out of the disoriented soccer captain, a black-clothed arm shot out, covering Hiko's eyes. Taken aback, Ichigo stepped back. A familiar black-haired Shinigami caught Hiko as the boy fell back, unconscious. Flooded with mixed feelings of relief at seeing a familiar face and irritation at being thwarted from any information concerning his younger sister, Ichigo cried out, "Rukia! You're the one who needs to get a hold of yourself, idiot." Rukia scolded Ichigo, jumping up to bash down on the head of the orange-haired Shinigami. Ow! What was that for? But the sudden pain helped him regain some of his senses. Returning to more like usual self and rubbing his head, Ichigo noticed the other spiritual presences from behind and above him. Rukia hadn't come alone. Ichigo, long time no see. A busty woman with long curly hair, none other than Matsumoto Ranjaku, playfully grabbed Ichigo from behind. If Ranjaku-san was here, then the spiritual pressure on top of the roof would belong to. Ichigo glimpsed the white of a captain's cloak. Tushuru. Rolling his eyes, Tushuru corrected, "It's Hitsugaya Taicho to you, Kurosaki." Recovering, Ichigo protested, "But why'd you guys knock him out? He might know something. We'll examine his memories to analyze the situation. That will be more accurate. We need to set finding the missing souls and their corresponding bodies as our priority." Hitsugaya Tushuru informed Ichigo coolly. Jumping off from the roof and landing in front of the orange-haired Shinigami, he angled his head to look into Ichigo's eyes directly, "One of whom is possibly your sister, I believe. You weird hollow. I will exterminate you." A Shinigami with an afro was chasing after Karin. Truth be told, when she'd first espied the Shinigami, she'd been less terrified of being killed than she had been by the sudden rise in her appetite. She was a human, damn it. Afros, nor the souls they were attached to, weren't supposed to look tasty. She'd seen the bumbling Afro Shinigami around a few times, and she'd never seen him finish off a hollow even once. He was a stupid fellow, but somehow he'd found her. "You think you can hide from me? You weirdo." Mid-sentence, the man tripped over his own hakama, and landed face forward into the dirt. Getting up hastily and pretending as if nothing embarrassing had happened, the Afro Shinigami began calling her names. Under her breath, Karin muttered, "Even if I get killed, it won't be by that idiot." She was currently hiding behind a tree. Given that her peripheral vision was now severely limited on the right side by her mask, Karin peered around the tree to her left, and saw that the Afro Shinigami had moved on, presumably to search for her. She sighed in relief. In the last half-day, she'd improved at hiding her spiritual pressure considerably. Just in case, Karin further repressed her spiritual pressure and climbed into a tree. The verb climbed being used in the loosest sense. To be more accurate, she'd leapt up into it. Her body was starting to perform feats she had previously believed impossible for humans. Sure, Karin had seen Ichinii hanging around rooftops and running in the air a couple times, but she'd never imagined doing it herself. What a change, she thought. It was about time for her family to start getting worried. Karin sighed dully at the thought, and noted that the formation of her mask had slowed down after the Afro Shinigami had gone. It just proved her theory that the mask's growth slowed down when she was calmer. No hollows, no Shinigami. It's okay. Karin told herself. She was safe for now. But she was still hungry. Ranjiko peered closely at a small, framed picture in Ichigo's room. "So this is your family?" It was a picture of the scruffy Kurosaki Ishin with a headlock on Ichigo, with a young Karin and Yuzu posing normally, Yuzu perhaps a bit more cutely. Without looking up from Tushiro and Rukia's mysterious work, Ichigo gave a vague noise of assent. Though he didn't really understand how the process worked, he knew the memories they were extracting out from Hiko were important. Whatever the manner in which they were performing the operation, the cell phone seemed to be recording the memories. Kakukai memory uncover, Kakuchu memory clarify. Finally, Tushiro closed the cell phone and stood up, dusting off his haori. "That should be enough." Rukia informed Ichigo, "We've modified his memory so he won't have any recollection of what happened today. His mind will just make up a possible explanation. The kid himself didn't take any spiritual damage, so it should be fine." Tushiro commanded, "Matsumoto, take this human back to his home." Ranjiko balked at the order. "Iya. Why me?" At this, Tushiro gave her an annoyed look. "What, you want your captain to do it?" Even so, he seemed to be about to pick up the human boy. Seeing Tushiro about to acquiesce to his lieutenant and carry Hiko back himself, Ichigo cut in, "It should be fine to leave him at our clinic. My old man can look after him. Why don't we look over his memories instead?" Shrugging, the young captain replied, "Do as you like. Less work for him." Knowing that Ichigo's impatience was due to his worry, Rukia put a sympathetic hand on Ichigo's shoulder. "We'll find her." Though he gave no answer, Ichigo's eyes softened. In the few years of peace, he'd forgotten how comforting it was to have familiar Shinigami comrades around him. Sato, Ishida, and Inoue weren't around as much as before either. In fact, Ishida had gone off to Todai Tokyo Daigaku because of his good grades. Meanwhile, Tushiro flipped open the cellphone-ish device once again and after pressing a few buttons, placed it on the ground. After a moment, it emitted a whirring noise. Soon enough, it projected a large screen then began to play images. At this, Ichigo immediately dove to get a closer look at the screen. The scene seemed to be playing from Hiko's viewpoint. The voices of the recording sounded clearly. What was that sound? The girls' locker room is completely destroyed. No time to talk. Can't practice today. Tell coach sorry. That was Karin's voice. Ichigo's eyes were glued to the screen as it played the scene of Karin running by and roughly shoving people aside, followed shortly by an awkwardly moving hollow. An echoing voice shouted, "What is that thing?" in fear, and Ichigo realized with a jolt that it was Hiko's thoughts. Then the viewpoint from which they were watching began moving as well, following Karin. "Kurosaki. That thing is chasing her." Hiko thoughts sounded again. Kurosaki. Finally caught up with her. Hiko's thoughts overlapped with the sounds of his memories. Captain Hiko. Kurosaki. What is that thing? It looks like it has some skull mask. As they watched the video intently, an amusing, out-of-place thought occurred to the white-haired captain. She's thinking about taking that thing on by herself. No. I can't let her. I have to protect this girl. That human boy had feelings for Kurosaki Ichigo's younger sister. Irrelevant, but amusing nonetheless. So humans became so brash for the sake of protecting others. His turquoise eyes clouded a bit at the thought. He, too, had once been the same in order to protect the one he loved. Momo. Shaking himself free of his own thoughts, he returned to monitoring the recording. He watched, rather impressed, as Kurosaki's younger sister, in human state alone, without any sort of transformation like Sado Yasutora, or any spiritual manifestation like Inoue Orihime, single-handedly or rather, footedly defeated the hollow. Sachi. So the two had known the soul who had been a hollow. The medical squad had already found her body at school, which they had confirmed before heading to Ichigo's house. But at this point, the screen started getting fuzzy. Ichigo cursed. Oi, what's going on? Tushiro murmured, memory contamination. The trauma affected his memories. On the screen, Karin darted off to another side, and yelled, "Get down," before clamping a hand to her neck as if injured. At that moment, Tushiro suddenly leaned forward and paused the screen. Due to the contamination, the screen was dark and blurry in general, but Karin's face was clear enough for the Shinigami to see her dilated pupils, and expression of pain. After a moment of examination, Tushiro pressed play again, at which point, the memory was too damaged to reveal much more. As for the trace of white substance gathering at the edges of Kurosaki Karin's face, Tushiro was not sure if the others had noticed. While the others examined Hiko's memories again, Tushiro allowed himself to look around at the room, trying to organize his thoughts. His eyes landed on the picture Ranjaku had been looking at earlier. A family picture. TCH. Over her shoulder, Ranjaku glanced at her captain questioningly. Did you say something, Taicho? Shaking his head irritably, Tushiro replied, nothing. A family. Tushiro thought with hooded eyes. How lucky they were to have something to protect. From what the young captain could gather from the video, the younger Kurosaki had begun to undergo hollow transformation. Dilated pupils, and the beginnings of a hollow mask. It seemed that the human named Sachi had been a victim earlier in the day as well, who'd been hollowified at Karakura High School. They would not find that girl's soul. The possibility that Kurosaki's younger sister had been hollowified seemed high. Eyeing Kurosaki Ichigo, Tushiro kept this to himself for now. Some things were better left untold until confirmed. After mere moments of meditating, the Shinigami deemed the several straggler hollows vaulting haphazardly back and forth between Karakura and Hueco Mundo too dangerous to leave alone. Opening her eyes, Ranjaku asked, "Are these all the infected souls?" Checking up on the updated news, Ichigo confirmed, 5 people disappeared today. Eyes shadowed, he added, 6, including Karin. Ranjaku informed him, the medical squad posted here found 2 bodies so far. Rukia assured Ichigo, neither body belonged to your sister. And we're not saying this just to comfort you. We found a body belonging to one of the hollowified souls. Which was, Tushiro shot an annoyed glance at Ranjaku, accidentally cleansed, due to forgetfulness. Hastily, Rukia continued, the other body we found was at your old high school, belonging to that girl named Sachi, which Karin took care of. That leaves 3 souls and their bodies to find, not including your sister. Vehemently, Ichigo asserted, she's not going to be found as a body. Furrowing her brow, Rukia voiced, I can only feel 3 other hollows, wait, 2, since one just disappeared into Hueco Mundo. But neither feels like Karin. Tushiro alone said nothing, continuing to meditate. Unexpectedly, his ice-blue eyes shot open. Found another, the spiritual pressure was very faint, but from experience, he could tell it was from repression rather than weakness. None of the others had noticed that particular spiritual presence. This one was different. Hollows did not normally hide their spiritual presence, they were usually not intelligent or capable enough to do so. That this one could hide its spiritual pressure effectively meant that it was strong. He briefly considered telling Ichigo about this anomaly, before thinking better of it. Kurosaki was too emotionally invested to fulfill this mission properly, he could afford to take no chances. The chance that it was Ichigo's younger sister was 2 in 1. For now, he would have Ichigo take care of the small fry. That was, unless Kurosaki went after the one in Hueco Mundo, which could also be the sister. Standing up, Tushiro took charge. Our priority is to capture the infected souls and take them back to Soul Society. We must bring at least one of them back, for examination, at any cost. The science department said that 2 would be better. For comparison. He refrained from making a face. Let's split up to track down the hollows, and meet back here in 30 minutes. He shot a glance at Ichigo, who had opened his mouth as if to protest, to suggest what, he had no idea. Before Tushiro could say anything more, Rukia gently told Ichigo, this may be the quickest route to finding your sister. Those hollows will have information we need. The faster we confirm what's happened to her, the easier it will be to find her. Ichigo closed his mouth. Tushiro nodded, and all the Shinigami set out to track down their respective hollows. Ichigo, distracted as he was, didn't notice Tushiro slip off elsewhere. On the other hand, Ranjaku gave her captain an inquisitive look, which Tushiro returned with a warning one. Though Ranjaku frowned, she nodded. Whatever her captain had in mind, he never did things without adequate reason. And so Tushiro headed towards the direction where he felt a spiritual energy, tainted with some hollow-like properties, pulsate faintly. If Karin had thought things couldn't have gotten worse, she was obviously wrong. Sure, half a day of sitting in abject fear of what you were transforming into was tiring. Sure, running from several hollows and some half-baked Afro Shinigami was annoying. In fact, it was enough to drive any normal person off the normal cranial map of sanity. Karin was fairly sure she was off the charts there. Her thread of consciousness was constantly threatened by an irrational hunger. Half the time, it felt like something was drumming against the insides of her skull, pounding to be let out. Perhaps what partially helped Karin keep her humanity was the steady downpour of water dripping from the sky. But Karin really hated the rain. Why rain, of all things, at this time, she wondered. Rain was always a bad omen. Huddled at the base of a tree, Karin did the best she could to shelter herself from the onslaught of rain. All attempts seemed futile, however. She was already soaked to the skin. Drops of water trickled uncomfortably down her face and neck, and her uniform clung heavily to her skin with the weight of water, while Karin recalled memories she'd always wanted to forget. The day her world had fallen apart. As scenes of her brother's pale face and her mother's lifeless, bloody body flashed before her eyes, Karin buried her face in her hands, only to remember that the right side of her face was encased in a hollow mask. Lowering her hands, Karin pulled her knees to her torso, a whimper escaping her mouth. For the second time in 2 days, Karin laughed humorlessly to herself, oh, how we all fall. Indeed. At the voice, Karin leapt to her feet, whipping around to prepare for a counterattack. She hadn't felt anybody approach. Swallowing nervously, Karin tried to ignore her pounding heart as she literally felt her spiritual pressure become more rugged and gather around to widen the surface area of her mask. Her self-control seemed to be at a breaking point as she felt a nauseatingly sharp rise in her appetite. But this time, fear for her life overwhelmed her hunger. A figure began to walk forth from the shadows of the trees, and she prepared to release her spiritual pressure, until the person said, "Don't be so hasty." A silver-haired boy who seemed a bit older than her stepped out into view, his piercing turquoise eyes trained upon her. Tushiro narrowed his eyes, studying the infected soul before him. Judging how she was physically drenched to the bone, she was still in her body, it seemed. The mask was a little over half formed on her face. The other half of her face was obscured by her mess of wet black hair. The chances were half and half. He stepped out from the shade as she raised her spiritual energy in order to attack. "Stay away from me," she all but screamed at him. He rolled his eyes. Frail threats seldom worked on anyone, least of all him. But as soon as he was fully visible to her, the girl stoppered her spiritual energy and instead straightened, seemingly eyeing his Hakama and Haori. Unexpectedly, she said, "Have you come to kill me?" So she was still sane. "As good as." Tushuru replied honestly. What was the point of lying? He was here to tow her back to the Siriidii to be studied. If anything, death would be the easy way out. At this, she said, "I'm not going to hurt anybody. So just leave me alone." Pushing her wet hair out of her face, the girl looked Tushuru straight in the eye. At this, Tushuru's eyes widened. He recognized the uncovered part of her face, one he had glimpsed grinning and unmasked, albeit a bit younger, in the photo back at Ichigo's room. He had considered the possibility as a 50-50 chance, but it seemed luck truly hadn't been on his side that day. Depending on what you defined as luck, anyways. The infected soul was Kurosaki Ichigo's younger sister. And for a moment, he wavered. Perhaps it was because it was a comrade's younger sister, perhaps it was because she was still rational and fighting for her sanity. He had witnessed somebody do the same, only, she had lost. For a bit, Karin wondered if she actually should forfeit her life to the Shinigami. He seemed different from the Afro guy, cold and serious, with a spiritual pressure overwhelmingly more powerful. Anyways, even if she did walk away from the encounter alive, would it be worth it? Would she be able to live constantly fighting off the terrible hunger, and the mask? What would happen when the mask had completely formed? Yet her instinct to live seemed to still flare strongly within her, because as soon as she saw the Shinigami hesitate for a moment, she hightailed it, using some form of movement she had never experienced before. One moment, she was a mere meter away from the Shinigami, the next, she was several hundred meters away. If he hadn't been presented with such a dilemma, Tushuru would have been impressed with the technique that the younger Kurosaki had used, which seemed to be some cross between Shunpa and Sonido. He could still feel traces of her spiritual energy. He could have caught up to her in a heartbeat, she wouldn't have gotten away unless he'd let her. Chapter 4. The second encounter. She'd only gotten away because he'd let her. Pondering this, Tushuru stood, confused. Why exactly had he let her go? It had been well within his power to capture the infected soul right then and there. There was no point thinking too much on it. But it was time to meet up with the other Shinigami. Casting one last look in the direction Kurosaki Karin's had launched off into, Tushuru leapt into the air, hoping the cool air would distract him from his own thoughts. As expected, the young captain was the first to reach the rendezvous point. Then one by one, his companions arrived not long after, each with their reports. The reports themselves, however, varied in quality according to each Shinigami. Very rarely were brawn and brain ever distributed in remotely proportional quantities. The flying type hollow was restrained and sent to Soul Society at 8:42 p.m., and according to the medical team, the soul matches with one of the bodies they found while we were searching for the hollows. Rukia reported efficiently. Then she lost some of her professional-like manner as she continued, and it may not be my place to say, but I feel the families deserve to know. Tushuru agreed. We'll leave the bodies in more noticeable places. Turning towards his lieutenant, he prompted, so. Examining her nails, Ranjiku recited as if bored, I caught the other hollow in Karakura and had the medical squad come pick it up. They found the corresponding body in the area, too. After a bit of a pause, during which Tushuru turned his expectant gaze to Ichigo, the Shinigami in question scratched his head and muttered somewhat sheepishly, well, the medical squad couldn't reach me in Hueco Mundo, and I didn't know how to subdue it with Kidu spells, so I just cleansed it. And I dunno what happened to the body. Tushuru suppressed a sigh. It was to be expected. So 2 out of 3 had successfully managed to subdue the hollows and recover the respective bodies. That left one body to find. Ichigo's sister was still in her physical body. The medical team had gotten the soul samples needed for inspection. But Ichigo's response bothered him some. Maybe he should have Kachiki Rukia spend some time to teach the strength-based Shinigami some Kidu spells, to branch out his skills. That careless. Tushuru thought irately, what if it had been his own sister? He realized after a moment, the oddity of being bothered by the status of Ichigo's sister. That was Kurosaki's business, Tushuru thought to himself, not his. Well, we'll start by leaving the recovered bodies in more noticeable places, in our spirit forms. It won't do to get our Giges arrested. As they carried the bodies to places where people would notice them, Tushuru thought, with 2 of the holification victims procured, he no longer needed to drag Kurosaki's sister back to Siriidii, but it was his job to eliminate any potential threats. Wondering why nobody had ever thought of this earlier, Tushuru turned to Rukia. I think this guy had better learn, he jerked his head toward Ichigo, some Kidu basics. It's a shame that one of the strongest spiritual entities around doesn't know even the simplest restraining spell. Ichigo protested, hey. I've already tried Kidu spells. Idiot. Then we'll just train harder. Rukia interrupted him. The poor man seemed rather henpecked when it came to Rukia. The deceptively small Shinigami handled Ichigo rather roughly. Tushuru himself explained nothing of what he had discovered to the others. Though Tushuru could tell Ranjaku was curious, he knew she wouldn't pry. She trusted him that much, at least. As he'd expected, Kurosaki's strength lay with his raw strength, and less with his finesse. Rather unsuited for small missions, Tushuru noted. Hopefully Kuchiki would be able to fix that matter, if only a little. And of course the man would ask about any traces of Karin. None of the infected souls or bodies belonged to her, right? The hollow I took care of had a different face behind the skull mask. If Ichigo were informed about the state Karin was in now, no doubt the hot-headed Shinigami would charge off to find her. But what would he do then? The orange-haired Shinigami's sense of duty would not allow him to let a danger to civilians get away. But he could hardly kill his own sister. No, it was best to wait for more information. Perhaps the researchers could come up with a cure for the holification infection. He should check it up with Urahara as well. After silently calculating the best choices, Tushuru simply said, "Patience, Kurosaki. The researchers will find something." However, in a corner of his mind, he wondered to himself, the best choices for whom? It didn't seem to be Soul Society. But he shoved those thoughts aside and instead brought up the matter of where each of the Shinigami would stay. At this, Kuchiki Rukia eagerly turned to Ichigo. "Ichigo. I hope you've kept my closet clean while I was gone." Ranjaku pondered, "I wonder if I should go visit Orihime-chan." But she turned and grinned towards Ichigo and said coyly, "But you'll let me stay over too, right?" All the while, Tushuru kept an eye on Kurosaki Karin's whereabouts. Later that night, after procuring Jigai, Tushuru lay awake on the roof of Ichigo's house, where the other 2 were staying. They'd been welcomed as Ichigo's university friends. Thankfully, the family made no comment on Tushuru's young age. The family seemed rather preoccupied with Karin's disappearance. The father nearly went berserk when Yuzu offered the explanation, "Maybe it's a boy. I've seen her hang out with Sita-senpai a lot lately." Of course, Ichigo knew differently. Tushuru, on the other hand, raised a brow at this. Not only the boy they had extracted the memories from, but this Sita as well. This Kurosaki girl must have been popular. Rolling his eyes, he informed the Ichigo that he would find his own place to stay. Feeling the roof tiles press against his back, Tushuru thought back to the decisions he'd made that day. For everything he'd done, it seemed as if the priority had primarily been the well-being of Kurosaki and his sister. It surprised him that most of his thoughts had inadvertently geared towards keeping Kurosaki's sister in the human world for as long as possible. It was as if he'd already made up his mind about what to do about her. Fiddling with his cell phone briefly before snapping it shut, Toshiro sat up. The rain had stopped some time ago, thankfully. Karin sat under a tree with her eyes closed, looking for all the world like a normal sleeping teenager, if one ignored her half-formed mask and her location of choice. Or rather, lack of choice. But of course, Karin was awake. Who knew what would happen if she succumbed to unconsciousness? In her mind's eye, she recalled the eyes of the Shinigami from earlier that day, irises of cold turquoise. An unfamiliar color she had never seen in a person's eyes before, filled with an emotion she was all too familiar with. After all, she too, and even her brother, at some point or another, had looked on at the world with those same types of eyes, the eyes of a lone wolf. Speaking of which, Karin opened her eyes. Go ahead, kill me. I don't even care anymore. Impressive detection, Toshiro thought. He stepped out from behind a tree. But he made no other move. It wouldn't do to scare off the target. Not that it seemed like she would run away, given her previous statement. Running an eye over his modern garb, a collared shirt over a tee, along with jeans, Karin guessed, a fake body. Jigai, were they called? The Shinigami noted, you know a lot for a human. This made Karin snort. If your older brother been running around exterminating hollows for the past 4 years, you'd pick up a few things too, if only for your own survival. Not to mention she'd started spying on Ichigo after a while. Jigai had been only one of the many words she'd picked up from dialogues between Ichigo and Rukia. Suddenly, the Shinigami shoved something under her nose. Wrinkling her nose, Karin pulled back sharply. What are you? Eat. The boy interrupted her. He was holding a rice ball out to her. She looked from the Shinigami to the rice ball in his hand uncertainly. After a brief stare down, she said as if he was a slight bit crazy, I'm not hungry for. Impatiently, he shoved the rice ball into Karin's hands. I know this isn't the food you're craving. But it's better than nothing. Your non-hollow half will be sated, at least. She wasn't in the habit of taking food from someone whose name she didn't even know, but the idea of vanquishing at least one of her appetites was appealing. Hesitantly, Karin unwrapped and took a bite into the rice ball. Though she chewed slowly at first, she began to dig in. She felt enormous relief at how at least a part of her hunger was ebbing away. But it made her all the more aware of the other hunger that gnawed away within her. At that point, the boy plopped down opposite of her, leaning back against a nearby tree. Karin stiffened at his proximity, but continued to eat. Awkward silence ensued, broken every now and then by sounds of chewing. Karin first tried to focus on the type of seaweed wrapped around the rice ball, next on the salmon embedded at the center of the rice ball, and then made herself think about which store the boy could have bought it from. Probably some convenience store nearby. But as hard as she tried to overlook it, the intensity of the boy's turquoise gaze was getting to her. It seemed to slice through all her thoughts and continuously prick at her. Karin shifted uncomfortably under this scrutiny. Her eating slowed. Halfway through the rice ball, she'd had enough of trying to ignore him, and shot him a look. I appreciate the food, but will you stop staring at me? He shifted his gaze slightly to the side, but Karin could sense he was still examining her. As if the food wasn't hard enough to stomach already. Even so, she polished off the rice ball, liking the individual grains of rice off her fingertips. After the last grain of rice had disappeared, she turned to face her supposed benefactor properly. So why aren't you killing me? As soon as the words left her lips, Karin winced internally. Not the way she had intended her "thank you" to come out, but a valid question nonetheless. The answer was unexpected. No. Unexpected and unhelpful. She sighed. Were all male Shinigami this taciturn? Perhaps it was a job requirement. Granted, her brother had been a man of few words for almost as long as she could remember, long before he had become a Shinigami. Closing her eyes, she didn't ask any further. After a while, the boy elaborated on his previous answer, maybe because I know your brother. His words caught Karin off guard. It took her a moment to realize that the boy was still answering her question about why he was providing her with help. So the boy knew who she was. Karin voiced her curiosity. You're one of my brother's comrades, then. Giving her a cold stare, the boy, she had long since switched her internal labeling from, the Shinigami, to, the boy, replied, that's none of your business. Affronted, Karin thought inwardly, of course it's my business, he's my brother. But verbally, she didn't even bother to counter this baffling logic. She was tired enough. The high-strung atmosphere resumed once again. After a stifling few minutes that felt like a few hours, she accidentally broke the tension first with an irrepressible yawn. The boy spoke again. Sleep. Your spiritual pressure should be able to hold off the holification process for a while longer. Eyeing him distrustfully, Karin said, and get eaten by hollows or wiped off by Shinigami? No thanks. He met her gaze without wavering. I'll stay here. You'll be fine. Despite usually despising charity, Karin figured it was smarter to accept the boy's offer. She'd already accepted food from him anyways. If he'd been planning to kill her, he'd had plenty of chances. Tired as she was, Karin decided that the Grand Inquisition surely heading the boy's way could wait another day. She was already thinking of questions that she would ask as she drifted off to sleep. Who was he? Why was he helping her? Did her brother know what had happened? What was happening to her? What was? Her eyes closed as she drifted into sleep. Ugh. Sunlight was pricking her eyes. Karin mumbled, Yuzu, close the blinds. Blearily, it struck her that the bed felt oddly lumpy. That would be because. Oh. She was sleeping on dirt and tree root. Sitting up, Karin heaved a sigh. Of course. She wasn't imaginative enough to have dreamed up such an elaborative nightmare. For some reason, the previous day seemed so surreal. That would explain why she was relatively calm. The paranoia had somewhat left after sleeping. I'm parched. She croaked out. She was hungry too, but thirst was a less dangerous feeling. Especially since the hunger wasn't physical. So she focused on her thirst. I remember seeing water around somewhere. Karin looked around. Getting up and dusting her skirt off, which was already messy from the dirt, rain, and consequent mud, Karin headed off in the general direction where she remembered the lake being. Bingo! Catching sight of a willow tree, Karin stumbled over. Sure enough, the wonderful substance called H2O lay beyond the drooping tree. Kneeling at the edge of the lake, she dipped her hands into the water. The first sip effectively woke her. The second and third gulps brought back clear thought, and the fourth finally quenched her thirst. Briefly, Karin spotted her reflection in the stilling water. The mask had formed over all of her forehead and nose, her right cheek, and almost reached her mouth on the right side. The single eye behind the mask glinted eerily. Angrily, Karin punched her liquid reflection. It didn't change anything, but she took what little satisfaction she could from venting. I'll feel better once I'm clean. She told herself. Without further thought, Karin dove into the lake. The shock of the cold water prevented her from thinking unnecessary thoughts. Slowly, she surfaced, weighed down by all her clothes. Doggy paddling awkwardly over to the shallower part of the lake, Karin stood up, dripping, and stripped off her clothes. She waded and ducked down into the lake again, her body slowly adjusting to the water temperature. Feeling somewhat cleaner, Karin got out of the lake and was wringing out her uniform, when she felt a familiar presence approach. She swore. In her morning haze, she had completely forgotten about the boy from the day before. Hastily tossing aside her uniform, Karin quickly dove into the lake again, just in time to hear an irritable voice call out, "Kurosaki." Crossing her arms over her chest and submerging herself to her chin, Karin called back, "What do you want?" The white-haired Shinigami dashed out from the trees. Spotting Karin, he scowled. "Taking a swim, huh? I spent half the morning looking for you." She had a right to be clean as well. Annoyed, Karin parried, "You said you'd keep watch until I was awake. You're the one who left first." Never mind, she hadn't even noticed his absence. Karin knew she was being uncharacteristically childish, but she did not want to lose an argument to this secretive, rude boy whose name she didn't even know. "Without further ado," said rude boy ordered, "get out." Karin backed out deeper into the lake at this. She yowled, "Why? You don't plan on swimming the whole day, do you?" He raised an eyebrow. She could feel her cheeks getting red with anger. "What's it to you? I can't stay here and play bodyguard the whole time, now can I?" He said sarcastically. "So I'm going to teach you survival basics." Karin's eye twitched. If she got any angrier, she felt the water might boil around her. "I can survive in the wild just fine. I learned how to camp." The boy's patience seemed to be wearing thin as well. Tapping his foot. He responded, "Not for the wild. For hollows." So that's what he meant. Cooling down a bit, Karin told him, "Turn around then." That caught him off guard. "What?" Glowering at him, Karin repeated, "Turn around. Or do you want to show while I get dressed?" Upon realization, the boy turned red. Quickly, he turned around, to allow her to dress herself. Emerging from the water and donning her still wet clothes, Karin informed him, "You can turn around now." He turned around rather cautiously. Giving her a once-over, he blinked once, and hastily turned around again. He threw his jacket over his shoulder. Karin caught it, somewhat bemused. "What's this for?" In a rough voice, he answered, "You might want to cover up a bit." The line sounded somewhat familiar to Karin. Flashback. "The heck's this for, Captain? I have my own towel in my locker. Just thought you might want to cover up a bit." End flashback. Karin rolled her eyes, but her lips quirked into a hint of a smile. "So I just sit here?" Karin was hard-pressed for patience. Meditation was not her type of thing. The boy gave her a warning look. "If you meditate properly, you should be able to hold off the hollowification process for longer. Not to mention you'll hide your spiritual presence better." Suppressing a sigh, Karin straightened her posture and closed her eyes. Immediately, she could feel the difference. As if the boy could tell what she was feeling, he said, "That's right. It makes a difference. So keep meditating until I come back." Cracking an eye open, Karin asked, "When will you be back?" The boy replied, "Nightfall." She would be bored for a while. Crinkling her face up, Karin tossed back, "And bring back some food while you're at it." "Whatever." The busty lieutenant greeted her captain by cracking open a window. Unable to withhold her curiosity, she asked Tushuru, "So where were you the whole night?" Tushuru shrugged. He could hardly own to having kept watch over Ichigo's sister the whole night. He had briefly left to dispatch a report to Soul Society, and Karin had disappeared for a swim at that time. Hastily, he switched subjects to take Ranjiku's mind off the subject at hand. "So, what happened while I was gone?" As soon as the phrase left his lips, he knew he had made a mistake. It was uncharacteristic of him to ask. Luckily for Tushuru, Ranjiku missed the mark completely and guessed, "Taicho, have you got yourself a girlfriend? I guess you're at that age." Face flushing, Tushuru vehemently insisted, "It's not like that." Ranjiku covered a giggle with a hand, and said, "But there is a girl." Tushuru fought the urge to slap his forehead. He asked in a last-ditch attempt to distract Ranjiku, "Have the bodies been found by humans?" Growing serious, Ranjaku nodded. It was all over the news. One of the bodies was mauled, right? They're blaming it on some beast, but they can't determine what species. And they have no clue about the cause of death for the other corpses. Grimly, Toshiro replied, they would have no idea. Karin was struggling with meditating. The metaphorical clock was ticking oh so slowly and her patience and ability to concentrate was running low. With a sigh, she opened her eyes. She had predicted it, but this was beyond boring. Hiding her spiritual pressure was like second nature to Karin now that she had run around being chased by hollows and Shinigami, and meditating had been the final straw. Let's just rest. She curled up and fell asleep. That was how Toshiro found Karin that evening. He stared down at the sleeping girl whose face was half covered with a mask. Oi. When she didn't respond, he spoke a little louder. Oi. When Karin's only answer was to roll over, Toshiro grit his teeth and bent over, his face close to her ear and shouted, "Oh I." Startled, Karin woke up. Whoa. Where's the fire? She asked stupidly. She had dreamt a normal dream at first where she was playing a soccer game. Then it turned into a nightmare where she transformed into a hollow and a certain white-haired Shinigami had come to exterminate her, but she was back to normal before she knew it, the way you sometimes do in dreams. Then suddenly the boy was a firefighter and her house was on fire. But now Karin was awake, saw the irate captain, and noticed she was still in the forest. She promptly forgot about the scary dream and said, "Oh, it's just you. What do you want?" A vein popped out on the boy's forehead and he all but yelled, "What do you want?" "I spend all that time waiting in line at the convenience store and that's all you can say. What do you want?" "I want some appreciation." At this, Karin perked up. "You brought food?" Toshiro reconsidered giving her the rice ball and crackers but thought better of it and sulkily nodded. He tossed the whole plastic bag to Karin and she nimbly caught it. Then she dug into it rather enthusiastically. "Mouth full," she said, "I couldn't meditate for the whole day. I got tired and fell asleep." "Ping an eyebrow," Toshiro said acidly, "I noticed." He sat down cross-legged in front of Karin intending to ask her about her brother, but she beat him to it. Forcing a casual tone, she asked, "You didn't tell Ichi and I about me, did you?" And upon seeing the boy shake his head, she heaved a private sigh of relief. But this relief didn't last long, because the boy cut it short. "You can't run from him forever." Avoiding his turquoise gaze, Karin abruptly changed the subject. "What's the point of meditating again?" Chapter 5. Shaken up. Hitsugaya Toshiro was gathering information. Due to his status as captain, he had access to the Siriidi's past records from his cell phone. According to these records, there had already been a vanishing souls case around a century back, which had led to the holification of souls that were Shinigami lieutenant level and higher. But this infection of souls was different. It affected wandering souls who had already died, even if they had no spiritual power. The souls did not vanish, but all turned into lower-class hollows. The source of infection was by needle, which had the ability to eject and holofy the soul of any human it was shot into. Human doctors couldn't trace it because they didn't know what to look for, but Siriidi examiners had declared before they went back, that the abandoned bodies of the holified spirits also carried traces of what was supposed to be a purely spiritual infection. Because the strain of the current infection was different from the one from a century ago, there was no guarantee that Karin could turn into a Vazard in the case that her mask fully formed. More likely an extremely powerful hollow. In the meantime, the cases of infected souls steadily increased. More and more people were reported missing, and more bodies were discovered without any apparent cause of death, or mauled by some sort of beast. When Sachi's body turned up, it was all over the news, and the Karakura High went into mourning. These days, Kurosaki Ishin remained in a perpetually grim mood. He even acted abnormally, burying himself in newspapers, immersing himself into TV, and reading magazines whenever he had spare time. During the day, the Shinigami were out and about cleansing hollows and reporting the cases of hollowifications, not to mention leaving the bodies where humans could find them. On one particular excursion Rukia asked, "Hitsugaya Taishu, shouldn't we call for backup?" Ranjaku put her 2 cents in. "At this rate, we can't keep up." Ichigo frowned, worried. "We should seriously consider calling for reinforcements. We really need to capture the culprit, don't we? Let's wait a little longer." To everyone's surprise, Tushuru advised. Privately, Tushuru had considered getting back up as well. But the problem was Karin. Tushuru had a hidden motive for holding off on calling for reinforcements. It would be problematic if someone with keen spiritual detecting powers, which was all too possible considering the mission of capturing the culprit, was sent and discovered Kurosaki Karin. He had gone through all the trouble of teaching her how to meditate. Tushuru told himself, it would be a shame if he let it go all to waste. Later, said young captain and the hollowifying girl were meditating. Or trying to. Karin had gotten better at meditation, but she was still not used to sitting and concentrating all day and all night. She gave up for the umpteenth time that day and groaned, stretching and leaning back against a tree. "I'm bored," she groused. She did not dare ask Tushuru for news of anything or anyone, because he looked so grim all the time. Rolling his eyes, Tushuru shot back, "Tell me about it. I'm stuck babysitting when I could be living a peaceful life back in Siriidii." Well, not really peaceful, but relatively so, considering all the stress he was going through to keep Karin's whereabouts a secret. Karin wrinkled her nose at him. "I think there was insult in there, but I'm choosing to ignore it." The two had developed a kind of mutual tolerance after a while, a vast improvement from their first encounter, one frightened and the other out to exterminate. But there were still times when they rubbed each other the wrong way. Such as this time. After a moment of dull silence, Karin said out of the blue, "Tell me a story." At this, Tushuru looked at Karin incredulously. He almost said, "A story. I don't know if you've noticed yet, but you're undergoing hollowification," but upon seeing her expectant eyes, the words stopped right in his throat. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "I'm not good with stories," trying to make an excuse, at the same time looking around for an escape. But Karin cut in, "I don't really care whether it's good or not." Helplessly, Tushuru racked his brain for some remotely interesting story. When none came to mind, his mind cast back to one Momo had told him back when they were children, before the Shinigami Academy, before the Winter War, before Sheed. He hesitated before asking, "Do you believe in God?" Karin thought about it. "Well, seeing as how Shinigami exist, I suppose, he doesn't exist." For the first time, the boy laughed. "Well, it's a contended idea even in Soul Society. For this story, let's assume God does exist." Nodding, Karin noted that the boy's face, usually lacking emotion, looked almost wistful. After taking a deep breath, the boy started the story. There was a man who had lost his first love to a rival. But eventually, he moved on and married another woman, and raised a family. However, he continued to observe his rival from afar. The rival looked like he was doing well. When the man eventually died, he asked God, "Why did you allow my rival to do so well with life when he stole my first love from me?" The boy paused, and the wind shuffled through his silver hair. Turning to Karin, the boy continued on. God said, "You think so?" Then God showed to him a big tree with innumerable pieces of paper hanging from it. God motioned to them, saying, "These pieces of paper have the stories of individuals written on them. Read them and choose one, and I will send you back to Earth to live that very life." God motioned to one paper, "This was your rival's life." The boy sighed, the man, of course, read the paper. When he finished reading, the man had tears in his eyes. He said, "I didn't know his life was so painful." God asked him, "Will you reconsider?" The man answered, "I don't want to live his life." Karin blinked. When she had asked for a story she had meant a funny one, not a serious one, though with the boy's personality she should have expected the latter. Wistfulness vanishing from his face, the boy looked away from Karin and said brusquely, "The moral is to not judge people on what you see. You may think you're the only one with troubles, but you're not. People all have hidden troubles." After telling the story, Toshiro sat back, rather subdued. It reminded him of her and she still made his heart ache. He closed his eyes. Momo. Karin lay down on the grass of the forest, thinking about the story she had just heard, looking up at the navy blue evening sky tinged with the blush of the setting sun, partially obscured by tree branches. Did this mean the boy also had hidden troubles? It certainly suggested it. By the third day, though they didn't voice it, Yuzu and Isshin seemed terrified that she would turn up as an unmarked corpse like Sachi. For the sake of the rest of his family, Ichigo pretended to receive a phone call from the mysteriously disappeared Karin, using soccer camp as a made-up excuse. "Karin? Is that you? Where have you been these last 2 days? We were so worried about you," Ichigo said in an overly staged voice that caused Rukia to hide her face from withheld laughter. He shot her a warning look that conveyed, "Shut up, this is the best I can do." Then he continued in the same loud voice, "What? You're at a soccer camp? All right then, I'll tell them. Bye." He shot a dirty look at Rukia who was still straining to hold in her laughter. Overhearing Ichigo's side of the conversation from her place at the sink, Yuzu looked very relieved when Ichigo and Rukia walked into the kitchen. Reverting a little back to her normal self, she pet her head curiously and stated, "Strange. She never mentioned a soccer camp. Plus she didn't take a change of clothes, and from what I know, the rest of the soccer team members are still at school." Sighing, Yuzu said, "Well, I guess it's just a relief that she isn't another victim from the serial disappearances and mysterious deaths. But when she comes back, she going to have to explain herself?" Yuzu continued angrily. "Really, making us all worry like that?" Gripping the spatula tightly, she mixed the batter vehemently. Nervously, Ichigo interrupted, "I'm sure there's a good reason." Wrinkling her nose disapprovingly, Yuzu said, "Oniai-chan, you're so cold. Aren't you even worried? Karin-chan's never done this before. Disappearing for 2 days and calling suddenly from a soccer camp." Though Yuzu was skeptical of the soccer camp excuse Karin had used, nevertheless, that was what she told the classmates who asked where Karin was. She didn't suspect that it was not Karin who had really called. Later that day, Yuzu saw the soccer team captain walking down the hallway. Hiko wore a black armband, as did many other students in the school, to mourn for Sachi. She went up to him and asked what had happened on the day that the girls' locker room had collapsed. When asked the question, Hiko's reply was convoluted. "I was standing and talking to a teammate about how Sachi had suddenly disappeared." He trailed off and swallowed the lump that rose in his throat when he thought of how one of his friends had died, but when Yuzu gave him an encouraging look, he continued wanly, "When a bulldozer accidentally hit the girls' locker room. I saw Kurosaki running out of there so I chased after her, but on the way, there was a burglary I just couldn't ignore." Here Hiko scratched his head as if embarrassed. "So I was sidetracked by chasing down the culprit, but it seems I was knocked out instead. So that's why you were at our clinic," Yuzu said thoughtfully. "Say, Yuzu, you know where your twin is?" He realized it sounded like he was overly worried, and hastily added, "Not that I'm worried, but our team needs her for this year's nationals and she hasn't been showing up to practice lately. Yuzu murmured, "She called Oniai-chan, saying that she was at a soccer camp." Hiko looked confused. "But I haven't heard anything about a soccer camp, and I'm a captain." Looking around to make sure nobody was listening, Yuzu leaned close to Hiko. She whispered in his ear, "Personally, I think she's out with a guy." "What?" Hiko exclaimed in a loud voice before Yuzu quickly shushed him, as they had attracted quite a few glances from fellow students. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "That tomboy Kurosaki? How rude." "This is my twin you're talking about," protested Yuzu. He put up his hands in defense. No, not that she's incapable of getting a guy, it's just so unbelievable. But his words were tinged with what felt suspiciously like jealousy. Unaware of this, Yuzu continued, I'm just worried about who the boy is. Looking earnestly up at Hiko, she said, if he's a bad guy, Karin isn't safe. Hiko clenched his fists at the thought. He would have to investigate this. On the 5th day after she had met the boy, Karin knew almost everything there that was known clearly about her condition. She was turning into a hollow, and the way things looked now, with her case of still being in her body and all, there was little to no hope of turning back into a whole, normal human. The moment her mask completed, her body would reject her soul, and she would turn into a mindless hollow. But she refused to give up hope. Stubbornness ran in the Kurosaki blood. During the day, she kept on meditating, since the boy had told her that meditating might slow down the hollowification process. During the evening she caught up on all 3 meals, compressed into one. Karin grew thinner, something she noticed when she bathed. She looked at her reflection in the water disgustedly. Experimentally flexing her bicep, then her quadriceps, and she found them less voluminous than before. Ugh! I'm losing all my muscle. Unduly annoyed at her hard-earned muscles' rapid disappearance, Karin began to exercise as much as her body allowed her in between her meditation sessions, and saved some of her rice balls for breakfast. Karin wondered why she even bothered bathing anymore. Every bath she took, she steadily smelled more and more like a wet dog. Not wanting to become a tree killer, she didn't ask the boy to buy her soap, as the suds harmed the environment. In return, she didn't get any closer to being clean. Instead, she briefly considered asking the boy to get her some fresh clothes, since he knew her brother, but thought better of it. Anyways, she didn't quite dare ask such an audacious request. She also didn't want a boy rummaging through her underclothes. And, grimy as she was, it was improbable that a change of clothes would make her feel cleaner. Besides, Ichi and I would probably get suspicious, not to mention that Yuzu always did the laundry without fail, and took inventory of the clothes while she was at it. The cases of infected souls continued. The Shinigami had their work cut out chasing after the culprit hid his spiritual presence and escaped quickly. And there was no way to predict the culprit's next move. They had taken to staking out sites where ghosts hung around, but the ghosts had already all been hollowified and consequently cleansed. Ichigo still hadn't given up on finding Karin. Unaware that Tushuru had already found her, he was set on practicing Kidou spells in order to improve his spiritual detection skills. Other times his depression left him severely handicapped. The only time he returned to his normal self was when Rukia bullied him, which she happily did whenever he trained. The orange-haired Shinigami shouted, Hada 33, Sukatsui, only to have the spell explode back into his own face. That's not the way you should do it. And I told you to use the incantation because you're a newbie to Kidou spells. Rukia yelled, pulling Ichigo's ear close to her mouth to better get her point across. Ripping his ear out from her grip, Ichigo winced from the resulting pain and held his red ear as he retorted, then you show me. Tushuru observed Ichigo while he trained, his greenish-blue eyes following the taller Shinigami. Many times, he had considered telling him about his younger sister. But Tushuru had Soul Society's well-being in mind as well. Kidou training would do Ichigo some good. Meanwhile, Ranjaku teased Tushuru mercilessly about his girlfriend. When Tushuru happened to heave a sigh for some reason, she snickered, girl giving you trouble, and giggled when he stiffened and glared at her. It's okay, don't be embarrassed. It's natural at your age. Another time, when she was flicking idly through a magazine, Ranjaku asked casually, how's it going with the girl? Grinding his teeth, Tushuru told himself to ignore her questions. He clammed up or changed the topic whenever the subject came up, afraid of what Ranjaku might glean from his vague answers. In this case, he switched topics, standing up and saying, I'm going to make a report to Soul Society, requesting extra time for finding the infected souls. And while I'm at it, I'll ask for an update on the information found on the infected souls that we caught. Ranjiku called after him, "Is this an excuse to spend extra time with the girl?" While meditating when the boy was gone, Karin had focused enough to block out the ambient sounds of the forest. She had submerged into the darkness of her consciousness. Suddenly, she was jolted out of this state by a sharp cracking sound. She saw, no, felt, the little over half-formed mask shatter and fall off her face. Looking down at the white shards of the mask laying on the ground before they disintegrated, she registered what this meant. For the first time in days, Karin tentatively touched the right side of her face. It was smooth flesh. Excited, she ran to the lake to look at her reflection. She saw for a precious brief moment, her normal face, but her joy was cut short when she saw the mask reforming before her very eyes. She watched in disbelief. Soon enough, it was covering over half her face again. Karin wanted to collapse in despair, but that was uncharacteristic for her, so she firmed up her knees. But that the mask had briefly shattered in itself gave Karin hope that hollowification was reversible. She returned to meditating with fresh determination. When the boy returned that evening with more food, she chomped away at the rice ball at a higher speed than usual. The boy seemed to notice the difference in speed of consumption from previous days and raised a brow. "Why the hurry?" Karin choked on a mouthful of rice while trying to explain. The boy hurriedly handed her a bottle of water so she could wash down the rice grains. Swallowing and coughing, Karin gratefully accepted the water bottle. The boy watched her gulping the water and shook his head. "Serves you right for trying to talk with your mouth full." This statement earned him a very dirty look. Once Karin had cleared her throat, she resumed explaining, "While I was meditating today, briefly, my mask came off." She paused to gauge his reaction. If the boy was shocked, he didn't show it. "Well, since the mask has obviously reformed, I wanted to try meditating once again, to see if I can hold it off for longer." Karin finished. Inside, Tushuru was wondering if this had really could happen. Had she imagined it from wishful thinking? Assuming it had happened, Tushuru pondered, does this mean that hollowification in process is curable? Is it her strong spiritual pressure? Or if the others had been taught meditation, would they react in the same way? With this in mind, without a word, they returned to meditating. Over the next several days, Karin managed to crack the mask many times, with the same result, the mask reformed each time. But every time it seemed that she was diving deeper into her consciousness. She didn't tell the boy about this, however. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. And truth be told, Tushuru did happen to have a lot on his mind. Between Karin claiming to have broken the mask several times, none of which he had been present for, and Ichigo's worries nagging on his mind, 2/3 of the Kurosaki siblings kept his mind occupied. While they were supposedly meditating, Karin sneaked a look at the boy. Why was it when he was here, she couldn't crack the mask? She had no qualms when he came carrying food as a peace offering, at least that was what she thought of it anyways, but the other times he came it was just so awkward, she couldn't concentrate on meditating. It was like she couldn't focus when there were other people present. She shrugged, making a mental note to tell the boy not to stay as long for a while. Meanwhile, at school, Hiko had taken to interrogating the members of the soccer team. When he asked them what they thought about Karin, they all looked confused and shrugged, answers ranging from, "I treat her like a sister," to, "Well, she's basically a guy." None of the answers gave any hint that they considered Karin as anything beyond a friend with the shared interest of soccer. But he suspected them all anyways, especially Sita. "Come on, spit it out. You and Kurosaki were going out, weren't you?" Taken aback by this blunt accusation, Sita missed Hiko's pass that they were doing for the drill. Not that Sita was going to deny having feelings for the girl, which actually were more friendly than romantic, but why was Hiko asking? Had he realized his own feelings? "Why are you asking?" Sita cautiously asked while retrieving the soccer ball and passing it back to Hiko. At this query, Hiko looked like he was at a loss for words. Why was he worried about Kurosaki meeting up with another guy? What did he care? And if Karin's guy really was Sita, he was a good guy, so there was no need to worry, was there? As Hiko passed the ball back to Sita absently, he pondered why it bothered him so much, before his thoughts were interrupted when the coach called the members to gather. As usual, Coach Sasaki looked around for Kurosaki Karin. Is Kurosaki sick? She's missed several practices now. Well, she'd better get better soon, the district tournament is coming up. The members murmured amongst themselves. One team member raised his hand and spoke, I heard she called from a soccer camp. Are there any soccer camps in progress? The coach looked confused. No, not in this district, anyways. So she's AWOL. His brow furrowed. After a moment of thought, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, well, let's discuss this later. Scrimmage time. In case you don't know, AWOL is an acronym for, absent without leave. It originates from the military, now used with crucial jobs as well. At that point, soccer and school was the furthest thing from Karin's mind. All she could think of was getting the mask off. She concentrated hard, and sure enough, she fell into the same state as when she had broken the mask before. But this time, she heard a voice echoing through her head. The voice was unearthly, sounding like several voices with different pitches speaking at once, overlapping, cacophonous. You're doing a good job of resisting me. It echoed from all around the darkness that was starting to take shape. Karin floated through this warping darkness. Who are you? She shouted mentally. The voice chuckled, sounding more like a demon than not, and ignored her question. Let's see how long you can last. With a gasp, Karin opened her eyes, doubling over, breathing raggedly. Putting a hand to her face, she discovered that her mask hadn't cracked this time. Kurosaki. What's wrong? Asked a familiar husky voice. Trembling, Karin looked up. It was the boy, laden with food per usual. Upon seeing the boy, Karin hurtled towards him, sending grocery bags flying everywhere, burying her face into his chest. The boy seemed taken aback by the sudden embrace. Placing a hand on her arm, he asked again, what happened? Tightening her arms around the boy, Karin whispered, there was a voice in my head. Ash stopped when she realized her description sounded kind of like schizophrenia. It was uncharacteristic of her to rely on others, so placing her hands on the boy's chest, Karin pushed herself away from him. She met his gaze squarely and said in a steadier voice, I was meditating, and I heard a voice that said that I was doing a good job of resisting it. She became agitated when she recalled the voice. Toshiro noticed more of her mask had formed, and was forming now before his eyes. Weakening, she pleaded, will that hollow take over once the mask forms completely? Toshiro had no words to give her. He took her wrist and pulled her close in an embrace. Karin closed her eyes, relaxing in the boy's arms despite herself. Looking at the figure fast asleep from exhaustion beside him, Toshiro heaved a sigh, thinking, what to do with her. Chapter 6. Names. The next morning, Karin was quieter than usual. Toshiro noticed this but didn't ask, not out of consideration on which he considered to have been given the shorter end of the stick, but because he knew what was wrong. She was afraid to meditate. The mask's surface area had increased, too, from her distress yesterday. Moreover, the initial distance between the two had returned, wider than ever. Karin didn't so much as look up when Toshiro stood up. With all these snowballing to make the atmosphere very heavy, he left the forest without a word. When Toshiro arrived back at the Kurosaki residence, there was someone waiting at the front door. It was lucky that Toshiro used the rooftops to travel, because he would have been spotted by that boy otherwise. He looked familiar, and Toshiro realized that it was the boy that they had extracted the memories about Karin from. Anyways, they had replaced the boy's memories of the day they had extracted his memories, so Toshiro didn't have any reason to worry. Uninterested, he lay back on the roof. Yuzu was setting out breakfast on the table, when she heard the doorbell of the Kurosaki clinic ring. She wondered, who could it be in the morning? After hastily finishing setting out the plates, she called in a louder voice, coming. Wiping her hands on her apron, Yuzu padded over to the door and opened it to reveal Hiko standing there. "Hiko-senpai," she exclaimed. "I came to talk about Kurosaki," he said simply. Nodding in understanding, Yuzu untied her apron, calling down the hallway, "Daddy, Oniai-chan, Rukia-chan, Ranjaku-san. I've made breakfast so I'm going off to school first." Listening to the list of names she had called, Hiko asked curiously, "Do you have guests over?" To his knowledge, at the last soccer match, Karin's family had only consisted of Ichigo-senpai, Yuzu, Karin herself, and their father. Picking up her bag, Yuzu nodded and explained, "Rukia-chan is Oniai-chan's friend from high school, and Ranjaku-san is Oniai-chan's friend from university, come over for spring break. Though it's strange that Toshiro-kun didn't stay, when the rest of them have stayed for over a week." "Toshiro-kun?" Hiko inquired while Yuzu carefully shut the door behind her. "Who's that?" Starting to walk towards Karakura High, Yuzu replied, "He didn't hang around for long, but he was a white-haired boy who looked around, your age. Younger maybe." White hair. "Does that mean he's a delinquent?" exclaimed Hiko. Yuzu shrugged, "He's allowed to do what he likes, because he's already in university. It looks natural on him though." Suddenly a thought occurred to Hiko. When did they arrive? Looking up to count the days, Yuzu remembered, oh. They arrived on the same day that Karin-chan disappeared. Suspecting that they had something to do with Karin's leaving for soccer camp, Hiko looked back at the Kurosaki clinic, resolving to come back. From the roof, Toshiro's ears pricked up at the mention of his name. He sat up, and saw Kurosaki's twin sister and the boy whom they had extracted memories from walking together, heading off for what he assumed was school. Hiko's question whether he was a delinquent irked him a bit, but it wasn't worth his time. The spiritual feeling behind him on the other hand. "I can feel you there, Matsumoto," he called over his shoulder. Clambering over the roof tiles over to her captain, Ranjaku squinted at the pair walking slowly. Her voice betrayed her amusement as she asked Toshiro, "That boy just called you a delinquent, Taicho. Are you just going to let him go like that?" "Let him be." Toshiro replied shortly. He turned to look at Ranjaku, who was now sitting beside him on the roof staring at him seriously. Noticing this, Toshiro asked, "That aside, why'd you come up here? Aren't you supposed to be eating breakfast right now?" Giving Ranjaku a half-glance he stated, "You have something to say, right?" Though it was phrased as a question, it wasn't. It was a statement. Ranjaku hesitated, before asking, "Taicho, why are you hiding Ichigo's younger sister from him?" Toshiro almost slipped off the roof. Whatever he had expected, it hadn't been that. He stared at Ranjaku, his blue-green eyes wide. Had she known all along? "I was just fishing, but from your reaction, it seems that I guessed right." As if she had read Toshiro's mind, Ranjaku explained, "I thought it was strange that you always left at night." Reluctantly, Toshiro asked, "How much do you know?" "Enough to know that Karin is holofying, albeit a bit slowly." Toshiro sighed. "You found out about the holofication too, huh?" Ranjaku pointed out, "You come back from those nightly excursions smelling faintly of holo. And you refuse to call for reinforcement, even if meant pushing yourself." Toshiro snorted. "Humph. Just from that? What else? You didn't follow me, I know that." "No, your spiritual detection skills are too sharp for that," Ranjaku affirmed. "The thing that tipped me off was the way you took my jokes too seriously. Usually, you just say, 'Che, who has time for those things?' or, 'What are you talking about, Matsumoto?' I've known you longer than anyone else, excluding," she caught herself just in time, "your grandmother." If I put two and two together, it made sense. Toshiro ruffled his hair. He should have known that Ranjaku would notice his behavior was off. His thoughts were cut off as their cell phones started to beep simultaneously, indicating the presence of another product of holofication. Below, Ichigo and Rukia likewise heard their cell phones go off. Glancing at each other, they nodded, and Ichigo grabbed his Shinigami representative badge while Rukia popped a soul candy into her mouth. In their respective pairs, they took off from the Kurosaki residence. It was a small fry hollow again, but the hollow wasn't the primary target. While Ichigo, aka the one with the weakest spiritual detection skills, took care of it, the other three Shinigami sought the culprit behind the second series of hollowification cases. The two top officials of the 10th Division nodded at each other and split up. Rukia, Ranjaku, and Tushuru each cornered the culprit from different directions. But they found nothing of the culprit, save for a faint trace of Ryatsu. They had lost him again. The three looked at each other with grim faces, before going off to search for the body corresponding to the hollow that Ichigo had slain. It was almost midday before Karin summoned enough courage to meditate again. What if she encountered the hollow voice again? But this time, that was the point. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and sank back into the darkness. The darkness immediately began to warp around her. Karin prepared herself. "I'm back," she shouted out into the darkness. Soon enough, the voice echoed eerily around Karin. "So you are." A figure with a half-formed hollow mask stepped out from the darkness. Looking on, Karin realized it was a mirror image of herself, but with inverted eyes and a hole in her chest. The mask was continuing to form on her mirror image's face as well. Panicking, Karin glanced down at her chest, checking for a hole. As if reading her mind, the hollow laughed, saying, "Don't worry, even your mask is gone in this world. And it's my job to punch the hole in your chest." The voice no longer echoed from all around, but sounded directly from the figure itself, which was steadily stalking closer towards Karin. Squaring her shoulders, Karin confronted her counterpart. "So you're the hollow that's trying to take me over?" "Oh yes. You're a genius, you are," Karin cringed. It seemed her hollow counterpart was just as sardonic as Karin herself. "I've come to settle things." The hollow stepped forward, her mask continuing to assemble. "Don't worry. I'll treat your body." The rapidly hollowifying figure lunged, just fine. Luckily, Karin was experienced in hand-to-hand combat. She parried the attack with one hand, and countered with the other hand. The blow landed, and Karin kneed her counterpart hollow form in the stomach. She punched and roundhouse kicked the hollow in quick succession. Twisting her opponent's arm behind her, Karin put the hollow in a headlock. "Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to take over my body?" Karin demanded. But to Karin's surprise, the hollow remained unruffled and unaffected, and did not answer the question. Instead, she said, "What, you think you've got the upper hand?" The hollow Karin smirked, maneuvered out of the headlock and suddenly lunged again, this time grabbing Karin's neck, raising her up by her neck and strangling her. "Didn't you know? You've got to use the spirit particles to reinforce your skin." Grinning nastily, the hollow demonstrated her point by gouging her fingers into Karin's neck, blood spurting on her fingers. Karin choked out, "I'll let go." Laughing maniacally at Karin's strangled cry, the hollow simply dug her fingers in deeper, taking pleasure in Karin's pain. Emitting a strangled yell, Karin's foot shot out to kick the hollow, automatically packed with spiritual energy. The kick caught the hollow underneath the jaw, taking her by surprise and dealing a powerful impact to the skull, rendering her unable to move for a couple of moments. Once the hollow had let go of her neck, flipping backwards, Karin landed on one knee, coughing blood. Wiping the blood off her mouth with the back of her hand, Karin saw her hollow self struggling to get up. "No you don't." Not giving a chance for her hollow self to recover, Karin launched herself towards the hollow. She wrestled with her hollow, and now that she knew how ruthless her hollow self was, Karin used all her strength to fight. This was no hair-pulling, scratching cat fight like between other girls. This was a battle for existence. Grappling with her inner hollow, Karin ended up on top with her hands around the neck of the hollow. Their roles were now reversed. Breathing, Karin growled, you are not taking over my body. Not if I can help it. Heat surged into her hands, strengthening Karin. Tightening her hold on the hollow's neck, she commanded, now, get lost. The hollow ground her teeth and choked out, fine, I'll back off. There was a hint of a grin on the exposed quarter of her face, for now. The sinister smile was still on the hollow's mouth as she faded and Karin's hands closed on air. With an enormous effort, Karin opened her eyes. Her neck ached, and the wound from when the hollow had tried to rip out her throat was bleeding sluggishly. Her body had sustained physical damage from the mental fight. She checked her chest for signs of a hole. There were none. Karin staggered to her feet, her mask crumbling off her face. This time, she didn't rush towards the lake to make sure her face was normal. Inside, she knew for sure this time that she had defeated the hollow. And she was too woozy to run. Instead, she wandered around the forest, searching for a way out. Her movements aggravated the wounds on her neck, it began to bleed more than before. When Karin finally stumbled out of the forest, she collapsed out of blood loss and exhaustion. She faintly registered the sound of approaching footsteps before she blacked out. Urahara Kisuke was a busy man. An ordinary day consisted of loafing around, ordering people what to do, mostly just Tessai, Yururu, and Jinta, sitting in the candy shop, and the rest of the time plotting and inventing things. But that particular day was by no means an ordinary day. In fact, the whole past week was out of the ordinary. There were cases of people going missing, which Urahara knew for a fact was hollowification. Not only had Kuchiki Rukia sent him word, but he had felt strange spiritual pressures from all over Karakura. Anybody with a grudge against Shinigami or a tendency towards twisted experiments besides Kuratsuchi could be behind this, but chances were high that Aizen was back. And that day, he'd felt a particularly strange spiritual pressure emitting from the forest nearby. So Urahara conveniently took a little stroll towards the forest in question. To see a teenaged girl lying on the ground. Well, collapsed was more like it. The black mop of hair was familiar. He turned her over onto her back, and was met with a face strikingly similar to Kurosaki Ichigo's. Tilting his hat down, Urahara crouched to examine her. My. If it isn't Ichigo-san's younger sister. He had seen her playing around with the children in his care, Yururu and Jinta. He examined Kurosaki Karin, and saw finger marks around her neck. Anybody else would just think that she had been physically strangled, but not only was she bruised, she was bleeding profusely from where the fingertips had gouged in. And Urahara knew better. He knew, for instance, from the current situation going on in Karakura town, that she had been going through hollowification. And from the look of her mask-free face, she had defeated the inner hollow. Previously the owner of spiritual power of about the same caliber as Yururu's, now Kurosaki Karin was much stronger. The gears in Urahara's head started grinding against each other and turning. Karin was young, but no younger than Ichigo when he had charged off to Soul Society to rescue Rukia. She could be just the trump card they needed. After reporting to Soul Society about the failure to capture the culprit, Tushuru seriously considered calling for backup. Including today, that had made 8 failures. He had waited for too long, after all. Just as he was about to dial the number for reinforcements, he detected his lieutenant's presence behind him. He didn't turn around. What, Matsumoto? Are you going to visit her today too? Ranjiku's voice sounded as teasing as ever. Tushuru replied tersely, I am. Growing serious, Ranjiku told him, even if you don't take Ichigo to see her, you should tell him what happened, Taicho. Turning his head and giving her a glare, Tushuru said, tell Kurosaki about this and I'll personally chain you to a desk and pile paperwork on you. But Ranjiku saw through the empty threat. She understood it as, I'll tell him later myself, I promise. With that, Tushuru headed for the convenience store to buy some food. As usual, he was picking out rice ball and rice crackers, when he bumped into a taller boy. It was Hiko, who apologized with a, sorry, didn't see you there, which was as good as calling Tushuru a midget. Which, after decades of being called so behind his back by his subordinates, Tushuru resented, even though he had grown quite a bit since then. However, Hiko didn't have any ill intentions. But as he was apologizing, he noticed Tushuru's white hair. So Hiko asked, "Are you, by any chance, Tushuru-kun?" "It's Hitsugaya Taicho," he thought irritatedly. But this guy was a human, so he grudgingly said, "It's Hitsugaya Tushuru." Without another word, Tushuru walked towards the cash register, without asking the customary questions, like, "How did you know me?" and "Who are you?" because he already knew. Undaunted, Hiko followed Tushuru. "I'm Sakabishi Hiko. An underclassman from my high school described you with your white hair. I heard you attend Karakura University." The cash registrar rang up Tushuru's purchase. "That'll be 420 yen for 2 rice balls and a bag of crackers, thank you." Tushuru chose to ignore the question as he paid the 420 yen and started for the door. Trailing after him, Hiko immediately followed up with another question, "You must be some kind of genius. You're at least 2 years younger than me." Actually, Tushuru thought, he was much older than the soccer captain. He exited the convenience store. Without even buying anything, Hiko exited after Tushuru, whom after a bit of one-sided conversation Hiko was doing the talking, of course, he found to be short on words. He had suspected the Tushuru boy since Yuzu had mentioned him. Truthfully, he wanted to see if Tushuru would lead to where Karin was. Realizing this, Tushuru turned and said, "This is where we part ways." Taken aback, Hiko momentarily watched as Tushuru turned the corner. He stretched out his hand and exclaimed, "Wait." By the time Hiko gathered himself and dashed after Tushuru around the corner, the alley was empty. Cursing, Hiko walked back home. Watching Hiko's retreat from a nearby roof, Tushuru sighed. So he was starting to be suspected by humans as well. With the rice ball and crackers, Tushuru returned to the forest, but found Karin had disappeared from her usual spot. Putting a hand to his mouth, he called out, "Oi Kurosaki." When she didn't answer, he figured she was taking a bath in the lake again, and sat down to wait. After 10 minutes of waiting, Tushuru became impatient. The lake was cold, she couldn't be taking this long, he reasoned. He made to approach the lake, when he noticed that Karin's spiritual presence wasn't in the forest. First he was confused. Where was she? When his brain provided the obvious answer, he became angry. How could she irresponsibly leave the forest? What if someone saw her mask? What if she lost her self-control and then ate some spirit wandering by? The chances were low, as there were no longer any spirits around because they'd all been hollowified. Then he panicked, because his thought process was suggesting that Karin had finished hollowifying. Sure, the mask had reformed each time, but hadn't she been breaking it? But he hadn't seen her break the mask in person. He only had hearsay from a spiritually unstable girl. Tushuru dashed out of the forest. Frowning in concentration, he strained to track Karin down. He finally caught a wisp of her spiritual energy. He followed the trail down the street, down the alley, and halfway up another street, he found himself in front of a candy shop. He had been here before, it was Urahara Kisuk's shop. He stood there for a while, before a red-haired kid slammed the door open. He called to Tushuru, "Oi. Are you going to come the hell in or not?" Tushuru crossed his arms and asked, "Where is Kurosaki?" Likewise, Jinta crossed his arms and answered, "You mean the black porcupine?" He turned around, and tossed over his shoulder, "Come see for yourself, Snow White." Forcing himself to repress his anger at the nickname, still, a vein popped out of his forehead. Tushuru followed Jinta in. He stepped through the doorway and was greeted by the store owner, in all his green and white striped hat glory. "Urahara Kisuk," Tushuru stated. Tipping his hat forwards, Urahara asked, "Oya, what is the 10th Division captain doing here?" At this Tushuru returned, "You know fully well what I'm here for." He repeated the same question he had asked Jinta, "Where is Kurosaki?" Urahara answered by popping his fan open to hide a sly smile from his face, but one could still detect a grin in his voice as he remarked, "We're getting impatient, are we? Well, I'll take you to Karin-san right now." Turning, Urahara led Tushiro down the hall, and slid open a screen door. Inside the room, Karin lay on a futon, bandages around her neck and her eyes closed. Her face was bare, mask-free. Eyes widening from disbelief, Tushiro walked past Urahara and knelt beside Karin. He looked back at Urahara, eyes questioning. "How did she get like this?" "She was worse when I found her. She had collapsed outside the forest and was close to death." Reading Tushiro's face expression and concluded that he was silently asking for elaboration, Urahara obliged by continuing, "She was bleeding from a neck wound that looked like someone was centimeters away from ripping out her windpipe. Tessai healed her, but there were limits to what he could do, so we had to wrap bandages around the wound." The young captain seemed to have no more questions, so it was Urahara's turn to ask the questions. "She had been undergoing hollowification, am I correct?" Tushiro reluctantly nodded. "Yes." "And pray tell me," Urahara asked, "how did she end up hollowifying? Was it from an attack by a fellow hollowified human?" This time, the white-haired captain shook his head. "It was from a needle shot in the neck, like most of the others. But you're right, there are a few cases where the bodies were abandoned after a hollow mauled them. And the corresponding hollowified spirit was always nearby its body." At this, Urahara nodded and explained, "As you may have heard, the hollowification attack about a century ago was of a similar nature. So you taught her to resist the hollow by meditating." Tushiro finished Urahara's sentence, and added, "She was already resisting her inner hollow when I found her though." After a pause, examining Karin's maskless face, Tushiro breathed, "And now she's defeated her inner hollow." Urahara nodded. "So it appears." The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes as he surveyed Karin. "Now the question is, what form will her spiritual power take?" Karin was awake even before she opened her eyes. Morning sunlight pricked at her eyelids, making her squint when she finally opened her eyes. But Karin's eyes adjusted to the brightness of the morning light. She ached all over. Sitting up with a groan, she noticed a slight weight on her legs. It was the boy, looking like he had fallen asleep while watching over her. She looked around at her surroundings. "Where am I?" It looked familiar somehow. As if to answer her question, the door slid open to reveal Yururu. The girl looked at Karin and said quietly, "You're awake, Karin-san. Then I'll get Kisuke-san." With that said, she slid the door shut again. Yururu's introverted personality hadn't changed one bit over the years, Karin thought to herself. Well, at least she knew where she was now. It was the candy shop. No wonder it looked familiar. She was alone with the boy again. She reached towards him, her fingertips almost brushing against his hair, when the door slid open again. Pulling her hand back guiltily, she saw that this time it was a man carrying a fan with a white and green striped hat. She recognized the shop owner. She bowed awkwardly, the best she could pull off while sitting down. "Thanks for taking care of me. Nice to meet you, heir." Karin trailed off, realizing she didn't know his name. Waving his fan, the shop owner said, "No need to be so formal. The name's Urahara Kisuke." So this was whom Yururu had gone to get, Karin realized. Glancing at the weight on her legs, Karin asked, "How'd this guy get here?" "He must have followed the trail of Ryatsu you left behind." Urahara replied, peering over his fan at the boy. "Yeah, that makes sense. Stopping short, Karin frowned. How did this man know that term? Mentally slapping her forehead, she remembered Yururu and Jinta, and their spiritual powers. It only stood to reason that their caretaker, the shop owner, wouldn't be ordinary. He might even be a Shinigami. At the commotion, the boy stirred, shifting on Karin's legs. He sat up groggily. Seeing Karin, he seemed to wake up. "Kurosaki!" he exclaimed. With a grin, Urahara asked him, "Are you up now, Toshiro-kun?" Glaring at the shop owner, Toshiro corrected, "It's Hitsugaya Taicho." He glanced at Karin. Staring back into his turquoise eyes, Karin thought, so his name is Toshiro. Chapter 7. Reunion. So your name is Toshiro? Karin questioned the silver-haired boy, who pet an eyebrow at her. Looking at the girl who had no idea what his name was until now through half-lidded eyes, Toshiro asked, annoyed, "You mean you didn't even know my name?" "Well, you never told me," defended Karin. "You never asked." Toshiro shot back. His white fan hiding the majority of his face, Urahara popped in between the two, saying, "If I may interrupt, lovebirds." The two turned around and simultaneously roared with all the fierceness of a lion or a lioness going after its prey. "We're not lovebirds." Seemingly nervous at their outburst, the man backed off, using his fan as a shield. All right, go back to what you two were doing." But after the interruption, the flow of the argument had already been broken. Toshiro instead directed his anger somewhere else, namely at the interrupter, Urahara. Turning to face the shopkeeper, Toshiro asked without interlude, "What were you planning when you brought her here?" Urahara waved his fan, feigning a carefree manner, and said, "Oh my, why on earth would a handsome and ordinary shopkeeper such as I be planning something? I simply just had Tessai heal her. Just what a good Samaritan would do." Karin muttered under her breath, "Handsome and ordinary my butt." Luckily her comment went unheard by both parties. Toshiro repeated, "I'm asking again. What are you planning?" When Urahara didn't answer, Toshiro narrowed his eyes and moved as if to attack him, but before he could, the man said in a deceptively friendly tone that didn't match the dangerous glint in his eyes, "I wouldn't do that if I were you. You may be a captain of the Godai 13, but I'm afraid you don't stand a chance against me in that Jigai. You are seriously mistaken if you think your Jigai is on par with mine, not to mention the difference in our levels of experience of fighting in them." Toshiro gritted his teeth, while Karin looked back and forth between the two. So Shinigami have a hierarchy as well, she thought. But at that point, such an observation was not important then. What was important was the situation at hand. It looked like a fight was about to break out, so she remained on guard during the tense silence. Toshiro broke silence first. "Don't be fooled by his friendly manner," he warned Karin. "He has a track record for manipulating people." "Oh my, what an accusation," commented Urahara, doing his best to look innocent. Turning to him, Toshiro ground out, "Excuse us, but Kurosaki's family is waiting for her, and she needs to go back." "Hey, wait!" Despite Karin's protests, Toshiro dragged her out of the candy shop. Still trapped in Toshiro's hold, Karin tried to escape. When she realized that her efforts were in vain, Karin stretched out her arm towards Jinta and Yururu, who were sweeping outside. "Help!" she cried. Instead of acting on her plea, Jinta called, "Oi, Black Porcupine and Snow White. Don't ever come back." Yururu, on the other hand, waved goodbye. Though Karin shouted something rude back, something along the lines of lacking loyalty among Karakura heroes, Toshiro managed to ignore the nickname Snow White and continued to drag her along. He started, "You're awfully hard to drag," then he noticed that Karin was digging her heels into the ground, making it hard to go back home on purpose. He stopped and glared at her. "What's wrong with you? Don't want to go home?" Karin mumbled. Abruptly, Toshiro hoisted her up and threw her over his shoulder and resumed walking. The surprise at his strength only lasted for a second, then almost immediately, Karin began to resist. "Let go of me. I can walk on my own." She beat his back with her fists, but it was futile as she was still weak from her wounds. "And let you run away?" "Yeah, right," Toshiro said sarcastically. "Why don't you want to go back?" Karin shouted in reply, "I made my family worry for over a week." She shuddered and groaned, Beard Oyaji would kill me if I went back. Giving up on resisting, Karin slumped onto Tushiru's shoulder and added, so would Ichi and I. Adjusting his grip on her hip, Tushiru asked, so not going back is a better alternative, is it? Karin hesitated and admitted, no. You're just being childish. No, I'm not. Karin was adamant on this. Resisting the urge to hit the stubborn girl, Tushiru kept walking. You miss your family, right? So shut up and let me carry you back home. Meanwhile, Urahara was grinning slyly. If she's anything like her brother, she'll want to learn how to control her powers. And for that, she'll definitely come back. A black cat was wandering on the roof of the shop, its claws scraping against the roof tiles. It stopped over Urahara's head and spoke. Is she what you called me for? Yoruchi sounded amused. Pensively, Urahara nodded. She's an undeveloped soul, but she still defended herself against a hollow's takeover. I want to see what her spiritual manifestation is. Flicking her tail, Yoruchi meowed, that can be arranged. How long are you going to keep carrying me like a sack of potatoes? Karin asked in a dull voice. Just let me down already. I promise I won't run. The carrier in question replied, don't be stupid. You can barely stand in that condition. Then Tushira decided to poke fun at her just for kicks. Or did you just ask that question to suggest that I carry you bridal style? At that question, what remaining patience Karin had snapped. Idiot. I just want to walk by myself. I don't want to be carried bridal style by anybody. Their voices carried a rather large radius, causing people to look at the source, a grubby girl arguing with the boy who was carrying her on his shoulder. Hearing a familiar voice shouting, Hiko stopped and looked around. Could it be, he wondered. The two were so wrapped up in their argument they didn't notice other people, namely Hiko, staring. Hiko squinted and said, Kurosaki. Is that you? At Hiko's voice, Karin froze. Tushira swore, and carefully placed Karin on her unsteady feet. He always had his guard up, but for some reason, he raised it up even more around this boy named Hiko. Nervously looking at the captain of her soccer team, Karin said, Captain. Approaching them, Hiko looked Karin over, and seeing her grimy and wounded state, his eyes widened with worry. Karin blushed under his scrutiny. Taking hold of her shoulders, he asked, what happened to you? You look like you've been through hell and back. You have no idea. Karin thought ironically. But she couldn't avoid answering his question. Air. That is. Karin trailed off, suddenly very interested in the dirt. She wished the ground would swallow her up to get her out of the situation, she was very bad at lying. To tell you the truth. I was. She gave a sideways glance towards Tushiru, silently asking for help. Catching the look she was giving him, Tushiru sighed. Rolling his eyes towards the heavens, he thought despairingly, why am I not surprised? But with his quick thinking, Tushiru came up with a likely story on the spot. She was kidnapped, and forced to call her family with a likely story to explain her absence. As you can see, she's had it rough. Kidnapped. Hiko exclaimed. People have been disappearing lately, it's all over the news, did you see any other people? Afraid that she would give anything away, Tushiru answered for her in a lie. I don't think the disappearances have anything to do with her kidnapping. Sweating, Karin nodded her head, agreeing with Tushiru was the best option. He rescued me. Karin stammered, pointing at Tushiru. It wasn't exactly a lie, either. He had rescued her, in a sense, by teaching her meditation enabling her to defeat the hollow. And given her food, let's not forget that. Hiko turned to Tushiru and thanked him, albeit a bit uncomfortably. Thanks for saving my team member, Tushiru. Unduly annoyed by a human boy calling him by his given name without even adding the honorific, Tushiru was also bothered by something else he couldn't define. What was he getting so riled up for? Forcing himself to be calm, Toshiro replied, "No need to thank me." He silently added, "I didn't do it for you." And technically, in his opinion, he had just ferried food to Karin. Scowling, Toshiro said as much. "I did nothing." He picked up Karin again, this time bridal style, shocking Karin. "Toshiro." He interrupted, "It's time we head home." Toshiro nodded coldly towards Hiko and headed off, carrying Karin. Hiko stood still for a moment before chasing after them. "Hey, wait. I'd better carry her, I'm bigger than you." Toshiro took that to mean, "I'm stronger and taller than you." Which is what Hiko had really meant this time. He didn't hand Karin over, instead, Toshiro tightened his hold on her. "No thanks," he said coolly, "I'm plenty strong enough," before he resumed walking. Hesitating, Hiko lingered, unwilling to let Karin go alone with that Toshiro dude. After a split second of decision-making, he followed them home. All the while, Karin looked back and forth between the two boys, without the foggiest idea of what was going on. She had no idea what was up with the two, so she just signed it off the tension resulting from a fight between alpha males, which it kind of was. Half glancing at the boy behind them, Toshiro snorted quietly. "Let him follow if he wishes to," he thought to himself. As the three came closer to the Kurosaki clinic, Ichigo's head snapped up, he felt Karin's spiritual energy just outside the house. Then he heard a knock on the door. Rukia and Ranjaku stood up, looking at one another. Ichigo rushed to the front door. With trembling hands, he reached for the door handle, and it clicked open to reveal Karin. Ichigo whispered. She was being carried by Toshiro and behind them stood Hiko, but Ichigo only had eyes for his younger sister. Karin, likewise, stared at her brother, only vaguely registering Rukia and some strawberry blonde woman standing behind him. She didn't even seem to notice when Toshiro set her down. "Ichi and I." "Karin." Karin ran into her older brother's arms. In a trance, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, Ichigo reached out and hugged his little sister back. She was dirty and smelly, but she was solid. After making sure with all his 5 senses 6 if he counted her spiritual pressure Karin was really physically there, Ichigo slumped back and breathed a huge sigh of relief. The rest of the family came to investigate what all the commotion was about. When they saw Karin all dirty and beat up, Isshin and Yuzu exclaimed, "What happened?" "Ehe." Karin laughed nervously. "She was abducted." Toshiro cut in, giving a look to the other Shinigami, indicating for them to keep quiet and go along with the story. Ranjaku rolled her eyes, they already knew the drill without her captain telling them. Shoving Ichigo aside, Isshin enveloped Karin in a huge hug and turned the waterworks. "Yuwa Karin." Yuzu ran and joined in the hug. "We were so worried. I knew something was wrong when you called Oniai-san and said you were at a soccer camp." Though confused by the last sentence, because she hadn't called and definitely hadn't said she was at soccer camp, Karin assumed that was Ichiai's work, and smiled to herself. What had she been so worried about? Her family was glad she was back. And so was she. It's good to be home. From behind Toshiro, the soccer captain saw that the family needed some time alone and silently left. But just after Hiko had left, the two let go of Karin and turned to Toshiro. "We were just about to eat lunch. Will you join us?" asked Yuzu with pleading eyes, the exact opposite of her twin stubborn ones. Toshiro didn't get a chance to answer, as he was herded into the kitchen flanked by Karin's thankful twin and father for lunch. "Toshiro-kun, was it you who rescued Karin-chan from the clutches of that evil kidnapper?" Yuzu eagerly asked. Slightly derailed by her eagerness, Toshiro stammered out a rather unconvincing reply. "Why yeah, sure." Yuzu continued her barrage of questions. "How did you rescue her?" Rukia rescued the uncharacteristically beleaguered Toshiro from answering that particular question. "Yuzu-chan, I don't think Karin-chan hasn't recovered from the shock yet." Deflating a little at this, Yuzu said, "Oh, right. She turned to her twin and apologized. Sorry, Karin-chan. It was a traumatizing experience, right? But the subject of discussion herself didn't look very traumatized. She had spied an apple lying on the kitchen counter and was about to take a big bite out of it when she realized all eyes were on her. Huh. Trying to quell the rising suspicion, Rukia changed the topic. Oh, Karin-chan, I'd forgotten. Have you met Ranjaku-san yet? Mutely, Karin shook her head. Rukia motioned to the blonde woman standing in the doorway. The first thing she noticed about Ranjaku, as most people did, was that she was very busty. Ranjaku introduced herself. The blonde woman raised her hand in greeting and said, I'm Matsumoto Ranjaku, Ichigo's friend from university. Somehow, Karin doubted the part about being Ichigo's friend from university, as she could sense a fair amount of spiritual energy coming from the woman, but she let it pass. For now. I'm Karin. She reminded herself to ask Ichii or Tushuru about this later. They settled down to a lunch consisting of various things with lentil soup among them, a menu which Karin was very grateful for, as she had only eaten rice balls for the past week. She had missed Yuzu's cooking. To tell you the truth, Karin-chan, Yuzu sheepishly admitted, Hiko-senpai and I were worried that you'd been staying at some guy's place. At this, both Karin and Tushuru both choked on their soup. Ichigo traded suspicious looks with Rukia, but said nothing. Later, Yuzu pushed Karin into the bathroom, saying sternly, Karin-chan, you'd better wash up. Sticking her head back in through the doorway, she added, and you'd better scrub too. Yes, yes. With this reply, Karin waved her twin out. With great relief, Karin peeled off her grimy school uniform, holding out her skirt like something nasty, between her index finger and thumb, and for the first time in over a week, Karin took a long, hot shower. She had never felt happier to put on fresh clothes. Maybe it had a direct relationship with feeling clean. When Karin came out from the steaming bathroom, towel round her neck, she found herself face to face with the strawberry blonde woman. Matsumoto-san, right? The woman replied, no need to be so formal, just call me Ranjaku. Familiar to feeling spiritual pressure around her, Karin could once again sense the rather large amount of Ryatsu radiating from the woman in front of her. It was best to be direct. Ranjaku-san. Are you a Shinigami from Soul Society too? Ranjaku chuckled at Karin's direct question. Yes, I am. In fact, I'm Hitsugaya Taishu's lieutenant. Lieutenant, huh? That piqued her curiosity. What's the hierarchy like in Soul Society anyways? Tushuru, who had come up behind Karin unnoticed, answered the question in Ranjaku's stead. It's called the Godii 13. Jumping at his voice, Karin turned around. She hadn't felt his presence. Recovering quickly, Karin gave him a puzzled glance. Reading her questioning look, Tushuru explained, the reason it's called that is because there are 13 divisions. There's the commanding officer, who is also the first division captain. Including the first division captain, there are a total of 13 captains and 13 lieutenants. Then there are the seated officers, numbered from 3rd to 20th. The rest are unseated Shinigami. Looking from Ranjaku back to Tushuru, Karin stated baldly, obviously the ranks aren't decided by age. Tushuru rolled his eyes. At that moment, Ichigo and Rukia came. Kurosaki, Kuchiki. Tushuru nodded at the two. Good timing, I was just about to call you to explain Karin's situation. Karin looked up, surprised. For the first time, Tushuru had called her by her given name. Then she realized that he had simply called her Karin to differentiate her from her brother. The 5. Hold up Ichigo's room as usual to discuss Shinigami matters, except that this time, it was about Karin. So aside from the abduction story, what really happened? Ichigo questioned. She was undergoing holification. After giving a brief summary of everything that had happened the past week, the young captain found himself bearing the brunt of Ichigo's anger. Why didn't you tell me where she was? Ichigo all but yelled. See Taicho, I told you. Ranjaku reminded Tushuru, who shot a dirty look at her. Outraged, Ichigo turned to Ranjaku. You knew. What would you have done if I had told you? Tushuru asked, sparing his lieutenant from being grilled by Ichigo. At this Ichigo stopped. I would have guided her. Taken her to the visors. But he sounded unsure. This was a different type of holification than what you went through. You were holified because your chain of fate corroded while you were in spirit form. Karin was still in her body, said Tushuru in response. Besides, you can't even do a simple Kidu spell. The last statement silenced Ichigo. Growing tired of people talking about her as if she weren't there, Karin finally declared, well, I came back, didn't I? That effectively ended the conversation. The next morning, Karin got up earlier than usual. Even before her twin. Glancing at Yuzu still sleeping soundly in her bed, Karin mused, geez, is the earth spinning clockwise? Feeling unusually energetic considering her weak condition yesterday, she put on her jumpsuit and went out for a morning run. Because she had more time, she warmed up and selected a longer course to run. A morning run was always refreshing. Karin slowed down to a jog as she realized that she was even more energetic than she had been before the holification incident. That was odd. Slowly, she unwrapped the bandage around her neck, expecting the wounds to sting in the open air. They didn't. Tentatively putting her hands to her neck, Karin discovered they had completely healed, there weren't even scabs. She wondered if it had to do with the increase in her spiritual powers. Stuffing the bandage into her jacket pocket and making a mental note to herself to ask Tushuru what that was about, she sped up into a run again. When she arrived back at home, Yuzu was shuffling around kitchen as usual. Stepping into the kitchen, Karin sniffed the air. What's this I smell? Kanji, chirped Yuzu. Peering around the doorway, Ranjaku asked, did I just hear someone say kanji? Yuzu smiled brightly. Yes, Ranjaku-san. Kanji. As the family and guests settled down to a kanji breakfast, Karin looked around and asked, where's Tushuru? He stayed last night, didn't he? Nodding in reply, Yuzu said, I haven't seen him this morning, though. As if on cue, Tushuru stepped into the kitchen at that moment, closing his cell phone and putting it into his pocket. He visibly brightened at the sight of the kanji, something that Karin hadn't ever seen him do before. Yuzu set out another bowl for him, and he seemed to down it in a split second. The whole Kurosaki family in Rukia watched, open-mouthed, as Tushuru ate through half a pot of kanji. Ranjaku, who was used to seeing her captain's enormous appetite, continued to work on her own bowl of kanji. Yuzu was all for politely ignoring the abnormally large amount of food Tushuru consumed. Karin said drily, I'd only heard of bottomless pits until now. Never thought I'd see one in real life. For the first time in over a week, Karin and Yuzu walked to school together. Karin had returned to her trademark breathes, as she'd sworn the day she'd been holified that she would never again wear a skirt to school. As soon as she sat down at her seat, however, she was approached by several people who asked her how soccer camp had been. She answered simply that she hadn't attended any soccer camp but had been sick the past week, as that was the most comfortable not quite a lie that she could tell. But when Sita-senpai visited her classroom. Yo, Kurosaki. Karin turned around and greeted Sita. What's up, senpai? Examining her closely, Sita said, heard you were sick last week. Uncomfortably, Karin noted, rumors spread even to the upperclassmen, huh? I can understand why you skipped soccer practice, but it seems uncharacteristic of you to even skip school. Sita added sternly, and don't even give me the, I was afraid of spreading my cold, excuse. Because that wouldn't normally stop you, would it? Hey. He had a point. Bending over, Sita whispered, I was worried when I heard about what happened from Hiko. Straightening, he said at regular volume, but as far as I can see, you don't look like you've been through a kidnapping. At this Karin gave a weak laugh. I guess I'm just quick at recovering. Hiko obviously couldn't be trusted to keep his mouth shut. The bell rang, and Sita took off, muttering, "Oh shoot." He waved to Karin. "See you at practice." Karin sighed and looked out the window. The homeroom teacher, commonly referred to as Oki-sen, walked into the classroom, calling for the class attention. "Everybody, a transfer student will be joining us from now on, so you guys go easy on him. Got it?" The whole class buzzed with excitement, excluding Karin, who was still looking out the window over the empty desk to her left. She only glanced up when Oki-sen called out of the classroom, "Well, you can come in now." Karin half-heartedly cast her eyes towards the front of the classroom, and froze as a familiar silver-haired boy entered. Standing up at the front of the class, he introduced himself. "I'm Hitsugaya Tushuru." It was a rather short introduction, consisting only of his name. Turning to the teacher, he asked, "Where should I sit?" "In the empty seat next to the window, beside the messy-haired girl in the briefs." The so-called messy-haired girl in the briefs was at a loss for words as Tushuru made for the desk next to her. Karin could only stammer out, "Why you dash?" While Oki-sen started roll call, Yuzu leaned over Karin's desk and asked him, "Tushuru-kun, aren't you supposed to be attending university with Oniai-chan?" In a bored voice, Tushuru replied, "I got tired of it. So I'm taking a break." He smirked at Karin, who was opening and closing her mouth like a carp in outrage. Not wanting Yuzu to hear, Karin leaned over to Tushuru and hissed, "What are you doing here?" "I just decided to attend school," was the reply. But the truth was, that morning he had called for reinforcements from Seoul Society and given a report on the situation in the human world, namely concerning Karin. Though the commanding officer had scolded him for keeping Karin a secret until then, Captain Yamamoto let him off easy, instructing him to watch over Karin lest the instigator of the series of holification cases came back for her. He was also asked by Ichigo to keep his younger sister safe. So that made several reasons for Tushuru to enroll into the school. Class passed relatively smoothly, with no teachers harping on Karin's uniform. If not for a certain somebody's presence, Karin would have been pleased with how little she had missed in the week she had gone. After classes, she crept away as girls who were begging to know more about Tushuru overwhelmed him. Serves him right, Karin thought, snickering. She took refuge in the soccer field. Which really wasn't exactly the ideal refuge, as it was Hiko's territory. She saw him kicking the soccer ball with some other teammates, and they quickly spotted her. "Hey, it's Kuro-chan." They passed the ball over to her. She expertly stopped the ball's rotation with her foot and greeted them. "Kuro-chan, I heard from Sita that you were sick. What was the thing about the soccer camp?" Karin glanced at Hiko, who had apparently kept her abduction a secret from everybody but Sita. "Yeah, that soccer camp thing was just bull. I was sick, but I'm better now." Then the coach came over and clapped Karin on the shoulder. "Good to see you back, Kurosaki. I see you've gotten a bit thinner. You'll have to work out again, no worries, you'll gain the muscle back in no time. Feeling confident for the upcoming district tournament?" Nodding, Karin flexed her bicep and grinned. "Feeling better than ever, coach." After the coach's pep talk, the team divided up into two groups to play a mini scrimmage and Karin found herself playing center forward opposing Hiko. As the whistle blew, she quickly took control of the ball and maneuvered under the taller Hiko's outstretched arm. She motioned for the other forwards to move up the field as she dribbled the ball. Seeing an unguarded teammate, she passed the ball to him and ran ahead, expecting it to be passed back to her. But she could see the shadow of a player behind her. It seemed like Hiko was guarding her. Unbeknownst to the two players, Tushuru, who had escaped the girls, followed the match from the stands. Chapter 8. Attempted Abduction. The next day, Karin wasn't looking forward to school. Neither was she looking forward to soccer, which was unusual for her. Flashback. What? He's joining the team. Karin yelled incredulously at the coach, pointing at Toshiro. The snowy-haired boy in question raised an eyebrow in response. You got a problem with that? Karin replied heatedly, yes, in fact, I do. There are so many other people lined up to join, but you get first priority. What about all the substitutes? What about the guy he's replacing? Will Yamanaka just be benched for the rest of the season? The coach insisted, you forget, Yamanaka got suspended for the rest of the season. And Hitsugaya may not have been here for the official tryouts, but I've seen him play and he's better than all of the people who didn't make the team. Hiko took a plunge. Wait, weren't you a university student? He asked Toshiro. Toshiro eyed him coldly. I grew tired of university life and wanted to take a break. Satisfied, he explained, sounding sufficiently harried. Hiko eyed Toshiro doubtfully. By attending high school? And a freshman class, at that? When Toshiro gave him a freezing glare, Hiko ceased to ask questions. Later, when the two were alone, Karin placed her hands on her hips and glared venomously at Toshiro. Grinning with all the friendliness of a hungry saber-toothed tiger, she asked him dangerously, first my home, then school, in my class to boot, and then my soccer team. Nonchalantly, Toshiro shrugged. I was supposed to join a club, and soccer is what I chose. It has nothing to do with you. At this, Karin exploded. That's ridiculous. Are you my keeper? Was it Ichi and I who set you up to this? To protect me? Toshiro turned his back on her and walked away. This discussion was obviously over. End flashback. That morning, Hiko surprised Karin by showing up at their front door to pick her and Yuzu up. Captain. Hey, Kurosaki. Where she might have felt flattered a few weeks ago, now Karin felt distinctly uncomfortable, and it wasn't because Yuzu was looking over her shoulder to look at who had come to pick them up. What about your girlfriend? Karin asked as she passed through the door, looking around as if she expected for Hiko's girlfriend to pop out from behind the shrubs. Rolling his eyes, Hiko answered the question with another question. What about her? He asked carelessly. As Karin and Yuzu both opened their mouths to dispute his answer, Hiko saw Toshiro following them out the door. His eyes widened. Oi, Kurosaki, don't tell me. He's staying at your place. Forgetting what she had been about to say, Karin huffed, he is. She was still angry about Toshiro being assigned to protect her. However, unlike Karin, Toshiro didn't miss the jealous tone in Hiko's voice and rolled his eyes. Human boys were so easily rattled, especially when it came to the object of their affections. He too had once. Toshiro shook himself off that line of thought. His ice-blue eyes caught Hiko's brown ones. The latter's were radiating anger. The temperature seemed to drop as Toshiro deigned to glare back. Meanwhile, Karin, oblivious to the spark-inducing atmosphere between the two boys, slung her backpack over her shoulder and strode ahead. Yuzu on the other hand, looking over her shoulder, noticed the boys glaring at each other and swallowed nervously. She glanced at Karin. Karin, noticing her twin's nervousness, questioned, "What's wrong, Yuzu?" Yuzu sighed and shook her head. The walk to school was awkward to say the least, as it was completely silent between the four of them, with two glaring daggers at each other, one looking nervously at them, and the remaining one totally ignorant of it all. Suddenly, Karin felt an enormous spiritual pressure drop down on them. Letting out a small gasp, Yuzu's eyes rolled up into her head. Yuzu! Karin cried out. Get a grip. Karin caught her twin as she dropped to the ground. She shook Yuzu, but it was useless. Yuzu had already lost consciousness. Clutching his chest, Hiko fell to his knees and made out in a strangled voice, "Kei Kurosaki," before he too passed out. Seeing how the spiritual pressure was enough to knock both her twin and the soccer captain unconscious immediately, Karin gulped. Cold sweat dripped down her neck as she glanced at Toshiro. He had already swallowed a soul candy and his Shinigami form burst out of his jigai. He placed one hand on the Zanpakuto strapped across his back, his white captain's Haori billowing out behind him. He was glaring up into the sky as if expecting something, so Karin looked up as well. Her eyes were inexplicably drawn to one spot. "Take them someplace safe." Tushuru ordered his faux body, his eyes still fastened on the sky. His Jigai bowed and answered, "Yes, Mstr." The fake body then proceeded to take Yuzu from Karin and then pick Hiko up as if they weighed nothing, and shot off in the direction of the school. Tushuru spoke again. "Go with them, Kurosaki." "No way." Karin answered more bravely than she actually felt, but she could not hide the quaver in her voice. She was unable to tear her eyes off the area her eyes had first fixed upon. She felt sure the ominous spiritual pressure was emitting from there. As she stared, that very spot in the sky started to open like a big mouth. This time more aggressively, Tushuru yelled, "I said, get away from here." Still, Karin stayed firmly rooted to the spot. She was staring at the hole in the sky and into the darkness behind it, realizing that she had felt similarly powerful spiritual pressures before. 4 years ago, in the winter, to be exact. "Aaron-Carr," Tushuru said in a low voice. Despite being scared, Karin was confused. Bewildered, she asked, "Aaron-Carr? What's that?" As if to answer her question, 2 men clad in white clothing stepped out of the opening in the sky. Squinting at them, at first, Karin could have mistaken them for humans. But that obviously couldn't be it, they had stepped out of the sky. Fascination temporarily overcoming her fear, Karin jumped up onto a nearby roof for a closer look. Tushuru's shout of warning fell on deaf ears. As they descended, she saw that the 2 men had holes in their chests and were wearing partial skull masks. Her gaze lingered on their skeletal masks and her eyes widened in realization. Hollows. But how? The rest of her sentence was lost as a hand grabbed her wrist. Startled, Karin turned and saw it was Tushuru's grip. He had followed her up onto the roof and was literally seething. His icy eyes furious, he growled, "Karin. What are you doing?" Distracted by the humanoid hollows, it barely registered that he had called her, Karin, for the second time. "Are these what Ichinii was facing 4 years ago?" she asked, shaken. Agitated, Tushuru yelled, "Yes. Now hurry up and get out of here while you still have the chance. I'll hold them off." Leaping off the roof, Karin finally followed Tushuru's advice. She ran back in the direction of her house, unconsciously using flash step. When she saw houses flashing past her, she realized that each step she took carried her hundreds of meters. Stopping, she looked over her shoulder in Tushuru's direction. In the distance, he was already a speck. Another speck she presumed was a hollow swooping down on him, supposedly engaged in battle. But there was only one hollow when there should have been 2. Where had the other one gone? "I'm right here, if you're looking for me," a voice whispered beside her ear. Startled because she hadn't heard, or felt, him approach, Karin swung her arm around at the source of the voice. The hollow, or as Tushuru called them, Aaron-Carr, just laughed softly and leapt up out of her reach. His skull mask formed a monocle around his eye. In addition to that, he had a white top hat and was wearing a white hakama resembling a suit. Reaching into the pocket of his suit jacket with a gloved hand, he pulled out a pocket watch attached to a gold chain. The Aaron-Carr opened the watch with a click and checked the time. .01 seconds. "Your reflexes are quick," the Aaron-Carr commented. But suddenly he vanished, reappearing behind Karin. But not quick enough. Not wanting to get caught from behind again, Karin hastily jumped into the air. To her surprise, she didn't fall. Growing confident, she leapt even higher, and settled into a fighting position. The Aaron-Carr threw back his head and laughed. Guardedly, Karin examined him. Noticing her eyes carefully following him, the man smiled, slid 2 fingers over to the lid of his pocket watch, and shut it slowly. "You have so many openings, Kurosaki Karin. Surprised that he knew her name, Karin slipped out of the air a bit. "How do you know my name?" she demanded. The Aaronkar just smiled enigmatically and didn't answer her question. Then he pretended to be surprised. "Oh, forgive my dreadful manners. I've forgotten to introduce myself. I know your name but you have yet to know mine. The Segundo Espada, Caballero sin Riot Asesino, at your service." He placed a hand over his heart and bowed, the epitome of a perfect European gentleman. Caballero sin Riot Asesino, gentleman smiling assassin. As he bowed, Karin glimpsed the number 2 tattooed on the back of his unloved right hand. She thought to herself, so that's what Segundo means. While Karin was confronting the Segundo Espada, Tushuru was facing off with the other Aaronkar. As it was tradition in Soul Society to introduce one's name and status, Tushuru automatically introduced himself. "I'm Hitsugaya Tushuru, captain of the 10th Division." "Who 10th Division captain, eh?" They obviously don't choose captains by age. Used to the jabs about his young age and contradicting status, Tushuru ignored this. "So I get to create a young corpse, eh? And one of the captain class too. You're going to make a good addition to my corpse collection. Caballero's going to regret missing this one." Unsheathing his sword, Tushuru's opponent introduced himself as well. "I'm Mira Hablar, numeros 36. Mira Hablar, mummy speaking." Leveling his blade towards the arrogant Aaronkar that called himself Mira, Tushuru asked, "Where did your partner go?" The Aaronkar he was facing off against grinned. "Caballero. Off to catch the other one." "What of?" Tushuru stopped mid-sentence in realization, his blood running colder than Hyorinmaru's released form. "Karin," he whispered. Mira winked. "Bingo," then he attacked. Shaking himself out of his own state of shock, Tushuru just barely managed to block the strike in time. They were face to face, with swords locked in between them. But Tushuru glanced urgently to the side where Karin had taken off. Noticing Tushuru's distraction, the numeros shook his head in mock woe, saying, "Losing your focus over a girl? It won't do if you leave me to go and rescue her. Then who I play with?" Gritting his teeth, Tushuru pushed Hyorinmaru forward with a scraping sound, and drove his opponent back several steps. Then, using his strength, he swung his sword to the side, causing Mira to stumble back. Quickly, Mira regained his footing. Grimacing, he yelled, "Involvio, vendages! Involvio, vendages, wind/entwine, bandages." The partial mask stretched into a sort of bandage, giving Mira the look of a mummy, except the bone bandages shot out and also wrapped themselves around Tushuru. Grinning while Tushuru futilely resisted the holds, Mira taunted, "The second Espada should be just about ready to take her back to Hueco Mundo with us, that is, if he isn't playing around. But you should focus on the person about to wrap up your life, Shinigami." Then he laughed at his own joke. "Ahahaha. Get it? Wrap up." Despite his cool exterior, inside, Tushuru was panicking. Second Espada. This had to be quick. Seeing it was going to be hard to end this particular numeros quickly without releasing his Shirkai, Tushuru shouted, "So ten ni zace rain upon the frosted heavens, Hyorinmaru." With a rattling clink, a chain protruded from the hilt of the sword, growing longer and longer. Finally, with a slicing sound, a crescent-shaped blade appeared at the end of the chain. Throwing the crescent-shaped blade, the chain wrapped around Mira's appendages, freezing them. When they were properly encased in ice, Tushuru easily snapped them by sharply tightening his limbs. As the ice crumbled around him, Tushuru swung Hyorinmaru, sending a wave of ice towards Mira. The Aaronkar easily fended off the ice by raising a calcium bandage. "Don't think you can get me with dash." Mira stopped short, realizing the chain had wrapped around his torso. But he realized it too late, and he barely had time to yelp in protest before he was encased in ice. Tushuru had used his first swing to distract the numeros and the second to wrap the chain around Mira from behind. As he swung his long sword aside, the ice shattered along with Mira. Toshiro then rushed to where he felt Karin's spiritual presence. Please let me make it in time. But he felt two more spiritual pressures drawing rapidly near. Meanwhile, Karin was playing what Caballero called a game of tag, where he was it. The rules were clear: if she managed to evade him for 15 minutes, he would let her go. If he caught her within the designated 15 minutes, then she were to follow him back to Hueco Mundo, wherever that was, without protest. She didn't know if he'd even keep his word. But because she didn't stand a bleeding bunny's chance in a den of tigers against him otherwise, she had no choice but to comply with these conditions. So Karin was running away with her version of Flash. Step, and he was chasing her with what he called sonido. So far, she had lasted for 8 minutes, but it was obvious that Caballero was toying with her. Karin was breathing heavily like a dog, but he hadn't so much as broken a sweat. The second Espada demonstrated his relaxed manner by tipping his white top hat forward and smiling. Suddenly, he paused and stood still. Karin noticed one of the two clashing spiritual pressures in the distance had disappeared, and it certainly wasn't Toshiro's. With a sigh, Caballero remarked, "So Mira has been defeated." Turning to Karin once more, he said, "You've evaded me well so far. Shall we up the ante?" Eyes widening, Karin suddenly felt the air weigh down on her with the increase in spiritual pressure. Her movements slowed down drastically, and before she knew it, Caballero was right beside her. But before he could do anything to her, 3 figures clothed in black appeared between the two. 2 figures were tall and one was rather short. "Are you all right?" The voice came from the shortest Shinigami in front of her. Relief flooded into Karin like a tidal wave. Ichigo, Rukia, and Ranjaku were standing with their backs to her. In answer to Rukia's question, Karin nodded, yes. Her voice was a hoarse whisper. She stared at her brother's back, broad and steady. His presence was comforting. Ichigo shifted his hold on his Zanpakuto. "Don't mess with my sister, you bstrd." He lunged for the Segundo Espada, who stopped his sword with just an outstretched hand. "What vulgar vocabulary, Kurosaki Ichigo. And why would you think I was messing with your sister? We were merely engaging in an innocent game of tag." Caballero wrapped his fingers around the blade of Zangetsu and snapped it easily in two. Dropping the half of the blade that he held in his hand, Caballero sighed in mock disappointment. "Your blade is weak with fear, Kurosaki Ichigo. Are you afraid of battle? Or are you afraid of losing your sister?" Shocked, Ichigo's eyes followed the blade's fall to earth. Before Karin had a chance to rethink her opinion of her brother being unbeatable, Caballero had taken hold of her. "Let go of me." Karin struggled with all her might, but her arms were pinned to her sides and she couldn't fight her way out of Caballero's hold. Suddenly, she felt an excruciating pain, not unlike the pain she had experienced prior to her mask forming. At least that pain had been fleeting. It was as if a chunk of her were being removed. After the pain subsided, she felt tired, like she had played 20 soccer games in a row. Ichigo stood, helpless, looking down at the broken Zangetsu. Had he really gotten weak? Shaking Ichigo, Rukia shouted, "Idiot! Don't just stand there." Cursing, she released her Zanpakuto. Sodi no Shirayuki, and her sword turned snow white. First dance, White Moon. But Caballero easily jumped out of Rukia's way, leaving a pillar of ice where he had previously stood. "That would have been dangerous." Caballero commented lightly. "What if you had caught this young lady here?" Ranjaku's thoughts raced. They only needed to stall for some more time. She could feel her captain's spiritual pressure, along with 2 others, getting nearer by the second. She joined in, growl, "Hiniko." Her Zanpakuto turned into what seemed like dust and spread out, but the errand card danced out of reach. "If I've analyzed the nature of your blade accurately, each particle of ash acts as its own blade, correct?" Caballero observed. Then, grinning like a Cheshire cat, he asked Ranjaku, do you have enough control over your Zanpakuto to avoid cutting this cute girl I'm holding? Rangiku grit her teeth but made no move to attack. What Caballero said was right. He had seen through her bluff. It would be wise to let go of her while you still can, Arankar. A familiar voice rang out. All 5 combatants, 3 Shinigami, 1 Arankar, and 1 human looked over to its source. Karin's eyes locked onto turquoise ones. There was Tushuru, accompanied by her savior in sandals and a dark-skinned woman she didn't recognize. Karin! Tushuru shouted. Stepping forward and swinging his cane in a carefree manner, Urahara remarked, "It's ungentlemanly to take a woman hostage. And it's ungentlemanly to be dressed in such an unseemly manner without even shaving. Not to mention that terrible hat." Caballero rebutted, touching the brim of his own immaculate top hat. "I never claimed to be a gentleman. I'm only the humble, yet handsome owner of a sweet shop nearby, that's all." Following Urahara's statement, the dark-skinned woman shoved him to the side. A nanosecond later, a hollow bullet passed through exactly where Urahara's head had been. Oops. Forgive me, my hand slipped. Caballero apologized disingenuously. Watch out, Kisuke. The woman said sardonically. Rubbing his shoulder where Yoruchi had pushed him, Urahara complained, "That was a bit harder than necessary, Yoruchi-san. Besides, I could have dodged that myself." "But whatever possessed you to proclaim yourself handsome?" Yoruchi pointedly asked. Caballero's green eyes flickered between the two. "I tire of your exchange." With that justification, Caballero fired 2 hollow bullets, one at Urahara, who nullified it, and the other at Yoruchi, who easily dodged it. At their quick movements, Caballero raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh." Raising a hand, he fired a Siro, which enveloped them all. Karin cried out in panic, "Ichi and I. Tushuru." Suddenly, Tushuru came through the light of the Siro. He had split it in 2 with his sword. Ice gathered around Hyorinmaru, prepared to strike on his MSTR's command. "I warned you. Let go of her." He swung Hyorinmaru down at Caballero, the ice whipping down and curling ahead. Ichigo on the other hand, emerged from the smoke, his shihakushu changed into a black cloak with red, tattered ends, and he held a black sword much smaller than the oversized kitchen knife he normally used. He was followed by Urahara, who too had blocked the attack, and they shouted simultaneously, "Getsuga Tensho! Sing, Beheim!" Their attacks formed an X shape, one line coming from Zangetsu black and the other from Benheim red. Though he dodged all 3 attacks, Caballero lost his composure for the first time in the realization that he was outnumbered. His hold on Karin loosened, and she took the chance to tear herself free from his grasp. Tushuru caught her and held her close as Caballero hastily opened the gate from whence he had come from. Ichigo yelled, "Are you running away?" As the sky closed in on him, Caballero tilted his white top hat forward in response. A gentleman must know when it's best to retreat. Turning to Karin, he directed to her, "I will be back for you, my lady." With a slam, the skies closed. Later that day, Hiko didn't remember a thing. Neither did Yuzu. As soon as school ended, Karin sent Yuzu home and went directly to the candy shop. She called out to him. "Excuse me. Anyone home?" Immediately, the head of the store owner popped out of door. Looking him straight in the eye, Karin asked, "Who are you really?" "Just an ordinary shopkeeper," was the answer. At this, Karin lost her temper. "Don't give me that bullsh. He's the former captain of the 12th Division." Karin turned towards the voice, and saw the dark-skinned woman from earlier that day leaning in the doorway. Karin had always suspected Urahara was a Shinigami because he was abnormally well informed about the spirit world and had a Zanpakuto to boot. Now that she had confirmed his identity, whatever doubts Karin had were gone. She bowed her head and said to Urahara, "I'm tired of being protected and putting those around me in danger. Please teach me how to fight." Unbeknownst to Karin's bowed head, Urahara was smiling slyly. Chapter 9. Training. Karin bowed her head. Please teach me how to fight. There was a moment of suffocating silence, where Karin could literally feel Urahara's eyes gauging her, judging her seriousness, her intentions, her worth. Then she heard him draw a breath, to say, "No." With that short answer, Urahara's sandals clopped away. Confused, Karin raised her head. As soon as she saw the shopkeeper sauntering away, the confusion turned into anger. Straightening, she cried out after him, "Am I not good enough? Is that it?" Urahara looked over his shoulder. "What gave you the idea that you wouldn't be taught?" "I simply meant that I don't intend to teach you, Karin-san." Turning to the dark-skinned woman who had been watching the exchange with vague interest in her keen golden eyes, he addressed her, "Yoruchi-san." Momentarily disappearing only to reappear right beside Urahara, Yoruchi placed a hand on his shoulder and assured him, "Don't worry, Kisuke. I'll take over from here." Nodding, Urahara replied, "I'll be counting on you." Karin's new teacher beckoned to her, saying, "Follow me." Then she led Karin to a plain room. While Karin looked around in apparent dissatisfaction, Yoruchi removed a tatami mat in the middle of the floor. Karin's eyes stopped sweeping around the room and settled down on the square hole that the tatami mat revealed. So the room had a secret behind it after all. Curious, Karin looked down into the hole, and was surprised to see that there was a ladder stretching endlessly down. Or endless was what it seemed like. Without bothering to use the ladder, Yoruchi agilely jumped down, landing like a cat. From Karin's point of view, Yoruchi looked like a speck. The speck called back up to Karin, "Oh, don't be shy. Come on down." Karin gulped. Not wanting follow Yoruchi's example, in case her ability stand on air failed her and she ended up with broken limbs, Karin started to climb down the ladder, which led down into what seemed like an underground desert. When she was about quarter of the way down, Yoruchi grew impatient, leaping up impossibly high and grabbing Karin by the back of her collar, "Hurry." She yanked her student down. Up. Karin found herself falling. Aawag. Standing on what appeared to be the air, Yoruchi looked down at the screaming Karin and commanded, "Calm down and analyze the situation." Karin clapped her hands over her mouth to muffle her scream, and realized in a split second what she needed to do. She twisted her body midair so she wouldn't fall on her back and somersaulted in the air to avoid landing face first, then safely landed on her feet. Having just narrowly avoided cracking her head open, Karin heaved a sigh of relief. Then, standing up, she glared up at Yoruchi. "Are you crazy? Do you plan on killing me?" Neatly landing on the ground next to Karin, Yoruchi ignored the rhetorical questions and circled around the girl. Nodding pensively, she observed, "You've got a fair bit of muscle there." Then she paused and looked directly into Karin's eyes. "But we're going to have to do something about your spiritual pressure first." Having said this, Yoruchi strode over to a boulder that stood about as tall as she did. Placing a hand on its rugged surface, she turned to face Karin. "Pack as much spiritual pressure as possible into your fist, and punch this rock." Karin, bemused, held up her fist, and looked at it. "Pack spiritual pressure into my fist." Examining her fist as if it was something alien to her, Karin then looked at her new teacher. "How?" Yoruchi slapped her forehead, exasperated. "Right. Your older brother was like this, too." For a moment, she stared intently at Karin as if wondering how best to explain it, before she waved a hand dismissively, "I'm not gonna explain it to you. First, I want to see how well you do on your own. Just focus on your fist and punch the rock." With some trepidation, Karin went into a karate stance, and drew a deep breath as she pulled back her fist. Exhaling harshly, her fist collided with the boulder. It sustained damage. It, referring to Karin's fist. Attempting to hide her reddening fist behind her back, Karin resisted the urge to hold her hand and hop around in pain, which would be highly embarrassing. Instead, she laughed sheepishly. Ehehe. Yoruchi stood, hands on her hips, unimpressed. Is that all you can muster? The purple-haired woman shooed Karin to the side and demonstrated what she had meant by the phrase, punch the rock. Yoruchi lunged, and in a flash, there was a smoking crater left where her fist had made contact. Seeing Karin's dismayed face expression, she reprimanded, "Don't look so surprised, I'm holding back as it is. At full power, I can blast this rock into pebbles." Stepping aside, Yoruchi ordered, "Now, try again." Having seen what was expected of her right before her eyes, Karin prepared herself. It had been just a brief moment, but Karin had felt a strong flare of spiritual pressure in Yoruchi's fist right before she had hit the rock. Suppressing feelings of doubt, Karin concentrated on forcing all of her spiritual energy into her fist. Her fist suddenly grew warm and it shot out to contact the rock's surface, and literally reduced the boulder into dust. Staring at her fist, Karin thought the warmth felt vaguely familiar. Shocked, Yoruchi's eyes widened. Recovering quickly, she suddenly grinned and clapped Karin on the shoulder. "See? You can do it if you try." The missing people cases had ballooned, and there were more and more bodies turning up everywhere, some unmarked, others mauled. The newspaper lay on the table, and Kurosaki Ishin stared at it blankly, looking but not seeing. He knew a lot more than he let on. The sudden influx of guests staying over at their house coupled with Karin and her mysterious kidnapping and her sudden rise in. "Oi, Oyaji." Ichigo's rough voice interrupted Ishin's thoughts. Ishin glared at his son, who was undoubtedly the cause, or one of them, of Karin's current situation. "What are you doing here? Don't you have university classes to attend?" he asked, annoyed. Ignoring his father's question, Ichigo picked up the newspaper and waved it in front of Ishin's face. "What do you think of these disappearing cases? Isn't that the work of a serial murderer? I've heard that the murder device was an as-of-yet undetectable poison." Ichigo pursued, "What about the people that turn up bloody? That's just a victim of an escaped zoo animal. Zookeepers these days." Ishin shook his head and ambled off towards the clinic before Ichigo could ask any more. Ichigo had skipped his university classes that day to keep a closer watch on his younger sisters. At school, there was Tushiro to watch over them, but to be safe, Ichigo too would stay. After Yuzu had returned from school, he asked, "Oh, you're back. Is Karin at soccer practice?" If she was, he was prepared to go and haul her back. He would take no chances with his younger sisters. Shaking her head, Yuzu said, "There isn't any soccer practice today. It's Friday, remember?" She said she had some business at the candy shop. Urahara's shop. Slowly, Ichigo nodded. Urahara and Yoruchi-san would be there to protect her. Satisfied that both his sisters were safe, he went upstairs to his room where the other Shinigami were. As he shut the door, he noticed a tense silence in the air. After the sudden attack that morning, the Shinigami were all on their guards. Abruptly, Tushiro broke the silence. "Where's Karin?" he asked Ichigo. "At Urahara-san's. She's safe there with Yoruchi-san and Urahara-san, otherwise I would have gone after her." Ichigo replied. "And you asked me to find out what the masses are thinking about the holification, right? The people are dismissing the cases of disappearing people turning up as corpses as serial murders, and the works of a zoo animal, but I don't know how long that will go on." The usually lively and carefree Ranjaku had a frown on her face. "When are the reinforcements coming, Taicho?" Ranjaku asked worriedly. Tushiro answered, "Tomorrow, if they're on schedule. I've asked for Abarai, Hisagi, Madarame, and whoever else they recommend. But I'm not sure if they'll abide by my request. Soul Society might not afford to have 3 captains posted here." "3?" Ichigo exclaimed. "But there's only you, Tushiro." Tushiro looked at him, surprised that Ichigo didn't know such important information about Soul Society. "Didn't you hear? There's only the 5th division left without a captain now that Aburai and Hisagi both got promoted to captain status. Aburai to the 3rd division, and Hisagi to 9th. Did they now? Ichigo cast an annoyed glance towards Rukia, who had been relaying the latest happenings in Soul Society to him by phone since 4 years ago when the Winter War took place. I guess I'm not up to speed as I had previously thought. Flustered at the thought that she had left out some information by mistake, Rukia defended, Baka. I told you. You just didn't listen properly. Oh yeah? Why yeah? The other 2 Shinigami just left them to bicker. Turning to her captain, Ranjaku asked him, what was it about that second Espada coming back to take somebody? Did he mean Karin-chan? Expression immediately hardening at the mention of the second Espada, Tushuru growled, it seems like they were here to take her back to Hueco Mundo. So Karin-chan's a target? Tushuru grimly nodded. They must be after her because she's the only experiment that succeeded. It's with the same objective as 100 years ago. So you're saying that Aizen is behind the incidents? Ranjaku summarized with a pained look on her face. Tushuru recognized the expression. She had that look when Ikamaru died, he thought with regret. He wondered what expression his face took on when he recalled his childhood friend. There's no denying that Aizen is behind this. He trailed off, looking far off into the distance, his mind swimming in unpleasant thoughts. Karin stared down at her knuckles, bleeding in protest to the abuse of being slammed repeatedly into boulders. Try as she might, she just couldn't replicate the fluke from before. Once again, she tried smashing her right fist into the boulder in front of her, but it only aggravated the wound. Frustrated, she tried punching with her left hand. When the left hand started to bleed as well, she gave up and collapsed spread eagle on the ground. Heaving a sigh, she stared up at the fake blue sky, which gave the illusion that it was midday. The thoughts that Karin had held at bay during her training flooded back. She tried to sort them out in vain. Hiko had been acting strange after she had returned, the camaraderie that they'd shared had changed into something else, and in her opinion, it wasn't for the better. More like awkward. And she didn't feel as happy as before when she saw him. Her feelings were leaning more and more towards. Her thoughts were broken when Yoruchi's voice interrupted, "Oi, giving up already? You're not as persistent as I initially thought." As Yoruchi had intended, Karin reacted spectacularly to the implied challenge by immediately jumping to her feet and shouting indignantly, "Who said I'm giving up? I'll try again." She stalked over to a nearby boulder. Calming herself and cutting off all her thoughts, she closed her eyes and recalled the peculiar feeling from before. Gathering her spiritual energy into her hand once again, Karin once again felt the familiar warmth and curled her hand into a fist, and shot her fist forward. The boulder shattered into pieces. Alerted by the sound and the lack of stone surface in front of her fist, Karin opened her eyes and surveyed the results. She smiled in excitement and looked down at her fist. "I did it." Turning to Yoruchi, she repeated, "Did you see that, Yoruchi-sensei? I did it." Suppressing a grin, Yoruchi said in a stern voice, "You can celebrate once you can do it at will, or better yet, without even thinking." Excitement doused, Karin sighed and went back to training. The Segundo Espada knelt before his MSTR. "Why have you come back empty-handed, Caballero?" A smooth voice spoke. Caballero explained. "There were too many Shinigami, MSTR." Aizen raised an eyebrow. "Too many for you? I guess you must have been outnumbered by several captain-class Shinigami, then." "Indeed. Forgive me, sir. It's quite all right. I never expected you to bring her back in the first place. I only sent you there to observe her progress." Surveying the subservient figure before him, Aizen continued, "How fair is she?" At this, Caballero raised his head. "Her spiritual powers are undeveloped so far, but she will ripen well." Aizen's lips curled upwards into a smile. "Well, then, all in due time. Let us wait a while longer before we pick the fruit." You did manage to gain skin-to-skin contact with her. Yes, Aizen-sama. Aizen's smile turned triumphant. Then while we wait, you can execute that excellent idea of yours. You'll need the Primero Espada for that, yes? Hours later, breathing, Karin swung her shoulder round, stretching herself out after the bout of exercise. She winced at the cracking noise emitted from her own arm. Give up. Karin grinned at Yoruchi, who stood in front of her. Give up. What's that? That isn't in my dictionary. I'm just getting started. Stop for today, don't wear yourself out too much. You'll be training tomorrow and it's already dark out. Karin hadn't realized how much time had passed. Really? I couldn't tell because of the fake sky. Well, now you know. You should get some sleep. And by the way, the young captain from earlier today is waiting outside for you. Yoruchi's grin could have put the Cheshire Cats to shame. You've bagged a nice one, eh? Flushing, Karin said, I don't know what you're talking about, and leapt up the square hole without further ado. Arms crossed, Yoruchi watched her leap out of sight. It was an incredible height, she thought. It was understandable that one could jump down that distance, but to jump up was an entirely different matter. Most Shinigami would have trouble with it. In fact, she was still marveling at the lightning speed at which Karin had picked up the skill of focusing her spiritual energy to one section of her body. In the case of jumping, the foci lay in her feet. It took years, even decades, for some of the Onmitsu Corps to attain those skills, yet the Kurosaki girl had attained it in one day. Surveying the ground before her, Yoruchi sighed. Kisuke, what sort of monster have you picked up? And there was reason enough to make Yoruchi of the great Shihoin clan to sigh. Even if Karin had chosen to stay, there wasn't much for her fists to practice crushing. Karin had ground every last boulder in the underground training ground into dust. Up above, Karin came face to face with blue-green irises. Tushuru was staring at her rather unnervingly through half-lidded eyes. Scrambling out of the hole and scooting back, Karin asked cautiously, what brings you here? Nothing. Though from his face, Karin could tell that was obviously not the case. Eyeing her suspiciously, he asked, what were you doing down there? Though seeing her state of perspiration, Tushuru could hazard a pretty good guess. Karin harumphed and turned away from Tushuru's gaze. She crossed her arms to hide her injured knuckles, hiding a wince when cloth rubbed against the raw wounds. Why should I tell you? A vein popped out of Tushuru's head. Why you dash? Taking deep breaths, Tushuru forced himself to calm down. He likewise turned away from Karin and muttered, how stupid of me to worry about you. Hearing this, Karin suddenly felt angry. Who asked you to worry about me anyways? Her anger was unreasonable, she knew. Suddenly, before she knew it, Tushuru's hand had clasped around her wrist, and he had pinned her against the wall. Shell-shocked, Karin stared at him with wide eyes. What are you doing? Karin asked shakily. He leaned towards her. Karin would have backed up if the wall hadn't already been pressing against her back. She could feel his breath on her cheek, it smelled like mint and grass, she thought abstractly, as she squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head as his face moved closer. When she didn't feel anything, she cautiously opened one eye. When she saw Tushuru peering at one bloodied hand, both of her eyes popped open. See, I knew it. You hurt yourself. Embarrassed, she bowed her head. What had she been expecting? Shifting his angry blue-green eyes from Karin's hand to her face, Tushuru said icily, that's why I'm worried about you. The door slid open. Both of them turned at the noise, surprised. Yururu stood there. After staring at the two for a moment and no doubt noting the postures that they were in, him pushing her up against the wall while keeping her wrist pinned above her head, she silently turned around and said in a monotone voice, excuse me for interrupting. Worried that she would misunderstand, Karin reached out a hand and cried out, Yururu, wait. But the door snapped shut, and afterward, she sagged and gave up. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Toshiro picked up her other hand and examined it as well. He sighed and sat her down on the tatami mat floor, saying, "I'm not as adept with healing Kiru's spells as the captain of the 4th Division, but I can heal this." Before Karin could ask what the 4th Division had to do with healing, Toshiro placed a glowing hand on her forehead and put her to sleep with a Kiru spell. The next morning, Karin discovered her hands were completely healed and that Toshiro had already left, presumably to meet up with Ichigo and the others. She sat up muttering, "DMNBSTRD put me to sleep." After splashing some water on her face, Karin returned to the underground training room. Once she jumped down, she saw Yoruichi was already there waiting for her, among something like 100 boulders to replace the ones Karin crushed yesterday. Jaw dropping open, Karin wondered where and how Yoruichi had replaced all the boulders. Yoruichi announced, "Today's training will focus on speed. Hakuda, that is, hand-to-hand combat, is based on strength and hohu, which means movement. And speed is key to movement. We worked partially on strength yesterday, so today you will work on speed with me." Making a face, Karin asked, "You said I already worked on strength, so why did you haul more boulders here?" Yoruichi grinned in a rather feral manner. "I said that you worked partially on strength yesterday. Not completely." At Karin's look of dawning understanding, Yoruichi's grin turned positively wolfish. "You couldn't have possibly thought that using your fists were the only way you could smash boulders, did you?" At that question, Karin immediately felt grumpy. She had in fact, assumed it was the only way, though she should have known better. It was mostly her kicks that had shattered Hollow's masks, after all. Yoruichi went on, "But I'll teach you speed first. Now, what I'm going to show you is a movement technique, which is called..." She suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Karin. "Shuunpa." Instinctively, Karin flung herself around, raising up a fair amount of dust in the process. "This is what the second Espada dude called sonido, isn't it?" she asked, confused. Raising her eyebrows, Yoruichi looked surprised at Karin's knowledge of this. "Oh. You know that already?" "Well, sonido is more impulsive than Shuunpa, but for all intents and purposes it's the Arankar equivalent of Shuunpa, yes. Whatever it's called, I know how to do it already." Not noticing Yoruichi's stunned look, Karin paused for a second before her face darkened and she added reluctantly, "But it wasn't enough to shake off that caballero guy, though." Yoruichi narrowed her eyes while she observed Karin. "She even knows how to do Shuunpa, eh? Well, if you ran around being chased by the second Espada, then it should be relatively easy to practice catching up to me." Then she snickered, as if enjoying a private joke. Though at first, Karin didn't know what Yoruichi meant by that small laugh, but she soon found out just how fast Yoruichi was. It was like tag with Caballero all over again, but the speed gap was even wider. Karin was breathing raggedly while Yoruichi didn't have a hair out of place. Even the endurance that Karin had built up playing soccer didn't prepare her for this. "Why are you so DMN fast?" Almost immediately, Karin regretted trying to speak while running. She felt like throwing up. Laughing, Yoruichi said, "The title of Shunshin no Yoruichi would cry if I got outrun by the likes of you, who are practically a newborn in the ways of Shinigami. If that's what you truly are," she silently added. She then disappeared again, at least to Karin's eyes. To the human eye, Yoruichi just seemed to be able to teleport large distances in a moment. But compared with Yoruichi, Karin took a longer PRD of time to teleport shorter distances. After 15 minutes of flash stepping straight, Karin was breathing like a dog, trying to keep up with Yoruichi's speed. Karin gasped, "Can we?" She coughed, "Get some." She struggled to draw in a breath, "Rest?" Appearing on the top of a boulder, Yoruichi grinned complacently. "Tired already?" Too exhausted to see any point in denying it, Karin wordlessly nodded her head. "Too bad. Hold on for 5 more minutes." Yoruichi said in Karin's opinion heartlessly, as she disappeared again. Karin grit her teeth and tried to continue for another 3 minutes, but at that point, she was just jogging, and weakly at that. Her lungs just couldn't take any more. Then, as if her body was telling her to stop torturing it, her legs gave out and she crumpled to the ground. Yoruchi landed lightly in front of Karin and grinned. That was hard work, no? By this point, Karin couldn't even muster the strength to nod her head. Yoruchi screwed the cap off of a bottle and held it out for her to take. Here, drink this. You'll feel better. Only then did Karin realize how thirsty she was. With shaking hands, she accepted the bottle and drank from it, ignoring the excess water dribbling from her mouth. As she downed the whole bottle of water, Karin noticed something strange about her body. It felt lighter. As if her energy was getting restored. Yoruchi smiled. That's water that has physical healing properties, and it's good for when you're hurt or exhausted. When she had sufficiently recovered, Karin stood up, signaling that she was ready for another round of tag. Yoruchi beckoned to her with a finger, as if to say, "Bring it on," then disappeared with a flash, with Karin following nanoseconds afterwards. Chapter 10. Reinforcements. Abarai Renji was lounging on a hill, absently chewing on the end of the remains of a fish skeleton between his teeth. The head was long gone, watching the tail move up and down. He was a captain now, but unlike the other captains, he had very little work to do as his lieutenant, Kira Izuru, took care of most of the paperwork. He smirked as he thought that the same couldn't be said for a certain 10th Division captain. In fact, it was the other way around, with Ranjaku-san leaving all the paperwork for her captain. Since Ranjaku-san often invited him to go drinking with her, he dropped by the 10th Division office to glimpse Hitsugaya Taicho drowning in paperwork equally often. Now that Renji thought of it, he hadn't seen the little silver-haired boy around lately, not that he was so puny anymore. Then he remembered that Hitsugaya Taicho had left for the real world with his lieutenant and Rukia. With both the captain and lieutenant of the 10th Division away at the human world, the third seat was probably slaving away at paperwork. He snickered at the thought. Paperwork was one headache he didn't have to deal with. The latest news in the Seriidii was that the candidate for the 5th Division captain seat had backed off, because he had yet to acquire his Bankai. The third seat had moved up to the seat of lieutenant as the new graduates from the Shinigami Academy had poured in, but aside from that, the 5th Division was as leaderless as ever. He racked his mind for people who had achieved their Bankai, but his mind drew a blank, aside from Madarei Mikaku, who had point-blank turned down Renji's plea to take over a division 4 years ago. Renji dismissed these thoughts. As he stood up and stretched, ready to get back to work, or rather lack thereof, a messenger approached him with a report. Abarai Taicho, there are orders to attend the captain's meeting. After giving a grunt of assent, Renji waved the messenger off. Slowly he meandered over to the 1st Division headquarters, where all the captains' meetings were held. Upon arrival, Renji saw that he was the last captain to get there. Noting the tense atmosphere, he squared his shoulders and strode over to his place in the 2 lines, with Yamamoto So Taishu at the head. You would never imagine that the commander was actually incredibly muscled beneath that wrinkled exterior and the baggy hakama he wore, Renji thought. Most of the Shinigami who hadn't seen him personally participate in battle probably thought that Yamamoto So Taishu was hunchbacked with age, since he always used that staff of his to walk along. The aforementioned commander announced in his gravelly voice, "All of you present must have heard of the current situation in Karakura town." He paused to look sternly around with his slitted eyes at all of the captains, save for the absent Tushuru and the as of yet to be replaced 5th Division captain. I called you all here because Hitsugaya Taicho requested for reinforcements. He originally requested for Abarai Taicho and Hisagi Taicho and 11th Division's 3rd seat Ikaku. Thinking of Rukia and Ichigo, Renji said immediately agreed to volunteer himself. I am free. Yamamoto So Taishu nodded his head once in approval. His eyes flickered to Shuhei, the 9th Division captain, next. Shuhei bowed. As you command, So Taishu. Scanning the rows of captains to his right and left, Yamamoto asked, anyone else? Once again, Renji spoke up. Can Kira come as well? He had felt that things had been uncomfortable between him and Izuru ever since he'd taken over the 3rd division. He couldn't blame Kira, they were year mates after all, and he wouldn't like working under one of his year mates, either. Their captain and lieutenant relationship just couldn't be like Hitsugaya Taishu's and Ranjika-san's. The trip to the human world was a chance for the two to work out the tension. Renji also suspected that Izuru was still mourning the loss of his former captain, Ikamaru Jin, acutely. The commander raised his shaggy eyebrows. Your lieutenant. Very well. Any other volunteers? When no other captains stepped forward, the commander turned Renji and Shuhei, I will leave you both in charge of the formation of the team to be dispatched to the human world. Dismissed. As each of the captains filed out one by one, Renji approached his former senpai from the Shinigami Academy. Hisagi senpai. He held out his hand, and Shuhei clasped it strongly. While they were walking, Renji said, I've already got a person in mind, if you don't mind. Reading Shuhei's curious expression, Renji elaborated, it's Ikaku-san, like the So Taishu mentioned was originally supposed to be on the team. Do you want come along? The two wound up in front of the 11th Division barracks. Renji called, Oi Ikaku-san. A bald guy God forbid you pointed out to him stuck his shiny head out of a sliding door. Oh, if it isn't the Sanbantai Taicho gracing us with his presence. Grinning cheekily when Renji made a face at the title, Ikaku nodded in a more polite manner towards Shuhei next. And Hisagi Taicho as well. Sanbantai Taicho 3rd Division Captain. Renji rolled his eyes as he sat down. How many times do I have to tell you drop the formalities, no matter how sarcastic they are? Scooting through the open screen door, Ikaku asked, anyways, what are you doing here? Growing serious, Renji explained, we're headed towards the human world and the So Taishu commanded us to putting a team together. The unspoken question, whether Ikaku would join or not, hung in the air. Ikaku groaned, again. For years back, Renji had recruited him as a member of the reconnaissance team dispatched to the human world to warn Ichigo and back him up against the Arankar, a new threat at the time. Renji and Shuhei's expectant faces shined towards him. It was either stay safe and sound in Siriidii and leave his swordsmanship skills to rot, or go to the human world and get a chance to fight. Deciding that the latter was more desirable, which didn't take much time, given the nature of the 11th Squad, renowned for its love of fighting, Ikaku agreed. Alright. I'll go. He turned around and shouted, Oi, Yumakika. A man with a bob cut poked his head out of the same room that Ikaku had come out of. You're going to the human world and wanted to know if I wanted to come along. Yumachika guessed accurately, as he had been eavesdropping from the beginning. His face broke out into a sunny smile, and he said, Of course I do. Dusting off his hakama, Renji stood up and said, Well, now I've got to head back to prepare, so let's meet over at the Senkamen at sunset. Splitting up with Shuhei, who said he had some last-minute stuff to write up for the magazine he was in charge of publishing Siriidii Communication Monthly, Renji then headed towards his own division office. Izuru was working at a desk when his captain entered the room. Once he noticed Renji had returned, he greeted him. Oh, welcome back. How was the meeting? Renji scratched his head bemusedly. I swear, you know more about what's going on in Siriidii than I do. He sat down behind his desk. How did you know we had a meeting? Shrugging, Izuru replied, Word gets around. And I knew that you wouldn't stay out that long on the hill. Renji briefly considered how best to word his request tactfully, but gave up soon enough, considering it too much effort. Subtlety had never been his forte anyways. What do you say to coming to the human world with me? Izuru was surprised to say the least. What for? Reinforcement team was the succinct answer. Sure. Why not? Despite what Renji thought, Izuru did not feel resentment towards Renji at all. He had not been able to achieve Bankai yet and did not begrudge Renji of the 3rd Division captain's rank. Besides, he had never been one to begrudge his friends for anything. When the sun set, the 5 Shinigami met at the Senkamen, each accompanied by Hell Moths. Glancing briefly at each other, they stepped through the screen doors. Down in the basement of Urahara's shop, Karin was having a much more of an easier time honing her skill of breaking rocks with her legs and feet than she had with her fists. She had gotten it on the first try, which was more than she could say the same training for her fists. She didn't have a single bruise on her legs. Whether she roundhoused, drop-kicked, or swept her leg around, the boulder on the receiving end of her choice attack flew into pieces. It was almost too easy. Yoruchi sat atop a boulder that hadn't been broken yet and observed her. After a while, Yoruchi clapped her hands. "Okay, today we stop here." Karin looked up, surprised. "Already?" Surprised, Yoruchi glanced down at her from her high vantage point. "Unless you want to continue." "It's what Ichi and I would say." Karin thought firmly as she replied, "Yes. I do." Smiling at her student's enthusiasm, Yoruchi stood up and gracefully jumped down from the boulder. "Then we'll get started on hand-to-hand combat now, shall we? You sure took your sweet time getting here. We were only informed of the need for reinforcements today afternoon." Tushuru, though a good 15 centimeters roughly 6 inches shorter than Renji, still managed to make the older Shinigami quail under his glare. "That's no excuse to arrive in the dead of the night." Tushuru sighed and raked a hand through his silver hair. "Well, now that you're here, might as well give you a briefing on the status of Karakura." Ichigo spoke up in a deadpan voice. "Sorry to interrupt, but, do we have to carry this discussion in my room?" His statement was punctuated by silence. He had a point. Including Ichigo, there were 9 people crammed into Ichigo's small room. Ranjaku took up the lion's share of Ichigo's bed while Rukia and Ichigo himself were perched on the edges, Tushuru was leaning against the desk, all the other male Shinigami sat on the floor. All in all, the room was quite cramped. They could move out to the Kurosaki's living room, but that would take some explaining, as the reinforcement squad of 5 had sneaked in through the window, much to Ichigo's displeasure. Then, Tushuru suggested icily, "Shall we go to Urahara's?" Not noticing the sarcastic tone threaded through Tushuru's voice, there were murmurs of approval, and the group members each leapt out of Ichigo's window one after another and landed soundlessly on the ground. Soon enough, only Ranjaku and Tushuru were remaining. Sighing heavily, Tushuru ran a hand through his hair again. Having noted her captain's agitation, Ranjaku asked him once they were alone, "What's wrong, Taicho?" Tushuru shook his head, then stopped himself and admitted, "I don't trust Urahara." "Are you sure your distrust isn't related to a certain black-haired girl?" Ranjaku suggested in a teasing voice. At this suggestion, Tushuru rolled his eyes. But that gesture took rather a lot of effort, because what she said struck a nerve. It did have to do with Karin. Just not in the way Matsumoto thinks. Tushuru thought. He hastily changed the subject. "We should get going, since they took my suggestion to heart." With that, he jumped out of the window. Ranjaku stood there for a moment, staring after her captain and wondering how she would get him to admit his feelings. Then, realizing that she would be the last to arrive to Urahara's shop, Ranjaku quickly leapt out the window as well. Urahara felt the numerous spiritual presences approach before they actually arrived, so he had time to prepare his trademark props. Upon their arrival, he was already standing outside of his shop wearing his hat, cape and sandals, accessorized with a cane and fan. "Welcome." Without waiting for Urahara's invitation, most of the Shinigami stampeded into Urahara's shop. Tushuru walked by and muttered to Urahara, "Don't think I'm not onto you." Urahara smiled rather indulgently at this. Renji noticed this exchange between the two, and wondered what it was about. Leaning close to Ichigo, who had also overheard and also looked confused, Renji asked in a whisper, "What's all that about?" Ichigo shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." Karin and Yoruchi fought well into the night and even until dawn, even though the fake sky ceiling showed nothing of the time. Though at first, Karin was clumsy and rather slow at coordinating the physical attack and the spiritual energy together. After a few hours facing Yoruchi, whom she highly suspected was going really easy on her, she was starting to get the hang of it. Though she still couldn't quite keep up with her teacher, Karin was speeding up with her attacks nonetheless. Meanwhile, Yoruchi was slowly driving up the pace and strength behind her attacks to match Karin. Suddenly, they felt masses of spiritual pressure coming from above. Though they didn't pause in their sparring, both were acutely aware of the presences above them, but Karin inevitably became distracted. She yelped when Yoruchi landed a blow. "You're getting distracted. If you had been fighting an errand car you'd be dead by now," shouted the older woman. Furiously, Karin turned her attention back to blocking Yoruchi's attacks. The two continued to exchange bare-handed attacks, but Karin thought they might as well have been carrying weapons with the weight, the shock, and the numbness that followed each of Yoruchi's attacks. Karin was just about to surrender when she heard her older brother comment, "So this is what you've been up to." At Ichigo's voice, Karin stopped what she was doing and her head snapped around and therefore didn't see Yoruchi's fist aiming straight towards her unguarded head. Ichigo cried out to his sister, "Watch you." Too late, the blow landed and blasted Karin back into a boulder, which shattered upon the force and speed of the contact. All of this happened in a single second. Yoruchi straightened in dismay, because she had expected her student to block that kind of strike. She threw a glare at Ichigo, who had run over to Karin's prone form. "Imbecile! You distracted her," she rebuked. Indignant but still worried for his sister, Ichigo defended, "What were you doing, hitting her with that much force in the first place?" "That's because she was parrying attacks of the same strength until you came along," Yoruchi retorted. Clucking her tongue, Yoruchi strode over to the motionless Karin and extricated her from the remains of the boulder. Yoruchi hoisted her over her shoulder in fireman's hold, much in the same fashion as she had done for Ichigo 4 years back in Soul Society. As she passed Urahara, she shot him a glance as if to say, "What the hell did you? Bring him down. Here for." She also passed several Shinigami who had leapt down into the training space after Ichigo. "She's just unconscious," she reassured Tushuru, who crossed his arms and muttered something about not caring in the first place. The Shinigami reinforcements looked curiously at the girl draped over Yoruchi's shoulder as Yoruchi leapt up through the hatch. Rukia explained to them, "She's Karin, Ichigo's younger sister." "Well, one of two anyways." "Well, unlike Ichigo, she is aesthetically pleasing enough." Ichigo glared at Yumachika. "Che." Pretending not to hear, Yumachika continued, "Not as appealing as me, though." "She was one of the first to go under holification," said Ranjaku, bringing the temporarily derailed discussion back on track. The other Shinigami were surprised at this declaration. "Then why is she still in human form?" Shuhei asked in disbelief. "Because she defeated her inner hollow," Tushuru answered shortly. Then he picked back up the briefing that he had cut short in favor of leaving Ichigo's room. "Listen up," he sharply commanded, and the other Shinigami obediently sat themselves down on the ground or on various boulders. The cases of holification, no doubt you've heard, have been caused by needles infected with spirit particles that trigger the holification process. Every time we sense the perpetrator, it's too late and he's already gone, leaving behind a target transformed into a hollow. "I need you guys," here he nodded towards the reinforcement squad, "to help us to capture this culprit." Glancing at Ichigo, Tushuru continued, "The day before yesterday, there were errand cars sent to capture Karin." The Shinigami traded uneasy looks. "I think it's because Karin is the only one that has successfully overcome the holification." The Shinigami all began talking at once. "That means the one behind all of this is most probably Aizen." Tushuru finished. "The choice of infecting Kurosaki's younger sister and retrieval method is what Aizen would do." Shuhei hissed out a breath. "Aizen. He was no doubt remembering his predecessor and former captain, Tosen Kaname. The Shinigami sat there in silence, the greater part of them dwelling on the fateful day that they had found out Aizen had betrayed the Godai. After a very painful dream where all the boulders she had ever smashed had come back to take their revenge on her, Karin's eyes fluttered open. Groggily, she felt a dull ache in her back. She was brought up to sudden alert wakefulness when the dull ache turned into a sharp pain. Wincing, she sat up slowly, taking in her surroundings. Of course the pain was real. In dreams you couldn't feel anything. She saw Yoruchi staring at her. Groaning, Karin asked, "What happened?" "1 minute I was looking at Ichi and II. Then. First lesson, never take your focus off of the enemy." Yoruchi emphasized. "Even if your brother is talking to you. Got that?" Then she carefully turned Karin around and placed her cool hands on Karin's sore back. Wearily, Karin nodded in understanding to Yoruchi's question, feeling the soothing Kidu energy healing her. She still didn't know what had happened after she had turned towards her brother, but she didn't ask. Soon, Karin's aching back felt as good as new, and she stood up and stretched out her body. When the two went back down to the training grounds, Karin was surprised to see several unfamiliar faces. Sweeping her gaze over the 5 new faces, she discovered that she faintly recognized their spiritual presences, except for the one with 3 vertical scars over his eye. "I see 5 new people. Are you guys all Shinigami wearing jigai?" The tallest one with red hair and weird tattoos over his eyebrows and neck answered, "Yeah. And I hear you're Ichigo's younger sister." Putting her hands on her hips, Karin corrected, "My name isn't Ichigo's younger sister. It's Karin." She looked them all over again before plopping down on the ground. "What are your names, anyways?" The bald guy pointed to himself and declared, "Madarame Mikiku. 3rd seat in the 11th division. I live to fight." He jabbed a thumb over to the rather pretty-looking guy next to him. "This one, the 5th seat, lives to preen himself." The pretty boy swatted Baldy's thumb away and fluttering his eyelashes, said, "I'm Yumachika Ayasegawa." The red-haired guy with tattoos said, "I'm Abarai Rinji. Captain of the 3rd division." The gloomy-looking blonde guy introduced himself next. "I am his lieutenant, Kira Izuru. Pleased to meet you, Karin-san." Karin waved aside the honorific. The last one remaining was the guy with the scars. "Hisagi Shuhai here. Captain of the 9th division." Enough with the introductions. Everyone turned to Ikaku, who had spoken. "It's time to find the BSTRD behind these holofication cases," he roared. Raising an eyebrow, Tushuru said in a flat voice, "And exactly how are we going to find the perpetrator, pray tell?" Freezing for a moment, Ikaku paused and admitted, "I don't know." Everybody sat in silence, pondering the solution. Eventually, someone suggested, "How about I intentionally get captured by the Aaron car?" Chapter 11. Plans and Manipulations. How about I intentionally get captured by the Aaron car? Everybody turned to look at Karin, who had uttered this innocent statement. There was a shocked pause. "No. Absolutely not." Tushuru vehemently objected. This time it was Karin's turn to be taken aback and she defended herself, "Chill out, I was only suggesting." "It's not a viable suggestion." Tushuru snapped. "But it sounds like a good," Renji started, but Ichigo cut him off sharply, giving the red-haired Shinigami a warning look. "I agree with Tushuru. It's too dangerous, Karin." Her brother's statement was the last straw. Karin leapt to her feet and shouted at him, "How long are you going to keep protecting me?" Ichigo blanched. "I'm only trying to." Karin shook her head and cut him off. "Look, I know you asked Tushuru to watch over me while I'm at school." She pounded her chest with a hand to emphasize her words. "But I'm fully capable of defending myself. Ask Yoruchi-sensei." Several sets of eyes turned towards Yoruchi, who had been leaning against a boulder and watching the heated argument coolly. Pushing off of the boulder, Yoruchi planted her feet into a firm stance and crossed her arms. It was the posture of a commanding officer she took, back when she had been the captain of the 2nd Division. She started, well, you're currently at an anti-Shinigami level, but nowhere near a level where you can face off with the upper echelons of the Arrancar hierarchy. Karin blinked, unable to believe that her teacher could betray her in such a frank, matter-of-fact way. She opened her mouth to argue, but Tushiro said, "You heard her, Karin." Yoruchi, however, smoothly interrupted, "But that's not to say she won't reach that level soon." Karin looked at Yoruchi with renewed hope, when she heard a sound of muffled fury. Startled, she turned to see that Tushiro too had leapt to his feet to face Urahara. "So this is what you've been planning?" Grooming Karin for bait, he accused, his temper getting the better of him. Urahara, who had been rather quiet up until then, snapped open his fan and said innocently, "Whatever could you mean? You just heard Karin-san suggest the idea herself. You planted that idea into her head." Tushiro hissed. Karin wheeled on Tushiro furiously, "Don't you start on Urahara-san. Even if you were to manipulate me," a big sweat drop appeared on Urahara's head at this, "Karin-san, it's none of your business." Fuming, Karin stalked off towards Yoruchi, and dragged her off to spar some more. All of the other Shinigami watched this exchange with astonishment. Ichigo, for one, wasn't quite as surprised as the others were. He had already known Karin's temperament and stubborn nature, but he was still taken aback by how she insisted on basically going to the front lines of battle. Renji whistled, impressed, and remarked to Ichigo quietly, "Ichigo, your younger sister is feisty." Ichigo rolled his eyes. "Don't I know it?" Observing Tushiro's seething profile, he said, "I guess this explains why Tushiro was so tense when we walked into Urahara-san's shop." The Shinigami peeked over a boulder to watch Karin sparring off against Yoruchi, and were rather impressed by what they saw. Karin's pummeling attacks, which they suspected was filled with anger from the argument that had just taken place, were forcing the goddess of Flash to take Karin even more seriously than before. Yoruchi, finding that she had vastly underestimated her student, upped the ante by noticeably increasing her speed. Karin, in turn, rose to match the speed, and vented her anger by putting more force behind her attacks. Renji commented, "Oh, she's pretty good." Overhearing Renji, Ikaku chimed in, "I like a woman that's feisty and good at fighting." They both sniggered. Seeing Ichigo's dangerous face expression, they both stopped laughing immediately, and Ikaku hastily supplied, "Just joking, joking." Little did Ikaku realize that Tushiro too had overheard and was shooting him a similar look. Shuhei, who was leaning on a boulder next to Ranjaku by no coincidence, asked her in a casual voice, was she this strong before, or did she get this powerful after the holification? Shrugging, Ranjaku replied, "I think the holification pulled out her inner potential." But remembering the soccer captain's memories, she added, "But it seemed like she was already killing hollows before all this mess." Yoruchi, whose temples were now gleaming with the tiniest bit of sweat, called out for a stop. Karin, who was currently raining sweat, gratefully obeyed. She had long since worked off her temper, and had only been running on vengeful steam anyways. Wiping off her sweat, she chatted uncharacteristically a lot with Rukia and Ranjaku while pointedly ignoring Ichigo and Tushiro. Karin went back home with her older brother that night with Rukia, Ranjaku, and Tushiro trooping behind them. Renji had stayed at Urahara's, and the four others gone off to find other lodgings, Ikaku mentioning to Yumachika something about Asano Kigo's place. Entering her room on the first floor, Karin found Yuzu fast asleep. Karin approached Yuzu quietly and stared down at her with guilt, remembering the time that they were attacked by the Arrancar. All because of her unnatural powers. Standing beside her twin's bed, Karin whispered, "I'll protect you this time, Yuzu. I promise not to drag you into this." She didn't notice Tushiro standing outside the window. The next day, Karin slept in late, on account of her coming back at 3 a.m. in the morning and having worked herself to the bone. Given, it was a Sunday, so it was okay. "Breakfast is almost ready, Karin-chan." When Yuzu didn't hear the usual sounds of Karin scurrying around to put on her clothes, she was confused. Even on weekends, Karin never woke up so late that she missed her morning run, but it was already far past her usual time. Unable to leave the kitchen for fear of burning the bacon, Yuzu asked Toshiro, who was reading the newspaper at the kitchen table, "Toshiro-kun," his eyebrow twitched, "could you do me a favor and wake Karin-chan?" Toshiro had been scanning the news to ascertain whether the humans were becoming aware of what was happening in Karakura, but so far all was quiet. Reluctantly putting the newspaper down, he complied with Yuzu's request. As he opened the door to Karin and Yuzu's shared room, he noted that while one half of the room was immaculate and neat, the other half was rather messy, plastered with posters of soccer teams and stars. He immediately assumed that the more unkempt side belonged to Karin, and sure enough, Karin lay on the bed on that side of the room. He examined the sleeping girl. He still didn't know what about her attracted Hiko so much. Sure, her features were decent, but there was the unassailable fact that she was a violent tomboy. There were signs of it even while she slept, curled up on the bed in her boxers and overlarge t-shirt, her black hair tangled and the bed sheets all twisted as if she'd thrashed in her sleep. But he couldn't deny that she had a unique character, which could be described as beauty, about her, even when she was sleeping. Karin shifted in her sleep, and he blinked, recalling that Yuzu had sent him to wake her. Not to stare at her. He reached out with a hand to shake her awake when she murmured his name. Shiro. His hand stopped midway to her shoulder. What, you were awake all this time? He started to leave when she whimpered, "Don't, go." "Where, leaving?" He turned back to face her, and soon realized that she was still asleep. What was she dreaming about? Though he hesitated for a moment, Toshiro caved and sat on the bed, assuring her in a whisper, "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Her hand found its way to his shirt and gripped tightly onto it. He reached out his hand again, this time not with the intention of rousing her, but instead to slide her head, his hand feeling her tangled, yet somehow silky hair. Slowly, her whimpering faded. Someone cleared his throat significantly. Startled, Toshiro looked up to see Karin's father, Kurosaki Ishin, standing in the doorway. Surprised, Toshiro jumped up off the bed. Too late, he looked over at Karin. Thankfully, she slept on, though she was still hanging onto his shirt. Gently prying Karin's fist off, Toshiro frantically wondered what excuses he could make for dawdling by her bed and watching over her like a stalker instead of waking her up. Before he could open his mouth to apologize, though he didn't know for what, Ishin raised up a palm to quiet him. Ishin jerked his head towards the hall, indicating that they should speak outside, without risking waking up Karin. Toshiro was then, led by Ishin into the living room. Ishin gestured towards the couch, offering Toshiro a place to sit, as he sank into his own armchair. No sooner than when he had sat down, Toshiro spilled out an apology. "Sorry, I don't know what. I'm not going to interrogate you on your intentions towards my daughter," Ishin said with a glint of amusement in his eye. "Yet," he added as Toshiro spluttered in protest. "But I do need you to answer me this." The glint in his eye disappeared and for the first time, Toshiro felt an immense power radiate from this man, whom he had always assumed, frankly speaking, to be a foolish old geezer. Unconsciously, he straightened to sit at attention as Ishin asked his question. Did Karin undergo holification? Whatever question Toshiro was expecting, it wasn't that. The words came as a thorough shock to him. Faltering, Toshiro stuttered, How do you?" Ishin asked again, more firmly than before, "Did she or did she not?" Toshiro bowed his head and was silent for a moment, before he quietly affirmed, "She did." Ishin leaned back in his armchair and sighed heavily. "That's what I was afraid of. I felt her sudden increase in spiritual pressure, but that she was one of the victims." He shook his head regretfully, and the silence returned, heavier than before. After a while, he spoke again. "You know, when Masaki was expecting, I prayed that the twins would be spared the burden of seeing spirits. But God didn't grant my wish and Karin turned out to be just as strong as Ichigo. Tentatively, Toshiro asked, so you knew about your oldest son? Being a Shinigami, I mean. Sighing once again, Isshin nodded. Once again, silence settled upon the two, though Toshiro's mind whirred with questions. Finally, he voiced one of them. Excuse me for asking. But who exactly are you? Raising his eyebrows, Isshin replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, a father, of course. Restraining himself from rolling his eyes with impatience, Toshiro elaborated, I meant, what exactly are you? He was interrupted by Karin stumbling sleepily into the living room. Yawning as if she was attempting to unhinge her jaw, she mumbled, wash you guys talkin' Abu. Isshin promptly put on his silly dad facade and jumped up towards Karin to hug her. Karin GWA Hall. On instinct, Karin's foot slammed into her father's face. Rubbing her eyes and yawning once more as if nothing had happened, she said to Toshiro, ignore old Beardy here. Let's go eat breakfast. I'm starved, and left Isshin lying on the floor behind her. In the kitchen, Yuzu had already finished setting out the bacon and eggs on the table. Oh, you're up, Karin-chan. Since you don't like getting woken up by anyone other than me and you were taking so long, I was afraid that something had happened to Toshiro-kun. So she had sent him to wake up Karin, knowing there would be a possible, dangerous consequence? Shooting an incredulous look towards the seemingly sweeter of the twins, Toshiro rethought his judgment of her. Maybe she's more dangerous than I thought. He shook his head at the Kurosaki family. Later that day, Karin was making up for her missed morning run by kicking the soccer ball around the field. There was a presence like an itch on the back of her mind. As soon as she had left the house and headed for the field, she had felt a familiar spiritual pressure tailing her, and was angry for it. Is he still convinced that he has to protect me? At that thought, she moodily kicked the ball extra hard so that it bounced off the goal post right back at her. Stopping the ball's rotation, Karin called out in an irritated voice, you can come out, you know. With a rustle, Toshiro appeared from behind the bushes, his eyes staring straight at Karin. He was silently appraising her, she knew. She took the chance to examine his eyes. A mix of blue and green, and the effect was almost ethereal, but she wasn't enchanted in the least. On the contrary, instead of being mesmerized, she was angry. They kept up the staring contest, and after what felt like ages, he broke eye contact. Walking towards her, Toshiro asked, I suppose you want to know why I've been following you? Rolling her eyes, Karin replied in a dead voice, I already know the answer to that question. To protect me from danger, right? She expected him to say, yes, or, that's right, but he stayed maddeningly silent, and merely continued to walk towards her. He stopped right in front of her. Abruptly, he kicked the ball out from under her foot. Caught off guard, Karin briefly lost her balance before she quickly righted herself and glared at Toshiro. Toshiro opened his mouth to talk, and for a moment he was tempted to ask her, are you aware that your father knows everything, but he swallowed it down. But his mouth was already open, so Karin was looking at him, obviously expecting him to say something. So he decided to lighten up the mood instead. It was uncharacteristic of him to do so, but Toshiro attempted it anyways. Brooding doesn't suit you. I'd rather you return to being a violent tomboy. He joked. Contrary to lightening the mood up, Karin reddened with ill-suppressed anger at his comment. Oh. You think I'm a violent tomboy, do you? Well, join the club, that's what every kid at school thinks. Her feet moved to take back the ball. Before Karin could actually take possession of the ball however, Toshiro quickly maneuvered the ball away from her. Karin stamped in frustration, not caring that she was acting like a little kid. Give it back. She shouted. Toshiro replied with a faint smile on his face, if you want it, you'll have to take it. The words rang familiarly in Karin's head. She realized that he was again saying what Hiko had already said to her. If you want it, you'll have to take it, brat. Hiko's words echoed through her head. It felt like centuries ago when Hiko had said it, and it had literally been in another lifetime. But when Toshiro said it, his face contained a hint of mirth, vastly different from Hiko's outright resentment towards a girl joining the soccer team. The two were similar, yet so different. Despite her anger a moment ago, Karin laughed and said, "You're on." Karin successfully stole the ball, albeit after 5 minutes of running and trying to intercept Toshiro's dribbling. Afterwards, they played one-on-one. Even while they were breathless from running and using Shunpa, they were laughing and having fun. Finally, exhausted and tired, they collapsed in the grass beside each other. They lay on their backs in the grass, looking up at the sky that was just beginning to darken. Trying to catch her breath, Karin breathed, "Never knew that you were that good at soccer." Toshiro retorted in only a slightly less breathless voice, "The coach told you, didn't he?" "What?" "That he had picked me to join the soccer team because of my skills." With that said, Toshiro turned to his side and smirked. Karin wanted to wipe off the smirk from his face, and was considering whether it was best to slap it off or punch it off when his eyes met hers. Her breath caught, and it didn't seem to be the results of the physical exercise she had done. Almost on impulse, she rolled over and pecked Toshiro right on his lips. Time seemed to freeze. The second the kiss lasted seemed to stretch on forever. Suddenly realizing what she was doing, Karin's eyes widened and she sat up, hand on her lips. Meanwhile, Toshiro stared at her, dumbfounded. Standing up, Karin apologized in a stammer, unable to look him in the eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me." But when she made to leave, she felt a hand fasten around her wrist and pull her down. She tumbled down onto Toshiro's lap, and when she looked up, she realized that their faces were inches apart. This time, Toshiro initiated the kiss. To him, the first kiss had felt like the first few drops of water after a long drought. When the two broke apart, Karin was staring at Toshiro, slightly cross-eyed from his proximity. At this sight, Toshiro burst out laughing. Still laughing, Toshiro stood up and grasped the hand of a confused Karin to help her to her feet, and led the way back to her house. All the way back, Karin felt a burning sensation on her lips. The Monday next morning, both Karin and Toshiro had returned almost back to the way they were before the kiss. Almost. Only Ranjiku noticed something wrong with how her captain was acting, but she made no comment. Ichigo also noticed that Karin was spacing out more than usual. But then again, she'd been through a lot the past few weeks, so he didn't think much of it and didn't push the matter. He turned his attention to the newspaper. Flicking through it, he noticed an article that made him go pale. Eyes widening and mouth tightening, he shut the newspaper and put it down. While serving breakfast of waffles with strawberry and whipped cream, Yuzu noticed that everyone was rather strange, particularly her brother. He had been completely silent after he had looked through the newspaper. Wondering what he could have read to disturb him so much, after she had finished serving the waffles, she reached for the newspaper. Ichigo, seeing this abruptly shoved Yuzu's hand away. Confused and hurt, Yuzu could only stammer, "Oh.Oniai-chan." With a calm voice, belied only by his face expression, he explained hastily, "There's just a gory picture that I don't want you to see." He tried to joke, "It'll take your appetite away." Still acting like a startled mouse, Yuzu silently nodded. Only at this small fiasco over breakfast did Karin realize that there was something wrong with her brother. She resolved to force it out of him after she got back from school. After finishing breakfast and picking up their backpacks, Karin, Yuzu, and Toshiro left for school. No sooner had they stepped out the front door did Hiko intercept them. "Hey." "Hello, Hiko-senpai." "Hey, Captain," Yuzu and Karin chorused, Karin perhaps more dully. Again, Karin asked Hiko, "What about your girlfriend, Captain? Wouldn't she be angry that you're not picking her up instead? Her house isn't on my way to school. Besides, we broke up." At this, Karin felt a stab of guilt though she had no idea why. It wasn't like she was the reason they broke up, she thought. But the way Hiko looked at Karin, as if to say, "There, you happy now," suggested otherwise. On the contrary, at this, Karin felt even unhappier. When she realized this, she knew she no longer liked Hiko. Then she felt her cheeks threaten to burn with shame at how quickly her feelings had changed, and regret that she had ever wished for Hiko and his girlfriend to break up. That he had never known her feelings was the only comfort. She half wanted to chance a glance towards Toshiro, but the other half of her was afraid of what she would see there. Much like they had previously, the four trudged in uncomfortable silence. Except unlike last time, Karin was acutely aware of the tension. When they separated at the school's front gate, Karin breathed a small sigh of relief. Karin continued to space out throughout the whole day, causing teachers to screech at her to pay attention and eventually give up in a huff. She absently answered the question, why did many of the Japanese move to Hawaii, with, because they're stupid, and then the question, do you know what the products of cellular respiration are, with, isn't it just plants passing gas, which earned her a lump the size of a goose egg on her head and a nice long break outside of class with her hands up in the air. Scritching at the surface of his paper with his pencil, Toshiro kept a careful eye on Karin as she stood outside the classroom. Soccer practice was no better. More than ever, Karin was back on autopilot, weaving through the team members without passing the ball. She didn't hear Hiko call to her that he was open. On one occasion, her elbow brushed Toshiro's arm and she jumped away as if she'd been burned, causing her to lose possession of the ball. When she had made several of the same mistakes, and even kicked the ball into the wrong goal, Coach Sasaki's patience wore thin and he blew the whistle to pause the scrimmage. He shouted, "Oi, Kurosaki! What is up with you? Focus, focus. You hear me?" Karin hung her head and nodded. "Ah, come on now coach, everyone has their off days don't they? Yeah, lay off of her a little." Sita patted her back sympathetically. Hiko stared impassively at her, and Karin momentarily met his eyes before she quickly looked away. 5 figures knelt at the foot of the throne and spoke as one. "We shall take our leave now." Without turning to face them, Aizen replied, "Do not return without the girl." A figure that could be recognized as Caballero was at the head of this group. With a glint in his unmonocled eye he answered, "Yes, Mstr." As the errand car left, Aizen turned to look at the figure beside him. "Things are getting interesting, are they not?" The only answer was a nervous giggle. The disastrous soccer practice ended on a rather depressing note. As Karin exited the girls' locker rooms, she saw Toshiro waiting for her there. Avoiding his gaze, as well as Hiko's and Sita's gazes from behind him, Karin headed towards the classroom that Yuzu's home economics club was held in. Hiko watched the two go with a strange expression on his face. Sita had only to look at him to realize Hiko was jealous. He hadn't missed the news that Hiko had broken up with his girlfriend, either. So he's finally realized he likes her, and it's too late. It was ironic, Sita thought, shaking his head and walking ahead of Hiko, who was still staring after Karin and Toshiro. Yuzu didn't understand why Karin suddenly insisted on walking home together when they had long been used to walking separately after they finished with their respective club activities. She understood even less when Toshiro silently accompanied them. She wondered if he was being chivalrous or if it was merely for convenience because he and Karin were in the same soccer team. Nonetheless, she enjoyed the company, even if one was sulking and the other stone quiet. "It's been a while since we walked back home together, huh, Karin-chan?" Yuzu smiled. Karin managed to crack a grin that looked more like a grimace. "Why yeah. It has." Karin resisted the urge to kick a stray pebble. She didn't know what was wrong with her and why she was moody. But she didn't have long to dwell on the reason why because a sudden spiritual pressure dropped down on them. Caballero, true to his promise, had returned. Chapter 12. Success. Caballero, true to his word, had returned. All hell broke loose. Toshiro immediately took action, shoving a soul candy into his mouth and bursting out of his jigai, shouting at the Jikongan inside his body to take Yuzu to safety. He took out a black watch-like device and shouted into it, requesting permission for limit release. ASAP. Karin, on the other hand, with her hot temper and eagerness to prove herself, grit her teeth and headed right to the center of the cluster of Arrancar in the sky, where Caballero stood. Realizing far too late what she had done, Tushuru jumped up after her. However, Karin had increased drastically in speed than before, from Yoruchi's training. Time seemed to slow down as his arm reached out to grip the back of her gray jacket of her uniform. He fell short and was shortly overwhelmed by the other 4 Arrancar. No, it's too reckless. Karin, he thought desperately. Meanwhile, Karin, standing in the air, crossed her arms to face the gentleman Arrancar. So you've come back. She said coolly, though her thoughts inside were in tumult. He had absolutely no regard for the humans in this vicinity, especially her sister. Glancing back at the other Arrancar, she added, with more lackeys, to boot. Though I do not appreciate the way you refer to my companions, unnecessarily pretending to adjust his monocle mask, Caballero continued, of course. A gentleman must always keep his word. We could all do with fewer gentlemen in this world. Karin muttered. Oh, now my feelings are hurt. Caballero returned, though the wide smile on his face indicated otherwise. Upon seeing this, Karin narrowed her eyes. I'm warning you. You're wrong if you think I'm the same as when you ambushed me before. Karin said, and in a blink, she had disappeared from Caballero's line of sight. Nonetheless, the Arrancar knew where she was and the corners of his lips curled up in delight. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. He blocked her attack from behind with a single hand. Your improvements, in terms of speed, are vast indeed. It took you 1/10 of the time than it took you last time to react. And you also got behind me. Smile growing wider, he sighed dramatically and said in mock woe, but I'm afraid it's still not quite enough. Following Aizen's XPLCT command not to return without the girl, Caballero didn't play around this time, and used Sonido to take his place back behind Karin, who spun around too late to block his blow to her neck. The world turned dark. All the while, Tushuru was continuing to face the 4 Arrancar who had surrounded him, blocking his way to Caballero and thus, Karin. Gritting his teeth, Tushuru ground out, "Get out of my way." A pale-faced female Arrancar to Tushuru's left laughed softly. That sounded like a command. But we do not follow your commands. In fact, she rather looked like the type that gave commands. She had a starburst-shaped mask nestled in her hime-cut black hair. It looked rather like a tiara. Another Arrancar, whose grey bangs were held back with remains of his mask in the curious form of many little overlapping bones, on Tushuru's right grinned nastily and said, "That's big talk for a single small Shinigami who's outnumbered, ah." The one in front of Tushuru was bald and had a mask circling round his head, leaving his dark face bare and illuminating eyes that looked like they had black eyeliner around them. This one held out an arm, signaling to the others to hold back from attacking. Fighting by numbers is not our way. Also, I have a bone to pick with this one. So I'll hope you'll leave this Shinigami to me. Though he phrased this as a request, it looked like anything but, as he looked around with threatening eyes, emphasized by what first appeared to be eyeliner, which upon closer inspection, actually turned out to be black tattoos around the contours of his eyes. 2 of the Arrancar backed off, straightening from their fighting poses without protest, albeit reluctantly. From how they're following his orders, seems like eyeliner is the strongest, thought the captain. But one remaining Arrancar with no visible mask, who had been standing behind Tushuru, sneered at the one who had challenged the young captain, "I'll watch from the sidelines for now, but if you show the faintest signs of weakness." His face expression said the rest. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Tushuru turned back around to question the Arrancar whom he had dubbed eyeliner. "I've never seen you in my life. Who are you and what grudge do you bear against me?" The one who had tattooed eyes replied, "I am Sarcophago, the Octavo Espada." He held out a forearm tattooed with the number 8. Inwardly, Toshiro cursed to himself at having an espada between him and Karin, along with the segundo espada. But he still didn't know why the Arrancar bore a grudge. The espada spoke again. You remember Mira? The one you fought and killed last time? What does the Arrancar with the bandages have to do with the Arrancar in front of me? Toshiro thought irritably. As if reading Toshiro's mind, Sarcophago followed up swiftly. My full name is Sarcophago Hablar. Does my surname ring a bell? Flashback. I'm Mira Hablar, numeros 36. Flashback end. The Shinigami captain realized that he was facing off with the brother of Mira. As soon as he remembered, Toshiro immediately bent into a fighting stance, which was almost too late, because Sarcophago had already started charging towards him. Toshiro brought up his sword just in time to block the sword attack. Though he moved Sarcophago's sword off, it took no small effort, and Toshiro had to bring his sword up almost immediately again to block another heavy blow, which was even harder to handle. With gravity added to Sarcophago's already powerful hits, Toshiro knew he was at a disadvantage. When his sword was pushed down to the point that the blade nearly touched his face, Toshiro finally released Hyorinru. Inwardly he cursed the sticklers who still insisted on placing the Gintai-Rin soul-limiting seal on every captain-class Shinigami. He desperately waited for the sign allowing the limit release, and his companions, to take on the other Arrancar. Matsumoto. Get here soon. Gintai-Rin seal limiting 80% of captains' and lieutenants' powers. Because they couldn't find a place to sleep, Izuru and Shohei had ended up staying at Urahara's candy shop, though they'd had to camp out on the basement training ground along with Renji, on account of the lack of space. At least, according to shop owner. The attack had occurred during the PRD that Ururu and Jinta were still at school. Izuru had already woken up long ago, eaten both breakfast and lunch, and was even helping out around the shop in the absence of the two kids when he felt the Arrancar Ryatsu drop heavily into the human world. Renji and Shohei were sleeping like logs, albeit snoring ones, when their cell phones rang the alarm. Immediately bolting awake, they grabbed their phones and shot up the ladder. Stopping only to trade grim looks, the three ran out of the shop. Urahara and Yoruchi stayed behind. They knew that 3 captains and 3 lieutenants, not to mention 3 other Shinigami, were enough to fight off 5 Arrancar. But Urahara felt uneasy nonetheless. I feel as if something will happen. Shutting the front door of the apartment as he returned from a day of classes at the university, Asano Kigo sighed. Ms. Wiro had left with older and hotter women yet again. Life was unfair, he plaintively thought. But he had his own friends. Or guests, no matter how unwanted and dangerous they were. Temporary guest friends, Kigo decided to dub them as he headed towards the guest room, poised to ask if they were up for a friendly, not to mention unfair, as the two had never encountered a console game on the Xbox. As he reached for the handle of the door, he yelped and leapt back with surprise upon hearing several hideous screeching noises coming through the door, followed immediately by the 2 unwanted guests bursting forth from the room and blowing past him out the front door. Which left Kigo standing alone in the apartment. Granted, the guests had been unwanted, but that's because they weren't girls. No matter how girly one looked. Just because the guests themselves were unwanted didn't mean Kigo didn't want their company. At least that was how Kigo thought about it. Anyways, it made sense in his head. So after they rushed out, he stood alone, talking to the air. Wow, no, welcome back. Life really was unfair to Asano Kigo. The 2 female Shinigami, along with Ichigo, jumped out of the window as soon as they heard the alarm. All of the Shinigami's cell phones reacted at the same time, and though they themselves felt the immense spiritual pressure, their cell phones informed them that the attack this time consisted of not 1, not 2, but no less than 5 espada. Toshiro, not knowing that he was surrounded by espada, was nonetheless having trouble fighting. Where's Matsumoto? Where's Kurosaki? Kuchiki? What happened to those reinforcements? Though Tushuru was an acknowledged swords master, he avoided fighting in close range when he faced a physically stronger opponent, preferring only to get in close to deal a finishing blow. However, the Arrancar he was facing off against gave him no chance to get, much less maintain, the distance he desired. Sarcophago kept closing in, keeping the smaller Shinigami at a perpetual disadvantage. For the umpteenth time, Tushuru thought impatiently, when is that limit release coming? Until the limit on his powers was lifted, he could only fight at a fifth of his full strength, which would be nowhere near enough to defeat this Espada. Irritated, his thoughts were filled with bile. Fat lot of help the reinforcements are. To slow down his opponent's movements, Tushuru threw the crescent moon blade attached to the chain on his Zanpakuto like a boomerang in the little time he had between the clash of their swords. With a rattle, the crescent blade swung back, capturing and freezing Sarcophago's arms and sword. But it didn't last for long. With a snarl, Sarcophago easily broke the ice, using his hierro steel skin. Is this all you've got? Sarcophago scoffed. He lunged and the two locked blades once again. I'm surprised you beat my brother at all, little Shinigami. With an effort, Tushuru managed to ignore the jab at his size and held his ground. Suddenly jerking his sword away from the deadlock, he caused Sarcophago to stumble forward. Tushuru took this chance to swing Hyorinmaru in an attempt to freeze his opponent again. Though Sarcophago dodged, from a distance, the maskless Arrancar shifted restlessly with an angry expression on his face. Noticing this and becoming simultaneously angered and nervous for reasons unknown to Tushuru, Sarcophago shouted, I'll finish this off once and for all. He pointed his sword at Tushuru. Entiarello, Atod. Entiarello bury him. Atod coffin. Though Tushuru leapt back instinctively, at first, it didn't seem as though anything was happening. Not made the youngest captain for nothing, however, Tushuru remained wary, which was just as well, because after a few moments, with a rumbling sound, countless rocks ranging from the size of pebbles to boulders rose in the air to surround their summoner. Too late, Tushuru realized that he should have attacked beforehand. He did so now, even as more rocks rose from the ground. As the Arrancar pointed his sword straight towards Tushuru, the suspended rocks pelted in the Shinigami's direction. Rushing in towards Sarcophago, it was the same as rushing in towards the attack, and as he couldn't change direction mid-motion, Tushuru had no way to avoid the maelstrom of rocks. He had time to glimpse what he recognized as Caballero's solitary figure in the distance over Sarcophago's shoulder before the rocks slammed into him. What had happened to Karin? The rocks hurled Tushuru back into the wall of a building, burying him under the mass of boulders mixed with rocks and dirt. After a rain of dust and rocks, all was still. Sarcophago eyed the unmoving mound with disdain. This is all you amounted to, huh? I grieve for my brother, who lost a scum like this. He turned his back on the pile of rocks and said to his companions, let's go back. Stop. Ichigo had arrived at the scene of havoc first. He looked round, saw a pile of boulders, spied 5 Arrancar, all of whom were Espada, he knew from Rukia's cell phone, and among them, the previously lone caballero holding what looked like an unconscious Karin. The gentleman spared one hand to tip his white top hat in what seemed like a cordial manner towards him, except Ichigo knew better. Karin! He cried out. Rukia and Ranjaku arrived moments later. They looked around and saw the same thing Ichigo did, though Ranjaku focused on something else. She couldn't see her captain, but she could still feel his presence. Sure enough, the crumbled pile of rocks shifted slightly, then a particularly large boulder froze and shattered, revealing an injured Hitsugaya Tushuru. He had frozen himself just in time, preventing the boulders from crushing him under their weight. Taicho! Ranjaku cried out. She ran out to him as he staggered out of the pile of rubble. His eyes frantically scanned for Karin's gray uniform, and saw it flicker into his sight in Caballero's arms. He could have sworn that before the rocks had crashed into him that Caballero had been alone. He gripped the transmitter that gave him contact to Soul Society. It crackled to life and he heard, permission granted. He almost sagged with relief. His voice was faint as he said, "They finally gave the permit." Rangiku realized immediately what her captain was talking about. Giving a weak smile to her captain despite her worry, she said, "You'd think they'd learn after the first time. It's been 4 years since Espada have set foot here. The science department's gotten soft." Tushuru reminded her with a grimace of pain. The first time an Espada had led Numeros to unexpected attack on Karakura, and 80% of the Shinigami's powers had been sealed, it had taken ages for the science department to give the permission to the Shinigami who had encountered Arankar for the first time. Because of the science department's late response, they had almost lost the battle then. Now the 10th Division captain pulled at the front of his hakama, opening it slightly, drawing a circular sign on his chest to release the seal. Rangiku and Rukia quickly followed suit. On the Tushuru and Matsumoto's chests the seal's light shined to briefly reveal a daffodil, the insignia of 10th Division. On Rukia's, a snowdrop, the insignia of the 13th Division, appeared. Limit release. They all yelled. The 3 Shinigami heading from the Urahara premises felt the sudden release of spiritual power. They too drew a circular sign on their chests. Marigold shined on Renji and Izuru's chests, while a buttercup shined on Shuhai's. Limit release. The female Arankar turned around sharply at the release of spiritual pressure, ping an eyebrow at the Shinigami now at full strength. "Sarcophago, it seems that your follow-through needs some work." The man with gray hair said hungrily, "There are others now, ah." He licked his lips and grinned. "Itadakimasu, thanks for the meal." In an alarmingly short amount of time, he was crouching in front of Rangiku and Tushuru. Eyeing them both with a positively hungry look on his face, he tilted his head and drawled, "I guess I'll choose the fresher meat, ah. This one's too beat up, ah." He nodded towards Tushuru. He turned towards the uninjured Rangiku, whose hand immediately went to her Zanpakuto. "With more meat to her, as well. I'll water you well, my rose, ah." He leered. Rangiku looked at him with disdain, and she pulled out Himiko and released her shurikai. "Oh please. Don't you know that every rose has its thorns?" Tushuru on the other hand, was searching in what was rapidly turning into a battlefield for other signs of Caballero. Last he had seen the Arankar, he had been holding Karin. Finally, Tushuru found the distinctive top hat, but Caballero was again alone. Had the rocks addled his brain and caused him to see things? Karin was nowhere in sight. Caballero stood by himself. Fighting back his panic, he tried to convince himself that she had somehow gotten away. He failed. He berated himself for being so weak as to want to believe something that he knew that Karin couldn't, no, wouldn't, do. Glancing at Rangiku, who nodded in return, he trusted his lieutenant to take care of the opponent before her, approached his opponent himself. He had been a fool for attempting to take on an Espada without using Bankai in the first place, Tushuru thought bitterly. He remedied his mistake now, moving Hyorinmaru up towards the heavens and releasing his Bankai. Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Water particles rapidly gathered around Tushuru's limbs and shoulder blades, solidifying and forming claws and wings that stretched into a tail of ice. 3 ice flowers with 4 petals each also materialized behind him. Sarcophago greeted him with another clash of blades, and was dismayed to find Tushuru had become much faster and stronger, and that his Hiero no longer worked. The seemingly maskless Arankar took a single step forward and disappeared, reappearing in front of Ichigo. Orange hair. Large Zanpakuto. His amber eyes closely examined the Shinigami in question. "You're Kurosaki Ichigo," he stated. Undeterred by the scrutiny, Ichigo wordlessly flash-stepped past the Arankar. Eyes flashing dangerously, the spurned Arankar turned around, and performed Sonido in return, so he was back in front of Ichigo. Ignoring the Arankar again, Ichigo didn't only take one step, but sped forward. But amber eyes blocked his path all the way through. Stopping, Ichigo said in a quiet voice, "Sorry, but I'll fight you later, after I get my sister back." Stretching his neck in a rather serpentine way, the amber-eyed Arrancar replied, "I don't think so." He added in with an ominous glint in his eyes, "Kurosaki Ichigo." Ichigo's patience gauge reached an all-time low and his temper flared. "Move." Raising her eyebrows, the female Arrancar too, used sonido and bent her head close to Ichigo's and whispered in his ear, "Why do you not force him to move with your sword?" She smiled and easily dodged Ichigo's agitated horizontal sword swipe. The maskless Arrancar said in a warning tone, "Clara. He's mine." She replied, "I was encouraging him to fight you, if you please. You should be thanking me." Having said that, she glided over to Rukia. The two were of similar stature, but their poses were very different. Rukia's stance was firm and ready for fight, Sodi no Shirayuki was out and released. Clara looked like the epitome of politeness, and her Zanpakuto remained in its sheath as well. Clara smiled and bowed to Rukia, with only a hint of mocking in her movements. "Well, let us introduce ourselves, as is your Shinigami custom, I believe. If I may be so rude to introduce myself first, I am Clara Luz, the Novena Espada." Though Rukia had a strong personality, she got swept into her enemy's pace. "I am Kuchiki Rukia, lieutenant of the 13th Division." Ikiku and Yumachika were the second group to arrive. Ikiku groaned when it seemed that all the Arrancar were taken. Ichigo spotted him and shouted, "Ikiku! Come help me out here. I need to get to Karin." Appeased in no time, Ikiku cheerfully roared back, "Thought you'd never ask." At this, the Arrancar hissed, revealing his mask at last, as pointy fangs. "You dare to relegate me to another Shinigami like some boring task, Kurosaki Ichigo?" But the Shinigami he directed the tirade to had shot off towards Caballero. He found himself facing an entirely different Shinigami. Landing in front of the Arrancar lightly, Ikiku grinned with anticipation of the upcoming battle. "Sorry, but you'll just have to settle for the best. I'm Madarame Ikiku, 3rd seed of the 11th Division." All this time, Caballero had been watching the scene complacently. As Ichigo approached, his blood ran cold. Caballero no longer held Karin. The trio from Urahara's house came at last, and by then it looked like the winter war all over again. "Sheet! What's going on?" Seeing Rukia hard-pressed up against her opponent, Renji went to help her. Shuhei spotted Ranjaku facing off against an Arrancar by herself, bleeding from a forehead wound, and shot off in her direction at once. Placing himself in between Ranjaku and the enemy, he called out, "Are you alright, Ranjaku-san?" She shouted something back, but he couldn't hear. When he narrowly avoided being speared by the man with grey hair, Shuhei realized that Ranjaku had been trying to warn him. It had been his long-time dream of saving Ranjaku, whom he imagined every time as a damsel in distress, but he'd never gotten the chance, she was too strong. Here his chance had come, but he was already embarrassing himself. Immediately he released his Zanpakuto, shouting the Shirkai command he hated so much, "Care Reap, Kazashini." Holding the two double-ended scythes in both hands and examining his opponent, Shuhei introduced himself. "I'm Hisagi Shuhei, captain of the 9th Division." "Who are you?" The Arrancar had a glint in his eye as he looked past the 9th Division captain. Shuhei didn't like it, he knew what, or who, the Arrancar was looking at as he liked his lips. Without looking at Shuhei, the Arrancar asked, "What's it to you, ah?" Snorting, Shuhei replied, "Because it's polite to introduce yourself." "But if you'd rather not dash," he was interrupted by raucous laughter. "According to the other Espada, I don't even have table manners. So why should I polite enough to introduce myself, ah?" He finally looked at Shuhei and smirked. "But just so you'll know who killed you, I'm de Pai Pescados, ah." As he finished his sentence, he attacked. Meanwhile, Ichigo confronted Caballero. "What have you done with Karin?" Ichigo growled. Shrugging, Caballero said in a nonchalant tone, "Whatever do you mean? Don't play fool with me. You were just holding her. What have you done with her?" Caballero smiled underneath the brim of his hat. In truth, he had purposely let Ichigo glimpse his younger sister. Or to be precise, an afterimage of her. Oh, the delights of tormenting Shinigami. Karin woke to something cold dripping onto her face. She opened her eyes and it seemed like she was in a damp dungeon, which explained the cold dripping. It must have been water. Moving to wipe it off, a clanking noise and some force prevented her. She was chained to a wall. At this discovery, she sat up abruptly and regretted it immediately. Her head and neck ached in a way that reminded her of the time she'd gotten whiplash. Except this felt 100 times worse. Where was she? Chapter 13. Fellow Soul. I'm in a dungeon. How exciting. Karin could not keep the sarcastic thoughts out of her head. Sighing, Karin shifted uncomfortably. How had she ended up here? She had been facing Caballero. Ah. So that was it. That gentleman wannabe BSTRD had knocked her out and brought her here. Careful not to turn her head enough for it to hurt, Karin took in her surroundings. There was a steel door about some distance away. What a gloomy place. He probably doesn't get many guests, Karin thought with grim good humor. A groaning noise caught her attention and she turned her head quickly, ignoring the pain that laced up through her various neck muscles, including what the corner of her brain vaguely registered as her trapezius. There had been somebody with her, she hadn't noticed because she had been careful not to hurt her neck. Familiar shaggy black hair shifted. Instantly recognizing the figure chained next to her, she finally croaked out, "Tatsuki." She automatically cleared her throat, she was parched. The figure shifted. "Don't, look." It came out as a stifled sob. But Tatsuki never cried, Karin thought to herself. What could have happened? Unless. A horrifying thought occurred to her. Tatsuki. Karin cried out with a voice tinged with desperation. Look at me. Tatsuki wordlessly shook her head, whipping her hair back and forth, her chains rattling from the ferocity of the refusal. Then Tatsuki's body stiffened and after a moment of attempting to hold it back, she roared in pain. Or hunger. Her suspicions had been correct. Karin shivered at both the eeriness and the familiarity of the sound. Though she herself had gone through the very same experience, she couldn't imagine the despair she would have experienced if she hadn't met Tushuru. Tushuru. Karin thought suddenly. If only I hadn't rushed in. Karin berated herself. Was he still facing the errand car? Had the backup come? She was jolted from her thoughts as Tatsuki's spasm seemed to end. When the spasm was over, Tatsuki's body suddenly became lax, the shackles around wrists the only thing keeping her from collapsing to the ground entirely. Karin began to struggle against her chains. If her own hands hadn't been chained, Karin would have used them to force Tatsuki to look at her. Unsurprisingly, she was unable to free her hands, she instead tried a different approach. A mask is forming, isn't it? A shaky intake of breath was the only answer. Then, slowly, Tatsuki looked up, revealing a mask 3/4 formed, and Karin was taken aback. She hadn't expected the mask to form to such an extent. Even details such as 2 black stripes from above Tatsuki's eyes, down the bridge of her nose and up again to what Karin saw would make a V shape when completed. I won't let that happen. Karin thought determinedly. She couldn't see Tatsuki's mouth for the skull teeth, but the single eye that was visible glinted with a glimmer of hope from Karin's apparent knowledge of her situation. Karin wasn't so confident, Tatsuki's mask had formed so much. But she didn't let her dismay show on her face. In the worst-case scenario, it would agitate Tatsuki to the point of no return. Again, Karin struggled, this time not free herself, but to get into a more comfortable position, an almost impossible attempt due to the fact that her hands were chained to the wall behind her. But she could get her legs into a less uncomfortable position, at least. At last, when her position became somewhat bearable, she prepared to address Tatsuki again. She opened her mouth. You're turning into a hollow right now. She realized immediately that had been the wrong to say, when she saw that more of Tatsuki's mask formed at the agitation that this statement caused. Hastily Karin supplied, but it's reversible. This wasn't exactly true, but that was the closest that Karin could get to explaining without triggering more of Tatsuki's fear. Choosing her words more carefully this time, Karin said, listen. You've got to meditate. You've done that for karate plenty of times, right? Even from the visible quarter of Tatsuki's face, Karin could tell that she thought the idea that meditation could help her was crazy. Karin grit her teeth and steeled herself. If anything convinced Tatsuki, this would be it. I went through the same experience as this, so trust me. You don't see a mask on my face, do you? Tatsuki's eyes widened, as realization dawned upon her. Ichigo stood in front of Caballero, asking questions that the latter would simply deflect. Where's Karin? After looking around as if searching for the girl, Caballero finally turned back to Ichigo and shrugged. Now, where on earth could she be? He asked back, grinning slyly. Ichigo snapped. Don't F with me. He swung his sword, a wild swing that Caballero could easily dodge. Suddenly, Ichigo was bleeding profusely from a long horizontal cut on his side and Caballero was nowhere to be seen. Staggering, Ichigo winced and gingerly placed a hand on the wound. He looked about and yelled, "Stop hiding and come out and face me like a man." Caballero's voice came from somewhere in front of Ichigo. "Ah, but I am no mere man. I am a gentleman. Which deserves some form of respect, don't you agree?" Stepping seemingly out of thin air before Ichigo, Caballero smiled down at the orange-haired Shinigami who was still gripping his wound. Circling around Ichigo, Caballero commented conversationally, "Did you know, that in a battle, in the moment of attack, depending on one's speed, that there are a few moments where one is wide open?" Slipping a gloved hand into his front pocket, he drew out his pocket watch and flicked it open. "And for you." His green eyes flickered down to look at the watch and he promptly disappeared from Ichigo's line of sight. That opening lasted. Ichigo reacted to the voice that came from somewhere behind him and narrowly avoided being sliced in two from behind. "For 1/10 of a second, which is plenty of time for me." Skidding through the air, Ichigo turned to face Caballero, who was tucking away his pocket watch once again. Closing his eyes, the Segundo Espada softly stated, "For years of peace. For years of not fighting, for years of lowering your guard." His green eyes shot open, and for the first time, the gentleman raised his voice, "Has made you weak, Kurosaki Ichigo." From this accusation, something that had been asleep in Ichigo seemed to stir a bit at this. With a new glint in his eyes, Ichigo looked up at Caballero. "Thanks for the wake-up call, Caballero." In a flash, he had released his bankai and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Ikaku and the Arrancar were duking it out, talking the whole time. "I'm Madarame Ikaku, 3rd seed of the 11th Division." "What's your name, Arrancar?" Ignoring the question asked to him, the Arrancar shot forward. Their swords clashed with a clang, and taking the chance when their faces were close together, the Arrancar examined Ikaku closely. "Madarame Ikaku? I've heard that name before." He leapt back and tried to remember where. "Red eye markings. Bald." At this a vein popped out of Ikaku's head, as being called bald was his pet peeve. "What did you say?" Ignoring Ikaku's indignant shout, the Arrancar seemed to remember where he'd heard Ikaku's name. "You have bankai, don't you? Only 3rd seat and you have bankai." He mused. Instantly forgetting about the observation that he'd considered an insult, Ikaku's face grew somber. "So the rumor has spread even to Hueco Mundo, eh?" However, he continued fighting with only his sword. "You will not face me with you bankai?" The Arrancar bore his fangs in fury. Ikaku grinned at the sight of his opponent getting riled up. "Not unless you tell me your name, I won't." Narrowing his eyes, the Arrancar reluctantly replied, I am Serpiente Estrangulator, 5th Espada. Delighted that his plan to get his opponent's name had worked, Ikaku immediately released his Shurikai. Nobairo Extend, Huzakimaru, he lunged with a new fervor using Huzakameru in its spear mode, overwhelming his opponent. What, you're not going to face me at full power either? Ikaku asked, referring to the fact that Serpiente hadn't released his resurrection yet. Having had enough of Ikaku's prodding, Serpiente finally used his resurrection. Muerd, Latigo. His fangs disappeared, replaced by a skeletal hood, reminiscent of a cobra, holding a WHP. That's the ticket. Ikaku bellowed, rushing in for real this time. Serpiente coldly said, my weapon has a longer range than yours. Now that I have used my resurrection, you have no chance. The stronger, the better. We'll see about that. Serpiente Estrangulator, Serpent Strangler. Muerd Bite. Latigo WHP. Even if the young captain was injured. Sarcophago seemed hard-pressed against the Tushuru who had his limit released. So he tried a slyer tactic. Arquetta. This time, Tushuru did not wait to see what the attack would do. It was dangerous to give this Arankar enough time to prepare an attack. He easily dodged Sarcophago's subsequent rather wild, two-handed sword swing, and closed into that very place for what he thought would be the final blow. Tushuru would later look back and realize that underestimating the enemy could cost him his life. What he had judged to be a wild swing that provided a perfect opening, had been planned to provide an opening on purpose and lure him into that exact spot. Where Sarcophago's sword had sliced the air, two halves of a coffin made of stone appeared and clapped together, trapping Tushuru within with a dull thud. Sarcophago wasted no time in making his next move. He had learned from his previous mistake in failing to finish Tushuru off. Lanza de la Piedra. Large stone shards rapidly gathered and were suspended in the air around the coffin, and then pierced the coffin all through. A thick liquid, blood, slowly dripped through the cracks of the coffin and fell to the air. Seeing this, unlike the first time he had believed that he had killed Tushuru, Sarcophago threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He had been driven almost crazy with the adrenaline rush that the fight had given him. Brother, I have avenged you. Then the coffin blasted apart. Arquetta casket/coffin. Lanza de la Piedra spear of stone. Meanwhile, Izuru used Kidu techniques to heal the bleeding Rukia, who had been temporarily blinded by an unknown technique that Clara had performed, and subsequently slashed across the back in her vulnerable state. Clara had then knocked Rukia ruthlessly unconscious and was now head-to-head with Renji. Or rather, head-to-side, as she had shouted, Grillos de la Luz, binding Renji's limbs with the physical manifestation of her light, holding him in a spread eagle position, she now stood at his side. Grillos de la Luz, shackles of light. Now I see a worthy man. Tilting her head and smiling, Clara continued, and just my type, as well. She stroked his cheek and chucked Renji under the chin. Turning his head away from her, Renji grinned grimly in response, sorry, but you're not quite my type. A pity. We would have made quite the couple. In a flash, she had disappeared and Renji felt a powerful blow to his gut. In contrast to her petite size, Clara was physically very powerful. The red-haired Shinigami quickly released Zabumaru's enormous Bankai, which broke the light binds that held him in place with and coiled around him like an enormous snake. But it was too slow to match Clara. She simply dodged between the segments and made to attack. But Renji, though his Kidu skills were rather poor, still managed to shout, had a 31, Shakahau, and send a red blast towards the incoming Arankar. Barely managing to dodge this blast from hitting anything vital, after the attack, Clara had still sustained damage as she bled from a wound to the shoulder of her sword arm. Leaping back, she fell into the trap that Renji had set up beforehand. She struggled to break free from the red Ryatsu ropes that had previously held together the segments of Renji's Bankai. This time, their positions were such. Forcing a smile, Clara said, I apologize, but I prefer to be the S rather than the M when I court people. Too bad. Renji then shouted, Hikatsu Taiho. Baboon Bone Cannon. A red jet of light blasted from the skull attached to the end of Zabumaru's segments, engulfing Clara. Depay, renowned for his fearless and hungry manner, was surprisingly breathing and sweating while fighting against Shuhei. He had been chased around by Shuhei's Zanpakuto, unable to get close while one blade of Kazashini continued to circle its wielder as if daring him to try and attack. You already tired? Shuhei asked. We're only getting started. Depay performed Sonido again to avoid the double-ended blade, sweat dripping off his chin. He wiped it off with his hand, his eyes gleaming, and for a moment his hand flexed. Twirling the chains attached to his Zanpakuto, Shuhei threw Kazashini once again, but the time, Depay caught Kazashini with his bare hand. Wah! Shuhei's eyes widened with shock, Kazashini cut through everything. Depay laughed when he saw Shuhei's surprise. Surprised, ah. Wondering how I was able to catch your Zanpakuto. You're thinking, it should be able to cut through even Hiero, ah. Smirking, Depay continued, well, I'll do you a favor and tell you. Dead men tell no tales, ah. Holding out his Zanpakuto, Depay looked at it as if he were fascinated by his own Zanpakuto. The secret is this. You watching, ah. Still gripping the blade of Kazashini in his fist, Depay swiped the flat of his Zanpakuto across his sweat-drenched body. Cutaneo. The little bones on the remains of Depay's hollow mask split up and duplicated themselves until they stretched to cover Depay's hair, back, and legs. A/N, imagine dermal denticles, aka shark skin. When the process finished, he was reminiscent of a shark, complete with parallel black striped tattoos on the sides of his neck, like gills. As Shuhei watched this, he thought with dismay, first a lobster, now a shark. Did I make a living out of killing sea creatures in my previous life, for them to come back and haunt me now? My full resurrection is only possible when my blade is covered with enough salt water. But in return, I can do a partial resurrection if I drip even a single drop of salt water on whatever body part one choose. So you can't cut me with your blade now, ah. Not once I've sweated this much. Shuhei's lip curled as he jerked Kazashini's blade out of Depay's fist to attack again. Not if I reinforce my blade with Ryatsu. Cutaneo, a layer of skin/dermis. Finder Curious, whom Hisagi Shuhei faced during Chap 324 and some chapters before and after had lobster claws. Karin bit her lip as she watched Tatsuki attempt to meditate. She didn't want to ask any questions about their current location for fear of breaking Tatsuki's concentration. Concentration was imperative at this moment. Besides, Karin didn't even know if Tatsuki knew where they were. Despite her misgivings, Tatsuki had given in to Karin's pleas just to try out meditating. After half an hour or so, Karin heard a faint cracking sound and looked up sharply. She immediately regretted it as the pain shot up her neck, and Karin privately berated herself for forgetting about her neck injury. But now that the damage was done, she looked properly at Tatsuki and noticed that there were crack lines in her mask. Tatsuki too, had heard the sound and had opened her eyes, glancing at Karin, who nodded at her. It cracked. Karin said. That's a step forward. It hadn't shattered the way Karin's had, which puzzled her, but she had to act confident in order to encourage a spiritually unstable, and therefore also emotionally unstable, Tatsuki. Now that Tatsuki's concentration had broken, the mask seemed to be intent on reforming, and Karin warned her, if you lose your concentration for too long, the mask will form again. So again, Karin lost her chance to question Tatsuki whether she knew about their location. Well, at least I know for a fact we're in a dungeon. Karin thought dully. Not that it helps much. Instinctively, Sarcophago threw up an arm to shield himself from the debris from the coffin blasting. Apart. After the smoke had cleared, his eyes widened at the sight. How? He stammered. Tushuru stood before him with no sign of being pierced by large sharp stones. Ping his head, Tushuru said, though your follow-through was admirable, it was done to the wrong target. I saw your blood. Tushuru raised an eyebrow. You would have. My ice clones are very realistic. Without another word, Tushuru slashed horizontally in the direction of Sarcophago and shouted, Hayuryu Senbi. Rotating ice dragon tail. A wave of ice shot from the slash towards Sarcophago, entrapping him within. Looking down at the coffin of ice, Tushuru asked ironically, how's the taste of your own medicine? But within the ice coffin was not the Sarcophago from before. Tushuru cursed as he realized that Sarcophago had performed resurrection at the last second before he had been frozen. The ice cracked as Sarcophago, now with a human torso and a lion's body, burst out of the cage of ice. Seeing Tushuru's stunned look, Sarcophago explained, this is my resurrection, a sphinge. It means sphinx. Fitting, no. Except I've got another pair of arms. He stretched out his human pair of arms, holding a lance of stone. Tushuru pointed out, impressive. But you forget, my ice can break stone, and sent another load of ice towards Sarcophago, who bounded out of the way just in time, only to meet with Tushuru's Zanpakuto at close range, reinforced with ice. As the two weapons clashed, the ice spread to Sarcophago's lance, and when Tushuru brought his sword down on it a second time, the stone shattered along with the ice. But there was what seemed like ice beneath the plain stone exterior. Tushuru's face changed to disbelief. As if he was reading Tushuru's thoughts, Sarcophago said condescendingly, no, it's not ice. You may not have noticed, but my power lies not with ice, like yours, but rather with stones. Don't insult my intelligence. Tushuru growled. Sullenly, Sarcophago continued, ice is not a stone. You see, though the exterior of this lance may have been made of igneous rock, the interior is made of the hardest stone. Diamond. Looking disdainfully at Tushuru and the ice surrounding him, Sarcophago continued, ice is used at times to temporarily imitate diamonds. His face grew hard. But in the end, ice is only ice. It melts into water, and it will break before this diamond. He charged towards Tushuru, whose sheets of ice simply shattered before Sarcophago's diamond lance. Ha 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 ha. You see, diamond is really the hardest stone. Your ice is meaningless before my lance. Sarcophago broke through the ice barrier to prepare to spear Tushuru. The captain defended with his ice wings, which only cracked a bit before moving Sarcophago and his diamond lance off. I'm getting tired of this. Swirling his sword, Tushuru brought it down and another torrent of ice cascaded down upon Sarcophago, trapping his arm and his lance. Stepping closer, Tushuru asked, don't you understand? The ice shattered, including Sarcophago's trapped arm as well as the diamond lance. Flabbergasted, Sarcophago could only stare in disbelief, not even registering his maimed arm. Tushuru spoke. Even the hardness of diamond is meaningless unless there is spiritual energy backing it up. Raising his sword, Tushuru said his finishing words to Sarcophago. The weapon is only as good as its wielder. Your mistake was putting too much pride on the strength of the lance in your hand. You relied on it too much. Sarcophago only had time to widen his eyes before Tushuru brought down his sword to slay the beast at last. Distracted by the fall of Sarcophago, Caballero looked away from Ichigo for a nanosecond, which proved to be 1 nanosecond too long. Ichigo took advantage of the single nanosecond to blast a black Getsuga Tensho in his masked state. For the first time, a blow was landed on Caballero. Though Caballero had been quick to throw a Zero to reduce the impact of the attack, the Getsuga still did its work, tearing through a layer of his flesh, and blasting off Caballero's white top hat to reveal his black hair. Even with the injury, he kept up his movements, but inevitably, the speed fell quite a bit. Caballero considered his choices for a moment. When he saw a masked Ichigo rushing towards him, with a smile that looked more like a grimace from the pain, Caballero thought, well, it seems I have no choice. He opened the garganta, and immediately Jillian swarmed towards him and pillars of negation surrounded him and the other Espada. As the 4 pillars left, each of the Espada gave a look towards their respective opponents that promised it wasn't over yet. Clara, who had just barely negated Renji's attack using a zero of her own, was still badly injured. Once in the golden pillar, she regained her composure and smiled at Renji. "I am Clara Luz, Novena Espada. Remember my name, I'm sure we'll see each other again." Gritting his teeth, Renji shouted back, "I'm Abarai Renji, captain of the 3rd Division. I'll remember you for hurting Rukia." Putting a hand on her mouth in mock surprise, Clara replied, "Though I don't wish to be remembered for such an incident, I guess I should be thankful that you declared that you will remember me at all." Releasing his shark form within the negation, Depai glared at Hisagi Shuhai. "Don't think this is over yet, Shinigami." Ichigo shouted at Caballero, "Coward. You're running away." Tushiro bounded over to him, and likewise shouted, "Where is Karin? Where is she?" Caballero merely smiled down at them from the negation. Caballero. After an undefinable amount of time, Tatsuki had finally gotten the hang of meditating. Karin wondered if Caballero had put her there on purpose, to help Tatsuki. She then heard a clank, and the steel door opened to reveal a white figure, whom she assumed was an Arrancar. The Arrancar grabbed Karin roughly, unlocking her chains but subduing her in a different way, so she couldn't move. Having also heard the door open, Tatsuki also emerged from her state of meditation, and seeing them take Karin, struggled furiously against her chains. "Let go of her. Where are you taking her?" Her arms pulled against the chains in vain. "Karin! Karin!" Unable to speak due to subduing spell, Karin could only look at Tatsuki, trying to convey with her eyes how important it was to meditate. The door clanged shut behind her and Tatsuki's screams. Her. Karin found her body could only do involuntary functions, she couldn't move, she couldn't speak. She could only blink and breath. "Well, I can think too, so I guess it's not all involuntary." As one of them threw her over his bony shoulder in a fireman's hold, she inwardly sighed. She wouldn't be able to see where they were going. She would have pulled a face and squirmed, demanding to be let down immediately, if she could, like she had done with Tushiro. It pained her to think of the time that Tushiro had carried her back home, after she had defeated her hollow. What she would give to be at home right then. In a playground nearby where the battle had taken place, all the Shinigami were somber over Karin's disappearance. It was a playground, yet none of them played. Ichigo was taking it especially hard. "I saw her. Caballero was holding her, I saw it." He agitatedly ruffled a hand through his orange hair. Renji sighed and replied, "You've said that already. The question is, how? How did he hide her, in such a short period of time? Who cares about how the hell he hid her? The real question is exactly where?" Ichigo shot back. They'd had this same dialogue over 20 times. Not once did they come up with anything new. Tushiro was completely and utterly silent, his face expressionless. He was taking the Karin's disappearance almost as hard as Ichigo. Why hadn't he ordered the Jikongan to restrain Karin and take her away to someplace safe with her twin in the first place? Why hadn't his thoughts reached that far? He should have foreseen that Karin wanted to face Caballero head-on. Everybody called him a boy genius behind his back in Soul Society, so he had to live up to it, damn it. Ranjaku, with a bandage wrapped around her head, looked at her captain sadly. He thinks it's his fault, she thought. The wounds from Hinamori Momo were just beginning to recover after he had met Karin, he had barely gotten close to her before she too had slipped through his grasp. With a tremendous effort, Tushiro shook himself free of thoughts of how he had failed to protect Karin. It wouldn't do to wallow in guilt, it would be useless to Karin. Instead, he forced himself to think of how he would rescue her. So it ended up that Tushiro's thoughts were along the same lines of Renji's. The first step to finding out where Karin was hidden was to figure out how exactly Caballero had hidden her. How? How had Caballero managed to hide her? His mind flickered back to when he had seen Caballero alone. That had been before Ichigo had arrived. Then, after he had freed himself from the rocks, he had seen Karin unconscious in Caballero's arms. But next time he had looked, Karin had disappeared once again, leaving Caballero alone again. His mind raced. Then, to everyone's surprise, he spoke. "Did you really see Karin with Caballero?" This was addressed to Ichigo. Nonplussed, Ichigo replied, "Yeah. I saw her at a distance." At this, Tushiro narrowed his eyes, gears turning in his head. He could have sworn that she had flickered into sight. Did that mean? He had to be at least 90% sure in order to voice his thoughts, so he kept this idea to himself. But after he had asked whether Ichigo had really seen Karin, everybody, save Ichigo, looked at Tushiro pityingly. Looking up and noticing that everybody was eyeing him strangely, the subject at the end of many stares asked, "What? Did you really see Karin with Caballero?" To ask a question with such an obvious answer, he undoubtedly wanted to believe that Karin had somehow gotten away, Ranjaku thought. With pity in her eyes, she patted him on the shoulder. "I understand, Taicho." Tushiro seemed even more bewildered at this statement. Understand what? Meanwhile, Ikaku was talking to Ichigo with Shuri. "I'm telling you, Ichigo. She's obviously been taken to Hueco Mundo." Though it was hard for an outsider to tell, Rukia saw that Ichigo looked even more distressed at this. If Gargantuan described anything, it fit Hueco Mundo to the T. Just how would they scour that whole desert? In answer to Ikaku's assertion, somebody asked, "Has she been, though?" At the familiar voice, all the Shinigami turned around. There stood Urahara, in all his striped hat, cane, and sandaled glory. It seemed like he had left behind his white fan this time. Ichigo leapt to his feet. "Urahara-san." Taking a few steps closer, Urahara answered the unasked question that hung in the air. "I had a bad feeling about today." His eyes swept over all the Shinigami in the vicinity, lingering for a bit longer on Ichigo and Tushiro before he spoke again. "So Karin-san has been taken. And you have no idea where?" Temporarily putting aside his grudge against Urahara, Tushiro's answered quietly, "Yes." His clear blue-green eyes stared straight at Urahara. "Can you find out where she is?" Twirling his cane, Urahara said, "I think I can, yes." He rubbed the stubble on his chin thoughtfully. "Give me, about 3 days." Ichigo snapped, 3 days is too long. Who knows what they'll do to her? Quietly but firmly, Urahara replied, 3 days is the fastest I can promise to locate her. I may find her before the 3 days is over, but I can't promise, Ichigo-san. With the meeting ending like this, all of the Shinigami trudged back to where they were each staying. Leaping up to his window ledge in Shinigami form, Ichigo sunk back into his human body, when he heard a banging on his door. Usually the banging would have been Karin, his father usually just barged in and Yuzu just knocked. It must be one of the Shinigami. Tiredly, he sat down on the bed, saying in a muffled voice, "Come in." To his surprise, Yuzu barged into the room in tears. For a horrifying moment, Ichigo thought that she had found out about what had happened to Karin. But that couldn't be it, she should have returned and had her memories altered. He realized what it really was as she practically shoved a newspaper into his face. So she had found out about the next worst thing. He raked a hand through his orange hair. "Onie-chan. Is this what you were trying to hide at breakfast today?" He didn't even need to look at the article to figure what it was about. He knew it was about a certain Arisawa Tatsuki who had gone missing the day before. In the end, Yuzu's curious nature had won over her dislike of blood and guts, which Ichigo had pretended the picture contained to keep Yuzu from reading the article. She had looked at the newspaper after all. It was too much. Ichigo sighed harshly and put his head in his hands. Suddenly, he let out a strangled yell, causing Yuzu to jump in alarm. "Onie-chan." Yuzu asked timidly. "Just leave me alone." Ichigo shouted. "Everybody! Looking directly towards the door where Jigai-clad Rukia now stood, he shouted at her as well. That includes you. As Yuzu backed out of the room, scared at her brother's outburst, Rukia reassured her with a whisper, he's just stressed, with all the people disappearing, and everything that's happened. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. Nodding tearfully, Yuzu scampered down the stairs. Rukia shut the door behind her as she walked into the room. Standing like a militant in front of Ichigo, she called out his name. Ichigo. There was no reaction. Ichigo. Though she said it more sharply this time, still no reaction. Ichigo. This yell seemed to bring forth a reaction at last, though it wasn't one that Rukia wanted. I thought I told you to go away. Ichigo said flatly, with his head still down. Not while you're in this state, I won't. Rukia replied firmly. She wanted to tell him everything would turn out okay, but she had neither the confidence nor the will to give him false hope, it would be too cruel. Though she drew breath to speak, upon seeing how vulnerable Ichigo looked, she lost the proper words to say. Trying again, she succeeded this time. Ichigo. Nobody thinks it's your fault. Quietly, he replied, it is my fault. His head was still in his hands. Karin, even Tatsuki. What am I going to tell Inoue? Unable to answer, Rukia simply pulled him close, hugging him around the shoulders and bowing her head over his. After a moment, she whispered into his hair, it's just a matter of getting stronger to protect those around you. It's been 4 years, why is this happening now? His voice cracked. It broke Rukia's heart to see him this way. His normally straight, proud back was bent over from the pain at the possibility of losing his sister and childhood friend. After a moment, ever so slightly, Ichigo's shoulders began to shake. Feeling this, Rukia gently placed her hands on the sides of his head and made him look up. At her. His brown eyes, for the first time she had known him, were wet with tears as he looked at her. Seeing this, Rukia held him close, stroking his hair as he quietly cried. While Ichigo wept, Tushuru lay on the roof, listening to something he didn't want to hear. Someone as strong as Ichigo shouldn't cry, he thought bitterly, holding his hands to his face. But he himself had once been on the verge of shedding tears. He had only frozen them before they could fall. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, trying to block out Rukia's whispers of comfort to Ichigo. Roughly, Karin was thrown down on the hard floor. If Karin could have moved her facial muscles, she would have grimaced in pain as her pelvis, shoulder, and lastly, skull contacted the hard floor. Her arm was squished between the cold floor and her own unmoving body, and she was practically kissing the floor. Great. Karin thought. Where have they taken me to now? A white sandal stepped into her peripheral vision. Or who? Karin amended her thoughts belatedly. A blue-haired man squatted in front of her, raising an eyebrow as he examined her. Is this the girl? He asked, turning his sharp features to look at who she supposed was someone else. Looks like it. Another, deeper voice. Her spiritual pressure is high, but it feels different from us and even Shinigami. Definitely one of them. What are we doing with her? And why are we here, for that matter? This time, it sounded like a female. Dunno. Aizen-sama sent us here. The deep voice again. The woman asked, so we're supposed to take her back with us to go see Aizen-sama? What's the need to bring in 5 espada just for that? At the word espada, Karin decided it was a good time to panic. Caballero was just 1 espada, but 5? Why didn't she just ask somebody to slit her throat and let her bleed to death? It would be faster and less painful than 5 espada toying with her. No. You are to take her to see that person first. This voice was rather nasal. From the positioning, Karin supposed this was the one who had tossed her onto the floor. You aren't in any position to order us around. The woman sounded dangerous this time. Numeros. The blue-haired man opened his mouth and objected towards the nasal voice. Why the hell did you dump her on the floor if you were just gonna pick her up, only to be interrupted by the female, the dangerous timbre now gone. Wait. Take this girl to that person referring to her. I suppose so. The deep voice groused again. Are we really gonna answer to her as well? This voice, which Karin had heard for the first time, sounded disgruntled. She's just Aizen's puppet. You are to refer to him with the suffix sama. The nasal voice, who had clammed up after the female voice had warned him, interjected again. Sharply, the female ordered, get out. You've brought the girl to us, so your part is over. Yeah, before we use you as a sword sharpener. A new voice snickered. Ignoring the exchange with the nasal voice whom Karin assumed had now left the room since the door had creaked open and clanged shut, the disgruntled voice plowed on, infused with. Shoo. She can hear us, you know. By she, Karin didn't know if they meant her or the woman she was supposed to be taken to see. Though the beginning of the dialogue had been rather easy to understand. Karin had not one iota of an idea of what the latter half was about. Who was she? The blue-haired man stood up, saying, well. He motioned with his foot towards Karin. Oh yeah, who's going to carry her? What, you want me to do it? Yeah, make the woman do it, that's real DMN chivalrous. We're all technically dead. So is our chivalry. Karin was starting to feel a bit annoyed. Yes. I'm just a burden that people, or Arrancar in this case, don't want to carry. Perfect. What, do I look heavy or something? The deep voice declared, you do it. You're the lowest ranked out of all of us. What, that's your reasoning? A voice, Karin had lost track who was who, questioned incredulously. Metaphorically rolling her eyes, Karin thought, or, you could just release these bindings on me so I can walk by myself. The blue-haired man's voice gruffly cut through the voices, I'll do it, so quit your squabbling. With a grunt, he lifted her onto his shoulder. As they headed out of the room, he complained, man, she's heavier than she looks. Karin felt indignant at this. Muscle weighed more than fat. And Tusharu had carried her without saying she was heavy even once. Don't be a wimp, aren't you a man? Muscle weighs more than fat, and it looks like this one has a lot of lean muscle. It was the female voice again. What did she do, martial arts? Well, depending on the martial art, muscle buildup varies. After a short bit of being jostled up and down uncomfortably, Karin was set down, face up, much more gently than before. Now she had a better look at the people who had brought her to the room, as well as the room itself. As she had gathered from the voices, there were 6 Arrancar in total. She wasn't able to see them properly, as she was seeing things from a worm's eye view. But she could tell the ceiling was even lower than the dungeons had been, which she thought perplexing. From what she had gathered from the cryptic discussion, she had assumed that they were taking her to someone high-ranked. Shouldn't this person have a larger room than a dungeon? Maybe I'm reading too much into things. Karin mused, though she doubted it. She was brought back to reality by a nasal voice speaking. Ah, they've finally brought her to you. Mr. Nasal must have come here after being kicked out of that other room. Karin thought. Out of the corner of her eye, Karin thought she saw a thin figure with long brown hair bow to a figure seated on some sort of chair. Then the man came over, and with surprising strength, given his weedy figure, heaved Karin up by her armpits and dragged her over to that very same direction. Internally, Karin winced. To have her whole body weight be held up by her armpits was not very comfortable, doubled with the fact that she was very ticklish. She was curious as to who she was being held up to face, but her limp neck would not hold up her head so she could see the person in front of her. As if reading her mind, the blue-haired Arrancar on her right roughly held up Karin's head by her chin. What Karin saw confused her. What she saw was a young woman, or girl, rather, since she looked around Karin's age or a bit older, sitting in front of her. Her wide brown eyes looked innocent, and black hair framed her face. Her mask wasn't visible and her hole was hidden underneath the standard white Arankar hakama she wore. She reminded Karin of Yuzu, not only because of her innocent appearance, but also her general warm atmosphere. She even felt spiritually different from the Arankar around her. But when she opened her mouth, instead of a sweet voice like Yuzu's, what came out was a monotone voice. Is she an experiment that succeeded? The scrawny brown-haired Arankar Karin had dubbed Mr. Nasal replied greasily, yes, my lady. He continued, and the other one down in the dungeons looks as if she may yet succeed. But the chances are slim. So the girl before her knew about the holification experiments, maybe was even behind them. Clearly, looks were deceiving. Angry, but with no way to show it, Karin tried to silently convey with her eyes that she wanted to be released from her frozen state. As if she understood, the girl in front of her said, please release her. It might have been this request making her biased, but listening again, Karin thought she heard traces hinting at how the currently monotone voice might once have been sweet. Suddenly, Karin could move. Falling to her knees, Karin gasped at the onset of movement that she was capable of once again. As soon as she had overcome the sensation, she tried to stand of her own volition, but hands behind pushed her down once more into a kneeling position. Raising her head up, Karin looked furiously up through her bangs at the Arankar. The curiously monotone voice spoke again. Please, let her stand up. She can do nothing against so many. This was true, Karin thought sourly. She hadn't even managed to last 5 minutes against Caballero. What could she do against 6, no, 7, counting the seated girl, Arankar? As the hands let go of her shoulders, Karin clumsily got to her feet. Her whole body tingled like it was asleep. Inside, Karin cursed at her relative lack of motor control. But after being paralyzed for so long, it should be obvious her movements would be hindered. The girl in front of her must have realized that, Karin thought. The seated girl looked Karin in the eyes before asking, what is your name? Pursing her lips, Karin replied more boldly than she felt, Kurosaki Karin. Who are you? Karin thought she felt a twitch from her right side at this declaration. The brown-haired Arankar behind her cuffed her head hard. Karin turned around to glare at him. Ignoring the question directed towards her, the seated girl thoughtfully repeated, Kurosaki Karin. It was as if she were trying to remember something. At the lack of an answer, Karin's temper finally snapped. Oi! Don't ignore me. I asked you who you, the scrawny brown-haired Arankar whom Karin dearly wanted to slap around cuffed her again. But the girl turned away from her and said, please take her away. I want to sleep now, and I don't think I can do so with her noise. At this, Karin was taken a hold of and dragged out of the room by a pair of very strong arms that belonged to the female Arankar, who had white hair and purple eyes. She struggled to no avail. Where are you taking me? Let go. Mr. Nasal trotted behind them and said snottily, you should be honored that you've met her directly face to face. She heard a snort from a tall figure with his blonde hair in a buzz cut. Apparently Mr. Nasal heard it too, as he whirled around and shouted, Titaritaro-sama, did you just, his words were cut short by a red blast to his head. The Lady Arankar moved aside hastily as his corpse fell to the floor before Karin's now saucer-sized eyes. At this display, Karin decided to just shut up. For now, anyways. Letting Karin go to slap the invisible dust off her white hakama, the woman commented, geez, Taro, can't you lengthen that temper of yours just a little? He was her favorite. All the more reason was the blonde man's curt reply. He ducked into a hallway that had stairs leading up, and Karin saw that his hollow mask was on the back of his head, with the jaw missing. He threw back over his shoulder, I'm heading back to Hueco Mundo. See you later. He disappeared up the stairs. An Arankar with a white web-like forehead plate underneath long maroon bangs and matching maroon eyes looked down at the headless corpse with disgust. Good riddance. He got on my nerves. He sounded like the deep-voiced man that Karin had heard earlier. The blue-haired man who's standing beside Karin muttered, I would have made him suffer more. The helmeted Aaronkar interjected, wrong, would have made him suffer more, if you remember my resurrection. The lady Aaronkar just shook her head and changed the subject. Who's going to give me a hand with this girl? Tartarus? The helmeted Aaronkar, who seemed to go by the name Tartarus, answered, what, is it because I'm the lowest ranking Espada out of all of you guys again? I'll have you know that I still have 3 Espada ranked lower me. Doesn't change the fact that you're the lowest currently present, Septimo. The maroon-haired man cut in, you can fully handle her yourself, Opaco. Look, she couldn't budge against your strength. Yes. Karin loved to be talked about like she wasn't there. She considered running to prove that she could at least outrun them, but she wasn't even completely sure she could. Besides, she was dead center in the circle of the 4 remaining Espada. Unexpectedly, the blue-haired man volunteered. You guys go ahead. I'll take her back. All the Espada looked at him suspiciously. Why are you being so docile, Grimjow? Yeah. You'd usually go on ahead yourself, leaving us to do the work. Looking annoyed, Grimjow shrugged. Maybe I'm in a good mood. His eyes glinted, but it probably won't last long. Would you like to test how long it'll last? Though this thinly veiled threat seriously alarmed Karin and the helmeted man, it seemed, the other 2 looked on unruffled. Well, then, we'll leave this to you. Grimjow said carelessly, scram before I decide to take over the Tercera Espada position. The maroon-haired man laughed. You wish. Shut up, Marin. Opaco pushed Karin over to Grimjow, laughing as well. You may have been an Espada longer than us, Grimjow, but we can beat you any day. With a feral snarl, Grimjow replied, only if you go at it 2-on-1. As if to vent his anger, he caught Karin's arm in a painful grip. Her face contorted. Can you loosen the grip on my arm? Mister. She gasped out. Opaco, Marin, Tartarus turned and went up the stairs, the staircase ringing white their respective tinkling, dark, and raucous laughter. As soon as the 3 had disappeared, Grimjow exhaled. He abruptly let Karin go, and she stumbled, holding onto the arm he had held, now asleep because of the lack of blood circulation. As she shook it out and turned to face him, he asked an unexpected question. Why the bloody hell'd you go and get yourself caught for? Chapter 15. Debt. Why the bloody hell'd you go and get yourself caught for? Karin was taken aback by the question. It almost seemed as if he didn't want her to have been caught. But that couldn't be it, could it? Why would an Aaronkar care? But back to his question. Did he honestly think it had been her choice to get caught? Briefly forgetting that she was talking to an Espada due to these thoughts, Karin put her hands on her hips as she sarcastically said, oh yes, I really wanted to be locked up here, frozen, then tossed around among Aaronkar then taken to see a strange woman. That's my idea of paradise, it is. Grimacing, Grimjow slapped his forehead. Oh yeah, you're the one all right. Got the same smart-ass mouth. Sorry, mister, but do I know you? She sure as hell didn't, but it was a rhetorical question. Looking irritated, Grimjow growled, for FS sake, don't call me mister. It's Grimjow. And no bloody san either. You Japanese folk are all polite, but I don't do polite. He cast Karin a dirty look and continued, and I don't know whether you know me, but I sure as hell know your brother. Caught off guard, Karin blinked at this. You, no Ichi-ni-I. Is that what you call him? Ichi-ni-I, he eyed her incredulously. At his reaction, Karin was seriously tempted to call him Grim-ni-I, but her sense of self-preservation told her it was a bad idea. Unaware of the thoughts going through Karin's head, Grimjow continued, yeah, I know Ichigo. Furrowing her brow, Karin asked, but, how? Do you know him? By fighting him? Yeah. Grimjow answered without hesitation. As he turned, his jacket flew up and Karin glimpsed a tattoo of a number 6 on his back. The font of the number was somewhat familiar. Flashback. The segundo espada, caballero sin riot asesino, at your service. He placed a hand over his heart and bowed, the epitome of a perfect gentleman. As he bowed, Karin glimpsed the number 2 was tattooed on the back of his unloved right hand. She thought to herself, so that's what segundo means. Flashback end. This Arrancar's rank among the espada was number. Suddenly, Karin became acutely aware of the fact that she was talking to somebody of similar caliber of strength as Caballero. Backing up, Karin prepared to crouch into a defensive position any moment as she asked, "So are you going to kill me?" Looking at her as if she was crazy, Grimjow questioned, "What would I do that for? If I'd wanted to kill you, I'd have done it long ago." Realizing that what he said was true, Karin reluctantly rose from her guard. Sauntering down the hallway, he threw back at her, "And your defense is full of holes, by the way." Though she resented that, Karin knew that he was probably right. Caballero had mentioned the same thing when they'd first met. Karin had to trot to catch up to Grimjow's longer legs. "How do I know if I can trust you?" His teal eyes looked disgustedly at her. "Trust? Why on earth would you do a thing like that?" Obviously, he didn't trust anyone. "Trust me, the only thing you can trust in is yourself." Karin held back a snicker at the juxtaposition in his sentence. "Trust you? But you yourself just said the only person to trust in is himself." Ugh. That was just a form of speech. He raked a hand through his blue hair as he muttered darkly, "If I didn't owe Ichigo, I'd." "Oh Ichigo?" Though she was curious, Karin pretended to not have heard the last thing he said about owing her brother. If she asked, he might just ignore the debt to her brother and go ahead and kill her. Karin examined the situation at hand. Grimjow seemed like a straightforward or rather a really, dangerously, "if I don't like you I'll punch your face in" type of honest guy. So he must be the same type as her brother, who didn't say things he didn't mean. She took that as a sign that it was okay to trust him even if he himself said not to trust anybody. That just seemed to be his mindset. She didn't blame him. Considering his origins, it was understandable. After a moment of silence punctuated by echoing footsteps, Grimjow asked, "Who the hell brought you here anyways?" Karin's face turned grim. "Caballero." Grimjow gave a low whistle as he began to saunter down the hallway. "Aizen sent the goddamn gentleman. He must have wanted you pretty badly." That reminded Karin. Who is this Aizen anyways? An ex-Shinigami. Grimjow spat out the word Shinigami. Karin got the strong feeling that Grimjow didn't like Shinigami. Which was pretty unsurprising, him being a hollow himself. He's the leader of the Arrancar, and more powerful than all of us. He said the last part reluctantly and began to pick up his pace. Speeding up to a slight jog to keep up with him, Karin continued to interrogate him. "Where is this place, anyways?" "Underground." That wasn't good enough for Karin. She probed, "Where underground?" "Human world." He grunted. "And where is this Hueco Mundo?" "Our home," was the short answer. "And who was?" He suddenly wheeled around so they were nose to nose, and asked her dangerously, "Do I look like your encyclopedia?" Intimidated, Karin mutely shook her head at this, and he turned around again and started walking again. Karin sighed. Just another man to add to the list of men she knew who were very frugal with their words. She could now tell just by his gait that his fuse had been getting rapidly shorter and shorter with every question she asked, so she decided against questioning him any further. For the time being, at least. They finally arrived at the dungeon she had previously been locked in, and as she reached out to turn the doorknob, Karin realized that they didn't have the key. Though briefly dismayed, she quickly remembered that there was another way to open the door. Well, not so much as to open then crush. Packing spiritual pressure into her fist and taking down the door. Literally. She didn't know if it would work as well as it did on stone, but tried anyways. As Yoruchi had taught her in the short time span that they had trained together, Karin instinctively focused spiritual energy into her fist and slammed it into the door. The iron door crumpled like foil. That worked better than I thought, Karin remarked. Grimjow raised an eyebrow. Overkill, don't you think? Sparing him a disparaging look, Karin ran beyond the crushed door. Karin saw Tatsuki had heard them break through the door and was looking up at Karin. Tatsuki. Sounding faint, Tatsuki said, Karin. You're safe. Nodding, Karin replied, pulling futilely at Tatsuki's chains, yeah. Looking at Tatsuki and the pins holding down her messy hair, Karin asked shrewdly, can I borrow a hairpin? Tatsuki nodded, and Karin immediately plucked a hairpin from her hair. After a beat, Tatsuki asked, care to explain why? To get these chains off. Hold still while I pick the, hey. She was interrupted by an extreme clinking sound. Tatsuki had intentionally rattled the chains, to prevent Karin from inserting the pin into the lock. With considerably more force than before, Tatsuki said fiercely, don't. I might still holof. Karin scowled at her. Don't even think about it. It's not going to happen. As touching as this reunion is, I don't think we have much time to escape. This place is like a second base to Arankar. Grimjow drawled from the doorway. Both the girls looked shocked at this. You're going to help us? Karin asked, meanwhile taking advantage of Tatsuki's surprise to insert the hairpin into the lock, while Tatsuki simultaneously exclaimed to Karin, he's with you? Taking a step closer, Grimjow said, it's not like I have a choice, with Ichigo being your brother and all. Tatsuki looked absolutely bewildered. Wait, what? Impatiently, Karin waved off Tatsuki's questions with an, I'll explain it all later. Turning her back to Grimjow, she widened her eyes and mouthed towards Tatsuki, this man is a minefield. One wrong step and... She drew a finger across her neck, the universal sign for, be killed. Don't PSS him off. She returned to working on the shackles, twisting the pin back and forth. Tapping his foot, Grimjow commented sarcastically, sometime this century would be nice. When the hairpin broke from her excessive movements, Karin became frustrated, throwing down the broken half that remained in her hand. Why won't this hairpin work? It worked fine in the movies. She heard a snort from behind her at this. Ignoring Grimjow, she continued to fumble with the chains. But she heard the distinctive sound of metal scraping against metal. She whipped around. Grimjow had unsheathed his Zanpakuto. She eyed the sword warily and said, what are you going to do with that sword? What's it look like I'm doing? Move, unless you want your arms cut off. Without further ado, barely giving Karin time to withdraw her hands, Grimjow swung down his Zanpakuto towards Tatsuki, who squeezed her eyes shut, expecting the sword to slice through her. After all, she was a danger to Karin. Instead, she felt her arms fall free, no longer restrained to the wall. Behind her, Tatsuki opened her eyes cautiously. She saw her hands free, though there were still shackles around her wrists, with several links attached. The shackles are still on your arms, but that'll have to do for now. Grimjow said. Thanks. Tatsuki said shakily. You can thank me after you've escaped. Grimjow snarled, shoving her out the door. With Grimjow in the lead, the three ran down the hallway, and up the stairs. When Grimjow started using Sonido, Karin grabbed Tatsuki and used her own flash step, Tatsuki's shackles clinking about. Just before they reached the end of the stairs, however, Grimjow stopped dead. Annoyed that he had stopped, Karin irately started, Grimjow, what's wrong? She saw through Grimjow's hollow hole a figure approaching. Despite the ridiculousness of looking through a portion of a torso where a vital organ should be in a human, she realized the precariousness of the situation. But Grimjow is the sixth Espada. He's probably stronger. Behind her, Tatsuki asked, what's going on? Turning around, Karin put a finger on her lips, gesturing Tatsuki to be quiet. Well well well. What have we here? Lucky I came here straight after getting healed in Las Noches. The figure took a step closer. Looks like I might have to turn you in, Grimjow. Then he took another step. He was now close enough for Karin to see through Grimjow's hollow hole that though he had no visible mask, he had a hollow hole right on his diaphragm, and right below it, the tattoo of a number 5 was stamped clearly on the middle of his stomach. He was stronger than Grimjow. Realizing how serious the situation was, Karin grit her teeth, praying that Grimjow could talk his way through this. But somehow, talking didn't strike her as his suit. Suspicious, aren't we, Serpiente? Grimjow gave a feral grin. Yes, well, with good reason. Who are the two girls behind you? The errand car named Serpiente jerked his head in their direction. Casting a warning eye back towards them, Grimjow lied, they're my women. If the situation hadn't been so serious, Karin would have snorted at this statement. Tatsuki did snort. She had obviously not seen Grimjow's warning glance. Grimjow now shot Tatsuki a furious glare, for giving away his bluff. Serpiente raised an eyebrow. It seems that they don't think so. And the second one behind you has a mask forming. It can't be that you are jailbreaking the experiments. What if I am? Inwardly, Karin facepalmed at this likely fatal turn of the discussion. Unsheathing his Zanpakuto, Serpiente bore his fangs. Karin finally saw his mask, and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Grimjow too, had pulled out his sword to parry the attack and driven Serpiente forward, away from the girls. Over his shoulder, he shouted at Karin and Tatsuki, "Go. I'll hold this guy off." Karin yelled back, "I'll help." Grimjow shoved Serpiente's sword back, bellowing, "Your brother risked his neck to save mine, so I'm risking my neck to save yours and that girl's. Go." Still hesitating, Karin remained on the stairwell, but Grimjow hardened his eyes and said even more fiercely, "Go." Swallowing, Karin nodded, and using the strength she had gained after defeating her inner hollow, she carried Tatsuki in flash step out of the area. In a moment, the only signs that they had ever been there were the echoes of the clinking sounds of Tatsuki's chains. The fifth Espada hissed, "You think I'll let you," and lunged after them, only to be blocked by Grimjow. Exhilarated with the anticipation of the upcoming battle, Grimjow said, "I'll knock you off your high pedestal today." Pin his head, he whispered ominously, "You see my blade thirsting for your blood?" Hissing and knocking Grimjow's sword away, Serpiente struck. Breathing from Tatsuki's added weight to her flash step, Karin wondered if she would ever find the way out. She had been running straight forward until then. Suddenly, Tatsuki said, "Left. Left at the fork here. I was conscious when they dragged me here." Doubling back and turning, Karin privately sighed in relief. Tatsuki knew the way out. From Karin's experience, Tatsuki also happened to be good with directions, an added bonus. Right. Left. Left. Straight. Right. Briefly wondering how Tatsuki could remember all those directions, Karin went right and saw a bunch of stairs leading up. Tatsuki, ever the human compass, pointed up the stairs, and Karin went up the stairs in accordance to her guide's directions. When they arrived at the top of the stairs, what Karin saw turned her eyes into the size of dinner plates. Sorry, not saucers this time. They had entered into what looked like the interior of a mansion. Gently letting Tatsuki down, Karin glanced around the mansion, taking in the tiles, the high ceiling, with double doors for meters high standing smack in between lavish twin staircases. In the back of her mind, she noted that her neck was already better. But where the heck is this? There's definitely no mansion like this in Karakura. Tatsuki grimly replied, "Not Karakura. Not even Tokyo. This is somewhere in Kyoto." Aghast, Karin exclaimed, "That's over 2 hours away by bullet train." As negative thoughts threatened to overwhelm her, Karin abruptly smacked both sides of her face, causing Tatsuki to glance at her, alarmed to knock them out of her head. Get a grip, Kurosaki Karin, she thought furiously. Once she was able to think in a more collected manner, Karin said, "You don't have any cash on you, by any chance, do you?" "Unfortunately, no." Karin continued, "And you don't happen to have any relatives in Kyoto?" "Also a negative," was the reply. After a moment of thought, Karin decided, "So since we can't get out of Kyoto by conventional means, all we can do is hide out and wait for you to break your mask before we can hitchhike or travel by foot." "Riley," Tatsuki said, "you say, break you mask like it's a given." "Of course it's a given." Karin snapped. Changing the subject, Karin informed Tatsuki, "We'll have to find a good place to hide. And once we do, I'm going to teach you how to hide your spiritual pressure." Tatsuki sighed. "I love how easy you make everything sound." "It won't be easy." Karin conceded. "Especially since these days, I'm a prime example of Murphy's Law. But I have an idea. Have you heard the adage, the darkest place is below the light?" At this, Tatsuki deadpanned. "You mean, the darkest place is under the lamp?" Karin waved off Tatsuki's correction. "Same thing. Point is, the enemy won't expect us to hide in the closest place to them, in this case, the mansion. It's just a matter of finding a place in." She abruptly stopped, as she felt several spiritual pressures approach. Apparently, Tatsuki felt them too, since she moved each hand to hold the chains attached to them, preventing them from sounding. The spiritual pressures weren't high, and Karin was fairly sure she could take them on one, but with Tatsuki at her side still in the midst of holofying, fighting them wasn't an option. And chances were, it would be 3-on-1. Karin repressed her spiritual pressure, pleased to see, or rather feel, Tatsuki do the same. So she's already gotten the hang of it. That's one less thing to worry about. Backing up into the niche of the staircase on the left, Karin motioned for Tatsuki to follow. They were squatting under the stairs when the large double doors opened and 3 Car entered, one stretching and cracking his neck. Luckily, they headed straight to the left. The staircase they were hidden under. They were about to head up, but then the one who had been stretching paused briefly to sniff at the air. "Hey, do you guys smell that?" "What smell?" "A really tasty kind of smell. Kind of like human. And hollow. In between, really, which is a mouth-watering aroma." Karin and Tatsuki's blood froze. For one heart-stopping moment, he headed towards them. They both held more still than they ever had in their lives. One of the other 2 Car scoffed. "Of course it does. They carried 2 holofying human prisoners down to the basement. One today, the other yesterday." "Oh. That explains the scent." The Car sounded disappointed as he slinked away and up the stairs to catch up with the other 2 Car who had gone ahead. As they heard the 3 Car go up the stairs, both girls let go of the breaths they had been holding. But in her relief, Tatsuki accidentally let go of the chains that she had so carefully been holding. Everything seemed to move in slow motion as Karin saw it contact the floor with a clank that seemed altogether too loud. The 3 Car froze halfway up the stairs. They looked at each other, before dashing down the stairs. By then, Karin had already come out, instructing Tatsuki to remain hidden if she wanted both of them to get out of this mess alive. Squaring her shoulders, Karin inwardly sighed. She really was the epitome of Murphy's Law. If anything could go wrong. It did. Once the clock struck 12 o'clock, Yuzu's alarm reached its peak and she went running to her father, whom she wasn't currently afraid of, unlike her older brother. She spilled out her version of the day's events to Ishin. "Daddy! What's wrong, Yuzu?" She threw her arms around him and bawled, "It's been an awful day." Looking down at his most openly sensitive child, he asked her, "Why?" "First on the way back from school, Karin-chan and I got separated and I had to come home with Toshiro-kun." Looking up at the ceiling as if he had X-ray vision and could see Toshiro lying on the roof, Ishin asked his daughter, what did he do? Did he harass you? And no. Not anything like that, just the fact that I got separated from Karin when we were walking home together for the first time in a while. She sniffed. Sighing, Ishin silently thought towards Tushuru, you're safe for now. But when you ask for permission to date Karin, if you expect me to welcome you with open arms, you have another thing coming. On the roof, Tushuru felt a sudden chill. Being an ice-type user, he didn't usually feel the cold, but he shivered nonetheless. Patting Yuzu's head, Ishin encouraged his daughter to continue. Then? That can't have been all to make your day terrible. Yuzu hiccuped, then I came home and looked at the newspaper that Oniai-chan was trying to hide at breakfast today. She teared up again, and it said Tatsuki-chan is missing. And you know how people have been discovering bodies everywhere these days. Ishin became grave when he heard this. So this was what Yuzu had been so upset about. But. Karin-chan still hasn't come home. Ishin had noticed this as well. He kept a strict curfew of 8 o'clock on his children, one that Ichigo had now graduated from, now that he was in college, and though at times Karin came in a few minutes past 8, and also occasionally slept over at someone else's house because of soccer night, which was always held at a boy's house, much to his displeasure, he always told her sternly to sleep in a different room from those wolves and called their parents to make sure she was never this late. Unless she was training at Urahara's place. When she did, she had once even come in at 3 in the morning. And Urahara hadn't called him to inform him of Karin's training as he always did. He had no choice but to ask Tushuru what taken place earlier that day. As the 3 errand car rushed towards her, Karin prepared herself, and met them with all the force that she had met Yoruchi with. Without giving them a chance to draw their Zanpakuto, Karin kicked and punched them with lightning speed. As she pummeled them even when she was outnumbered, Tatsuki watched with awe. First carrying the bigger and older Tatsuki, and now this. When had Karin become so strong? Karin herself was wondering about the same thing as she took on all 3 Arrancar at once. Granted, none of them were using their swords. She reasoned that they must be weaklings, as she gave a right hook to the one nearest to her, sending him flying. Spying a chance to take an unguarded Arrancar's Zanpakuto, she jumped up, and landing in front of the Arrancar, pulled out the sword for herself. Then a thought occurred to her, she could focus her spiritual power to her limbs, so why not weapons? Extending her spiritual pressure to the weapon itself, she stabbed the sword right through Arrancar that she had stolen the sword from. She felt a thrill of exhilaration when he collapsed. For a moment, Kane's blood ran cold. Wait, a thrill. What were these thoughts crossing her mind? The adrenaline coursing through her blood was understandable, but the thrill? Was she having fun? Fighting? Killing? Cursing, the other 2 Arrancar pulled out their own Zanpakuto and charged towards Karin, intending to take advantage of her distracted state. Understanding that she couldn't afford to space out at a time like this, Karin brought up the sword to block both of them at once. Gritting her teeth and throwing them both off, she slashed 1. 2 down. She thought. The last one saw that he had underestimated her and shouted, Hienda, Kuchilla. Hienda cleave. Kuchilla blade. His arms turned into giant blades. He guffawed at her slightly surprised expression. Heh, didn't expect this, did you? This is my resurrection. As she regained her calm, Karin's eyes narrowed. Yeah, and I didn't expect such an easy win. Now your reach is much shorter than mine. Flash stepping to behind him, she prepared to slice off his neck, when he chuckled and said, not so fast, human. My resurrection also makes me faster and stronger. He disappeared. But he wasn't fast enough to avoid Karin, whose eyes had been trained to detect much faster movements from her teacher. Too slow, she shouted, and leapt across the room to the Arrancar. Karin felt something warm in the palm of her left hand, and to her surprise, when she glanced to her left, she saw her spiritual energy glowing red and manifesting, albeit transparently, as a long, double-edged sword. Hardening her resolve and wielding her two swords, she charged towards the errand car. As the errand car didn't expect for a sword to appear in his opponent's left hand, Karin caught him off guard from his right, slashing him diagonally from left shoulder right hip. He fell to the ground. Karin's sword evaporated as she landed softly on the blood-splattered floor. Ishin climbed onto the roof, muttering something about being no longer at the age to be able to climb up roofs. He saw silver hair over the edge of the rooftop. "I see you've taken residence on our rooftop." When he didn't see nor hear any sign that he had been heard, he called out louder, something that he knew that the young captain would definitely react to. "Tushuru." Expecting a vein to pop out of the back of the young captain's head, Ishin was surprised to see Tushuru listlessly turn around. When Tushuru spoke, it sounded flat. "I assume you want to know what happened to your daughter." Clambering over to the same side of the roof on which Tushuru lay, Ishin confirmed, "The black-haired one, yes. I know the brown-haired one is still crying downstairs." Ishin knew that it was below the belt to make Tushuru feel guilty that way, but he had to get the truth out of him. He immediately regretted it when he saw a shadow come over Tushuru's face. Without a change of face expression, Tushuru said mechanically, "She was taken by errand car on the way back from school." He could have said that the reinforcements had come too late upon the scene, and that the limit release had come too late, but those sounded too much like excuses. Hell, they sounded like lame excuses even to him. He should have protected Karin anyways. When he heard this, Ishin was silent. It was just as he had feared. At Ishin's lack of reaction, something inside Tushuru snapped. He leapt to his feet and shouted, "Say something. Aren't you angry? Yell at me. Punch me. I wasn't able to protect your daughter." With a voice that was quiet yet dark with anger, Ishin replied, "I am angry. But not with you." He was angry with himself for failing to protect his own daughter, and at Urahara for failing to inform him of the small, trivial fact that his daughter had been captured by Arankar. Oh yes, he was angry. Karin quickly ran over to Tatsuki. Helping her up, Karin whispered hurriedly, "We have to get out of this area, these doors seem like they're the entrance." Tatsuki agreed. Casting a feel around for other presences, Karin felt two pulses of spiritual pressure way below them, which she assumed was Grimjow and his opponent. The rest of the mansion held no spiritual pressure whatsoever. Gesturing for Tatsuki to follow her, Karin moved up the stairs. She could wonder about the wave of bloodthirstiness she had felt during the battle later. For now, she had to focus on finding a safe place for both her and Tatsuki. Chapter 16. Discovery. Karin and Tatsuki scuttled around the mansion looking for someplace to hide. They had gone down over 10 long hallways, each with about 20 doors, but they all looked the same and far too obvious. They needed an unnoticeable place, like some sort of closet or storage room. The mansion was huge, but as all the hallways were made the same, they had little to no hope of finding a good hiding place. Looking left, right, even up and down, Karin searched for some sort of hiding place. She and Tatsuki had even tried opening some of the doors, but even the rooms all looked the same, square and unfurnished. Who lives in this undecorated mansion anyways? There's nothing here, Karin said in frustration. After 40 minutes of wandering the mansion, Tatsuki had built up her share of doubts about the plan. Finally, she voiced them. Are you sure this is a good idea? You know, to hide out in the mansion. It's a miracle that no Arankar have arrived here yet. Now taken to scouring the wall with her hands, Karin retorted, "Do you have any better ideas?" The sensitive pads of her fingers picked up an inconsistency on the wall, and she leaned closer to inspect it. She picked at the faint line in the wallpaper and frowned at it. "What's this?" Ignoring Karin's discovery, Tatsuki said meaningfully, "Maybe it would be better if you just leave here without me?" Forgetting the crack in the wall, Karin turned around wrathfully and almost shouted, "We've been over this. I'm not leaving you, PRD. Well, then we'll both die, and I'm not. Pausing to illustrate her point, Tatsuki punched the wall that Karin had been examining, going to let that. She had no chance to finish the sentence, because the punch triggered something in a panel in the wall suddenly swung open, causing them both to fall in, turning 180 degrees to snap shut, trapping them inside. Rubbing the various body parts that they had landed on, they stood up, and promptly hit their heads. It was completely dark, and it smelled terrible. I can't see. That was Tatsuki, sounding like she was trying not to breathe in the smell. But it seems like we've fallen into some sort of hidden passageway. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Rubbing the place she had hit her head, Karin sat down awkwardly and crossed her arms. Tatsuki, on the other hand, went over to the panel that had eaten them up, careful not to bump her head against the low ceiling. She pushed, but the panel didn't budge. Drawing in a deep breath, Tatsuki punched the wall with all the strength she could muster without standing at full height. Still nothing. Sit down, Tatsuki. Karin advised. Huffing, Tatsuki plopped down, and Karin yelped when Tatsuki's unexpected weight landed on her knees. Ouch! Not on me. Tatsuki immediately leapt up, hitting her head on the ceiling again. Ow! After a few minutes of bodily struggle to find places in the pitch-black darkness they were in, the two finally sat down without bumping into anybody or anything. Okay, let's just explore, in the place we can't see. It sounded stupid even to Karin, who had said it herself. To her surprise, Tatsuki agreed, yeah. That's a good idea. Maybe we can find another way out. GRPNG around on her knees in the dark, Karin observed, feels pretty wide in here, besides the ceiling. I can't even feel the ends, the malodorous smell grew stronger. Against her better judgment, Karin headed towards it. As the stench grew unbearable, Karin's fingers bumped into something. Running her fingers over it, Karin guessed that it was a smooth case. An unpleasant thought occurring to her, Karin tentatively tried to figure out the dimensions of the box. About 2 meters long, with the height and width a little over a half a meter. Yep. She had worked as a doctor's assistant, and there was no mistaking that smell. Making a face, she said, well, I have a pretty good idea of what kind of room we're in. Oh. Tatsuki's voice sounded nasal, like she was holding her nose. Yeah. We're in a morgue. For an unfurnished mansion, it's quite the discovery. I wonder if these bodies were the original owners of the mansion. What? A morgue? Tatsuki screeched. Karin acted as if she were smelling something pleasant, like Yuzu's apple pie. Smell that rotting flesh. Definitely a storage place for the dead. And I've just found a casket. I'll bet my teeth that it isn't the only one, judging from the smell. Karin betting her teeth was a big deal. She'd never gotten so much as a cavity in her whole life. Ugh. I feel like I'm about to be sick. Tatsuki said. Don't, please. I don't think I can stand any more stink. Karin groaned. It seemed like even one of Japan's strongest women had a weakness, corpses. But now that they knew where they were, Karin thought that it wasn't that bad of a place to hide. Besides the strong stench of dead bodies, Karin could also faintly detect the smell of mold. Which meant this passage hadn't been open for some time. But breathing in through her nose made her feel ill, so she quit examining through her olfactory senses, and switched to breathing through her mouth instead. Karin shuffled back over to where the stench was less pervading. Well, I guess there's nothing for it. We'll just have to break out of here. Tatsuki snapped what sounded like her fingers and exclaimed. I can't believe I didn't think of that. You punched through the cell door, so you can punch us out of here easy. About to shake her head, Karin realized that Tatsuki wouldn't be able to see her do so in this absolute darkness. No can do. Sorry. Huh. Why? This time, Tatsuki sounded panicked. Karin replied, I think this'll be great. Incentive. For you to break your mask for good. Break your mask and then break us out of here. I can't concentrate in this smell. Tatsuki protested. Feeling a bit guilty about pressuring Tatsuki, Karin continued nevertheless, too bad. I won't break through this wall, and you can't make me. Hearing Tatsuki's defeated sigh, Karin smirked in victory. While Tatsuki meditated, Karin would get to the bottom of what exactly had happened to her during her battle against the errand car. The next day, the breakfast table of the Kurosaki table represented the epitome of group depression. Silence reigned at the table, only broken by chewing sounds. Yuzu had puffy eyes from crying all night, and Isshin looked unusually grave. Toshiro knew why. Despite his normally enormous appetite, the young captain barely ate his food. Ranjaku, the only liveliness the house could boast now, had gone to comfort Oriheim about Tatsuki's disappearance. And then there sat Ichigo. Just looking at his food. Unable to take the silence any longer, Rukia abruptly stood up, saying the perfunctory, "Thank you for the meal," and took Ichigo by the collar of his shirt and dragged him outside. Can't breathe. He swiped his arm around. Lego. Once he had broken free of Rukia's grip, Ichigo pulled at his collar, gasping. What's this about? I wasn't done with my breakfast. Rukia put her hands on her hips. Liar. You were barely picking at your food, as it was. Sighing, Ichigo said, "What do you want, Buadash?" Rukia had kicked him in the jaw, smacking him into the ground. Rubbing his jaw, Ichigo shouted at her from the cement, "What the hell did you do that for? What do you want? What are you so down for?" Rukia demanded, crossing her arms. Ichigo stood up, disgusted. Did you seriously just ask that question? My sister is missing and it's going to take 2 whole days to find her. On top of that, Tatsuki's missing as well. And you're asking me why I don't feel like everything's peachy in this situation. So. That means that you have 2 days. 2 days to get stronger. Rukia replied, standing her ground. Abandoning his sarcasm, Ichigo grabbed at his hair, as if to pull it out. What if Karin gets hurt? What if they experiment? Recalling the results, practically equivalent to remains, of some of Kuratsuchi's experiments, Ichigo's face turned pale. Poking her finger into his chest, Rukia accused, "You just want an excuse to mope around. Well, you have another thing coming. You're going to train. What's the point?" Ichigo asked. Continuing to stab his chest with her finger, Rukia raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you saying that you've gotten so strong that you no longer have to train? Then why was Karin taken?" That hit the mute button on Ichigo. Satisfied, Rukia withdrew her finger and announced once again, "So you're going to train? With who?" Ichigo sounded resigned. "With me," said a cool voice. "With all the captains. Toshiro. Hitsugaya Taishu." Ichigo and Rukia simultaneously said. Toshiro stood there in Shinigami form, having sent his Jikongan-filled Jigai to go to school with Yuzu. He continued, "I've already called the other reinforcements and agreed to meet up at Urahara's." He turned and started walking away, saying scornfully, "I understand if you choose to be a weak coward and just go back to your university classes." At this, Ichigo's temper flared, and running forward, he grabbed Toshiro by the shoulder and roughly took a hold of him by his Captain Haori's collar. "Say that again. What did you call me?" He shook the smaller Shinigami. Enunciating the words in an exaggeratedly slow manner, Toshiro repeated, "Weak. Coward." Rukia tightened her lips, nervous. It seemed that the cornered Ichigo would finally snap. She knew that Toshiro was trying to get him riled up on purpose, but at this rate, he would really push Ichigo over the edge. Then Ichigo raised his fist. For a moment, it did seem that Ichigo's fist would fly towards Toshiro's face. Then Ichigo lowered his hand. Abruptly shoving Toshiro away, he said, shut up. Putting the hand to his pocket, he pulled out his Shinigami representative badge and moved it into his chest. As Ichigo's soul shot out of his body, Rukia belatedly ran forward to catch his soulless body. To their surprise, he declared, "You're right, Tushuru. I am weak." Swirling his Zanpakuto into its bandages and latching it onto his back, Ichigo went forward with a new resolve on his face. "But I'll get stronger in the 2 days that I have. And then I'll prove that I'm no coward." Several suffocating hours had passed in the stinky room, but Karin had made about much progress to solving the mystery of the Ryatsu sword and her personality issue, as she had to figuring out how to lick her elbow without dislocating her shoulder. She had even tried to summon the Ryatsu sword again, but though her spiritual energy gathered to her palms, it did not manifest in any form. But Tatsuki had already cracked her mask twice. Temporarily giving up on the two mysteries, Karin shook Tatsuki out of her meditative state. Hey. Sorry, it's boring for you, right? Why don't we just use your powers to get out of here?" Tatsuki asked hopefully. "Riley," Karin replied, "nice try, Tatsuki. But no, I just thought that it would be good to give you some tips on how to break your mask." This seemed to pique Tatsuki's interest. "Really? How?" Karin started to explain her own experience of holofication to Tatsuki. "When you meditate, you have to dive deep into your subconscious." "Okay. I've been doing that. Since that's practically what meditation is about in the first place." Karin decided that before Tatsuki fought her holo, she would have to know how to face what she was going against. "Well, first, let's teach you how to focus your spiritual energy into certain parts of your body." "How?" Tatsuki questioned. At a loss, Karin wondered how to explain this. After thinking, she asked, "Do you know how to consciously feel spiritual pressure?" "Yeah, a bit." The "a bit" part bothered her, but Karin had no choice but to take her word for it. As she herself had learned from Yoruchi's demonstration, she deemed demonstration the best explanation. But as this pitch-black morgue had serious limitations, especially compared to the enormous basement that she had trained in, as it had no light and definitely no boulders, Karin could only hope that Tatsuki's spiritual detection technique was enough. She supposed that they could use the coffins instead of the boulders, but she was afraid of both the resulting wood splinters from the coffin and the predictably drastic increase of the odor of decomposing bodies. No. They would not use the caskets in place of the boulders. "Okay, then use your spiritual detection to feel what I'm doing." Flexing her hand, Karin focused her spiritual energy into it. "Do you feel that?" she asked. "I'm moving my spiritual energy into my fist." Immediately, Tatsuki replied, "Yes. So that's just what you do. Along with the attacking movement, that's the general gist." She struggled to find the proper words to describe the feeling. "Just concentrate on your fist and see what happens. If it works, then you'll feel your fist get kind of warm, is the closest I can get to describing it. Can you manage it?" Karin felt a flare of spiritual pressure in reply. Though Tatsuki couldn't see it, Karin nodded in approval. "Now remember that while you meditate." "Can I ask why, sensei?" Ignoring Tatsuki's sarcasm, Karin decided to be honest. "Once you get deep enough into your subconscious, you'll meet your inner hollow." Unable to see in the darkness, Karin couldn't tell if Tatsuki's mask had started to form again. Testing Tatsuki's spiritual energy and deciding that it was relatively stable, Karin decided to take the plunge once and for all. "There, you'll have to fight it. And win." She heard a sharp intake of breath. Now Karin felt Tatsuki's spiritual pressure grow more ragged. She was panicking. "Don't panic," Karin ordered, though nervous herself, since last she saw there was less than a quarter of Tatsuki's face left to cover. "You're a karate mstr. You have nothing to be afraid of. Don't you have plenty of moves on you? So just meditate." Once she felt Tatsuki's spiritual energy calm down again, Karin sighed in relief. Instead of wasting brain cells and spiritual energy on figuring out the two anomalies that took place earlier that day, Karin focused on the two spiritual pressures moving way below them. Grimmjow and Serpiente, was it, are still going at it. Karin thought. She examined their battle as best she could from her current location. The two bodies of spiritual energy were moving rapidly, at some distance apart, which Karin assumed was because of their swords. Or weapons, she amended, remembering the transformation of the last Arrancar she had fought. He had called it his resurrection. She turned her mind back onto the battle. Closing her eyes, she found that though the darkness remained quite the same, the mere psyche of closing her eyes allowed for better focus. With her eyes closed, she could visualize the battle as forms of energy. Grimmjow's warped form had elongated, fingers. Claws. Whichever they were, he attacked with them. In return, Serpiente was lashing out with something long and flexible. Both sides' spiritual energies were considerably weaker than before, but it seemed like Grimmjow had used up more of his power. At this rate, the opponent would win. Karin grit her teeth, thinking furiously, "Don't you dare die, Grimmjow. Just to repay a debt to my brother Dash." As if he'd heard her thoughts, just to spite her, Grimmjow's spiritual energy flared out all at once before dying out like a candle flame before a tsunami. No. A sharp shattering sound broke through Karin's concentration. Then, she heard a harsh breathing and a few hacking coughs. "Tatsuki." Karin called out uncertainly. She only heard more coughing in answer. After a moment, however, Tatsuki said, "I'm fine." "Are you bleeding anywhere?" Karin asked, worried. "And no." "Oh." Tatsuki sounded unsure, as if she were making sure of it herself. Then her voice became more confident. "No, I'm not bleeding anywhere." "Anne." Her voice turned into one of wonder, "My face feels smooth." "You don't feel the terrible hunger anymore either, do you?" Karin asked. Tatsuki's stomach growled. As she laughed sheepishly, Tatsuki admitted, "Not abnormally hungry anymore, no. The physical hunger is quite terrible, though. I could do with a good large okonomiyaki, with lots of sauce on top." Ever the cynic, Karin contradicted, "As much as I'd like to eat okonomi as well, after we get out of this nest of vipers, we're going to have to go into hiding again. There's no point going back home just to get captured again." "Oh." Tatsuki wilted. "Then I'll just make a call back home and—" This idea Karin also objected to. "No. That's also not a good idea. Using a public phone is just asking to get caught." It had been over several hours after they'd escaped, the Arrancar had probably realized by now. Perhaps Caballero was out searching for them this moment. Maybe she was paranoid, but paranoid and alive was better than careless and dead. "We can't hide forever," Tatsuki protested. "The only way for us to get home with a remote chance at staying in one piece, is for you and me to get to a level where we can defend ourselves." She felt her heart contract tightly when she said this. Ichigo was probably worried to death about them. Everybody probably was. If only we had another way of informing them we're safe. But she shook the thought off. "No, I can't get weak here." She prioritized staying alive long enough to meet them first. "Wait for me. Ichi and I. Yuzu." She squeezed her eyes shut. "Tushuru." Tatsuki seemed find this an acceptable answer. "All right then. Then let's get out of here." Leaping to her feet, Karin grimaced as she hit her head on the ceiling again. Ow. Ichigo had gone ahead of the others. "Go ahead to Urahara's. We'll handle things at your house." Rukia had told him. Tushuru had likewise told him to go ahead. "There are 3 Shinigami over at Urahara's place, so go ahead, every second gone by is a second wasted." While the other two had gone to drag his body back, Ichigo went alone to the Urahara shop. Upon arriving at the Shinigami's mutual destination, Ichigo received an unpleasant surprise. He saw the back of a familiar figure arguing with Urahara with an even more familiar voice. Ichigo immediately flattened himself against the nearest wall. "She's my daughter. And you didn't think of telling me? First the holification incident, and now this? Now, we both know that the fact she was targeted wasn't my fault. She simply had ample spiritual power." The man froze at this silent implication. With obvious effort, he forced himself to continue, "But that doesn't explain how you conveniently failed to inform me that she was also being targeted by Aizen. Shouldn't you have expected that? He's the one conducting the holification experiments, after all." Per usual, the shopkeeper had his poker face on, revealing no hint of what he was thinking, unless you counted insanely happy, which he almost certainly wasn't. "Well, if you must know, the reason I didn't tell you was because you would have eventually found out anyways. Why agitate you ahead of time?" Having said this, Ichigo could have sworn that he saw Urahara's gray eyes flicker in his direction. He ducked again. At this, the man yelled, "What kind of excuse is?" He stiffened, then turned around as if he sensed something. Though Ichigo had long since hidden himself, he hadn't done the same for his spiritual pressure, because he hadn't felt the need. But apparently he had found out anyways. "Ichigo." Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, Ichigo came out from behind the wall. "Dad." Isshin sighed. Urahara, ever quick on the uptake, said brightly, "Well, I see you guys have some talking to do." Just as he was about to sneak off, Isshin said, "We'll continue this discussion later." Hey. Then Urahara crept off back into his shop. Father and son stood in silence before opening their mouths at the same time. "Dad, Ichigo." They both stopped. Avoiding his son's eyes, Isshin said, "You can ask." Ichigo shook his head. "No. You go first." After a pause, Isshin said, "How about we take this somewhere else?" Ichigo mutely nodded, and Isshin led the way into a nearby park. They sat down on a lone bench, looking out at the trees planted in an artificially straight line, as if they were soldiers in an army. Sighing, Isshin started, "What do you want to know?" "I have no idea. There are so many questions in my head, like how you can see my Shinigami form. But I guess I should apologize first." Floored, Isshin made out a strangled, "What?" He had expected Ichigo to get angry with him. "I kept things a secret, assuming you didn't know anything." Ichigo said weakly. "I had no idea that you knew so much. It must have been painful to see me lie to you all. For the last 5 years. At this admission, Isshin fell silent. "If that's the case, then I'm even more at fault. I've hidden things from you for your whole life. It's my fault that you and Karin were born with such powerful spiritual pressures in the first place." This made Ichigo look at him. Seeing his son's bewildered look, Isshin looked amused. "Didn't you figure out from the discussion? I'm a Shinigami." There was a brief silence, before Ichigo burst into laughter. Clapped a hand to his forehead, Ichigo gasped out, That's how it was." After laughing like a maniac for several minutes, Ichigo calmed down, putting his head in his hands. Isshin seemed to understand Ichigo's odd behavior, because he looked unsurprised when Ichigo quietly said, "Dmnu, Oyaji." Isshin did not reprimand Ichigo for cursing him. He would forgive him just this once, after all, he had wronged Ichigo so much more. Karin punched through the wall, deeming Tatsuki still too weak from her inner battle. Light flooded in into the morgue, and the two girls stumbled out from the low-ceilinged cage that they had been encased in. Gulping at the fresh air, Karin had never before appreciated body decomposition-free air as she did now. It tasted like ambrosia compared to the stale, stench-filled air within the aged morgue. In the light, Karin saw that Tatsuki was mask-free, but deathly pale. She offered Tatsuki her back, and Tatsuki reluctantly climbed on. It just went to prove how unwell she felt. Running while carrying the older girl on her back, Karin told her, "Make sure to repress your spiritual energy." "We don't know," she skidded to a stop as a figure clad in white staggered in front of them. "And just where are you headed?" His clothes were ripped and he was heavily injured. It was Grimmjow. "Grimmjow!" Karin cried out. She caught herself from saying, "You're alive," just in time. He would probably find that insulting. "How did you find us?" "Stupid, I could feel the other girl's spiritual power leak all the way down to the lower levels." He swayed on his feet. It was a miracle that he had managed to travel all the way here, Karin thought. Karin asked Tatsuki, "Do you think you can walk on your own?" Forcing a grin, Tatsuki said to the younger girl, "What do you take me for? I'm not some weak woman who's got to be carried around. Let me down already. Besides, it looks like that Grimmjow over needs more help than I do." Getting off of Karin's back, Tatsuki first went over to Grimmjow, who opened his mouth to protest, saying brusquely, "Complaints later. Explanations later. First we've got to get out of here." She put his arm over her shoulder, and Karin ran over to do the same. Though Grimmjow didn't seem too happy about this, but he had no choice but to comply. He wrinkled his nose. "Ugh. You both stink." Karin resisted the urge to smack him over the head. As they heaved Grimmjow's dead weight along the passage to the stairs, an idea struck her. They could hide in Hueco Mundo. It was the very place that their captors wouldn't expect them to be. She turned to Grimmjow and asked him, "Where's Hueco Mundo?" His sharp features arranged themselves into a puzzled look. "In another dimension." "Why? Can you open a portal to this other dimension?" Coughing violently, Grimmjow asked, "What do you want to go there for?" "Never mind that now. Can you or can't you?" Grimmjow in turn snapped back, "Of course I can. Do I look that pathetic to you?" When Karin looked pointedly at his wounds, he muttered, "Guess I do look like sheet." With some difficulty, he unhooked his arm from around Tatsuki's neck and drew a line in the air in front of them. Along the line, a black mouth-like thing opened up in front of them. "There. Good enough for you." Grimmjow hacked out a cough. This time, blood came out. Glancing over at Tatsuki, who gave a look that showed understanding about what she was planning, Karin led the way into the portal. As they exited from the portal, Karin looked somewhat unsettled at the sight before her. "This is where you live?" Grimmjow gave her a bloody grin. "Home sweet home, eh?" "Yeah. Sure." They stood in front of a sea of sand. Chapter 17. Bleeding. A desert lay in front of them. What looked like dry and shriveled-up trees sporadically dotted the sea of silicone grains. As the portal slammed shut behind them, Karin gulped. She exchanged uneasy looks with Tatsuki. "What did you want to come here for, anyways?" Grimmjow asked. Karin looked sternly at him. "Seeing as you betrayed your comrades for us, we couldn't leave you there to die, now could we? Someone could have waltzed along and finished you off." Tatsuki donated her 2 cents to Karin's cause. "So. I figured the least we could do is stay with you until you get better." Karin finished. Grimmjow snorted at this, and winced as it aggravated his wounds. Leaning his weight more heavily onto Karin, to her displeasure, he continued to interrogate her. "And? Even Ichigo's sister couldn't have been altruistic enough to SCRT me back here just for that reason." Karin shifted guiltily as he continued coarsely, "Hollows and Arankar swarm in this place, so seeing as how you asked to come here, you can't have been too worried about someone coming to finish me off." Grumbling, Karin finally admitted, "Well, we didn't have any mode of transportation, or any hiding place. So I figured the ideal hiding place would be where Arankar live, as they wouldn't expect us here. And you know this, land best." She decided to swallow the waste before the land. "Ah, so your true motives rise to the surface." Grimjow sneered. Hey! Tatsuki exclaimed defensively. We're the ones trying to help you. Oh yeah? Well, I wouldn't have these wounds in the first place if it weren't for you and Ichigo's younger sister. Grimjow shot back to her. And I wouldn't have to be fugitive to Aizen and his lot. He complained. So, do you have any place to hide out here? Karin asked Grimjow, anxious to get away from that particular subject. A hiding place was what she had been hoping for when she asked to go to Hueco Mundo in the first place. Without answering, Grimjow started heading towards a specific direction. But he made no progress, as Karin and Tatsuki held each of his arms. When he saw his supports weren't moving with him, he demanded, "Aren't you two my crutches? Move." Tatsuki said, "I think we would like to know just where we're headed before I move." "What, you expected us to go with you blindly?" Karin's sarcastic tone said it all. Rolling his eyes, Grimjow said as loudly as his wounds permitted, "Good grief, this is why I hate women." He turned his head to Karin. "Didn't you just ask me if I had a hiding place? Well, I'm going there, so I can hide from other Arankars since they consider me a traitor. You guys can stay out here for all I care." He tried to unlace his arms from their shoulders, but they held him firmly in place. "You should have told us that before just heading over on your own." "Yeah, how were we supposed to know?" The three started hobbling along through the sand in the direction that Grimjow led them. After about 30 minutes of wading through sand with a heavy weight on her shoulders, Karin asked rather breathlessly, "How much further?" "Wimp." Grimjow said disdainfully. "Just a bit more. That's rich, coming from a man who can barely walk. Remember who your crutches, as you so aptly put it, are." Karin had gotten a lot snarkier with him than when they'd first met. Maybe it was because he was injured and couldn't do anything to her, that she dared to annoy him, Karin thought. Grimjow stopped. "It's here." Karin swiveled her head around, and saw nothing other than sand. There was a dead tree, but nothing else. "So, what am I supposed to see here? Is that pathetic excuse of a tree magically going to sprout up and produce a tree house?" "Shut up. I'm concentrating," Grimjow said absently. He nudged her to the right, closer to the tree. After they had positioned themselves, he drew a circle in the sand with his right foot, and trod on it. A deep rumbling sound came from underneath them. Instinctively Karin leapt back, though unable to go as far as she intended, with both Grimjow and Tatsuki in tow. Grimjow made a pained expression and emitted a poorly suppressed groan as the movement jarred his wounds. Meanwhile, his two crutches looked on at the scene before them with wide eyes. Shedding sand everywhere, a large cube with a square hole rose from the ground. If it hadn't risen from the ground before their eyes, the girls might have not seen it, as it camouflaged perfectly into the sand. Then, a tall woman with long mint-colored hair and a crimson marking splashed horizontally across her face emerged from the square entrance. She held a large plate in one hand and a dish towel in the other. "Oh, you've come over for a visit," she froze. Neliel. Grimjow made out. If Karin didn't know better, she'd have said that he looked almost relived at the sight of the female Arankar. Seeing the two girls supporting a heavily injured Grimjow, the female Arankar threw aside the plate and dish towel and ran over to them, exclaiming, "What happened?" With surprising strength, she took Grimjow off their hands and supported him into the cave. "Geez, you come over for the first time in ages, and you're all torn up. I thought I told you to buy a gift the next time you came. Did you come thinking that sewing you back together was an ideal gift?" Neliel scolded. Turning her head, she said over her shoulder, "You guys come in as well. It looks like you've been through quite a lot." As soon as they went through, the square door sealed itself, and they felt a rumbling sound. "Don't mind the shaking. The Tsubwa is just going underground again." Tsubwa Cube. Unlike the bear outside, the interior of the Tsubwa was surprisingly homey, with tasteful decorations, some paintings, a few poofs and a couch, a rug, and a king-size bed with plenty of pillows, even a glass table. Karin wondered where she had obtained all the furniture. Hueco Mundo looked like a barren desert to her. Were there other houses hidden in the ground as well? Sit down. The woman invited. Too tired to speak, Tatsuki merely nodded, gratefully sinking into an armchair. Similarly collapsing on a round ottoman, Karin looked on as the woman named Nilio cruelly tossed Grimjow onto the large white bed as if she didn't care one whit about the blood smearing all over the bed, much less aggravating his wounds. Grimjow groaned and cursed, "Damn it, Nell. I'm in this shape, can't you handle me a little more gently? And let you get used to gentle treatment?" "Absolutely not. You're heartless." Gracing him with a scornful look, she just left him there, going over to the small kitchen in the corner, calling back to the girls, "What would like to eat? Or drink?" Looking back apologetically, she admitted, "I'm afraid we don't have much. Food isn't very plentiful in Hueco Mundo, as human guests are a rarity." Karin somehow doubted that there had been any human guests to Hueco Mundo. That left alive, anyways. "Is it okay to just leave him there?" Karin asked, referring to Grimjow, who seemed to have finally passed out on the bed. Amidst the clinking and rattling in the kitchen, Nilio answered, "Yes, he will heal on his own. If he doesn't make any progress by the end of today, I can patch him up myself." Coming back with a tray laden with 3 glasses and placing it on the glass table, she sat down on the couch and said, "It might taste a bit different from the water in your world, but try it." Cautiously, Karin and Tatsuki each took a glass and sipped from it. The water tasted tangy and a bit sweet. After almost 40 minutes of walking through the desert, it was a most welcome refreshment. "It's good," they assured Nilio. But Tatsuki seemed to be having some trouble holding onto her cup, due to her cuffs and chains. "Now that won't do." Nilio bent down to closely inspect the cuff. After she had confirmed something, reached out and touched the cuff, which glowed brightly and disappeared. Karin and Tatsuki stared. "How did you do that?" Tatsuki asked. Nilio winked. "Trade secret." At their disappointed faces, she dropped the act and said, "Ah, I'm just kidding. Well, I have a special ability, to cancel out things with spiritual energy." At their faces of awe, the green-haired woman's face broke out into a grin. "That's one thing done." Clasping her hands together she continued, "Please excuse my manners. I haven't thanked you yet for saving that knuckle-headed savage." She jerked a thumb over to the bed, where Grimjow lay, "Over there. I'm Nilio II Oderschwank, and I give you my thanks for saving Grimjow." Dropping her formal tone, Nilio added, "Just call me Nell." If Karin and Tatsuki had entertained thoughts that all Arrancar were wild and bloodthirsty, those thoughts went right out the window upon seeing this polite woman before them. It was almost as if she weren't an Arrancar, except the horned mask atop her head indicated otherwise. Quickly the 2 girls introduced themselves. "I'm Arisawa Tatsuki. Feel free to call me Tatsuki." "I'm Kurosaki Karin." "Just Karin's fine." Upon hearing Karin's surname, Nilio's eyes widened. "Kurosaki? As in Kurosaki Ichigo? Man, Ichi sure knows a lot of Arrancar." Karin thought wryly, nodding her head. "Yes. He's my older brother." Promptly, Karin's head was hugged to Nilio's more than ample bosom, rendering her unable to breathe. Nilio squealed, "Like brother, like sister. You both saved Grimjow." Karin gasped for breath when Nilio finally released her and took her by the shoulders to look her in the face. "Oh, I can definitely see his face in you. How's he doing?" "Oh, fine, I guess. And I didn't save Grimjow. It's the reverse, in fact. He saved us. You brought him back here. That's enough for me." Nilio then turned to Tatsuki, and asked, "Are you Ichigo's friend?" Drinking from her cup again, Tatsuki nodded. Having finished drinking the water, Tatsuki put down the glass, adding, known each other since childhood. Leaning back onto her couch, Neilio asked in a conversational manner, so, what's the story? The two girls looked at each other. It's a bit long. Karin trailed off. Neilio assured them, we have plenty of time. I, for one, have nothing to do. Tatsuki glanced at Karin. You should start. You got hollowified before I did. Shrugging her shoulders, Karin tried to summarize, long story short, I got shot by a needle, and a hollow mask started to form. Anne. She hesitated to say Tushiru's name, afraid that she would grow weak. A Shinigami taught me how to meditate and I defeated the hollow inside me. Belatedly realizing that she may have offended Nell, Karin hastily began to apologize. Sorry, I didn't. Nell held up a hand to stop her. I know that regular hollows have little to no self-restraint. Arrancar are just hollows lucky enough to escape that and gain back their sense of reason. So you have nothing to apologize for. Please. Return to your story. It took me a week to defeat the hollow inside of me. Tatsuki did it within a day and a half. Karin said with a touch of pride for Tatsuki. Granted, she hadn't had such specific coaching from a fellow soul who had experience in the matter, but it was still impressive. Nell looked fascinated. That makes you both very peculiar cases, then. Go on. Afterwards, an espada named Caballero came to get me. Darkly, she added, and if not for Ichien-II and the other Shinigami, he would have succeeded. Turning to Tatsuki, Karin prompted, I think the timeline dictates it's your turn, Tatsuki. How did you get captured, anyways? I was on the way back from the dojo, teaching karate, when they got to me. Who did? The long, brown-haired man, you know, the one who froze you and took you out of the prison cell, got to me. He trapped me with the same spell, and took me to the mansion in Kyoto. Then the black-haired woman came and injected me with something. Hearing this, Karin interrupted, a black-haired woman? What color were her eyes? Tatsuki looked surprised at such a question. Putting a hand on her chin, she mused, I wasn't really paying attention to her eyes, but I think they were brown. Why? Karin's face expression darkened. So she had been behind the experiments after all. Her fists clenched. No. Nothing. She said quickly. And then? Primarily asking the question just to change the subject. First it just stung, but then there was excruciating pain. Then the mask started forming. I thought I was done for before you came. She gave Karin a smile. Chin in her hands, the green-haired Arrancar asked Karin, and how did you get to this mansion in Kyoto? Yeah, well. The second time Espada came to get me, they successfully knocked me out, and when I came to, I was already in the dungeon with Tatsuki. Here, Tatsuki took over. Out of nowhere, she just told me to meditate. At first I thought she was crazy, but it turned out to save my life. Well, Tushiru always did emphasize the importance of meditation. Karin said Tushiru's name aloud without realizing it. Tatsuki seemed interested. Tushiru. You said that name in your sleep. Is he the Shinigami who taught you? Feeling her cheeks grow hot, Karin stammered, I said that in my sleep. Wait, when did I ever fall asleep? Not so much falling asleep as waking from it. You weren't conscious when you came, remember? Nell leaned her head in and said slyly, oh, my feminine sixth sense is tingling. Are you and this Tushiru lovers? Karin's cheeks flamed. No. And no. Nothing like that. Both women raised their eyebrows at this claim, in obvious disbelief. Ha. Well, if you say so. Anyways. Karin cleared her throat and continued loudly, the guy who got Tatsuki, dragged me out and took me to 5 Espada. One of them being Grimjow here, she nodded over towards the bed sheets already partially dyed in blood, and 4 others. I can't remember their names, except for a helmeted guy named Tartarus. The others were a blondie guy, maroon-haired guy, and a purple-haired woman. Nell looked grave at this. The first, third and fourth Espada. Titiritero, Marin, and Opaco respectively. And Tartarus is the seventh. She addressed Karin. Well, you're here now, so that can't be all that happened. Go on. They took me to see a girl. I think she was the one who injected you, Tatsuki. Tatsuki narrowed her eyes. There was definitely something strange about her. Even without the injection thingy. She looked kind of dead inside, do you know what I mean? Leaning back onto the couch and crossing her legs, Nell mused, black hair and brown eyes, eh? The description fits way too many people. Even you. She nodded at Tatsuki. Her hair was shoulder length and framed her face. Karin quickly recounted. And she spoke in a monotone voice. She didn't have any visible mask. Does anyone come to mind? Shaking her head, Nell replied in a negative. No. I don't know anyone who fits that description. Why don't we ask Grimmjow when he wakes up? She glanced at Grimmjow's unconscious form. What happened to him, by the way? Tatsuki answered this question. He helped us get away. He was distracting another Espada. I guess he won, seeing as he was able to come back. Nell commented. At least he was fighting for a viable cause this time. Other times he's just barbaric. She snorted. Though I suppose that's his supposed charm. She made a face, making quotation marks around charm. Where did you break your mask, Tatsuki? After Grimmjow let us get away, we hid in a, Tatsuki shuddered and swallowed before she said the word, morgue. I broke my mask there. A look of understanding dawned on Nell's face. So that's why you guys smell of, well, death. You're both free to use the bath. Speaking of baths. She shot the oblivious Grimmjow a nasty look. I think that guy needs one more than you guys do. The two human girls suddenly felt very sorry for Grimmjow. I suppose you should probably disinfect his wounds. No problem. I can just throw him in a tub of alcohol. Nell said carelessly, getting up as though she were about to do exactly what she said. The girls were alarmed at this turn of events. Tatsuki hastily said, well, we can do that when he's awake, right? When he's prepared, right? It would be rather unpleasant to wake up, stinging all over. Nell sat down again. Point taken. So just how do you break the masks, and defeat these hollows? You kill the hollow inside your mind. Tatsuki said simply. Karin started to nod, but she abruptly stopped when Tatsuki's words registered in her brain. Wait, kill. You didn't just drive it away? She asked Tatsuki. The hollow said that if I didn't kill her, she would slowly take over me. So I broke her neck with a kick. She just lay there, and then went, poof. Tatsuki made a comical gesture to demonstrate. Giving Karin a confused look, she asked, wait, you mean you didn't kill yours? Karin shook her head. Flashback. Fine, I'll back off. There was a hint of a grin on the exposed quarter of her face, for now. The sinister smile was still on the hollow's mouth as she faded and Karin's hands closed on air. Flashback end. Recalling this, Karin's blood ran cold. The hollow inside her hadn't disappeared. It was still within her. A thought occurred to Karin. Was the bloodthirstiness caused by the hollow inside? Was the hollow really slowly taking over her mind and body, as Tatsuki said? She suddenly felt filthy. Standing up, she asked Nell, can I take you up on your offer? Of taking a bath, I mean. Nonplussed, Nell said, sure. You can even use the shower if you prefer. Bathroom's over there. She pointed to a room on her left. Examined Karin's face carefully, she asked, are you okay? Heading towards the area that Neliel had indicated, Karin said absently, "Yeah." Once entering the bathroom, Karin closed the door and leaned against it. She took a brief look at the bathroom. Taking a deep breath, she stepped towards the shower. She usually preferred to shower rather than take a bath. Showers felt like they washed and drained all her troubles away, while baths made her feel like though they washed all her troubles off, the troubles still remained floating in the water. Though in the end, neither of them really took her troubles away. Removing the clothes that still reeked of corpses, Karin kicked them away as entered the shower. Turning the knob to warm, Karin twisted the tap that released the water and closed her eyes as the warm spray hit her face. Where do I end and the hollow start? Am I even still really me? As she was struck by these uncertain thoughts, she sagged to the floor, barely feeling the warm water that lightly massaged her back. She slapped her face with both hands. I can't afford to get down because of this. Forming her resolve, Karin stood up in the shower. She would make the hollow within her kneel down to her no matter what. If the hollow resisted, then Karin would destroy her. In the meantime, Ichigo had finished talking to Isshin. Now he sparred against his father in the basement of the Urahara shop. How come I couldn't feel your spiritual pressure when it was this strong? Ichigo swung Tensa Zangetsu ferociously. You were never that good at spiritual detection. Isshin replied, leisurely blocking Ichigo's strike. And Urahara designed a special jigai that would block spiritual pressure. The other Shinigami merely spectated the battle. It's Ichigo's father, so he must be strong. Ikaku rubbed his hands excitedly. I want to fight him. If Ichigo's the offspring of a Shinigami, it's no wonder that he's so powerful. Renji said idly. By the way, Urahara-san, have you had any progress with pinpointing Karin-chan? Ranjaku asked, leaning on Shuhai's shoulders, her BRSTS pressing into the back of his head. Ah no. Ranjaku-san. Though Shuhai protested, he didn't seem to mind all that much. To Ranjaku's question, Urahara shook his head. I'm trying to track down her spiritual energy, but it's still a work in progress. Izuru seemed interested at this. Track down her spiritual energy. How, Urahara-san? Glancing at the platinum blonde Shinigami, Urahara explained, everything leaves a trail, including spiritual energy. I took a sample of her energy when she stayed over here, so I'm using that sample to track her down. While the two discussed several ways to track down Shinigami, Rukia turned to Tushuru, who was observing the battle, and bowed her head. Hitsugaya Taishu. Please allow me to receive your teaching. He raised an eyebrow. Raising her head, she answered, as Sodi no Shirayuki is an ice-type Zanpakuto, it would be my honor to cross swords with the wielder of the most powerful ice-type Zanpakuto in Soul Society. After seeing Rukia's resolve, Tushuru nodded, and drew Hyorinmaru. When Karin got out of the shower, Neliel stood there, holding out a towel. Wrap yourself in that for now. Wrapping the large towel around herself, Karin gingerly picked up her smelly uniform before Neliel led her to a closet that seemed to hold only white clothes. Here are some clothes you can borrow too. They might be a bit big, but at least they don't smell. She winked as she left Karin to dress. Shrugging, Karin chose a random white shirt and shorts. After dressing herself, Karin found the clothes indeed too big. The white shirt was extremely loose around her chest, as well as the white shorts that came down almost down to her knees. To amend this, she folded the shorts up to mid-thigh. After getting dressed, she picked up her uniform and tied it up, making a mental note to let it soak later. Grimmjow still hadn't woken by nighttime. Karin couldn't really tell as they were underground, so she just took Neliel's word for it. Tapping her foot impatiently, Neliel said annoyed, "What's taking so long for his wounds to heal?" She crossed the room over to the bed where Grimmjow lay. When they heard a sharp intake of breath, Karin and Tatsuki both quickly went over to the over half blood-stained bed. Karin's trained eyes immediately spotted the problem. None of the wounds that Grimjow had sustained in his battle had crusted over or even remotely clotted. They were still bleeding, and at this rate, he wouldn't last to see, or sleep through, dawn. Immediately, Karin's, doctor's assistant, side took over. She questioned Neliel, "Do you know what's keeping these wounds from clotting?" Neliel frowned and asked Karin, "Which Espada did you say that he had faced against? By any chance, did he have black hair and a tattoo number 5 on his sternum?" Karin nodded and replied, "Grimjow called him Serpiente." Slapping her forehead, Neliel groaned, "Then it's probably because of Serpiente's resurrections, Sangria Eterna. It's a poison that keeps wounds open, so the victim bleeds dry. Sangria Eterna, eternal bleeding. Do you know of any antidote for it?" Karin asked. Neliel shook her head. "The victims usually bleed to death during the battle. I've heard rumors that it wears off after a while." She trailed off anxiously. Karin said, "Let's hope the rumors are true." Taking a deep breath, she exhaled. "Nell, do you have alcohol?" Neliel replied in the affirmative, "I have antiseptic." At Karin's quizzical look, she said, "I've had to clean up his wounds before." Karin shook her head as Neliel went to fetch the disinfectant. These two seemed to share an odd relationship. But she could wonder about that later. When Neliel came back, Karin took the alcohol from her. "Can you take off his jacket and hold him down?" When his jacket was cut off and he was properly restrained by both Neliel and Tatsuki, Karin twisted open the bottle of antiseptic and poured it generously onto Grimjow's wounds. As the alcohol dribbled down his sides, his body convulsed at the pain. Hearing Tatsuki hissing in sympathy, Karin explained automatically, "The wounds are too big to simply dab at. I've got to thoroughly clean the cuts not only to prevent infection, but for the poison that Nell mentioned." Looking up, Karin asked Neliel, "Is there any needle and thread available? Preferably silk or nylon." "Scratch that, any thread is fine, so long as it's clean." Neliel nodded, saying, "I've got silk. I've had to stitch him together before." "Do you need bandages?" Karin added, "And some towels and a bucket of warm water while you're at it." "Sorry, but I'll have to do the stitching this time around." Karin nodded at Neliel's trembling hands. Looking faintly embarrassed, Neliel went to go get the said items. As soon as Nell came back, Karin took towels from her and tossed one to Tatsuki. "Clean up the alcohol. Careful not to touch the wounds." She got to work on the biggest wound next to his hollow hole, suppressing the odd urge to put a hand in it to see if it really went through to the other side. After mopping up most of the antiseptic, Karin asked Neliel for the needle and thread. Threading the needle, Karin thought, this would be easier with forceps, and gently pinched the sides of his wound together, digging the needle into his skin. Grimjow roared and sent out a red blast from his hand. Karin barely dodged in time. Alarmed, she looked behind her, expecting sand to pour in from the wall. But when she saw that the wall had only dented a little bit, she was surprised. With wide eyes, she asked Neliel, "Is he always like this when you stitch him up? What is that destructive light anyways? I saw an espada take off another Arrancar's head with it." Neliel shook her head. "He was always conscious when I did it. It's called bala, a hollow bullet. I made the house bala-proof." Karin made a face. Brusquely, Karin ordered Neliel to restrain him lest he kill them all, and went back to her painstaking task. She was used to doing sutures with round needles and a needle holder, but as with forceps, she had no means to attain them. She managed to get half through when she was interrupted by another bala. Luckily, the suture hadn't moved or gotten too tight, and Karin continued to stitch. Clenching her teeth, Karin ground out, "Almost there." She tied off the thread and cut the string off with her teeth. Next cut. 9 hollow bullets and 30 stitches later, Karin tied off the last stitch. She sighed and blew at her singed hair. Of all the pain-in-the-butt patients she had treated in her life, this one had to be the worst. Talk about a violently unwilling patient. Wiping off her sweat with her wrist, Karin dunked her hands in the now lukewarm water to wash the blood off. After she had rinsed off most of the blood, she took a towel and folded it, gently putting pressure on Grimjow's now stitched-up wounds. She indicated for the others to do the same with the other 3 wounds, 2 on his left arm, 1 on his neck. Grabbing the gauze, Karin asked the other 2, "Help me sit him up." As they had Grimjow up in a sitting position on the bed, Karin began to wrap the bandages around his torso, tying down the towels to soak up the blood. After finishing up, they lay him back down on the bed, careful not to touch his wounds. Now all we have to do is wait. Chapter 18. The Meeting. While waiting anxiously for Grimjow to wake up, if he could, the 3 were silently drinking inferno hot tea, their tongues scalded and their nerves on end. In order to break the tension, Tatsuki asked a question. "So how do you know Ichigo anyways?" It worked, and the tension gave way to a discussion about Nilio's acquaintance to Ichigo. "Well, I was in my baby, really, form back when I first met Ichigo." This declaration brought on a storm of questions. Arrancar grow up too? A baby? How did you grow up so quickly? The longest you could have known him is only 4 years. Questions tumbled out all at once from Karin and Tatsuki's mouths. Suppressing a smile from her amusement at their curiosity, Nilio explained, "I didn't exactly grow up, per se. I just reverted to my original form, back when I had been the Tercera Espada." This statement brought forth a whole new torrent of questions. Original form? You were an Espada? Where's your tattoo? Unable to help but laugh at the barrage of questions, Nilio grinned widely and answered the last question first. "My tattoo is on my back. But I lost my position after I was tricked." The grin shrank momentarily, but she hitched it back on again. She tapped the skull mask perched on her hair. "Thanks to that, my mask had a crack in it, and I reverted to a child because my spiritual energy was leaking out from the gap in my mask. I suppose I should count my lucky stars that my mask didn't split completely though, because hollows die if their masks are broken completely." Karin looked at the mask and didn't see any crack in it. But she supposed that she would hear of how it got healed, if she continued listening to Nilio's story. Seeing the wide eyes of her audience despite the small fact that the audience was comprised of 2 human girls, completely engrossed by her story, Nilio held back another smile of pleasure. "When Aizen kidnapped Oriheim for her powers." "Hey, you know Oriheim too?" Nilio paused for dramatic effect. "Ichigo and his friends came to rescue her." After taking another sip of tea, she dropped the dramatic manner and continued more candidly, "I met him and his comrades when they were on their way to Las Noches." Las Noches, tilting her head to the side, Karin tried to recall where she had heard that term before. Noticing this, Nilio explained, "Las Noches is the original base for Aizen's Arrancar, though I've heard he attained another one in the human world." Though Karin also wanted to ask what powers Oriheim had for the Arrancar to target her, she lost her chance as Nilio continued, "After Ichigo duked it out with Grimjow, she half-glanced at Grimjow here, Neutra, the 5th Espada at the time, came and tried to kill Grimjow and your brother. Then I returned briefly to this form, in my desperation to help Ichigo. I turned back to a child just before the battle finished, though, so I don't remember much of the battle that took place afterwards." She looked down at her teacup and took another sip from it, then finding it to have cooled sufficiently, braved a large gulp. Staring down into her half-empty cup, she continued quietly, "But I remember in the end, Neutra was killed by another Shinigami." She looked up and gave them a bittersweet smile. Though he was degenerate, in many ways he was just another person to be pitied. Smile turning bright, she turned to a more pleasant vein of discussion. "Afterwards, Oriheim came back and healed my mask for me, and I was able to return to my original form." "How did you quit?" "Being an Espada, I mean." Tatsuki inquired. A shadow cast over Nilio's face once again. "You can't just quit being an Espada of your own will, unless you intentionally mutilate yourself, to reduce your fighting ability. Even then, you'll just be demoted." Karin asked curiously, then how did you stop being an espada? You don't look particularly mutilated to me. I escaped. Neliel said simply. As both the girls' mouths fell agape, Neliel shrugged. That's why I'm hiding out here. The Arrancar are often sent out on missions, but when they're resting, they stay at Las Noches. This area is a fair ways off from Las Noches, so there's less of a chance for them to locate and try to kill me for my betrayal for aiding and abetting Ichigo. It's not like I'm afraid of losing and getting killed, but I dislike fighting, is all. She examined the patterns on her teacup thoughtfully, swilling the remaining contents around. Plus, there are those who would be sad in the unlikely case I get myself killed. My fraction, for one. Though she had no idea what fraction were, Karin had a vague feeling that another person who would be sad was lying over on the bed, with a large number of stitches in him. As they finished up their now lukewarm tea, they heard a groan. They whipped their heads around over to the bed. Grimmjow had finally awakened. Hurriedly putting their teacups down, they ran over as he tried to sit up. However, before he could, they held him down, keeping him from doing so. Don't get up, advised Karin. You have 69 stitches in your body. 69. 69 sutures that I literally went through hell and back to stitch, I might add. Speaking of hell, what the hell happened? Grimmjow looked around, seeing several dents in the wall and a painting partially demolished. Serpientes sangria eterna and you shooting bala while we were trying to sew you back together happened. Neliel replied snarkily, though her sarcasm sounded a bit forced. At this, Grimmjow tried to abruptly sit up, and if it weren't for Neliel holding him firmly down, he would have succeeded, and consequently popped open the 39 stitches on his torso. That BSTRD poisoned me? Riley, Tatsuki said, it seems so. Didn't you know about his poison? Grimmjow looked away, apparently he had forgotten about it in the heat of the battle. It was a gamble, but it looks like the antiseptic worked, and the poison in his bloodstream wore off. Karin said. Quietly, Neliel said, we thought you were going to die. Karin could have sworn that she'd heard a tremor in Neliel's voice. Grimmjow snorted then bit back a wince as he felt it in his wounds. As if you'd get rid of me that easily. His hand snaked its way into hers, and he squeezed it gently as if to assure her he was okay. When she saw a glimmer in Neliel's golden eyes, Karin belatedly realized that they needed some time alone. Businesslike, she beckoned to Tatsuki. Clearing her throat, she said, excuse us, but now that we've seen Grimmjow wake up, we need some place to train to be able to get back home in one piece. There isn't any place we can train in this Tsubwa, is there? Taking a shaky breath accompanied by an almost undetectable sniff, Neliel answered, actually, there is. Without looking up, she directed, go to the center of the wall to my left. There'll be a door, and free space on the other side. As they moved towards the door, out of the corner of her eye, Karin saw Neliel kneel at the bedside and bend her head over Grimmjow. So all her disinterested, nay, bullying, actions towards Grimmjow had been an act. Opening the door, Karin saw a fairly large and rectangular space, completely bare of furniture, the perfect training space. It had nothing on Urahara's basement, but that training area was the definition of overkill. Letting Tatsuki in, Karin closed the door softly behind them. Taking a deep breath, she turned and informed the older girl, I'm not really good at teaching, but bear with me, okay? Tatsuki nodded, and replied, I've dealt with bad teachers before. Playfully, Karin punched her arm. You're supposed to say, no, you're an excellent teacher, here. Becoming serious again, she stated, I need you to pretend like you're facing your inner hollow again, and fight using your spiritual energy. Except this time, you're facing me. Having said this, Tatsuki nodded her head, and stood in the standard karate stance. Even after she had attained a 10th Dan black belt, she always stuck to the basics at the start. Though Karin wasn't bad at martial arts herself, but fighting against Tatsuki would be troublesome, if only because Tatsuki was physically so much more skilled. Karin exhaled and prepared herself for an all-out brawl. Come at me with all you've got. She got what she wanted. Meanwhile, Rukia barely held her own against Tushuru in his Shirkai state. She was breathing and wielding her pure white Zanpakuto sluggishly. Suddenly, Tushuru sealed his Zanpakuto again and strapped it back onto its usual place. Confused, she stopped. Let's stop for now, Kuchiki. You've done yourself in for today. Yet Rukia still brandished her sword. She said, forgive me for contradicting you, Hitsugaya Taicho, but I still have the energy to continue. Tushuru saw her determination and inwardly sighed. Even Rukia, who was obviously lying about her condition, was set on getting stronger. What was he doing? He clenched his fists. He, too, needed to get stronger, but he only had one way to do it. Unclenching his fists, he suddenly said to Ranjaku, Matsumoto. Get Shihuin. If Ranjaku was surprised at this order, she didn't show it. She leapt lightly off of Shuhai's back and went up the hatch to get Yoruchi, probably prowling around on the roof in her cat form. Then Tushuru turned back to Rukia. I'll have Shihuin fix you up with her healing water, and then I'll spar with you again. But that'll take some time. Can you wait? He fixed her with a sharp turquoise eye. Rukia acquiesced. Having done this, he stabbed Hyorinmaru down into the ground, held the handle to release his Zanpakuto's Bankai and then sat down in lotus position. It was a bit uncomfortable sitting down in his Bankai state, what with the ice tail and all, but he dealt with it. While Yoruchi healed Rukia, he would enter Jinzen state and have a one-on-one talk with Daiguren Hyorinmaru. As usual, his spirit world was a barren, icy landscape. When he didn't see anything, or anyone, else, Tushuru sighed and called out, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. You know I'm here. Come out. A man wearing an ice-blue yukata, with wings, limbs, and a tail made of ice much like Tushuru in his Bankai state, materialized in front of Tushuru. He had snow-white hair just like his MSTR, but his eyes were silver. Tushuru stared at Daiguren Hyorinmaru, who had made the most unusual choice to take on a humanoid form. Usually, he was too proud to leave its dragon form, so Tushuru realized his Zanpakuto knew what his MSTR had come for. A/N, for those of you who watch the anime, his form is different from the one in Zanpakuto Tales arc. Not only because Hyorinmaru's in Bankai form here, but also because Zanpakuto Tales isn't canon. It's been a while since you've come here to meet me. Tushuru said nothing to this. It was true that he had only performed Jinzen with Hyorinmaru in its sealed form, since 3 years ago. Seeing that his MSTR had no intention of replying, Daiguren Hyorinmaru continued, the last time you came to me was 3 years ago, I believe. Why have you come, Tushuru? His Zanpakuto was among the select few he did not mind calling him by his given name, but the question irked him. Do I have to say it outright? The mere fact that you took on your human form when I came is proof that you know what I want. Yes. I do know. You longing to become more powerful. The real thing I wish to ask concerns your reason why. Is it to protect someone? Another girl? Tushuru narrowed his eyes and made no reply. Daiguren Hyorinmaru calmly regarded Tushuru. So you wish to further develop your Bankai and therefore don't have time for idle chatter. His Zanpakuto remarked, reading Tushuru's expression accurately. The fact that 1 minute in this world is a minuscule amount of a second in the world you physically reside in, matters not to you. Sighing, the Zanpakuto drew the sword at his waist. Very well. Tushuru immediately went to grip his own sword, but his hands closed on air. He looked back, dismayed when he saw no hilt over his shoulder. Upon seeing this, Daiguren Hyorinmaru said evenly, you will not use my sword form this time around. You must rely only on the water particles around you. Clenching his teeth at the unexpected turn of events, Tushuru could only leap away as his own manifested Zanpakuto attacked him, leaving a large crater frozen over with ice in its wake. Almost immediately afterwards, the Zanpakuto swiped the sword up, slicing into Tushiru's calf muscle mid-jump. Wincing, Tushiru landed on one knee, unable to support himself on his hurt leg. Staring at Daiguren Hyorinmaru who stood still at a distance away, the rather well-oiled gears in Tushiru's head started to turn. Rely on the water particles? He had never consciously formed ice without his Zanpakuto. He knew he could involuntarily freeze things over before he become a Shinigami, so it was highly likely he could form ice as well, but he didn't know how. He forced himself to think. Before he'd become a Shinigami, even before he'd gone to Shinigami Academy, before he'd gotten control over his spiritual energy, back when he'd leaked out spiritual energy everywhere, frosting everything over in his sleep, back when his Ryatsu had occasionally exploded out of. Ryatsu. Tushiru's eyes lit up. Maybe the key to forming ice without his Zanpakuto was gaining even finer control over his spiritual energy. He gulped. If so, this task would be difficult. As things stood now, he had learnt enough control to hold his power back to a certain point, enough to handle higher-level Kiddo spells and become a captain. But the fact still stood that he had trouble not getting the people around him involved in his attacks. Weather manipulation remained a primary example of this. Despite that, he had to try. There were no people in his spiritual state besides him and his Zanpakuto. Tushiru. Concentrated. His Ryatsu to his shoulder blades, willing them to form wings of ice that would enable him fly. Unfortunately, forming ice without Hyorinmaru was a lot more difficult than with it. His Zanpakuto formed the ice automatically so long as Tushiru continued to feed it spiritual energy. But without his Zanpakuto, he had to concentrate on gathering water particles, clumping them together, then freezing them, all of which used his spiritual energy. There were too many steps in the process for Tushiru to perform this feat without a fearsome amount of concentration. As the particles gathered all too slowly, Daiguren Hyorinmaru finally got tired of waiting and lunged towards Tushiru, swinging his sword as if he were going to behead him. Instead, as soon as the Zanpakuto came within cutting distance, he lightly tapped his MSTR's neck with the back of his sword. I waited enough to allow you to gather your thoughts, and it seems that you have realized something. He lowered his sword. That's one time you've died. If you die 99 more times without being able to beat me, I will not teach you any more until you are ready. 99 times? Don't you think that's 90 times too many? Tushiru replied with a rare grin. His Zanpakuto had challenged him, and he would rise to it. Karin blocked a punch, which hurt much less than it should have, considering the amount of Ryatsu that Tatsuki had packed into it. But Karin had also spread her Ryatsu evenly all over her skin. It still wasn't enough, Karin thought. She surmised that it would block a blunter blade, but a razor-sharp sword would still pierce through her thin armor of spiritual energy. Counter-attacking with her other arm only to be blocked, Karin maneuvered away from a karate move meant to flip her onto her back and shouted, "You've got to pack more spiritual energy if you want to pierce through an Arrancar's skin." Tatsuki had made enormous progress in spiritual hand-to-hand combat. Now she only had to MSTR extending her spiritual energy into objects. If she did, given a weapon, such as nunchaku which Tatsuki already knew how to wield, Tatsuki could easily defend herself from lower to mid-level Arrancar. Tatsuki put some distance between her and her sparring partner and asked, "Can we rest for a bit? I need some water." Nodding, Karin said, "Go ahead." Pausing at the door, Tatsuki looked back. "You want some too, Karin?" "No thanks." The sweet water would just stick in her throat if she drank it now. Instead, as she dimly heard the door shut, she sat down and began to contemplate what to do about her inner hollow. She was almost sure that the hollow was the source of the sudden, and unwanted, pleasure she had taken from killing. But what of the sword that materialized out of thin air? Did that have to do with the hollow as well? She wasn't quite sure. Frustrated, she mussed up her own hair. Ah, screw that. What's the good in thinking about it all day? I have to act. She knew she had to act, but she didn't exactly know how. What would Tushuru say to this dilemma? Karin could just imagine him saying, "If you think something is wrong with your spirit, then you have to find out just what the problem is. Then you need to find out why. Only then you will find out where your spirit is unstable, and be able to fix it. Meditate." It sounded realistic even to her ears, and she hadn't known him for that long. He really was a meditation geek, Karin thought, amused. But then, her eyes widened in realization. She could meditate. It was idiotic of her, not to think of it until now. She silently thanked Tushuru, even if he hadn't helped her directly. If she could meet the hollow again, she would get some answers. Having finished forming his wings, Tushuru took off into the sky and began to concentrate on forming a sword with ice. But before he had even built his sword to the hilt, his Zanpakuto attacked once again. Tushuru hastily dodged Daiguren Hyorinmaru's well-aimed swing at his neck, but as soon as he did so, the sword stopped forming and melted in his hand. Cursing to himself, Tushuru began to focus the water particles surrounding his hand with spiritual pressure, to make the sword again. After his fifth death, Tushuru was getting the hang of using spiritual particles to form ice. He made them at much higher speeds than his first try. Quickly forming a projectile of pointy ice, he sent it hurtling towards Daiguren Hyorinmaru, who dodged just in time. Tushuru hadn't expected it to work in the first place, but it had done its part, distraction. Tushuru tried forming the ice at larger distances away, such as right behind Daiguren Hyorinmaru. But this shard of ice only got integrated into his manifested Zanpakuto's wings. Gritting his teeth, Tushuru parried another attack with a wakizashi-like piece of ice, which broke immediately upon contact. He had forgotten to pack the ice with spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy to support its core, it would just shatter like any other ice. Fighting the urge to just cast away the broken piece of ice in his hand, Tushuru focused once again to focus water particles onto it, this time pouring a much larger amount of Ryatsu into his slightly longer blade of ice. Wakizashi short blade. This time, the blade he had made lasted 3 tries before he died for the 6th time. "Are you sure that 10 tries are enough?" Daiguren Hyorinmaru said in a mocking voice. "I still have 4 more tries left. That's plenty left to defeat you," Tushuru replied. He leapt away just in time from the spot that he foresaw that the next attack would be directed, and frozen spikes sprouted from the very place he had just been crouching. Tushuru's lips tightened at the sight. For the first few deaths, his Zanpakuto had stopped just short of killing him, but the last few times, it seemed like he was starting to really try. He was wounded not only on his calf, but also bleeding from a cut on his cheek, forearm, and side. He would have been frozen from head to toe if he hadn't integrated the ice into his wings just in time. Hiding his left hand behind his back, he formed a dagger without being seen. Holding the dagger in his sleeve, he flew behind Daiguren Hyorinmaru in order to find an opening. When his Zanpakuto sent another bout of ice towards him, his time, he used some of the ice to make a proper sword. It worked, but he didn't have time to congratulate himself, as his Zanpakuto slashed at him again. Blocking the strike and grimacing from the shock absorbed by his numerous wounds, Tushuru jumped back to put some distance between him and Daiguren Hyorinmaru. If his Zanpakuto attacked, he would see it. He lifted his ice sword into the air, and pointed it to the gray sky. Slowly, storm clouds formed around it, writhing several kilometers above the two, forming a spiral that resembled a cyclone. Tushuru was attempting a Hyoten Hyakusu, his most uncontrollable attack, without his Zanpakuto to even remotely control it. As the whirling increased in speed, Daiguren Hyorinmaru widened his eyes and lunged to attack Tushuru before his MSTR managed to succeed. At the last moment, Tushuru swerved to the right and held the ice dagger he had hidden in his left hand to his Zanpakuto's neck. "I've got you." His eyes conveyed the unsaid, "Now teach me how to make my Bankai stronger." His Zanpakuto gave him a small smile and slowly faded away into particles of ice, then water. "You've already learned how." When Karin Immersed herself into the same meditative space, she had expected complete darkness, like when she had faced her hollow before. But this time, she saw not darkness, but ruined, crumbling buildings. It looked like. Yes. This is Tokyo, specifically Karakura town. Laid to waste. Grim, isn't it? It sounded like a young man. Karin swung around sharply and almost lost her balance because she had been standing at the point of the crusted tip of a half-burnt building. Regaining her footing by jumping to a comparatively unharmed part of the building, Karin lifted her head to look for who had spoken. She spotted him. I was thinking a scene right out of an apocalypse movie, actually. Karin replied coolly to the owner of the voice. A boy around her age, clad in the uniform of her school, perched atop a relatively intact building. He had dark red hair, reminding Karin of blood. Laughing at her rebuttal, he jumped lightly from the building, landing soundlessly on the ground. Looking up, he crooked a finger at her, gesturing her to join him. She eyed him, trying to decide whether or not to follow him. He grinned at her. After a moment, she decided that she would trust him for the time being. She couldn't explain why, she just felt compelled to. Maybe it was the strange familiarity in his manner. Landing rather more heavily than the boy, Karin looked at him properly. He had ruby red eyes, brighter than his hair. Red eyes usually seemed eerie, but it oddly suited this boy. Putting her hands on her hips, she asked, "Who are you? I don't remember seeing you at school. And with your features, you would have definitely stood out." The boy laughed again, as if she'd said something hilarious. "Of course you wouldn't see me at your school." Karin looked pointedly at his attire. "Then what's with that uniform? And how did you enter into my mind? Are you just a figment of my imagination?" He stopped laughing abruptly. "You really don't know, do you?" Sighing heavily, he crouched down and put a hand to his forehead, as if he were exhausted. "Know what?" Karin asked, confused. Suddenly, a terrible thought struck her. "Are you another hollow inside me?" He looked up, offended. "Are you comparing me to the thing that destroyed this place?" He asked incredulously, standing up. "Me, a part of your soul?" Before Karin was able to form a response to this, she felt a hand shake her shoulder, and she opened her eyes from her meditative state. She stared straight forward, spacing out, before the hand shook her again, and returned her to earth, or rather Hueco Mundo, again. "You okay?" Brown eyes peered at her. "Oh, Tatsuki." Karin sighed, and got up to her feet. "Shall we start again?" She felt irritated at the interruption. "That's not what I woke you for." Tatsuki nodded towards the door where a tasty aroma wafted through. Annoyance fading away, Karin leapt to her feet and excitedly followed Tatsuki. Then she saw the oddest sight. Chapter 19. Darkness and Remembrance. An odd scene was playing out before Karin. Grimjow was standing. But Neliel said that Arankar healed quickly, so that wasn't the strange thing. No indeed. Grimjow held a soup ladle in his hand, and was bent over a pot of soup. That was very odd in itself, as she never imagined him to be the homemaking type. But that wasn't it either. Ichi and I cooked when Yuzu was busy with her home EC club. Even he, one of the most masculine men that she knew, cooked. The oddest thing that she saw, was, in the process of doing all this, Grimjow was wearing a flower-patterned apron complete with frilled edges. He looked positively emasculated, and strangely resembled Yuzu in that moment, though admittedly a great deal taller and more muscled and with a disgruntled expression that her twin would never wear. As he turned to meet her eyes, Grimjow's eyes dared Karin to comment. Though sure that Grimjow couldn't fight with all those stitches in him, Karin just raised her eyebrows and didn't say a word on his state of dress. Tatsuki, who had seen it before, looked ready to burst out with laughter. She managed to hold it in, though just barely. Sitting a fair distance away from Grimjow in the kitchen on an armchair, Neliel greeted Karin. Hey! You're back. Come have some of the dinner that Grimjow made. She looked at a strange device that looked like some gears randomly thrown in together, and then amended, well, considering the time, it'll technically be breakfast now. As they sat to the breakfast of a surprisingly impressive culinary display, Karin tried to determine the contents of the separate dishes. One looked like fried tofu, another seemed like miso soup, the one across from her was undoubtedly tossed salad, and the one over there seemed like stir-fry. The last one she couldn't quite define, it looked decisively foreign. Then Grimjow slammed down a large wok of rice at the center of it all. He immediately regretted it, however, as he felt the impact in his wounds. Forcing his grimace of pain into a dangerous smile, he said in a sweet tone of voice directed towards Neliel, "Just why am I standing and cooking when I'm injured, if I may ask? If anything, you guys should be serving me." Neliel shrugged. "Because you're better at cooking than I am, and you need to thank the person who stitched you up, maybe?" He ripped off the accursed frilly floral apron. "Hey! That's my favorite apron," threw it aside, and sat down, snarling, "You're just exploiting me." Taking a rice paddle and heaping some rice into her bowl, Neliel said, "So what if I am?" Ignoring their bickering, Karin and Tatsuki slapped their hands together and declared, "Itadakimasu," and ravenously dug into their meal, as if they hadn't eaten in days. Which, as a matter of fact, they hadn't. While stuffing her face, Karin thought to ask with her mouth full, "Where'd you learn how to cook anyways?" Grimjow looked disgusted as she sprayed tofu from her mouth. Flicking away the bit of tofu that had landed near him with an expression of distaste, he said evasively, "From here and there." Placing her chopsticks down, Karin swallowed the large bite of food she'd been chewing on. Chin in hand, Karin propped an elbow on the table and leaned forward towards Grimjow. "Oh. That sounds terribly vague. What are you hiding?" Waving her hand, Neliel said, "Don't mind him, he just thinks it's embarrassing for a man, and an errand-car to boot, to read human cooking books." Grimjow shot Neliel a murderous look, as Karin snorted with laughter and returned to wolfing down the food. When Karin had finished, she said her thanks for the food and stood up, putting her plates in the sink and then heading straight back towards the training room. She didn't see Neliel and Tatsuki exchange looks behind her. Shutting the door, she sat down. She inhaled, preparing to sink in down to her subconscious again. She opened her eyes back in the burnt world, and the boy stared at her, perched atop a pile of rubble. "You're back." He didn't sound terribly enthusiastic about that, and Karin said as much. "You don't sound too happy." He replied dully, "Well, you don't even know who I am, so excuse me for not jumping up and down in joy." Karin got the feeling that he was rather sad at her for not recognizing him. But she really had no idea who he was. He had mentioned something before Tatsuki had shaken her out of the state. What was the last thing he said? He'd said something after asking her. "You really don't know, do you?" She struggled to remember. His face, filled with anger, came to mind, but when she tried to recall what he'd said so angrily, her head ached sharply and she couldn't remember. Shaking her head as if to clear the headache, Karin wanted to ask him what he'd said. But when she raised her face up, she had time to only hear him shout a warning, "Watch OU dash," before she plunged into a sudden darkness. The dark pulled her into its depths, grabbing her as if it had many hands. Startled, Karin stared around at the darkness as it held her down. She couldn't see anything. What was going on? Suddenly fearful, Karin opened her mouth to call out to the boy, only to get woken out of the meditative state again. Her eyes snapped open and she leapt to her feet, unaware that she had come back to the physical world. What is going on? She stopped as if her breath had been cut off as she met golden eyes. It was Neliel. As her golden eyes looked carefully into hers, Karin remembered where she stood, and felt a wave of gratefulness for being woken up from the darkness. Oh. Neliel. She felt not annoyance, but enormous relief that she had been woken up this time. You have no idea how thankful I am to you for waking me up. What is it? Raising her eyebrows, Neelio asked, I was going to ask if you'd like me to spar with you guys. Bemused, Karin asked, what about Grimjow? He's sleeping, leaving me at your disposal. So, since I've got Hierro, Iron Skin, to you, and am a former Espada myself, I thought I could be of some use. Karin saw the logic in this. When she opened her mouth to form an answer, her vision suddenly blacked out and her mind went blank. For a moment, Karin was trapped in the dark space again. Noticing Karin staring out into space for a bit, Neelio reminded her gently, Karin. Jolting out of the darkness, Karin realized she had been about to form an answer. Shaking out her head again, Karin blinked her eyes rapidly and finally answered, sure, I'd appreciate it if you did. A wave of darkness threatened to overwhelm her again, and she shook her head violently, forcing herself to continue. Can you spar with Tatsuki first? I need to figure something out. She finished weakly. Worried, Neelio asked Karin, are you sure you're okay? You look a bit pale. Maybe you should get some sleep, if only for a couple hours. Waving off Neelio's concern, Karin assured her, I'm fine. Fine. As if to reassure herself as well, she repeated more quietly, perfectly fine. Though she could tell Karin was hiding something, Neelio didn't press any further. Okay. But you should still go and lay down. The couch is free. Karin tried to protest, but was pushed out of the room by Neelio and Tatsuki, insisting that she get some sleep. Little did they know that Karin was too afraid to fall asleep, lest the darkness, and whatever waited inside it, consume her whole. When Tushiro returned from his Jinzen state, he found himself frozen over with a thick layer of ice, rendering him immobile. He focused his spiritual energy and as he opened his eyes, he shattered the ice with a decisive blast. He didn't see the Shinigami staring at him. Standing, he spread his ice wings and whipped his tail, flexing his claws. He stared down pensively at his left claw. They somehow felt different, lighter, more flexible. The glowing red eyes of the dragon on his right hand seemed to stare straight at him. Tushiro grasped the hilt of his Zanpakuto with his right hand and pulled the sword out of the ground. At the same time, a cold wind burst through the air. All the Shinigami shivered as the cold cut through them like a knife. Only Rukia seemed unaffected by the cold. She too, had an ice-type Zanpakuto, after all. Oi, oi. Isn't this a basement? Why is it so cold? Ikaku demanded, his breath frosting in the air. Yumachika answered, that's the beauty of the 10th Division Captain's Zanpakuto. Ikaku seemed grumpy at this. Well, I don't deny that it's powerful, but the blade itself doesn't change its shape like the 11th Division's Zanpakuto do. The cold slowly ebbed away. You forget, when he releases his Shurkai, his Zanpakuto gets a chain and a crescent blade attached to it. Yeah, but his Shurkai also has elemental skills. You've got to fight fairly. Sword skill by sword skill. Elements ruin all the fun. Tushiro, who had overheard this exchange, had a vein popping out of his temple, when he growled, what, Madarame, you want to test my sword skills without my ice? Stepping a straw-sandaled foot onto a nearby stone and rolling up a sleeve, Ikaku said excitedly, yes I. Ranjaku slapped him aside, asking, Taicho, what happened? We were all shocked when you froze over. Before Tushiro could reply that it wasn't a big deal, a clapping sound echoed through the basement. You've mstred another level to your Bankai, Hitsugaya Taishu. Congratulations. Tushiro scowled at Urahara for this unwanted declaration. He didn't like Urahara, or anybody, for that matter, unnecessarily revealing anything about him. Turning his back on Urahara, Tushiro called to Rukia, Kachiki. Are you ready? She saluted him and picked up her Zanpakuto, releasing it in on fluid movement. Ikaku sat back down, rubbing his cheek where Ranjaku had shoved him roughly aside. Che. I wanted to fight him. Renji stood up and said, then why don't we train together, Ikaku-san? Just like the old days. Ah. Nah, too boring. I fought against you plenty of times. Ignoring Renji's put-out look, Ikaku's eyes searched around for a sparring partner, his eyes slid over Urahara Kisuke, too intimidating, even for him. Kira Izuru, too weak. They passed over Ranjaku too, but she was a woman, and he didn't fight women. Yoruchi was the same case, never mind that she was tremendously strong. Eventually, they landed on Shohei. Oh Hisejai Taishu. Care to fight? Shohei looked him in the eye, about to refuse, because he disliked unnecessary fighting, but upon hearing this, Ranjaku bounced over excitedly. Oh, are you going to fight? I'll give the winner a reward. At this, Shohei suddenly got up and replied very enthusiastically, yes. Ikaku grinned with anticipation of facing a new opponent. While all this was going on, Ichigo continued to spar against his father. Both were getting tired, but Isshin hadn't even released his Bankai yet. You're getting slow, old man. Slicing down with his black sword, Ichigo narrowly missed Isshin. Ha! Speak for yourself. Isshin leapt away. Catch me if you can. Laughing, he hopped away as Ichigo bared his teeth and ran after him. A sparkling beach chasing scene came to minds of the other Shinigami, except the participants weren't male and female lovers. Stop, running. Abruptly, Isshin obliged, causing Ichigo's face to slam into his chest. Leaping back, Ichigo grinned though he held his nose in pain and said in satisfaction, now that's more like it. He smashed his blade against his father's blade and pushed him back through the air. Moving to the side, Isshin let Newton's first law do its work and sent Ichigo falling forward without a force to block his sword. Hastily, Ichigo turned around and parried Isshin's surprise attack. The situation was reversed and this time Ichigo's feet slid back from the force. Forced to disengage his sword, Ichigo used Shunpa to put some distance between and swung his sword back. Seeing Ichigo retreat for the time being, Isshin too grinned, and slid his sword back into its sheath, and crouched into a stance so that he could draw his sword and attack at any time. At this action, Ichigo became wary. What are you up to? Oyaji? Come at me and see. Isshin replied slyly. Seeing this, Urahara grinned and tipped his hat downwards. My. He's using that technique. Against his own son, too. The shopkeeper was then approached by Yoruchi. Any luck with Karin yet? At this, he said, judging from the amount of spirit particles left behind, I traced her to Kyoto. Where in Kyoto, I don't know yet, but we'll find her soon. Despite his trepidation, Ichigo decided to indulge his father. He charged towards Isshin, whose grin widened. As Ichigo prepared an attack, Isshin leapt forward and pulled his sword from its sheath in an upward sweeping motion, the friction from the two metals somehow simultaneously igniting black lightning. Ichigo, who had been preparing a Kurwa Getsuga Tensho of his own, was forced to release it early in order to nullify the attack. Unfortunately, the premature release made it an incomplete Getsuga Tensho and only blocked part of the attack. Ichigo took the blow of both the sword and the rest of the lightning, hitting the ground in an explosion of dirt. Bleeding from the wound he had sustained in the attack, Ichigo grit his teeth and staggered to his feet, using his Zanpakuto as support. Once he regained his balance, Ichigo looked up at his dad. DMN, you've been hiding a technique like that? Grinning like the Cheshire Cat down at his son, Isshin said, let's just say that I have plenty more weapons left in my artillery. Uprooting Zangetsu from the ground, Ichigo grinned and replied, then let's see. He rammed on his hollow mask. Karin lay on the sofa, eyes wide open. For the 24th time, she closed her eyes, only to open them immediately again, fearing what the darkness would do to her. How had she ever meditated? How had she come to fear the darkness so much? Even blinking made her feel slightly nauseous. She sat up with a groan, as a shadow loomed over her. After hauling him through the desert for over half an hour, she'd recognize that hair shadow anywhere. "What do you want, Grimjow?" she grumped. Said Carr stood behind her, half awake and looking as grumpy as she felt. "I can't sleep," he complained. This made Karin turn around to face him. He was acting like a baby, Karin thought, irritated. "And that is my problem because," Karin said with an air of exaggerated patience she no longer had, if she'd ever had any. He jabbed a finger at her chest and accused, "Your breathing is too loud." Now that was just ridiculous and unreasonable. How could one help breathing? Karin snorted, pushing his hand away. "That's why you can't sleep. Because I breathe too loudly." She briefly forgot about the darkness that haunted her. "Well, forgive me for existing, Your Highness." His cold blue eyes stared at her. "You're not forgiven, because I can practically smell the fear rolling off you in waves." Fighting to hide her nervousness at this bullseye statement, Karin rolled her eyes, trying her best to look undaunted. "You can smell that? Then can you smell how annoyed I am? Or even easier, how stinky you are? You're a walking bioweapon. That smell could knock out normal people 10 feet away." Karin's mouth got so ahead of her, that it made even her nervous as the words reached her own ears. She was talking to an espada, a killing machine, no matter how many stitches he had in him. Mouth twisting, Grimjow replied, "Ha. Ha. You're very funny." Ouch, that sarcasm bites. Karin fought sarcasm back in kind. Before Karin knew it, she felt Grimjow's palm on her face, his fingers gripping the sides of her head. "Go the F to sleep." He let go of her as she slumped back onto the couch, finally succumbing to the darkness. "And face your fear, whatever it is." Swallowed by the darkness of her mind, Karin lies spread eagle on top of nothing. Everything. Darkness. The air felt so heavy, it was difficult to breathe. She just wanted to give up everything and just forget. Tusharu's face flashed into her mind. Well. Everything but him, Karin thought sluggishly. Everything else she could forget once and for all. Was that how she really felt? Kurosaki Karin. Younger sister of Kurosaki Ichigo. Invincible soccer star of Karakura High. Stubborn, strong Kurosaki Karin. Despite the heaviness that weighed down on her body, Karin sat up, feeling like she was trying to swim through syrup. She couldn't give up here. Slapping the sides of her face, she thought, I have to get strong enough to go back home. As soon as she thought this, the darkness warped and changed into the familiar half-destroyed cityscape. Thought you would be too afraid to come back. Frowning at the boy, Karin asked, are you always this passive-aggressive? The boy simply shrugged in response, turning away from her and back to his position of disinterest, arm on knee and leg dangling off of the half-destroyed wall he sat on. The silence was almost as heavy as the darkness Karin had just escaped. Preferring to break the silence rather than suffocate from it, Karin tried to start a topic relevant to both of them. So, what happened here? It can't have always been like this. Karin gestured around at their ravaged surroundings. Swinging his head towards her, he said incredulously, you don't know. Wrinkling his nose, he asked rhetorically, what is it you do know? Karin forced herself to stay calm. He sulked because she had not known him, and insulted her because of that grudge. That was it. The fault lay neither with her nor with him. That was it. He tasted the air and muttered to himself, it's not in this vicinity anymore, though now that you're here, that probably won't last. Then shooting Karin a nasty look, he said, you're the one who set it loose here in the first place. Exasperated at how cryptic the boy was being, impatience tinged Karin's voice as she demanded, just what are you talking about? Are you talking about what destroyed this place? Sighing loudly, the guy swung his leg up and lay back on the edge of the broken wall, motioning towards the buildings surrounding them. You know, I was just living peacefully in this place, it was nice and whole at the time, waiting for the time I finally get to meet you after all these years." He half glanced at her, as she tapped her foot, waiting for the prelude of the answer to her question to end. Then it suddenly charged into this world and started wreaking havoc. I tried to fight it off, but because you weren't aware of me, I couldn't fight at full power. He sighed, then said bitterly, "Then I finally do get to meet you face to face. But as expected, even after I materialized for you, you don't know me." As Karin tried to decipher what he meant by this, he shot Karin another scathing glare. "On the other hand, you were feeding her plenty of bloodlust and fear, so she got more and more powerful." It dawned upon her. Seeing her face expression, the red-haired boy confirmed Karin's suspicions. "Yeah. You're hollow." At that moment a frighteningly familiar spiritual pressure came down from above. "Che. Speak of the devil. Here it comes, invading my territory again." A figure hurtled downwards, landing in between them with a smash. The blast sent debris flying in all directions, and Karin had to hold up her arm to protect her eyes. When the dust had settled, Karin saw an inverted form of herself standing among the debris, a crater smoking from the place where she had landed. "Long time no see, Mstr." The last word was filled with scorn. She sported neither mask nor hole, but the spiritual energy and the discordant voice, as well as her eerie eyes, gave away the fact that the figure before them was the very same hollow that had tried to take over Karin's body. "I thought I'd be seeing you again," Karin quietly said. "Well, I was biding my time, you know." The hollow idly examined her fingernails. "Letting you get comfortable. Waiting for you to let your guard down." She looked at Karin and grinned. Until the proof stared back at her, Karin had previously thought it was impossible for her facial muscles to arrange themselves into that grin, it was too wide. Too bloodthirsty. Then the hollow suddenly jumped up to attack Karin, who had no time to react. In a flash, the boy was in between them, right hand enclosed around Karin's wrist and left hand holding a sword to cut off the hollow's attack, stopping the hollow's fingers inches away from Karin's heart. Not so fast. The warmth from his hand felt familiar. In fact, everything about this boy seemed strangely familiar, from his demeanor, to his warmth. Karin's eyes widened as they landed on the long, double-edged sword in his left hand, blocking the hollow's arm. That looked familiar too. It was the sword that she had summoned in the battle against the Arrancar, except that this one wasn't transparent. It was completely solid and crimson, smoldering with white tendrils of energy. The blade glinted as he pushed off the hollow's arm and swiped his blade towards her chest. She leapt back, but the blade grazed her chest, managing to make a shallow cut. In the process it also tore the fabric of her black shirt, revealing cleavage that Karin hadn't been aware she'd had. Maybe her hollow form was better endowed than her. Grinning and swiping a thumb across the cut, the hollow liked the blood off of the digit. Raising an eyebrow, she said suggestively, "Oh. So that's how you want to go at it. You like your fierce FRPLY, huh?" She flexed her right hand, and her own sword materialized out of nowhere. It looked the same as the boy's, but gave off black energy. Twirling the sword around with her hands to get a better grip on it, she suddenly lunged, targeting the boy this time. Forgetting the cleavage issue, Karin returned to staring at the crimson sword the boy parried her attack with, hypnotized. Suddenly, an image flashed through her mind. The image of her fighting against the three Arrancar with the transparent sword in her hand. Then more images began to flow through her mind, as if playing on a film. Images of her fighting against Yoruchi after her argument with Ichigo and Tushuru. The boy exclaiming something in anger, the sword she had materialized, the boy leaping up, the first time she had managed to break the rock with her fist, the boy's backside as he protected her from the hollow just a moment ago, the crimson sword in front of her now, and the strangely familiar warmth. The first time she'd felt the warmth was in the first fight with her hollow side. He whipped around and shouted at Karin, "What are you stupidly standing there for? Hurry up and get away." I know you can't get out of this Jinzen state right now, because she's here and your body's knocked out cold, but at least you can run on your own two legs. Even after this tirade, she stood stock still, the meanings of the images falling into place like puzzle pieces. He had always provided her with strength when she most needed it. She thought back to what he'd said before. Then I finally do get to meet you face to face. But as expected, even after I materialized for you, you don't know me. Then, she finally remembered what he'd said after getting angry. Me, a part of your soul. That phrase rang out in her mind. Me, a part of your soul. Me, a part of your soul. Me, a part of your soul. Presently, he jumped in front of her, again blocking a strike from the hollow. Come on. I can't protect you if you're standing there like a mannequin just waiting to get knocked over. She continued to stare at him, meeting his blood-red eyes. She whispered, "You're a part of me. A part of my spirit. A part of my soul." His eyes widened, as Karin suddenly brought forth her warm spiritual energy to her hands. Once her hands had grown painfully hot, she felt the spiritual energy burst out of them, forming twin crimson blades, this time solid, one in each hand. Taking advantage of the boy's distraction, the hollow swung her sword at him. Time seemed to slow down, and Karin rushed forward, trapping the hollow's sword between her own twin blades, and whispered. "You're Kotetsu." A smile spread over the boy's face. "Now you recognize me. Took you long enough." Kotetsu word play on crimson iron and steel, as their pronunciations are the same. Chapter 20. Failure and Betrayal. Now you recognize me. Took you long enough. The city began to rebuild itself, bit by bit. The crumbling wall that Kotetsu had sat on earlier began to form again, as the pieces gathered together from all over the rubble. An enormous chunk of a building nearby began to reassemble itself. Cement and shards of glass were rising into the air. Dodging the fragments of a nearby sign, Karin didn't have time to marvel at the reconstruction of her spirit world, as she fought desperately against her inner hollow. She fought with a sword in each hand, now glistening with the hollow's blood. Karin thanked the day that she'd first seen a sword duel and begged Beardy to allow her to take lessons. Over the years, because of her athletic skills, she had achieved near mastery, she could overpower everyone but the sensei. But unfortunately, her hollow self seemed equally proficient at kenjutsu. Karin needed to get creative. So she swirled and windmilled her swords around like a sword dancer, albeit a little less graceful and whole lot more deadly. The hollow blocked her consecutive attacks with relative ease, but could find no gap in Karin's defense. In the back, sword melting away, Kotetsu fell forward onto all fours. Seeing this and becoming alarmed, Karin shouted, "Kotetsu," fearing he'd been injured in the process of protecting her. But the hollow gave her no chance to check on Kotetsu, as she immediately took advantage of the opening that Karin had provided her. Turning her head back to face the hollow, Karin managed to block the brunt of strike just in time, but the sword tip bit into her side. Blood spurted from stab wound as Karin leapt back, retaliating and slashing the hollow's torso in the process. "Kotetsu!" she yelled again. On all fours, Kotetsu seemed to stretch to impossible proportions. His back expanded, limbs thickened and evened out in length, and he started growling. Preoccupied with battling against her hollow, Karin didn't see Kotetsu's transformation. Despite her injuries on various limbs, along with a torso wound that bled heavily, the hollow gave a bloody grin. "You think you've got the upper hand, just because you've got two swords?" Wiping the blood off the corner of her mouth with the back of her right wrist, the hollow flexed her left hand, and Karin felt it emit spiritual energy. "But in this world, MSTR, we fight numbers with numbers. You're not the only one who's ambidextrous, you know. MSTR. Another crimson sword, radiating black smoke, appeared from where the spiritual energy had flared, into the hollow's left hand. Exhilarated from the feeling of battle high, the hollow battered Karin with quicker strikes than before. Barely blocking them, Karin stepped to get away, closer to Kotetsu, worried about him. She turned her head towards Kotetsu. Can you get Awa? Her words cut short as she saw an enormous red-striped tiger crouching in the very place where Kotetsu had previously stood. Kotetsu? She asked the tiger, who gave no answer but to spring forward, and pounce the hollow. The hollow grimaced as the tiger pinned her to the ground, and her jarred her wounds at the contact. He dug his claws into her shoulders, making fresh wounds. Do you surrender? He growled, lashing his tail. Surrender? That word doesn't exist in my world. The hollow summoned enough spiritual energy to throw Kotetsu off of her and stood up. He crouched down, preparing to attack the hollow again, but Karin stepped between them. Kotetsu. Can you leave her to me? What? He sounded taken aback. I have to defeat her alone. Hearing Karin's determined voice, if he had not been in his tiger form, Kotetsu would have smiled. As it was, he replied, good choice. It was true, she did have to defeat the hollow herself, without his help. It was white and red against black and red, they clashed together both in clothes and swords. During this exchange of swords, Karin sustained several wounds herself, further staining the white shirt and shorts that Neliel had lent her. Luckily, she noted, most of her wounds proved superficial, save for the one on her side. I have to finish this quickly, Karin thought. Preparing herself for her mirror image charging towards her, Karin shifted her grips on the hilt of both the swords so the blades were pointing upwards behind her. As the hollow reached her, Karin leapt forward, bringing her arms forward, crossing her wrists, the tips of the sword scissored into the front part of the hollow's neck. Cut to the windpipes, the hollow fell to her knees and retched out blood. Their surroundings almost completely restored now, Karin looked down at the hollow kneeling before her. Give up. The hollow choked out, what gives you the right to decide whether I exist or not? Her fists dug into the dirt, and she looked resentfully up at Karin. I am equally Kurosaki Karin. Karin threw aside both of her swords, which disappeared as soon as they had no more contact with her flesh, and stood before her helpless other self. I acknowledge your existence. Kurosaki Karin. Her hands clenched into fists. But you are only a portion of me. I will not kill you. Eyes glinting with anger, the hollow started fading away. You'll regret showing me mercy today. If you ever relax. I'll crush you, were her last words, before she disappeared. Karin looked towards Kotetsu, who said after a moment, good job, Karin. Then he transformed from the red-striped tiger back into a red-haired and eyed boy. Glancing at his gray uniform, Karin asked, so why are you dressed in the uniform of my school, anyways? I thought you would recognize me sooner if I wore this. He shrugged. That wasn't the case, though. Karin grimaced at the subtle reminder of her supposed faux pas. Enough with the resentment already, I know you now, don't I? She said, irritated. He grinned as the world started to disappear. You sure do. But one trivia, did you know that another way to spell my name is Kotetsu? As Karin blinked in surprise, the world faded completely away, and her eyes stared up at a high ceiling. She had returned to the Tsubwa. She sat up abruptly, and saw Grimmjow, Neliel, and Tatsuki staring at her. Finally, Tatsuki stepped forward and said, I think we'd all like an explanation here. She motioned towards the ripped clothes that Karin wore, and her wounds. What happened to you while you were asleep? Kotetsu Tiger Iron A/N, no, the missing you is not a typo. The first kanji is different, and so is the pronunciation of the word. When you say kotetsu, the emphasis is in the ou, but in kotetsu, it's in the beginning k, and the last, tsu. Urahara Kisuke was never puzzled. Usually. But, never say never was an adage fitting for the situation that took place then. As it neared the end of the second day of the 3-day deadline, he had finally managed to pinpoint Karin's spiritual pressure to a certain mansion in eastern Kyoto, with a mysterious proprietor. But the puzzling thing was that from there, Karin's spiritual pressure had disappeared completely. He had spoken of this anomaly to Yoruchi, who summarized, so her stay in Kyoto was brief. Then she predictably surmised, that must mean that they took her to see Aizen in Hueco Mundo. They may have another base in Kyoto, but why not take her directly to Hueco Mundo first? Why Kyoto? Aizen couldn't be there. He had put up sensors that would detect Aizen's spiritual pressure if he entered the human world, regardless of his Zanpakuto's ability, Kyuka Suigetsu. Could there be someone that he wanted Karin to meet in Kyoto? If so, who could it be? Urahara temporarily filed those thoughts away to examine later and went back to thinking about what to do about the Shinigami practicing in his basement. Urahara could explain the complete situation, but he didn't think that particularly wise. He knew that at least two of the Shinigami, Ichigo and Isshin, wouldn't wait for the rest of the Shinigami to formulate a plan. Both of the Shinigami possessed hot heads and too much affection in their hearts. Thinking along the same lines, Yoruchi advised, wait until you tell Ichigo about this. And Isshin, for that matter. They're too emotionally invested in this to do things properly. Chances are that they'll both charge off to Hueco Mundo to rescue Karin, and botch things up in the process. After a moment, she added, and I would hold off on telling the youngest captain as well if I were you. He seems quite attached to Karin. That hadn't occurred to Urahara, though he knew that it should have. Hitsugaya Tushuru. The Shinigami who had even completed another level of Bankai in order to rescue Karin. An idea struck him, and Urahara suddenly smiled. I'll tell the Shinigami about the mansion in Kyoto. Yoruchi knew him well enough to read his face expression, even under the hat. And from the look on your face, only about the mansion in Kyoto. She sighed. You're planning something devious, aren't you? Kisuk. Turning his back on her to go back into the shop, he answered with a smile in his voice, you know me too well, Yoruchi-san. What? She's where? In Kyoto. Of all places, why there? Renji asked incredulously. Rukia pondered, the mansion might be an Arrancar base. Correct. It is another base, second to Las Noches. Urahara confirmed. All the while, he kept an eye on the three Shinigami that Yoruchi had mentioned. As they had predicted, Ichigo and Isshin were already preparing to jump out of the basement so they could go and rescue Karin. However, Tushuru. What's the quickest way to get there? Both father and son both froze before they could jump out of the trapdoor, and turned to the silver-haired captain, who had asked the very valid question. Urahara answered, if you're a normal human. It would be the bullet train. But that takes over 2 hours. Ichigo protested. Whipping out his fan and waving it in Ichigo's direction, Urahara said, you haven't heard the rest of my statement. A long pause followed, everyone waiting for Urahara to reveal the other option. So? Ranjaku prompted. As if he'd been waiting for that prompt, Urahara continued, however. If you're a humble candy shop owner, however, things are a bit different. He clapped his hands and looking up at the trapdoor, called out, Ururu, Jinta. In through the trapdoor came the two summoned teenagers, the ends of a long brown cylinder over each their shoulders. As they jumped down, the long brown cylinder rolled out to reveal a long, flexible cloth, not unlike a large carpet. As they used the brown fabric to parachute down, Urahara snapped his fan shut and announced, this is called the Kifu. Literally, the lightweight cloth. It'll fly us there, and we don't have to go through the trouble of waiting until the next train. My own invention. The Shinigami all looked disappointedly at the carpet. Man, I thought the man who created the Hogyoku would have some portal or something. Renji groused. A vein popped through Urahara's hat. Yumachika nodded, yes. That carpet is unseemly. It would have been much more elegant to step through a portal, like the Senkaman we came through from Soul Society. Another vein showed up in Urahara's cheek. Not to mention that it still takes time to fly to Kyoto. Rukia added. The usually easygoing Urahara seemed to be quite irritated, as he now sported 3 veins, 1 vein per complaint about his beloved invention. On second thought, I shall go by this carpet alone. The rest of you can go by bullet train. Which, by the way, has stopped running for the day. Wait. Ichigo scratched his head and looked at the carpet. Have I seen this carpet before? At this question, Urahara brightened. Why, yes. I caught you and your party with this handy contraption 4 years ago, when you came back from Soul Society through the sky. It wasn't that fast though. Definitely slower than a bullet train. Ichigo said. How long will it take to get us to Kyoto on that thing? Despite the vein that reappeared in his neck upon Ichigo calling his Kifu the thing, Urahara gave a smile that would put the Cheshire Cats to shame. Less than 20 minutes. Ichigo's mouth fell open. 20 minutes. It wasn't that fast when we rode on it. Whoever said that it went 1 speed only? Grinning slyly at the Shinigami's shocked faces, he said, I won't guarantee that you'll be completely safe, though. It's faster than the speed of sound. Standing there and looking at the faces of all the Shinigami, he asked, now what will your choices be? Kifu lightweight cloth, as mentioned in the dialogue. They never said what the thing that came out in Chap 182/EP63 that caught Ichigo and Ko as they came out of the sky was called, so I took the liberty of naming it. After hearing what Karin had been through, Neilio and Tatsuki sat in grim thought. Finally Tatsuki said, I still don't think you should have shown your inner hollow any kind of mercy. She said that she would take over the first chance she got. Neilio, however, thought differently. No, I think that was the right thing to do. The hollow is just another part of her. She turned to look at Tatsuki. The question is whether you have a spirit like Kotetsu within you as well. You killed your hollow, didn't you? To this Karin said confidently, the spirit existed even before the hollow did. So Tatsuki'll have it, even if she killed her hollow. After all, Kotetsu had said he'd been waiting to meet her for years. All she has to do is find him. Or her. Tatsuki added, frowning at Karin. She always had been a strong defender of the female section. Or her. Karin amended. Grumpily, Grimmjow jumped into the discussion with all the finesse of an elephant trying to cram itself into an elevator already at maximum occupancy, ravaging it with a rhetorical question for Karin. So what you were scared of was the darkness. Darkness? Really? Irritated that he thought she was afraid of petty things, Karin snapped at him, for all I know, you could have freaked out in the same situation. The darkness grabbing at you, holding you in place. She widened her eyes and made a mock-scary face, wiggling her fingers. Then, abandoning the act, she folded her arms and said crossly, I wasn't afraid of the dark. I stayed in the pitch-black morgue for over half a day, remember? Harumphing, Grimmjow turned away from her. I suppose I should thank you though. Grimmjow looked back at Karin in surprise. You're the one who made me face my fear. She reminded him. Smirking at Karin, he said, finally, someone who appreciates me. Unlike a certain somebody. He gave a pointed look towards Neilio. Ignoring Grimmjow as always, Neilio stood up and asked Karin, do you want to test out your newfound swords? Karin stood up as well. I would actually like to see you spar against Tatsuki, first. Wincing at her wounds, she added, and I need time to recover as well. To Karin's surprise, Tatsuki, always up for a good spar, looked rather pained at the thought of facing Neilio again. At Neilio's gleeful face, however, Tatsuki gave a weak smile and said, okay. This time, Grimmjow came along to look as well. At Karin's puzzled look, he snarled, don't treat me like a glass vase. I'll have you know that I'm completely in shape for battle. Though he had put on a shirt she supposed he had a wardrobe in this tsubwa of Neilio's, Karin poked the area of the stitches on his side would be. He bit back a wince, but she saw the suppressed pain on his face. Yeah. Sure. Nonetheless, he followed them into the training room. By the time Karin had closed the door, Neilio and Tatsuki were already poised to fight. Not wanting to get in the way, Karin led Grimmjow to a corner to spectate the battle. Without warning, Neilio used Sonido. Karin's sharp eyes saw that she had gone to Tatsuki's left. She planned to attack Tatsuki under her left elbow, between her ribs. Tatsuki blocked Neilio's hierro-enforced fingers with a right palm filled with Ryatsu just before her skin was pierced, and attempted a left hook towards Neilio. Dodging it easily, Neilio instructed while blocking all of Tatsuki's subsequent attacks, "Don't make it too easy for the opponent to read your muscle movements." As expected of a karate MSTR, Tatsuki immediately corrected herself to the best of her ability and stopped the motions of that made her moves predictable. All drawbacks to her punches, all hip movements prior to her kicks disappeared. Only the moves themselves remained. Even to Karin, who had eyes trained to detect the most minute indicators of movement from fighting Yoruchi, had trouble predicting Tatsuki's attacks. "My attacks," Tatsuki punctuated between her punches, "are weaker." Neilio calmly said, "Then increase your speed." She ducked a jab to her collarbone. "Easy." Tatsuki breathed, "For you to say." Making another jab directly towards Neilio's throat this time, she continued, "My attacks are slower as well. You'll never get them faster if you keep thinking that you can't do it." Neilio replied. She blocked an attack aimed towards her left elbow. "That's better. Because your attacks are weaker and slower, you're decreasing unnecessary attacks. Aiming for my joints to demobilize me, to make it harder for me to move or attack. You're getting faster as well." She countered Tatsuki's next kick to her kneecap. "But you need to make sure you're not making any openings while you're attacking." She demonstrated her point by leaping up and pressing two of her fingers to Tatsuki's diaphragm. Tatsuki went tumbling into the ground. But she was up again and fighting Neilio in no time. She must have twisted her body to lessen the impact, Karin thought, her eyes moving back and forth at the exchange of attacks, keenly analyzing the fight. Neilio continued to coach Tatsuki as they sparred. "The best thing strategy is to defend yourself and wait until your opponent wears himself down. Or wait for an opening and aim for a soft spot like the eyes and throat. Another fatal spot is the stomach organs, or if you can get past their defense, the heart." Tatsuki decided to try exactly that. She moved out her fist, towards Neilio's chest, only to stop and think better of it. There was so much flesh surrounding Neilio's heart aka her melons, that attacking it seemed too daunting. Instead, she decided to aim straight for Neilio's face with a front jab packed with spiritual energy. Noticing this, Neilio nimbly leapt up and lightly stepped on Tatsuki's shoulder out of reach and playfully flicked Tatsuki's head. But apparently this playful flick had an incredible amount of force in it, as Tatsuki went flying. Karin and Grimmjow hastily stepped aside as Tatsuki's body came hurtling through. Belatedly, Karin realized that she should have been there to cushion the collision, but by the time she had reached out towards Tatsuki, it was already too late. With a thud, Tatsuki slammed into the wall, and slid to the ground. Grimmjow snorted. "Oh, that move." He was referring to Neilio's flick. "She uses it on me all the time." Grimacing, Tatsuki staggered up to her feet. She swayed like she was about to fall over, then abruptly disappeared. She was using Shuinpa, Karin realized. Tatsuki reappeared behind Neilio, who used her arm to block the kick her opponent had delivered. Foreseeing this, Tatsuki twisted her body and used her other leg to kick at Neilio's chest. Though Neilio threw her hands up to defend, she still slid back several feet from the blow. Neilio lowered her hands and turned to Karin. "What do you think?" "She's pretty good to land a blow on me." Karin clapped her hands in applause. "She's improved quite a bit under your tutelage." She turned to Tatsuki and said, "I see that Neilio's taught you Shuinpa. Or Sonido, as Arankar call it." Gingerly putting a hand on her lower back, the area that had taken the worst of her contact with the wall, Tatsuki said, I don't think I'm in the best condition to fight right now. That wall is dang hard. And that's not the first time I've taken on the wall before. Taken on? That sounds like you're actually fighting against wall. Karin raised an eyebrow. Tatsuki groaned. And it's always one. There's not even a dent. That's because it's bala-proof. I know. Tatsuki finished for Neliel, rolling her eyes. And also zero-proof. Neliel added. This new piece of information got Tatsuki's attention. What's a zero? At this, Grimmjow raised his hand and grinned, all too eager to demonstrate. Neliel saw this and said in a dangerously sweet voice, Don't. Grimmjow. If you dent my house any further, I will personally rip out your stitches. Lowering his hand, Grimmjow wiggled his eyebrows. With what? Your teeth. Karin groaned and slapped her forehead as Neliel turned pink at the implication. I did not need to know that. As the Shinigami clambered onto the Kifu spread out on the grass. Though the Kifu was wide, most of the Shinigami instinctively huddled together, as if they somehow sensed that it would be safer that way. It would be, the carpet would be traveling at little lower than 2,500 mph, slower than a fighter jet though, Mach 5. Tushiro clenched his fist over the surface of brown cloth. Wait for me, Karin. Hold on tight, folks. Urahara's profile shone in the moonlight as the Kifu rose into the air. This will be a rough ride. The Shinigami's screams echoed into the night. Where is the girl? You were to bring her with you. Not leave her in the Kyoto mansion's cell. Aizen asked, though knew perfectly well what the answer would be. And how did Serpiente get killed in the process? The first, third, fourth and seventh Espada, who had returned from Kyoto, stood in front of Aizen who was lounging on his throne as usual. Opeko fell to her knees and whispered, Forgive us, sir. We left Grimmjow to it, said Marin, as he and Tartarus knelt as well. You trusted Grimmjow? Repeated Aizen. It seems, then, that my Sexta Espada of over 4 years has betrayed me. How disappointing. He cast a cold eye over them all. And you, my Espada, have disappointed me equally. Leaning forward in his throne, he whispered with words that nevertheless cracked like a WHP, failure is no more forgivable than betrayal. The 3 kneeling Espada flinched. The Primero Espada alone stood straight and looked Aizen straight in the eye. We will recover both him and the experiments. Titaritaro growled, glaring at the ex-Shinigami who had subjugated them all. All of the Arrancar. All of the hollows. Eyes flickering to Titaritaro as if he knew what he was thinking, Aizen tapped the armrest of his throne with his fingers, before saying, I will forgive you this once. But I will not tolerate a second failure. Go find both the experiments and Grimmjow. Leaning back, Aizen added, though the experiments need to be alive, bring Grimmjow as a corpse, if necessary. Chapter 21. Infiltration. Did you hear? The 5th Espada, Serpiente-sama, was found dead in this mansion. I saw his body. Whole limbs were torn off. It was a masterpiece. Only a sicko like you would think that way. Murmurs swept through the mansion. Once Serpiente had been discovered dead, a large number of Arrancar swarmed over to the mansion, to see the body for themselves. They also found a broken wall in the process, with a morgue full of coffins. 2 Espada dead in less than a week. I wonder who will become the next Espada. Another Arrancar said gleefully. A female Arrancar said in a scornful tone, You think you're going to become an Espada? All the other discussions were also about the Espada selection. I hear Aizen-sama tests them with spiritual power and handpicks them himself. Then I suppose there's no chance any of us can make it. An Arrancar said sadly. The Novena Espada, Clara Luz, stood at the balcony and clapped her hands delicately to get the attention of the Arrancar below her. When nobody heard the soft noise, she pursed her lips and pulled out her zanpakuto and sent off a flash of light, blinding all the Arrancar within the mansion. By the time the light faded, the Arrancar were whispering, "That's Clara-sama's zanpakuto, Centella Realeza. Centella Realeza lightning royalty. She must want our attention. She's so appealing. Dream on, as if she'd ever look at you twice." Soon enough, the Arrancar were all standing attentively and quietly, facing the balcony that Clara stood at. When she spoke, the Arrancar seemed mesmerized. "As you may have heard, the Quinto and Octavo Espadas are dead. And the Sexta Espada is as good as dead to us." The Arrancar broke into murmurs at this. "There are rumors that he killed the Quinto Espada, but that doesn't mean. Killing among the Espadas is common. Not enough to warrant. But why did he?" Silence fell as Clara started to speak again. "We have been ordered by Aizen-sama to capture Grimjow Jigerjax, former Sexta Espada." This caused another bout of whispers to erupt across the crowd of Arrancar. "Does that mean there are 3 seats open? Why is Grimjow-sama being treated like a criminal?" Clara raised her voice and the murmurs died away again. "We have been ordered to capture him, and kill him if he resists. He has defected from Aizen-sama's cause, so show him no mercy." She raised her sword, like a general leading an army into war, and most of the Arrancar below roared in approval. Some, however, looked mutinous, as if they thought Grimjow had done the right thing. An ex-Shinigami, no matter how powerful, was no leader to them. The Kifu, along with its frazzled passengers, parked itself in a forest, a fair distance away from an enormous white mansion nestled in a bed of evergreen trees. The white seemed an eerie black-blue in the night. The mansion had about 6 stories above ground with countless large windows, and covered a seemingly endless amount of ground. As soon as the Kifu had stopped, Renji tumbled off of it into the nearby bushes and started heaving his insides out. The majority of the Shinigami sympathized, feeling nauseous as well. Luckily, the other Shinigami hadn't eaten dinner, elsewise they'd be puking into shrubbery as well. "Wow! This place is almost as tall as the Senzakyu Tower of Penitence," Ikaku whistled. Shuhei raised his eyebrows and stated unnecessarily, "and a whole lot wider." Ichigo said, "When I heard that it was a mansion in Kyoto, I thought it'd be old-fashioned and traditional. Like the Imperial Palace. It seems like the occupants prefer large and luxurious Italian-style mansions. Not traditional Machiya old Japanese house." Urahara said with a shrug. "This Italian style has a very different aura to it than the traditional Japanese style." Yumachika commented. "It's more beauty." Ikaku interrupted Yumachika's declaration, Yeah, nobody cares." Yumachika gave him an offended look. Tushuru, who didn't seem the least bit impressed by the mansion, turned to Urahara, "Why can't it take us any closer?" He motioned towards the dreaded carpet. Before Urahara could answer, someone said, "Because there's a barrier around this mansion." Isshin was examining something invisible in front of him, looking rather like a mime. Hearing this, the other Shinigami moved closer to see for themselves. True enough, they were stopped by an invisible force. Tushuru frowned and placed a hand on the barrier surrounding the mansion and several hundred meters of the forest around it. He pushed, and as expected, it remained impassable. "Should we break past it?" asked Ichigo. "No, you fool," Rukia admonished. "Unless you want to alert all the Arrancar of your presence and have them attacking you all at once." Renji, who had finished throwing up all his dinner while the others had admired the mansion, added, "I doubt even you, as powerful as you are, can handle several hundred opponents, no matter if they're small fry." Ranjiku crossed her arms and leaned against the barrier. "So how do we get past it without breaking it, then?" She directed the question to Urahara. Twirling his cane, the shopkeeper said, "Actually, breaking the barrier wouldn't be such a bad idea." This statement caused all the Shinigami to turn and look at him, faces dumbfounded, save for Ikaku, whose face had spread into a gleeful grin. Well, if the former Taicho of the 12th Division approves, I'm all for it. Ikaku said brightly, apparently cheerful at the prospect of a severely outnumbered melee. Shuhei, the first to recover, exclaimed, "What?" This protest seemed to cause a chain reaction from the other Shinigami. Yumachika said, "Suicide isn't elegant at all." He put a hand to his chin and reconsidered, "Well, unless it's Cleopatra." Izuru seconded Yumachika's dissent, "I agree, Urahara-san. Breaking the barrier to go in is suicide." Playing devil's advocate, Renji argued, "But we thought that 5 people invading Siriidii to rescue Rukia was suicidal as well." But they succeeded. It was 6, actually, including Yoruchi-san. Ichigo reminded him. Slowly, Isshin said to Urahara, "You want us to split up into 2 groups." Catching on, Tushiro continued the vein of thought, the diversion group and the infiltration group. Urahara pointed his cane to Tushiro. Bingo! Once he processed this, Ichigo asked Renji, "Several hundred Arrancar in the mansion, you said?" "Yeah. If you want an exact number, go ask Hitsugaya Taishu." Ichigo turned expectantly towards the 10th Division captain. Tushiro. Concentrating, Tushiro tried to estimate the number of Arrancar in the mansion. "From this distance, I can't give you an exact number like Abarai claims, but my estimate's around 450. Ichigo exhaled deeply, as if hardening his resolve. He finally said to Tushiro, "Find my sister. I'll hold off the Arrancar." The silver-haired captain's eyes met the orange-haired Shinigami's eyes. Isshin also clapped Tushiro on the shoulder and said, "We're leaving Karin to you." Urahara watched the exchange between Tushiro and the Kurosaki men with his keen eyes. Unaware of the pair of eyes observing him, Tushiro beckoned to his lieutenant, implying that she would be part of the infiltration group as well. Ichigo ordered Rukia, "You go with them too." But Rukia shook her head. "Urahara can go with them. I'm staying with you, stupid." Briefly holding her head with his hands and gazing into her eyes, Ichigo realized that she wasn't to be dissuaded and relented. Sighing, he took her hand and gently squeezed it. "You're the one who's being stupid." He gave her a sideways glance. "And stubborn too. No less than you." As Shuhei reluctantly parted with Ranjaku, he contacted the science department, requesting for a limit release ahead of time. As the group separated, Ichigo unwrapped Zangetsu from his back with one fluid motion. There seemed to be an unspoken agreement that Ichigo would be the one to break the barrier. He started counting down. 10, 9, 8. The 3 in the infiltration team repressed their spiritual pressure and prepared to use Shuinpa to sprint towards the mansion. 7, 6, 5. The diversion team all crouched down into fighting stances, ready to attack as soon as the swarm of Arrancar came. 4. Ichigo gripped the hilt more tightly and raised his Zanpakuto. 3. Tushiro, in turn, took a hold of his own Zanpakuto. He tightly shut his eyes and thought, "Please be safe, Karin." 2. For me. 1. Ichigo rammed Zangetsu down on the barrier, which glowed a faint gold before splintering into pieces. The 4 occupants of the Tsubwa rummaged around the kitchen looking for sustenance, without much luck. Grimjow had used up all the available ingredients for his cooking spree that morning. And everything he had made for breakfast was long gone, with 2 Arrancar with stomachs like vacuums, never mind that they didn't even need to eat. "Ooh! I've got," Neliel's cry suddenly cut short. "Ugh, this one's expired as well." She was holding a bag of some substance, its identity completely hidden by green and white mold. Having expected something, the other 3 hung their heads in disappointment, or slapped their foreheads in exasperation. After searching the corners of the last cupboard, Neliel shrugged apologetically. "Nothing." Glancing at the empty pitcher, she sighed. "Not even water." She gave Grimjow a reproving look. "What possessed you to use up all the ingredients anyway, All we have left besides that, she pointed at the mystery moldy thing, is seasoning and sauce. Crossly, she continued, and they're hardly edible on their own, unless you want to get a heart attack from sodium overdose. Turning back to the two human girls, she reassured, don't worry. Even we need water to live, so there's a spring located nearby. Tatsuki looked somewhat relieved, but said, what about food? She looked at Karin, who shrugged. Turning back to Nilio, Tatsuki said, I mean, we can last a few days without food, but not forever. Nilio winked, and pushed a lever up. I'm on that. The Tsubo rumbled, and rose above ground. Exiting from the square door, which had opened up once again now that the Tsubo was no longer underground, Nilio put her hands on her hips and declared, okay. We'll each pair up. Karin with Grimmjow, and Tatsuki with me. What are we pairing up for? Karin asked, curious. The mint-haired Arankar replied sensibly, this way, it's one Arankar per pair. Only Grimmjow and I know how to open up the Tsubo. Tatsuki and I will go and get water, and you and Grimmjow can go to the human world to pick up some food. Grouchy as usual, Grimmjow pointed at Karin and asked Nilio, why do I have to go with her? Can't I just go alone? Glaring at him, Karin shot back, and you think I want to be paired up with you? Nilio frowned at Grimmjow. No. You're still injured. As Grimmjow opened his mouth to protest, Nilio quickly covered it with hers, kissing him. He looked taken aback for a moment before closing his eyes and kissing her back, apparently enjoying himself. Karin and Tatsuki looked on at this public display of affection, unimpressed. After Nilio pulled back, she raised her eyebrows and said, if you want more of that, then you'll go with Karin. She softened her face and added, please, for me. Regarding her for a moment, Grimmjow relented, and kissed Nilio on the cheek, wordlessly opening up a garganta. Privately, Karin was surprised that Grimmjow was able to show such innocent signs of affection. She turned and followed him, saying to Tatsuki and Nilio, see you guys later. Once the garganta closed, there was a moment of silence. Then Karin shrewdly asked Grimmjow, you're whipped, aren't you? He snapped around to give her a death glare. What did you say? He asked dangerously. Karin shrugged off his murderous energy, and said nonchalantly, no need to be ashamed of it. Lots of men, including my brother, are. They act all macho and manly, but get pushed around by their girlfriends. She thought of Ichigo being slapped around by Rukia. Definitely the case. Grimmjow didn't even deign a reply to that comment. As they stepped out into the human world, Karin felt a wave of homesickness. Suppressing the thought, and also suppressing her spiritual pressure while she was at it, Karin followed Grimmjow down the unfamiliar street of the human world. Karin noticed that Grimmjow didn't suppress his spiritual pressure, in fact, he was doing the opposite. She winced as Grimmjow raised his spiritual pressure up to the max, is this really necessary? She looked around them, looking at the people who fainted at the proximity of Grimmjow's tremendous spiritual pressure. This is overkill. People are dropping like flies. Without turning a hair, he replied, I've always done it this way. Why should this time be any different? Pretending to think, Karin said sarcastically, why would that be, I wonder? Maybe because you betrayed the Arankar and are now a fugitive. Keh. Will be done in a moment. Grimmjow said carelessly. Grimmjow strolled into a grocery store, and at his massive spiritual pressure, everybody in the grocery store lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Spreading his arms, Grimmjow said smugly, now, all these choices are available to us. Karin's jaw dropped at his lack of morality. Not that she'd expected much from him anyways. But to think he'd stoop this low. Are you, stealing? Stealing? Grimmjow looked around with a mock-innocent face. Oh no. We're just collecting tribute for my sparing their lives. Same difference, must be convenient to be immoral. She shook her head. Nonetheless, Karin still reached out to pick a grape off its vine, popping it into her mouth. Maybe the errand car had rubbed off on her. Or her hunger had simply overpowered her principles. I'm a hypocrite, she thought gloomily. Because the recipe that Grimjow had in mind required too many ingredients to hold in their arms, they each took a basket for themselves, Grimjow indifferently, Karin reluctantly. You handle the vegetables, I'll take on the meat, Grimjow instructed. Karin noted with faint amusement that he used battle terms even in a grocery store, against food. Making a face at his back, she grabbed the first leek she saw. You do this often, eh? Answering or rather, not answering with a noncommittal grunt, he briefly examined a packet of beef and tossed it over his shoulder, as if he found it dissatisfying. Moving on to the onions next, Karin asked, where is this market, anyways? Glancing at the various races of people collapsed around her, she noted, it must be somewhere in Tokyo where lots of different ethnicities live. Maybe Shibuya. The floor around him littered with packets of beef, none of which had met his standards, Grimjow said absently, somewhere in New York. Dropping the onion she had picked out, Karin screeched, New York? You mean we're in the US? Aha! Finally having found beef worth of flavoring his soup, Grimjow triumphantly put it into his basket, ignoring Karin's blubbering. He crossed over to the tofu section, seemingly looking for extra firm tofu from a specific brand. Yep. He's basically a chef, all right. Karin scrutinized the different packets of mushrooms. Unable to tell the difference between the lot, she just picked up a random one and tossed it carelessly into her basket. After choosing all the ingredients and picking up a bag of rice, Grimjow finally opened a garganta back into Hueco Mundo. Karin hesitated. Ichienai. Yuzu, old beardy. Tushuru, her heart clenched at the faces that came to her mind. She shook her head and quickly followed the blue-haired errand car, who looked impatient waiting in the dark space. She would stand before her Shinigami friends once she became stronger and was able to protect herself. When she would no longer be a burden to them, no longer hold them back, she would return. As they stepped out of the garganta back in front of the dried-up tree, Grimjow again adjusted his position, referencing the tree, drew a circle with his foot, and stomped on it, summoning the Tsubwa. Nilio greeted them cheerfully and Tatsuki brightened visibly at the sight of bags and bags of food. As Nilio made to pull the lever back down, the four of them sensed three spiritual entities rapidly approaching. Looking apprehensive, Tatsuki said, I think you've been followed. Nilio turned wrathfully towards Grimjow. Were you using your spiritual pressure to knock those poor people out again? Grimjow pretended not to know what she was talking about. What poor people? Placing her hands on her hips, Nilio exclaimed, your reckless display of Ryatsu was only acceptable back when you were still an Espada. You're a fugitive now. Grimjow growled, it'll be fine if I just kill him. Shaking her head, Karin looked straight at Grimjow. Don't. Leave them for me and Tatsuki to handle. As he scowled, Karin added to appease him, they're small fry anyways, so what would you gain by fighting them? Nilio grinned and put an arm around Grimjow's neck, placing him in a stranglehold. Well said, Karin. Tatsuki needs practice. And I want to see your swords in action. Turning to Grimjow, whose face was rapidly turning blue to match his hair from lack of oxygen, Nilio hastily released him and said, you and I can just watch from the sidelines today. Grimjow gasped for air and glared at Nilio. After glancing at each other, both Karin and Tatsuki Flash stepped out to meet the three errand car. Seeing the two humans. The three errand car stopped. A short errand car with a mullet liked his lips. Well well well. We came out here following Grimjow-sama's scent. But we find the escaped experiments instead. The skinny one finished. An errand car with a square jaw and a mask covering the upper half of his face said, Aizen-sama will reward us highly for this. The short errand car added, maybe award us each with an Espada seat, even. His eyes glinted greedily. I wonder which of us will. The skinny Arankar was interrupted by Tatsuki's knee to his face. As he fell back, her foot snapped up to catch him in the jaw. Taking a leaf out of Karin's book, she relieved him of his sword in the process. As he hit the ground with a thump, the other two Arankar exclaimed, "Hey! That's not fair. We weren't finished talking." Brandishing the sword she had taken, Tatsuki snarled, "Sorry, you guys gave me so many openings that I couldn't resist. Go on. Keep yammering away amongst yourselves." As the other two Arankar lunged towards Tatsuki, Karin intercepted the square-jawed one. 3-on-1's a little unfair as well, isn't it? She said, summoning Kotetsu's swords, which now materialized in solid, crimson steel. Karin rushed towards the Arankar, brought her arms together and twisted her body, slicing both swords diagonally across his chest. He collapsed as blood gushed out of his wound, his eyes widened as he gasped out, "I'm possible." Before he died. Karin didn't even have to turn around to know that the skinny Arankar that Tatsuki had attacked earlier had leapt towards her, his arms raised. Shifting her grip on her swords, Karin threw her arms back and skewered the Arankar. With a sharp tug, she pulled the swords out of his body, blood spraying from his fatal wounds. Meanwhile, Tatsuki had just finished off the remaining short one with a spinning kick and a subsequent slash of her purloined sword. Blinking down at him, Tatsuki stated, "This leaves a bad taste in my mouth." Turning her head away from the body now twitching as it struggled to stay alive, she whispered, "They're still people, even if they have holes in their torsos." Biting her lip, she gave him a mercy slide. Looking at the Arankar she had slain, Tatsuki dropped the sword beside the body. Karin couldn't have agreed more. After meeting more humane Arankar like Neliel, killing Arankar had only become more difficult. As her sword vanished, she stared down at her blood-stained hands, wondering if her brother felt the same way. "Move it," shouted Ichigo as soon as his sword had broken through the barrier. Immediately, the infiltration team leapt out of sight into the forest, each making his and her own way to the mansion. Within seconds, they had reached a close distance with its white walls and gathered up once again behind a grove of trees. Giving each other brief glances to make sure they were all on the same wavelength, Urahara, Tushuru, and Ranjaku nodded at each other, leaping up to a second-story window. Urahara silently cut a hole with Kiru through the glass of the window, and they entered through it. As soon as they had broken into the mansion, Tushuru put his senses on alert, trying to make out Karin's spiritual energy. But it was like searching for a drop of water in an ocean. Impossible. The mansion teemed with Arankar, and therefore Ryatsu. But there was hope still, as the Arankar swarmed out of the mansion towards the breach in security. As they left the room and headed down the corridor, they suddenly reached a fork in the path. The shopkeeper stepped towards the one on the right while Tushura started down the left. They stopped in their tracks. Urahara voiced, "May we split up from here? I think there's a better chance of finding Karin-san that way." Having thought the same thing anyways, Tushuru briskly nodded and shot down the left corridor, with Ranjaku right at his heels. He still didn't trust the man, but if it meant finding Karin. "What will you do, Matsumoto?" "I'll stick with you for now, Taicho." She smiled. "If we happen to get attacked by a random group of Arankar, then we can split up." Tushura nodded distractedly, his mind focused on finding any trace of Karin, which was getting somewhat easier with drastically fewer Arankar in the mansion. "Good," he said to himself. "There are only a few Arankar left in this." He froze as he sensed a spirit. It was faint from the distance, but familiar nonetheless. Chapter 22. Red Herring. Urahara, in the meantime, was following the most recent imprints that Karin's spiritual energy had left. It was different from focusing directly on one spiritual energy. Only a person who had encountered the sample of the imprint could sense it, assuming he knew what he was doing. Which Urahara did. He doubted even the 10th Division captain would be able to discern Karin's spiritual energy from amidst all the Arankar leaving their spiritual energies all over the place. In a place full of an excess of Ryatsu, spiritual imprints were far easier to trace than spiritual energy. As he passed by a large hole in the wall, he felt a particularly strong trace of Karin's spiritual imprint. When he stopped to peer inside, he withdrew his head almost immediately as a foul stench reached his nose. Wrinkling his nose and waving a hand in front of his face, Urahara said, "The smell of corpse. How lovely." He continued to trace Karin's spiritual imprint a short distance, before it abruptly disappeared. Urahara doubled back and organized what he had found out so far. From the strength of the imprint in the morgue, Karin had either been trapped or had hidden herself there. Where her spiritual energy suddenly cut off, she had been taken to Hueco Mundo, he supposed. Unless she had gone of her own free will. But if so, how would she access a Garganta? Did she have to threaten an Arrancar? Had she become powerful enough? Or did an Arrancar take her willingly? All in all, it seemed more plausible that she had been dragged off to Hueco Mundo, but he had a strange feeling that wasn't the case. If he wanted the whole story, then he would have to look at her other Ryatsu imprints. The Stalar imprints, then. He thought as he bounded to the stairs. Oria! Ichigo sliced through another several Arrancar. Equally merciless, Ikaku slay every Arrancar that came his way, wearing his savage grin. He was clearly enjoying the challenge of the battle royale. He had shouted before he had jumped into the fray, "My name is Madare Mikaku. Carve the name of the one who is about to kill you into your mind." He hadn't even released his Zanpakuto, preferring to fight with a sword in a free-for-all. The blade on a sword was longer on a sword than a spear, after all. He saved the spear for one-on-one battles. On the other hand, Rukia only gained from releasing Sodi no Shirayuki. As her pure white blade swished through the air, she finally used the technique that she had developed while training with Tushuru. She held her Zanpakuto horizontally and said, "Fourth dance. Shiroka White Blossom." She twirled her blade in a fashion so that it drew a flower in the air. From the trace in the air, ice formed and twirled out in a cyclone of flower-shaped ice particles, freezing everything they touched. Seeing this, Ichigo hastily leapt away from a stray ice flower. "Watch it!" He shouted towards Rukia, as the Getsuga Tensho he had been firing went off its intended target and nearly took out Renji. Barely avoiding the destructive power of the Getsuga in time, Renji, in turn, swiveled his head towards Ichigo with a vein popping out of his forehead. "Oi!" Izuru, who was fighting nearby his captain, called out, "Please be careful." Having said that, he fired off several Bakudu spells in quick succession, narrowly avoiding being skewered by an Arrancar. Heading towards his lieutenant, Renji replied, "Speak for yourself, Kira." As he descended, going back to back with Izuru, "Oi, Kira," he shouted over the din of battle. Irritated that his concentration was broken while he had been focusing on a Kidu spell, Izuru forgot to be polite. "What?" he crankily said to Renji. Snapping the Shirkai Zabamaru back into place after cutting down 3 Arrancar, Renji stated, "I've killed exactly 48 Arrancar, so far." Looking cockily over his shoulder, he asked, "What about you?" Using another Kidu spell to bind an Arrancar and take a chance to slash him while he was immobile, Izuru exclaimed, "You've been counting?" Snorting, Renji shot back, "What, you haven't?" Reluctantly, Izuru said, 43. Temporarily forgetting about the battle, Renji fist pumped the air. "Yes." Afterwards he pokered into a particularly porky Arrancar, and shouted, 49. With a rare flare of competitive spirit, Izuru used Kidu and Wabasuk at the same time to finish off 2 more. 45. Shuhei shouted, "If you have time to play number games, then use that time to kill even 1 more Arrancar," and continued to use both Kidu and his Zanpakuto to shoot down opponents. But inside, he thought smugly, 61. From a distance, Clara watched the melee with her dark eyes. When she spotted a glimpse of red, she smiled. "So there you are. But she would wait until the right moment to make him fall to his knees before her. After retreating back into the Tsuba, Grimmjow ambled off to the kitchen with the ingredients, muttering something about missed kills. Tatsuki sighed. Nilio slapped her on the back, saying, "Why the sigh? You guys did great out there." After a moment of silence, Tatsuki said, "I need a weapon of my own." She met Karin's eyes. Falling back onto a couch, Karin propped up an elbow on an armrest. "I don't know what it's going to be like for you," Karin told Tatsuki honestly. Tatsuki shrugged. "Just tell me how you got to that spirit world. I can handle the rest on my own." Regarding Tatsuki with half-lidded eyes, Karin finally said, "I'm sure you may have tired of it by now, but the key is meditation." Kotetsu called it Jinzen state. Unexpectedly, Tatsuki chuckled. "For you, it's always, when in doubt, meditate, eh?" Karin laughed outright at this. "I have become like that these days, huh?" Be as it may, the one who got me started, she abruptly stopped mid-sentence, realizing that she had been about to talk about Tushuru. And by the looks on their faces, Tatsuki and Nilio knew too. Thankfully, Tatsuki changed the subject. "Well, I'm going to try this Jinzen thing." She walked past Karin to the training room. "Good luck." Karin threw behind her. "Then again, maybe my inner spirit's the only one who's temperamental." Nilio asked curiously, "Why didn't you go with her?" Giving Nilio a deadpan glance, Karin said, "Tatsuki's not a little kid. And I need some shut-eye." Then she closed her eyes. For the first time in ages, I might add. She needed time to recover, after all. The fighting had aggravated the wounds she had sustained in her battle against her inner hollow. She heard Nilio slink off, presumably to the kitchen to join Grimmjow. Then Karin waited for sleep to claim her. But it was not to be, as she received an unpleasant surprise in the form of tremendous quantities of spiritual pressure. Her eyes flashed open, and she leapt up from the couch. "Nell, Grimmjow." At the same time, the two came out of the kitchen. "They're just passing." That happens sometimes. But Nilio herself didn't sound convinced. Sure enough, the monstrous Ryatsu stopped right above them. Cold sweat trickling down her neck, Karin balled up her spiritual energy as tightly as possible, not letting a single drop leak out, lest the Arankar above feel it. She felt Nilio do the same. But Tatsuki, seemingly unaware of all this, kept radiating her spiritual energy. Is she still meditating? At this rate, we'll be found out. Karin thought. Uncertainly, she asked, "We're underground, so they can't find us, right?" Her question was answered from a dull boom from above. They were trying to blast the sand away. Eyes widening, dread filled Karin. "Do you know how many Arankar are up there are?" Nilio closed her eyes and concentrated. After a moment, she opened her eyes and her face turned grim. "No less than 4 espada." Slapping a hand to her face, she groaned, "They must have suspected that we were here, and sent the 3 numeros out as bait to make sure. We have to." She was interrupted by another blast, which sounded much closer. "What are those noises?" Karin asked, fighting to stay calm. "Gran Rey Ceros," was Nilio's grim reply. "They're trying to force us out." An even closer blast echoed, accompanied by a flash this time. Nilio tried to make light of the situation. "Well, I guess my house will soon be the rectangulo instead of the tsubwa. I always wanted to change the shape." She laughed weakly. Flexing his hands, Grimmjow said, "My hands were beginning to itch anyways." Another brighter flash and the tsubwa started to shake in earnest. Karin couldn't believe that Tatsuki could stay immersed in her meditation state in a situation like this. She summoned both her swords. "About how many more of these Gran Rey Ceros can the tsubwa stand?" "Just about 2. The tsubwa shook again even harder, and an even louder rumble sounded, coupled with an even brighter flash of light. "Well, now it's 1 more. A final splintering crash, as well as a blinding light came. Though the dust obscured the Espada's identities above, they could see the ceiling of the Tsubwa was blown off. When the sand settled, the three inside the Tsubwa, now partially missing a ceiling, saw four figures: Dapai, Opeko, Marin, and Caballero. Upon seeing the last figure, Karin's eyes widened. Looking bored, Marin stared down at her, and said, "If you hadn't run, then none of this would have happened." His eyes slid over to Nilio, and he raised an eyebrow. As if thinking the same thing, Caballero took off his hat and bowed. What an unexpected surprise. Nilio-san. Opeko's purple eyes, however, were trained upon Grimjow. Do you have any idea how much your betrayal cost us? Grimjow shrugged, the epitome of disinterest. Apparently not much. All your limbs are attached. Looking up at her with his blue eyes, he smirked. Unlike a certain snaky boyfriend of yours. In the blink of an eye, there was a blast. Grimjow leapt out of the way as Opeko struck. There was a smoking crater where her attack had hit. Standing some distance away, a smile played on Grimjow's lips. Oh, hit a nerve there, did I? Shut up. She charged towards him again, an attack he easily dodged. Hooking his thumbs into his pockets and assuming a leisurely posture, were you always this weak, Opeko? He continued to dodge her wild swings. Or is it because of Serpiente's death that you're so shaken up? In order to rile her up, Grimjow taunted her even more. How'd you guys kiss anyways? With that hideous Fong mask of his and all. I told you to shut up. Radiating unsuppressed anger, Opeko released her Zanpakuto. Petrificar, Gorgon. Petrificar to turn to stone kinda obvious, no? With a teeth-baring grin, Grimjow said, you should have come out like that in the first place. Meanwhile, Nilio had gracefully leapt out of the Tsubwa to land in front of Caballero. She civilly addressed him, you've risen up in rank quite a bit since I left. Working hard, I suppose. Laughing, Caballero placed his white top hat back on his head. You overestimate me. I merely carry out Aizen-sama's orders. Showing first signs of hostility, Nilio raised her chin and questioned, so what are your orders this time, pray tell? Nothing much. He took out his pocket watch and inspected the surface. Flicking it open and spotting a fingerprint, he next took out a handkerchief to polish it. Take care of Grimjow. Bring back the prisoners. Just the usual. Faint squeaking noises sounded as the handkerchief rubbed against the glass surface of the watch's face. Narrowing her eyes, Nilio observed. I notice I'm not included in these orders. Satisfied that his pocket watch was finally clean, Caballero tucked it away back to its place in the pocket in his suit jacket. That's because you are an unexpected variable. Nilio crossed her arms. What do you plan to do about this unexpected variable, then? Turning his back on Nilio, Caballero said simply, nothing. You weren't included in my orders. You can walk away from this battle if you wish. For the first time, Nilio's amber eyes were filled with rage. And if I refuse? A golden energy emanated from Nilio's body. Caballero paused and turned his head. Green eyes met gold, and he said, that would be a pity. I would have no choice but to take your life. Unsheathing her sword, Nilio snarled, better you take my life than I just stand and watch my friends die. With this, Karin was left with the two other Espada, Marin and Dapai. She supposed that Grimjow and Nilio had their hands full with the other Espada, but if they couldn't handle two Espada, she certainly couldn't. Besides, wasn't the maroon-haired one the new Tercera Espada? But having no other choice, she jumped out of the Tsubwa as well to face them. She surreptitiously looked towards the area Tatsuki was still training in. The roof there remained intact, if only barely. She sighed a private sigh of relief. With more bravado than she felt, she called out, so which one of you first? Or would you guys prefer to team up? Depai spat on the ground at this. Team up. Against you, ah. At the same time, Marin said, me? Team up with this trash. He jerked his chin towards Depai. Depai grabbed Marin's collar and said, BSTRD. What did you say, ah? Relax, I was just joking. But his face was anything but, and Marin took a hold of Depai's hand and gripped it as if to crush it. Depai's face was contorted in a poorly hidden grimace as he tried in vain to extricate his hand. Eventually, Marin let go. I will go help Opaco. Depai, you handle this experiment on your own. In a flash, he had disappeared. This left Karin facing Depai alone. He had a very ugly look on his face, but Karin did not recoil. On the contrary, Karin observed, you have an inferiority complex. With a positively dangerous face expression, Depai pulled out his sword. Realizing that she had struck gold, Karin continued to probe at his sore spot. Tell me, what number espada are you? You aren't dead last, are you? He growled in response, Aizen-sama told me to bring you alive. But he won't miss your tongue, ah. At this, she summoned her twin blades, and Depai pet his head in surprise. Oh. So you've already reached the materialization stage, ah. Then he shrugged, oh well, and attacked. Trying to understand what he said, Karin frowned. Materialization stage? She thought. But she found that she had her hands full with focusing on the battle, as she blocked the hand he tried to strike her with. You're going to have to do better than that. She forced him back. I suggest you use your sword. She sliced down with one blade and up with the other. He blocked both with his hierro. It seems like his hierro is stronger than most. She shoved more spiritual energy into the blades, and tried again. Depai grinned. Bet you're wondering why you can't cut me, ah. Realizing that she would be playing right into his hands if she did, Karin replied coolly, not particularly. Putting more spiritual energy into her swords, she stabbed ferociously at the area where his heart should have been. But her blades could not pierce his hierro. Cursing, Karin hurled herself back to avoid his hand swipe. Don't try and hide it. It's bothering you, ah. Why you can't cut me with your weak swords. He finally landed a blow on her, and Karin's whole left side went numb. She barely kept her grip onto her sword. What were his hands made of, steel? Grinning painfully, Karin repeated, I told you I'm not interested. Even though it was a gamble since swords were heavy, spiritual or not, she switched her left sword to her right, and briefly held both swords in her right hand. Then the two swords melted together. It worked. Grimly thinking that if this didn't do it, nothing would, Karin ran towards Depai, ramming the last of her remaining Ryatsu into the sword. Kotetsu's blade bit deeply into his right shoulder, and giving it an extra push, Karin sliced the arm right off. Arf ha! Depai let out a blood-curdling scream. That's what you get for playing with your food, Depai, said an unsympathetic voice. To Karin's horror, Marin had already returned, with Opaco draped over his shoulder. Had he already defeated Grimmjow? She knew he still hadn't recovered completely, but to her immense relief, Grimmjow was still standing. But his stitches were ripped out, and his breathing was ragged. Suddenly, he rasped, Kishir, Pantera, and transformed. Even though he had transformed, he couldn't help that he was still in terrible shape, Karin thought. Grimmjow! We have to retreat, she shouted. He growled, that word's not in my dictionary. Meanwhile, Neliel was also in bad shape against Caballero. Though Caballero had released his Zanpakuto, there were no outward changes to his appearance. Give up. You have no chance, not unless you know Fata Morgana's power. He twirled his Zanpakuto, which also had no outward changes. Go, and I will not chase you. Tightening the corners of her mouth, Neliel ground out, not a chance. Not without my comrades. She saw that Grimmjow had released his Zanpakuto. With a spurt of strength, she used Sonido to get to him. She tugged at his arm. Let's regroup. At this rate, we'll all die. Grimmjow spit out blood from his mouth, and wiped the edge of his mouth with the back of his wrist. You of all people should know that I won't do that. Glancing at her, however, Grimmjow said, you take the others and run. Nilil shook her head furiously. No. Though he sounded mostly impatient, Grimmjow's voice was also tinged with desperation. Please. For me. Ignoring the battlefield around them, Nilil turned Grimmjow around and shook him, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. You dummy. You think I'd leave you? Grimmjow's face was pained as he said, stupid, you know I'm weak to your tears. He buried his fingers in her hair as he hugged her to him. The other Arrancar watched this display, until Marin drawled, as heartrending as this all is, it's time for you to die. He then unleashed his full spiritual power, caring not a whit for Opaco who was still slung over his shoulder. That wasn't enough to make Karin stagger, but Caballero's combined spiritual pressure made her fall. 2. 1 knee. Gritting her teeth, Karin used her sword to struggle to her feet and shouted, get away. Take them and get away. Nilil. She didn't dare say Tatsuki's name. If they found out that another experiment was present, they would take her as well. So she tried to communicate with her eyes, desperately looking towards the relatively unbroken part of the Tsubwa. Nilil, take them both and get away now. They won't harm me, I'm an experiment. At this, Nilil realized what Karin was saying. Karin would let them capture her to allow them to get away. She met Karin's eyes for an instant, and nodded almost imperceptibly. Her eyes said, we'll rescue you, definitely. She abruptly knocked Grimmjow out and leapt inside the Tsubwa, to where Tatsuki was. Karin immediately set to work on distracting the Arrancar. She was starting to feel her left side again, so she chanced separating her blades once again. Brandishing them, she challenged, I cut off Iron Man's arm. Who's next? She looked out of the corner of her eye at Nilil who now carried both Grimmjow and Tatsuki, escaping unnoticed. Caballero looked on with amusement, and Marin stepped forward. You, experiment, will have to come with us. Karin arranged her face into a smile. I won't go without a fight. They had gotten away safely. That was good enough for her. Tushuru stopped dead in his tracks as he felt a familiar spirit. No. It can't be. What's wrong, Taicho? Ranjaku asked, confused. Did you find Karin? That's right, Karin. He shook his head, and straightened his priorities. That's right. Karin comes first. He resumed his fast-paced Shuunpa, but it was Ranjaku who froze this time. She furrowed her brow. This spiritual pressure. Sorry, Taicho, but I think it'll be faster if we split up. I'll go down first. Too distracted to notice the incongruity with what she had initially said, Tushuru nodded. Ranjaku headed to the basement, thinking that her senses were fooling her. But there's no mistaking this energy. On the way down, she bumped into Urahara, who leapt back and held onto his hat. He had been following the stellar traces of Karin's spiritual imprint. Oh. Ranjaku-san. What a surprise to see you here. Waving him aside, Ranjaku said hurriedly, there's no time for this. We're both obviously in a hurry. Let's go, if we're headed towards the same place. As they rushed down the stairs, Urahara asked, may I ask where your destination is? Ranjaku said breathlessly, I thought I felt someone I had long assumed was dead down here. So I'm going where the spiritual energy is leading me. Urahara thought, so they haven't realized that I haven't told them the whole truth yet. They reached the bottom of the stairs, and to his surprise, Ranjaku turned the same way as he had intended to go. The gears in his mind started turning. Long assumed was dead, in the same place where Karin-san was. He skidded to a stop in front of a dungeon. I guess we part ways here. Without looking back, Ranjaku continued down the hallway. Looking curiously after her, Urahara continued to think about the seemingly unconnected coincidences. He turned back to Karin's spiritual imprint. Examining the sets of chains, one set cut with what looked like a blade, he mused out loud, Karin-san was definitely here. So if she was locked away here, then the morgue upstairs was a hiding place. So she managed to convince an Arrancar to unlock a Garganta for her. She had gone of her own free will, so chances were that she had thought of a good place to hide. Had she met an ally? Ichigo seemed to have a few allies among Arrancar. He would have to ask. He would have to return from reconnaissance back to the diversion team. But first, he had to find Tushuru. Where is Karin? Tushuru was on the verge of tearing his hair out when Urahara found him. When he saw Urahara, he immediately rushed over to ask, "Is there any trace of her?" Taking a deep breath, Urahara said, "To tell you the truth, this mansion was a red herring." Tushuru felt his blood run cold, and not from fear either. From fury. "You mean to tell me this whole thing, this mansion, was a hoax?" he snarled. His hand immediately went to grip the sword strapped to his back. Urahara calmly replied, "Not completely, no. There were imprints of Karin-san all over the mansion. She's now in Hueco Mundo." He added after a moment, "Probably of her own free will." "How do you know that?" Tushuru asked, lowering his hand. "And how do I know I can still trust you?" "Simply," Urahara said, "you don't. But if I can't find Karin-san, who can?" Reaching the end of the passageway, Ranjaku felt the spirit stronger than ever. She saw a doorway, and immediately knew that the presence was past the door. Slowing down, Ranjaku swallowed. Gently, she pushed the door open. She saw a familiar face staring back at her, but the brown eyes were blank and emotionless. Hina, Mori. Chapter 23. Familiar face. Hina, Mori. Blank brown eyes stared at her, as if she didn't recognize who Ranjaku was. The Momo lookalike said, "Who are you?" Tilting her head, she said, "You look familiar." Reaching out with a hand, Ranjaku took a step forward. "Is it really you?" "Hinamori Momo." Brow furrowing, Momo slowly questioned, "Do you know me?" Exhaling, Ranjaku breathed, "It is you. But how are you still?" But Momo interrupted, saying to the shadows behind her, "My head hurts. Please take her away. I am tired." No. Hinamori wasn't like this. This is just her shell. Ranjaku thought. As two Arrancar stepped from the shadows, Momo suddenly held up her hand for them to stop. On second thought, "Bring her here." She held out her palm and something glinted. "We shall make her another experiment." Eyes widening, Ranjaku made to escape, but the door clanged shut before her, blocking her path. Whipping around and unsheathing her Zanpakuto, Ranjaku crouched and said, "Fine. I'll have to get out of here by force, then." She released her Zanpakuto, and the grains of metal floated around like mist. The fine shards of her Zanpakuto separated into two clouds, and at Ranjaku's command, each attacked an Arrancar. Momo watched. "Hey Nico," she whispered. Hearing this, Ranjaku was confused. She knows my Zanpakuto's name. Did she really die? Or did she just lose her memories? She shook her head. "No, I saw her body. She can't be. But the corpse could have been removed, reanimated." She didn't know how it could possibly be reanimated, but maybe they had found some way to do it. Forcing her mind back to the battle at hand, Ranjaku noted with satisfaction that the Arrancar were blinded by Hiniko's attack. Surreptitiously shifting a slight bit of Hiniko's dust to the lock, she began to secretly pick the lock with the dust. Trying to distract Momo, not that she needed much, she was basically zoning out all the time, Ranjaku stated, "You remember my Zanpakuto name?" "Zan, Pakutu." Momo looked down at the left of her waist. I think I used to have one. She was called Toby. Suddenly, she clutched at her head. Ugh. No. It hurts. She whimpered, it hurts. No, stop, please. Hinamori-sama. The errand car stumbled over to her, still blinded, but faithful nonetheless. Hinamori-sama. Please get a hold of yourself. Ranjaku edged towards the door, and heard a soft click as the door opened. Yes. Slamming the door shut behind her, she dashed out of the room. Ranjaku started flash-stepping for her life. She pinpointed Tushuru, who was with Urahara, and rushed up the stairs to meet them. Should she tell her Taicho that his childhood friend was still alive? Biting her lip, Ranjaku made a difficult decision. This news could wait until after they had found Karin. Karin stood in the sand, surrounded. 2 Espada were down, but the 2 stronger ones remained. I really don't stand a chance against these Arankar, she thought. Her spiritual energy had nearly tanked as well. She lost in both numbers and in power. But Karin had said that she wouldn't go without a fight, so fight she would. She bent her knees, preparing to move at the slightest hint of movement from either of the 2 Arankar before her. Deciding to break the stalemate, Marin dropped Opeko to the ground. Karin threw a sword at him, using the last drops of her spiritual energy to accelerate it. She had aimed for his heart, but his movements were quick enough to avoid a fatal wound. Instead, he merely sustained a shallow cut on his side. He looked with disgust down at this wound and grabbed Karin around the neck. You dare make a wound on my body? Karin couldn't answer, but she managed a strained grin. The Pai roared, don't touch my prey. Though he had been watching passively the whole time, Caballero intervened, if only with words. He warned them both in a casual voice, if you harm her, I will personally rip out your arms. Giving a wry look towards the Pai, he rectified, well, the other arm, in your case. He smiled at them. You know how I hate to get my suit bloody, so please don't force me to resort to that. Going over to Opeko, he picked her up. And where on earth did you learn to treat a lady that way? She's injured. When Marin reluctantly released her by a minimal amount, Karin, who had slowly been choking, with much difficulty, sipped in a breath. Noticing this, Marin tightened his grip once again, and Karin's vision began to tunnel from lack of oxygen. Go to sleep, DMN Beach. The rest of the Shinigami immediately noticed as the infiltration team exited the mansion. As they joined the fray, Ichigo fought off a hollow and went over to them, scattering Arankar on the way. He asked, where's Karin? Tushuru shook his head wordlessly, and vehemently speared an Arankar who got too close. Crestfallen, Ichigo said, she's not here. Urahara answered, nope, popping the pea. Grabbing him by the collar, Ichigo asked him furiously, what's the meaning of this, Urahara-san? Without looking, he shot off another Getsuga Tensho, which took out an Arankar standing unawares. Looking at him from underneath the brim of his hat, Urahara said, I'll explain later. We're on a battlefield now, so I suggest you withdraw before you do anything to me. Still glaring at Urahara, Ichigo yelled, guys. We're going back. Get back to the Kifu. Tushuru said. Hearing this, the other Shinigami who had slowly begun to tire, retreated. As they flash-stepped back to the Kifu, Ichigo growled at Urahara, that explanation better be DMN good. Smiling secretively, Urahara said, that's for you to decide. When Tatsuki opened her eyes, she felt a wind on her face, and found that she was being carried on Neliel's shoulder. Nell. Tatsuki. You're awake. Did you meet your spirit? She sounded breathless. Yes, but. Confused, Tatsuki asked, what happened? Why are you running? Do you mind if I put you down? Neliel gasped out. As Tatsuki climbed down from Neliel's shoulder, she gaped at the sight of Grimjow, torn up and bloody, on Neliel's other shoulder. Correctly interpreting Tatsuki's face, Nilio informed her, for Espada attacked while you were meditating. Horrified, Tatsuki's eyes widened. She noticed that Nilio too was bleeding from several wounds. Then worried about Karin, she looked around. Where's Karin? Nilio's face turned stony. She stayed back. Tatsuki frowned, convinced she had heard wrong. What? She stayed back. Nilio repeated, and closed her eyes, as if she didn't want to admit it. Why? Why would she stay back? Tatsuki exclaimed. Questions later. First we have to make sure her sacrifice wasn't in vain. Glancing nervously around, Nilio said, we should be far away enough. For what? Still unable to grasp the situation, Tatsuki asked yet another question. For them to be unable to sense a Garganta opening. Setting Grimmjow gently down, she asked Tatsuki, help me with him. Tatsuki hastily put Grimmjow's arm over her shoulder as Nilio drew a line horizontally in the air. Like before, a Garganta opened. Heaving Grimmjow's other arm over her shoulder, Nilio said, let's go through. They stepped through, like an awkward six-legged turtle with useless middle legs. Tatsuki saw achingly familiar buildings and houses. We're back. She breathed. Yes. Nilio confirmed. Turning to Tatsuki, whose face was partially hidden by Grimmjow's blue hair, Nilio asked, you're Ichigo's friend. Do you know the way to his house? Nodding, Tatsuki slowly led the way to the Kurosaki clinic. Back in the Urahara shop, the Shinigami had entered their respective bodies and Jigai, waiting for the shopkeeper to explain what was going on. Well? Shuhei asked. What did we fight all those Arankar for, if not to recover Ichigo's younger sister? Yeah, spit it out. Ichigo demanded harshly. Why'd you lie to us? I didn't lie to you. Urahara looked seriously at them. The Shinigami grew quiet. I was telling the truth when I said that Karin-san was at the mansion. Key word being was. Tushiro frowned. Managing to not look abashed at all, Urahara conceded that point. Yes, well, I needed to make sure of something. Which was? Isshin seemed rather ticked off at Urahara as well. After Karin-san was captured and taken to a cell, she somehow escaped. Arankar may or may not have helped her, but I am inclined to think that she did indeed receive assistance. Why is that? Rukia questioned. Urahara answered, because Karin-san used a Garganta to escape. There was silence after this proclamation. How did you find all this out? Tushiro spoke. I couldn't sense any trace of Karin. And how did you trace her? By trying to sense her spiritual energy. Fixing a gray eye on Tushiro, the shopkeeper demanded an answer for a question he already knew the answer to. Frowning, Tushiro said, yes. How else would I do it? Pointing his fan at Tushiro, Urahara said, I was hoping you'd ask that question. Smugly, he continued, the answer lies with the spiritual imprint. At this point, Izuru slowly said, you mentioned that you were tracking her down with a sample of her spiritual energy. Is that what you mean by spiritual imprint? Correct. Tracking down spiritual imprints is much more accurate than using the usual faint trails of spiritual energy that one leaves behind. And from the strength of these spiritual imprints, I could estimate how much time she spent in one place. A spiritual imprint is comparable to DNA, but no matter how careful and meticulous you are, you can't erase it. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that she likely went to Hueco Mundo of her own free will, and now ask, he turned to Ichigo, whether you have any Arankar allies or not. Realization dawned upon Ichigo. Yes. I do have some people you can vaguely categorize as allies. Suddenly, he stiffened. What's wrong? Rukia asked, worried. Ichigo said, I feel Tatsuki. Nearby my house. Brow furrowing deeper, he added, Nell and Grimmjow, too. Aha. So those are the Erankar who might have helped Karin-san. Out loud, Urahara said, what of Karin-san? Scowling, Ichigo shook his head. Nothing. Isshin stood up and dusted his clothes off, saying, well, they're near my home, so I'd better go welcome them. Who's coming? Ikaku yawned and lay back, obviously not intending to go anywhere. Y'all go without me. Not interested in meeting any Erankar I can't fight. Because Ikaku opted to stay, Yumachika too, did the same. The rest of the Shinigami all chose to go, curious as to what this Grimmjow and Nell looked like. As they neared the Kurosaki clinic, the Shinigami saw a cur silhouette, looking much like a demented, six-legged camel missing a head. Ichigo. A street lamp cast a light on them, and revealed a green-haired woman and black-haired woman, supporting a blue-haired man. Nell. Tatsuki. Spotting the state Grimmjow was in, Ichigo was taken aback. What the hell happened to him? Can we go inside first? Tatsuki asked in an irritated voice. This guy is heavy. After examining the situation, Isshin took charge. He's in dire need of medical attention. He briskly relieved the girls from their burden. Ichigo. Give me a hand with this guy. Isshin unlocked the clinic and Ichigo hauled Grimmjow in. Renji, in the meantime, assisted Tatsuki and Nilio into the clinic, and they gave him grateful looks. Ichigo dusted off his hands after he lay Grimmjow down on a hospital bed. He asked once again, so what happened to Grimmjow? As Isshin tended to Grimmjow, Nilio collapsed onto a hospital bed, and said, for Espada came chasing after Grimmjow and Karin after they visited the human world. Isshin paused in his ministrations. Ichigo and Tushuru momentarily stopped breathing. Tushuru asked first, Karin. Kurosaki Karin was with you? Wearily, Nilio nodded her head. What happened to her? Ichigo asked, but sensing that Nilio was too tired to speak, Rukia hurriedly suggested, why don't you just show us your memories? We have tools for that. Good idea, Kuchiki. Turning to Nilio, Tushuru asked, will you permit us to examine your memories? Eyes fluttering shut, Nilio nodded her head. Starting about 3 days ago will do. They set to work, Rukia downloading Nilio's memories and Izuru helping Isshin heal Grimmjow's wounds using Kidu spells. But then they heard the creaking of the door connecting the clinic to the Kurosaki house. Everybody froze. Yuzu stood there, rubbing sleep from her eyes. NNN. What's all this noise? She stopped when she saw everybody, including a few others she didn't know, like Renji, Shuhei, and Izuru, in the clinic. Her eyes traveled over them, confused. Daddy, Onie-chan. Who are? Her eyes landed on Tatsuki, who had fallen back onto a chair in the waiting room, and she gasped. Tatsuki-chan, she exclaimed, all the sleep suddenly chased away. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you're alive. She ran over to Tatsuki, who stood up and enclosed her arms around the girl. Where were you all this time? Yuzu sobbed. Leaning back and looking up at Tatsuki's face, which suddenly looked awkward, she decided that it didn't matter. Oh, who cares? At least you're back safe. Sniffing, Yuzu wiped her tears away and said, now if only Karin-chan came back as just as safe and sound. Tatsuki looked away guiltily. She knew that Karin had stayed behind to help her escape. But Yuzu, who had already moved on to Shuhei, Renji, and Izuru, didn't see the distraught look. Did you bring Tatsuki-chan back? Taken aback by this conclusion, the three Shinigami could only garble out a confused statement meaning neither yea nor nay. Yuzu just took this to mean that they had indeed found Tatsuki just in time to keep her from being poisoned, and bowed her head, and thanking them. Thank you so much. You've saved someone like an older sister to me. At such an enthusiastic show of gratitude, Izuru's cheeks turned pink. Renji leaned over and whispered to Tatsuki, is she always like this? Jumping to conclusions on her own. Tatsuki shrugged. Not always. But she does have a tendency to think what she wants to think. Ishin ushered Yuzu out of the room. Now, Yuzu. You need your beauty sleep, don't you? Let daddy take care of things here. He realized that he had made a mistake. Yuzu couldn't see the injured Aaronkar. Take care of? Yuzu questioned, clearly confused. Do you have patients here? Quickly, Ishin said, don't worry about it. Go back to sleep. Though Yuzu became suspicious, she let it slide. Good night then. As she closed the door behind her, Yuzu sighed. She had known that Ichigo and Karin were hiding something from her as of late. Now, even her father. The mysterious, college students who had suddenly become Ichigo's friends. Karin's disappearance. Tatsuki's disappearance. They seemed to all have something to do with each other, but Yuzu couldn't figure out what. Looking down at her bunny slippers, Yuzu wished there was something she could do. She padded back into her room, which seemed empty without Karin in it. Instead of going back to her own bed, she slid into Karin's bed and buried her head into the pillow, full of Karin's scent. Karin-chan. Opening her eyes, Karin found herself lying on a cold floor. As she sat up with a groan, she discovered she had a splitting headache, and her neck area felt tender. A small comfort was that she wasn't chained this time. You're awake. Karin groaned again. Ugh. It's you. The gentleman feigned a hurt expression. Why do you have such an aversion to me? Turning to him and raising an eyebrow, Karin returned the question right back at him. You mean you don't know? She said sarcastically. Standing up and dusting off his white suit, Caballero changed the subject. Aizen-sama ordered me to escort you to him once you awoke. He held out a hand for her to take. Karin looked at it sullenly and raised her face to glare rebelliously at him. Crossing her arms and legs, she made it clear that she wouldn't move. Caballero sighed. Titaritaro. Karin turned around sharply. She hadn't known another Aaronkar was present. A blonde Aaronkar that Karin recognized as the first Espada stood leaning against the wall. I have no obligation to help you, Segundo. Looking Titaritaro straight in the eye, Caballero raised a regal eyebrow. Oh. Do you mean to tell me that you're refusing to follow Aizen-sama's orders? Staring at Caballero with his hard blue eyes, Titaritaro reluctantly twitched his fingers. Karin's body jerked. She felt her arms and legs uncross, and stood up against her will. Bewildered, Karin swiveled her head, and found that it was the one thing she could move of her own will. Soon, she spotted the reason why her body was moving without her telling it to. Titaritaro, with a sour look on his face, had raised his hand and was moving his fingers. She tried to resist, but the Primera Espada's Ryatsu overpowered hers. As she quit her futile attempts at trying to escape Titaritaro's power, Karin instead settled for looking angry. Soon enough, she found herself in a large chamber, with a single large throne in the center. Several hundred Aaronkars surrounded the throne, which was occupied by a brown-haired man with a deceptively benign expression on his face. As she approached, he spoke. You must be Kurosaki Karin. Karin replied, and you must be Aizen. Several Aaronkar hissed at her impertinence, but Karin stood her ground. Malice showing through his face for the first time, Aizen said to Titaritaro, have her kneel before me. Titaritaro obliged with a small movement of his fingers, and Karin found herself forced to her knees. Karin glared up at Aizen. Through her black curtain of hair. I like those eyes. Aizen commented, paradoxically pleased by her murderous glare. So what do you think of her? Pawn? Rook? Bishop? She has already reached the materialization stage. Supplied Caballero. Surprise showed on Aizen's face. Oh. He regarded her with his brown eyes. So I suppose that you'll do well as a bishop. I would die before I would ever serve you. Karin spat out. Drumming his fingers lightly against his throne, Aizen pet his head and his lips twisted into a smile. We'll see about that. He snapped his fingers, and promptly two Arrancar came forward and grabbed Karin's arms. She struggled against their grip to no avail. She had already long run out of spiritual, not to mention physical, energy. They brought her in front of Aizen, who stood up from his throne and put a hand under her chin to force her to look him in the eyes. You will want to serve me soon enough. Suddenly, she felt a wave of sleepiness. Karin felt her eyelids droop, and no matter how hard she tried to keep them open, they felt too heavy. She managed, "What are you doing?" The last thing she saw was Aizen's triumphant smile, before she lost consciousness. After Rukia had finally extracted all the memories, the Shinigami gathered round. I will fast forward through the unnecessary parts. Rukia announced. Kneeling, she pressed a button on the cell phone-like device, and the memories started playing. It started out with Tatsuki and Karin supporting Grimmjow. Ichigo asked once again, what happened to Karin? Why isn't she with you guys? Tatsuki looked away. I think it'll be better for you to see for yourself. Filled with dread at this statement, the Shinigami watched the memory. Once it reached the part about them talking about the black-haired and brown-eyed woman, Ranjaku breathed in sharply. No one else took notice. But Tushuru felt a twinge of unease at the description. That, coupled together with the spiritual energy he had felt at the mansion. Shaking his head, he thought, that can't be. It's just coincidence. When the subject of him and Karin being lovers came out, Tushuru struggled to keep the embarrassment off of his face. Tatsuki asked Renji quietly, which one is Tushuru? She looked at him and questioned, is it you? No, no, no. It's the white-haired one. Renji replied, sniggering. He's better than I thought, though. To snag one in such a short PRD of time. As Tatsuki eyed Tushuru with interest, Ichigo glanced at Tushuru. Is that so? Ichigo asked wryly. That explains many things. Rukia admonished, shoo. Listen. Izuru ticked off the names and ranks of the Espada mentioned on his fingers. Apart from the Espada we fought, first Espada, Titaritaro. Third Espada, Marin. Fourth Espada, Opeko. The sixth is here with us, and Hitsugaya Taishu killed the eighth Espada. So including a total 8 Espada. Tatsuki told him, Grimmjow finished off Serpiente as well. He amended, okay, 7 Espada remain. Second Espada Caballero, this Tartarus, Clara, he nodded towards Renji, and the Shark Man. It's good to have inside information on the Espada. All the while, the memory played on. They took me to see a girl. I think she was the one who injected you, Tatsuki. Tatsuki narrowed her eyes. There was definitely something strange about her. Even without the injection thingy. She looked kind of dead inside, do you know what I mean? At the mention of the black-haired maiden again, Tushuru listened carefully. Shoulder-length hair, framing her face. No. Momo wore her hair differently. But a corner of his mind whispered treacherously to him, but people can change hairstyles. His mind argued back, but like the Arrancar said, even that Arisawa girl fits that description. From there, Rukia fast-forwarded the memory until they reached the part where Neliel was sparring with Tatsuki. Rukia turned to Tatsuki for this part. Did anything much happen here? Tatsuki shook her head. That's just me being pummeled into walls. Renji had to hold back a snort of laughter at her matter-of-fact tone of voice. Again, they fast-forwarded. Until they saw Karin again, lying on a sofa, bleeding from cuts all over her body. Alarmed, Ichigo shouted, what's wrong with her? Rukia shushed him, but he ignored her. Why is she injured? To the Shinigami's surprise, it was Isshin who said, calm down, Ichigo. She's in Jinzen state. She must be fighting against her Zenpakuto. He rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. Which I find odd. Just because she was shot with that hollow virus, she shouldn't become a Shinigami. She's still in her physical body. As everyone pondered this quandary, the memory played on. As a particularly big cut appeared on Karin's torso, Tushiru's face filled with worry. He wanted to place his face in his hands, but he was simultaneously afraid of missing some crucial detail concerning Karin. When Karin finally awoke, even if it was merely a memory, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After listening to Karin recount her story of her inner world, the Shinigami became further puzzled. Even if she hasn't become a Shinigami, this Katetsu sounds like a Zanpakuto. Renji mused. What is a Zanpakuto anyways? Tatsuki asked. And Ichigo, don't think about hiding anything from me anymore. She gave her childhood friend a sharp look. I saw you enter go to Hueco Mundo 4 years ago, in Shinigami form. Torn between surprise and embarrassment, Ichigo scratched his neck. Did you? Rukia turned towards him, brows raised. It seems that your being a Shinigami isn't as much of a secret as you thought it was. Tatsuki repeated, so what's a Zanpakuto? A Shinigami's soul cutter. Shuhei answered. Tatsuki pondered this. I mean, if you keep watching, you'll find out, but Karin could call out twin swords. The whole room listened, at attention, the memory was paused. Tatsuki gulped at the sudden focus on her, but plowed on, maybe it was because she didn't know, but she never specifically called them Zanpakuto. After a moment of consideration, Tatsuki ventured, my spirit might be the same. What physical form does your spirit take? Renji asked. Sheepishly, Tatsuki admitted, I don't know. I haven't tried summoning her yet. What's her name? Shuhei asked curiously. Akurui. Bright, eh? Renji said, amused. It somehow suits you. She. Corrected Tatsuki, irritated. Why do men always think that everything has to be either male or it? She crossed her arms. I mean, the iPod was assigned a female gender in French. Raising both his hands, Renji defended, sorry. Momentary slip of the tongue. Giving her a shrewd look, Renji said, you're a feisty one, aren't ya? Defender of woman's rights and all. Rolling up one sleeve threateningly, Tatsuki said, yes, I am. Got a problem with it? Ichigo called out, careful Renji, she was declared the strongest girl in Japan when she was a senior in high school. At this piece of information, Renji hastily backed away from Tatsuki. Returning to the memory, they saw what Tatsuki had meant by Karin's swords. They observed the crimson swords carefully, comparing them to Zanpakuto. They don't stay. But that's because she's still in her human shell. If they come out, released, then are they still Zanpakuto? Well, Ichigo's Zanpakuto stays released as well. But they all agreed that Karin had improved vastly at fighting in general. The Shinigami all watched as Tatsuki left to communicate with her spirit in Nilio's memory. Then the part they had been waiting for came. Tushiru and Ichigo both hissed as Caballero appeared in the memory. Caballero took off his hat and bowed. What an unexpected surprise. Nilio-san. In contrast to the two, Shuhei watched impassively as Depay entered Nilio's peripheral vision. They watched as Nilio faced off against Caballero. She didn't seem to know what his Zanpakuto ability was, so she was at a severe disadvantage. Give up. You have no chance, not unless you know Fata Morgana's power. That statement shifted gears in Tushiru's mind. Fata Morgana. Tushiru whispered to himself. Then he realized that this was just the proof he needed to prove the theory he had been forming in his head. It deals with illusions. He breathed. That's how he was able to make Karin appear like she was there, when he had actually already taken her to Kyoto. Fata Morgana complex mirage not Spanish. As the other Shinigami digested this, Tushiru watched helplessly as Karin sacrificed herself to aid Nilio, Grimmjow and Tatsuki in their escape. Karin used her sword to struggle to her feet and shouted, "Get away! Take them both and get away! Neilio!" She communicated desperately with her eyes, over to where Tatsuki was still meditating. "Neilio, take her and get away now. They won't harm me, I'm an experiment." As the memory ended with Neilio grabbing Tatsuki from the ruins of the house, Toshiro closed his eyes in horror. Now that the memory was over, he finally succumbed and buried his head in his hands. Karin had willingly let herself get captured. An ebony-haired girl opened her eyes. Sitting up slowly, she looked around. She was in a small room, compared with. She couldn't remember. Come to think of it, she couldn't remember anything. All she remembered was her name, Kurosaki Karin.